Chapter 1. Youth, 1774 to 1792. From the west-facing window of the room in which Meriwether Lewis was born on August 18, 1774, one could look out at Rockfish Gap in the Blue Ridge Mountains, an opening to the west that invited exploration. The Virginia Piedmont of 1774 was not the frontier. That had extended beyond the Allegheny chain of mountains, and a cultivated plantation life was nearly a generation old, but it wasn't far removed. Traces of the old buffalo trail that led up Rockfish River to the Gap still remained. Deer were exceedingly plentiful, black bear common. An exterminating war was being waged against wolves. Beaver were on every stream. Flocks of turkeys thronged the woods. In the fall and spring, ducks and geese darkened the rivers. Lewis was born in a place where the West invited exploration, but the East could provide education and knowledge, where the hunting was magnificent, but plantation society provided refinement and enlightenment, where he could learn wilderness skills while sharpening his wits about such matters as surveying, politics, natural history, and geography. The West was very much on Virginians' minds in 1774, even though the big news that year was the Boston Tea Party, the introduction of resolutions in the House of Burgesses in support of Massachusetts, the dissolution of the Burgesses by the Royal Governor Lord Dunmore, and a subsequent meeting at Raleigh Tavern of the dissolved Burgesses, whose committee of correspondence sent out letters calling for a General Congress of the American colonies. In September, the First Continental Congress met in Philadelphia, and revolution was underway. Lord Dunmore was a villain in the eyes of the revolutionaries. He was eventually forced to flee Virginia and take up residence on a British warship. But in January 1774, he had done Virginia a big favor by organizing an offensive into the Ohio country by Virginia militia. The Virginians goaded Shawnee, Ottawa, and other tribes into what became Lord Dunmore's War, which ended with the Indians defeated. They ceded hunting rights in Kentucky to the Virginians and agreed to unhindered access to and navigation on the Ohio River. Within 6 months, the Transylvania Company sent out Daniel Boone to blaze a trail through the Cumberland Gap to the bluegrass country of Kentucky. Meanwhile, the British government, in the Quebec Act of 1774, moved to stem the flow of Virginians across the mountains by extending the boundary of Canada south to the Ohio River. This cut off Virginia's western claims, threatened to spoil the hopes and schemes of innumerable land speculators, including George Washington, and established a highly centralized Crown-controlled government with special privileges for the Catholic Church, provoking fear that French Canadians, rather than Protestant Virginians, would rule in the Ohio Valley. This was one of the so-called intolerable acts that spurred the Revolution. Meriwether Lewis was born on the eve of revolution into a world of conflict between Americans and the British government for control of the Trans-Appalachian West, in a colony whose western ambitions were limitless, a colony that was leading the surge of Americans over the mountains, and in a county that was a nursery of explorers. His family had been part of the Western movement from the beginning. Thomas Jefferson described Lewis's forebears as one of the distinguished families of Virginia, and among the earliest. The first Lewis to come to America had been Robert, a Welshman and an officer in the British Army. The family coat of arms was Omni solum forti patria est, or all earth is to a brave man his country. An alternate translation is, everything the brave man does is for his country. Robert arrived in 1635 with a grant from the king for 33,333 1/3 acres of Virginia land. He had numerous progeny, including Colonel Robert Lewis, who was wonderfully successful on the Virginia frontier of the 18th century in Albemarle County. On his death, Colonel Lewis was wealthy enough to leave all 9 of his children with substantial plantations. His 5th son, William, inherited 1,896 acres and slaves and a house, Locust Hill, a rather rustic log home, but very comfortable and filled with things of value, including much table silver. It was just 7 miles west of Charlottesville, within sight of Monticello. One of the Lewis men, an uncle of Meriwether Lewis's father, was a member of the King's Council. Another, Fielding Lewis, married a sister of George Washington. Still another relative, Thomas Lewis, accompanied Jefferson's father, Peter, on an expedition in 1746 into the northern neck, between the Potomac and the Rappahannock. Thomas was the first Lewis to keep a journal of exploration. He had a gift for vivid descriptions, of horses tumbling over rocks and precipices, of cold, rain, and near starvation. He wrote of exultation over killing 1 old bear and 3 cubs. He described a mountain area where they were so often in the outmost danger this terrible place was called Purgatory. One river was so treacherous they named it Styx, from the dismal appearance of the place being sufficient to strict terror in any human creature. In 1769, William Lewis, then 31 years old, married his cousin, 22-year-old Lucy Meriwether. The Meriwether family was also Welsh and also land-rich. By 1730, the family held a tract near Charlottesville of 17,952 acres. The coat of arms was Vi et Concilio, or Force and Counsel. George R. Gilmer, later a governor of Georgia, wrote of the family, "None ever looked at or talked with a Meriwether, but he heard something which made him look or listen again." Jefferson said of Colonel Nicholas Meriwether, Lucy's father, "He was the most sensible man I ever knew." He had served as commander of a Virginia regiment in Braddock's disastrous campaign of 1755. The Lewis and Meriwether families had long been close-knit and interrelated. Indeed, there were 11 marriages joining Lewis's and Meriwether's between 1725 and 1774. Nicholas Meriwether II, 1667 to 1744, was the great-grandfather of Lucy Meriwether and the grandfather of William Lewis. The marriage of Lucy and William combined 2 bloodlines of unusual strength and some weaknesses. According to Jefferson, the family was subject to hypochondriac affections. It was a constitutional disposition in all the nearer branches of the family. Despite William Lewis's tendency toward hypochondria, or what Jefferson at other times called melancholy and would later be called depression, Jefferson described his neighbor and friend as a man of good sense, integrity, bravery, enterprise, and remarkable bodily powers. A year after their marriage, William and Lucy Lewis had their first child, a daughter they named Jane. Meriwether Lewis was born in 1774. 3 years later, a second son, Reuben, was born. In 1775, war broke out. Jefferson noted that when it came, William Lewis was happily situated at home with a wife and young family, and a fortune placed him at ease. Nevertheless, he left all to aid in the liberation of his country from foreign usurpations. Like General Washington, he served without pay. Going Washington one better, he bore his own expenses as his patriotic contribution to his country. Meriwether Lewis scarcely knew his father, for Lieutenant Lewis was away making war for most of the first 5 years of his son's life. He served as commander of one of the first regiments raised in Virginia, enlisting in July 1775. By September, he was a first lieutenant in the Albemarle County Militia. When the unit integrated with the Continental Line, he became a lieutenant in the regulars. In November 1779, Lieutenant Lewis spent a short leave with his family at Cloverfields, a Meriwether family plantation where his wife Lucy had grown up. He said his goodbyes, swung on to his horse, and rode to the Secretary's Ford of the Rivanna River, swollen in flood. Attempting to cross, his horse was swept away and drowned. Lewis managed to swim ashore and hiked back to Cloverfields, drenched. Pneumonia set in, and in 2 days he was dead. People in the late 18th century were helpless in matters of health. They lived in constant dread of sudden death from disease, plague, epidemic, pneumonia, or accident. Their letters always begin and usually end with assurances of the good health of the letter writer and a query about the health of the recipient. Painful as the death of an honored and admired father was to a son, it was a commonplace experience. What effect it may have had on Meriwether cannot be known. In any case, he was quickly swept up into his extended family. Nicholas Lewis, William Lewis's older brother, became Meriwether's guardian. He was a heroic figure himself. He had commanded a regiment of militia in an expedition in 1776 against the Cherokee Indians, who had been stirred up and supported by the British. Jefferson paid tribute to his bravery and said that Nicholas Lewis was endeared to all who knew him by his inflexible probity, courteous disposition, benevolent heart, and engaging modesty and manners. He was the umpire of all the private differences of his county, selected always by both parties. Less than 6 months after his father's death, another man came into Meriwether's life. On May 13, 1780, his mother married Captain John Marks. Virginia widows in those days commonly remarried as soon as possible, and family tradition has it that in marrying Captain Marks, she was following the advice of her first husband, given as he lay dying. Lucy Meriwether Lewis Marks was a remarkable woman. She bore 5 children, 2 by John Marks, John Hastings, born 1785, and Mary Garland, born 1788. She had a strong constitution. She buried 2 husbands and lived to be almost 86 years old. Jefferson called her a tender mother. She was slim, fragile in appearance, with light brown hair and hazel blue eyes, a refined face and a masterful eye. A family history described her. Her position as a head of a large family connection, combined with the Spartan ideas in those stirring times of discipline, developed in her a good deal of the autocrat. Yet she had much sweetness of character, was a devoted Christian, and full of sympathy for all sickness and trouble. Known far and wide for her medicinal remedies, she grew a special crop of herbs which she dispensed to her children, her slaves, and her neighbors. She also knew the medicinal properties of wild plants. She took care to teach her son all that she had learned about herbal remedies. Stern and Spartan though she may have been, her son loved her dearly. Although he was scarcely ever with her from age 14 on, he was a faithful and considerate correspondent. On March 31, 1805, he wrote her from Fort Mandan, 1,609 miles above the entrance of the Missouri, to relate to her some of his various adventures in ascending the river so far, and to inform her that he was about to set off into the unknown. "I feel the most perfect confidence that we shall reach the Pacific Ocean this summer." It was going to be easy, he wrote, because everyone in the party was in good health and excellent spirits, are attached to the enterprise and anxious to proceed. Still, mothers will worry, so he added, "You may expect me in Albemarle County, Virginia, about the last of next September, 12 months. I request that you will give yourself no uneasiness with respect to my fate, for I assure you that I feel myself perfectly as safe as I should do in Albemarle, and the only difference between 3,000 or 4,000 miles and 130 is that I cannot have the pleasure of seeing you as often as I did while I lived at Washington." The woman who inspired such concern and love was also capable of leading an expedition of her own into the wilderness, of running a plantation, of supervising at hog-killing time. When some drunken British officers burst into Locust Hill one evening, she grabbed her rifle down from its peg and drove them off. Another time, a hunting party from Locust Hill and neighboring plantations got separated from the dogs. The hounds brought a buck to bay on the lawn at Locust Hill. Lucy grabbed her rifle, rushed out, and shot it. When the crestfallen hunters returned empty-handed, the buck's hindquarters were already roasting over the fire. She had a county-wide reputation for her culinary talents. Jefferson was especially fond of her cured Virginia hams. His overseer recorded, "Every year I used to get a few for his special use." She had a small library which she treasured. She valued it so much that she was careful to leave directions in her will for its equal division among her surviving children. "Her person was perfect," said one of her male acquaintances, "and her activity beyond her sex." Even as an old lady, Grandma Marks was seen riding about Albemarle on horseback to attend the sick. According to a contemporary, in her mid-70s she retained refined features, a fragile figure, and a masterful eye. Georgia Governor George Gilmer described her, "She was sincere, truthful, industrious, and kind without limit." He added that Meriwether Lewis inherited the energy, courage, activity, and good understanding of his admirable mother. As a child, Meriwether absorbed a strong anti-British sentiment. This came naturally to any son of a patriot growing up during the war. It was reinforced by seeing a British raiding party led by Colonel Bannister Tarleton sweep through Albemarle in 1781. Jefferson recorded, "He destroyed all my growing crops of corn and tobacco. He burned all my barns containing the same articles of last year, having first taken what he wanted. He used, as was to be expected, all my stocks of cattle, sheep, and hogs for the sustenance of his army, and carried off all the horses capable of service. Of those too young for service, he cut the throats, and he burned all the fences on the plantation so as to leave it an absolute waste. He carried off also about 30 slaves." Tarleton also ordered all the county court records burned. This wanton act was roundly and rightly condemned by Reverend Edgar Woods in his 1932 history of Albemarle County. It is hard to conceive any conduct in an army more outrageous, more opposed to the true spirit of civilization, and withal more useless in a military point of view, than the destruction of public archives. When Meriwether was 8 or 9 years old, his stepfather, Captain Marks, migrated with a number of Virginians to a colony being developed by General John Matthews on the Broad River in northeastern Georgia. Few details of this trek into the wilderness survive, but it is easy enough to imagine a wide-eyed boy on the march with horses, cattle, oxen, pigs, dogs, wagons, slaves, other children, adults, making camp every night, hunting for deer, turkey, and possum, fishing in the streams running across the route of march, watching and perhaps helping with the cooking, packing up each morning and striking out again, crossing through the Carolinas along the eastern edge of the mountains, getting a sense of the vastness of the country, and growing comfortable with life in the wilderness. Meriwether lived in Georgia for 3, perhaps 4 years. It was frontier country, and he learned frontier skills. He gloried in the experience. Jefferson later wrote that he was remarkable even in infancy for enterprise, boldness, and discretion. When only 8 years of age, he habitually went out in the dead of night, alone with his dogs, into the forest to hunt the raccoon and possum. In this exercise, no season or circumstance could obstruct his purpose, plunging through the winter's snows and frozen streams in pursuit of his object. At about this time, according to family legend, 8 or 9-year-old Meriwether was crossing a field with some friends, returning from a hunt. A vicious bull rushed him. His companions watched breathless as he calmly raised his gun and shot the bull dead. Another favorite family story about Meriwether at a young age concerned an Indian scare. When one of the cabins was attacked, the transplanted Virginians gathered at another for defense. Then they decided they were too few to defend it from a determined attack and fled for concealment to the forest. As dusk came on, one hungry, not very bright refugee started a fire to cook a meal. The fire attracted the Indians. A shot rang out. The women shouted alarms, men rushed for their rifles, something close to panic set in. In the general confusion and uproar, only 10-year-old Meriwether had sufficient presence of mind to throw a bucket of water over the fire to douse it, to prevent the Indians from seeing the whites silhouetted against the light of the fire. A family friend commented, "He acquired in youth hardy habits and a firm constitution. He possessed in the highest degree self-possession in danger." Curious and inquisitive, as well as cool-headed and courageous, he delighted his mother by asking questions about her herbs and about wild plants that she used as nostrums. He wanted to know the names and characteristics of the trees, bushes, shrubs, and grasses, of the animals, the fish, the birds, and the insects. He wanted to know the why as well as the way of things. He learned to read and write, and something of the natural world, from one of the adults in the Georgia community. An anecdote survived. When told that despite what he saw, the sun did not revolve around the earth, Meriwether jumped as high into the air as he could, then asked his teacher, "If the earth turns, why did I come down in the same place?" He wanted more knowledge. He could not get it in Georgia. And he was a youngster of considerable substance and responsibility, for under Virginia's laws of primogeniture he had inherited his father's estate. This included a plantation of nearly 2,000 acres, 520 pounds in cash, 24 slaves, and 147 gallons of whiskey. Though it was being managed by Nicholas Meriwether, it would soon be Meriwether's to run. His mother agreed that he should return to Virginia at about age 13 to obtain a formal education and prepare himself for his management responsibilities. There were no public schools in 18th century Virginia. Planters' sons got their education by boarding with teachers, almost always preachers or parsons, who would instruct them in Latin, mathematics, natural science, and English grammar. Jefferson biographer Dumas Malone notes that the sons of the greater landowners had all the advantages and disadvantages that go with private instruction. The quality of this instruction was often high, but it naturally varied with the tutors who were available. These men were all overworked, their schools too crowded. Finding a place was difficult. Even with his guardian, Nicholas Lewis, and his father's friend Thomas Jefferson to help him, it took Meriwether some months, perhaps as long as a year, to become a formal student. His first extant letter, dated May 12, 1787, he addressed to his most loving mother. Apparently, he had not yet found a place. He began by complaining that he had no letter from his mother, then confessed, "What language can express the anxiety I feel to be with you when I sit down to write, but as it is now a thing impossible, I shall quit the subject and say nothing more about it." He was glad to report that all the Lewises and Meriwethers in Albemarle were in good health. He passed on a rumor that Cousin Thomas Meriwether is married, and asked if she knew anything about it. He concluded, "I live in hopes of receiving a letter from you by which, as the only means, I may be informed of your health and welfare. I enjoy my health at present, which I hope is your situation. I am your ever-loving son." Meriwether's next surviving letter to his mother, undated, written from Cloverfields, related family news and the complications he was encountering in trying to get into school. His brother-in-law, Edmund Anderson, who had married his older sister Jane in 1785 when she was 15, was preparing to go into business in Richmond and would have been there before this had not the smallpox broke out in that city, which rages with great violence, and until this disorder can be extirpated, they will continue where they are, i.e. in Hanover. Sister Jane and children are well. The children have grown very much, but I see no appearance of another. Parson Matthew Maury, son of one of Thomas Jefferson's teachers, was the man Meriwether wanted to study with, but so far he had not been able to get started. I hope Reuben, his younger brother still in Georgia, is at school, though I am not yet engaged in that pursuit myself, he wrote. Robert Lewis and myself applied to Mr. Maury soon after my return to Albemarle, who informed us that he could not take us by any means till next spring, and as what we would wish to learn would interfere so much with his Latin business, that he had rather not take us at all. Meriwether had therefore applied to Reverend James Waddell, but success was uncertain. "If we do not go to Mr. Waddell, we shall certainly go to one Mr. Williamson, a young Scotchman who teaches in about 10 miles of this place, and who was earnestly recommended both by Mr. Maury and Waddell. In this situation I have now been waiting for this 3 weeks past." In the fall of 1787, Reuben came to Cloverfields for a visit. As he was leaving, he asked Meriwether to come to Georgia the following fall. On March 7, 1788, Meriwether wrote Reuben to say he could not make the visit. "By reason of my being at school. I set in with Parson Maury soon after you left me, with whom I continued till Christmas, and then I fully expected to have stayed 6 months longer at least, if not another year, but Cousin William D. Meriwether then said he did not think it worth while, as I had got well acquainted with the English grammar, and might learn the geography at home. Upon this, I concluded to stay at Uncle Peachy Gilmer's and to go to school to a master in the neighborhood in order to get acquainted with figures, where I am now stationed." He hated not being able to visit Georgia. "I should like very much to have some of your sport, fishing, and hunting," he told Reuben, but he was determined to improve himself and said he must "be doing something that will no doubt be more to my advantage hereafter, that is, getting an education." In June 1788, Meriwether's guardian paid £7 for room, board, and tuition. In January 1789, he paid £13, and in July another £2. That summer, Meriwether was able to go to Georgia for a visit. In the fall, he studied under Dr. Charles Everett. His schoolmate and cousin Peachy Gilmer, 5 years younger than Meriwether, hated Dr. Everett. According to Gilmer, he was afflicted with very bad health, of an atrabilious and melancholy temperament, peevish, capricious, and every way disagreeable. He invented cruel punishments for the scholars. His method of teaching was as bad as anything could be. He was impatient of interruption. We seldom applied for assistance, said our lessons badly, made no proficiency, and acquired negligent and bad habits. Young Gilmer described Meriwether as always remarkable for perseverance, which in the early period of his life seemed nothing more than obstinacy in pursuing the trifles that employ that age, a martial temper, great steadiness of purpose, self-possession, and undaunted courage. His person was stiff and without grace, bow-legged, awkward, formal, and almost without flexibility. His face was comely, and by many considered handsome. Meriwether loved to ramble, as Jefferson put it. Into the mountains, or to visit Jane and other relatives, or down to Georgia, a trip he made at least once on his own. Later in his life, he met his mother's half-joking complaints about his roving propensities with a laughing response that he had inherited this disposition from her. Albemarle County records show that Meriwether's guardian was meticulous. His accounts include the purchase of 1 pair knee buckles, 10 vest buttons, 2 hanks silk, 1 pin niff. There are numerous entries for pocket money. One arresting entry is for 1 quart whiskey for Negro wench. Another covers 1 quart rum and 1 pound sugar. Meriwether transferred in 1790 to Reverend James Waddell, who was a great contrast to the ill-tempered Everett. Meriwether called Waddell a very polite scholar. He wrote his mother in August, "I expect to continue here for 18 months or 2 years. Every civility is here paid to me, and leaves me without any reason to regret the loss of a home of nearer connection. As soon as I complete my education, you shall certainly see me." In October 1791, he wrote his mother to report that he had received a letter from Uncle Thomas Gilmer, Peachy's father, "which gives most agreeable information of your welfare and my brother's assiduity and attention at school." He said he had just returned from a visit with his sister Jane, who had shown him a letter their mother had written that summer. From it he learned that Captain Marks had died, leaving his mother once again a widow, with Reuben plus the 2 younger children to care for. Mrs. Marks wanted Meriwether to come to Georgia to organize a move back to Virginia for her and her dependents. "I will with a great deal of cheerfulness do it," Meriwether wrote his mother, "but it will be out of my power sooner than 18 months or 2 years. He promised her she would always have a home at Locust Hill, and, "You may rely on my fidelity to render your situation as comfortable as it is in my power." In April 1792, Meriwether wrote his mother that he had learned from her letters to Jane that she was anxious to return to Virginia that spring. "This, together with my sister's impatience to see you, has induced me to quit school and prepare for setting out immediately." He had employed an artisan at Monticello to make a carriage for the trip. It would be ready by May 1st. Meriwether needed to purchase horses and collect some money. "If I cannot collect a sufficiency from the lands that are now due, I shall dispose of my tobacco for cash in order to be detained as little time as possible. I shall set out about the 15th of May." He did as promised, and by fall he had gone to Georgia, organized the move of his mother and her children and the slaves, animals, and equipment, and brought the whole back to Virginia, where he set up at Locust Hill and began his life as a planter and head of household. Thus ended Meriwether Lewis's scholarly career. What had he learned? Not enough Latin to use the language in his extensive later writings, nor any other foreign language. Not enough orthography ever to be comfortable or proficient with the spelling of English words. But then he lived in an age of freedom of spelling, a time when even so well-read and learned a man as Jefferson had trouble maintaining consistency in his spelling. He did develop a strong, sprightly, and flowing writing style. What he read can only be inferred from references in his writings, which indicate he read a little ancient history, some Milton and Shakespeare, and a smattering of recent British history. He was an avid reader of journals of exploration, especially those about the adventures of Captain James Cook. He got his figures down pretty well, along with a solid base in botany and natural history. He picked up all he could about geography. He had achieved the educational level of the well-rounded Virginian, who was somewhat familiar with the classics, reasonably current with philosophy. Only in the field of plantation affairs was he expected to be a specialist, and to that end Lewis now set out. He may have done so with some regret, for he valued education highly. All his life he kept after Reuben and his half-brother John Marks and half-sister Mary Marks to make every effort and meet every expense to further their educations. The last paragraph of his March 31, 1805 letter to his mother, written from Fort Mandan, far up the Missouri River, reads, "I must request of you, before I conclude this letter, to send John Marks to the college at Williamsburg, as soon as it shall be thought that his education has been sufficiently advanced to fit him for that seminary. For you may rest assured that as you regard his future prosperity, you had better make any sacrifice of his property than suffer his education to be neglected or remain incomplete." Perhaps as an 18-year-old he wished to continue his education, to attend the seminary at William and Mary, but it could not be. He was responsible for his mother, his brother, John and Mary Marks, the slaves at Locust Hill, his inheritance. Instead of book learning at William and Mary, he was destined to learn from the school of the plantation. At age 18, he was the head of a small community of about 24 slaves and nearly 2,000 acres of land. His lessons from now on would be in management, in soils, crops, distillery, carpentry, blacksmithing, shoemaking, weaving, coopering, timbering, in killing, dressing, and skinning cattle and sheep, preserving vegetables and meats, repairing plows, harrows, saws, and rifles, caring for horses and dogs, treating the sick, and a myriad of other tasks that went into running a plantation. At 18 years, he was on his own. He had traveled extensively across the southern part of the United States. He had shown himself to be a self-reliant, self-contained, self-confident teenager, and was a young man who took great pride in his perseverance and steadiness of purpose, as Peachy Gilmer had put it. His health was excellent, his physical powers were outstanding, he was sensitive and caring about his mother and his family. He was started. Chapter 2. Planter, 1792 to 1794. Foaled, not born, Virginia planters were said to be. They would go 5 miles to catch a horse in order to ride 1 mile afterward. In a country of vast estates without cities or public transportation of any kind, with plantation seats far apart, riding was not a matter of sport or diversion, but of necessity. Planters spent much, if not most, of every working day on the back of a horse. Good horsemanship was taken for granted among the gentry. They had to be experts in the judging, feeding, breeding, and care of horses. From the time he was able to sit astride a horse, Meriwether Lewis was a fine, fearless rider. He became an excellent judge of horses and an expert in their care. Jefferson, believing that the taming of the horse had resulted in the degeneracy of the human body, urged the young to walk for exercise. Lewis took his advice and became a great hiker, with feet as tough as his butt. As a boy and young man, he went barefoot, in the Virginia manner. Jefferson's grandson claimed not to have worn shoes until he was 10. According to Jefferson, the young Lewis hunted barefoot in the snow. Like riding and hiking, dancing was taken for granted. Indeed, dancing was little short of a social necessity. "Virginians are of genuine blood," said one traveler. "They will dance or die." Like Jefferson, Lewis learned to dance the minuet, reels, and country dances at Reverend Maury's school. One diarist wrote in the year of Lewis's birth, "Any young gentleman traveling through the colony is presumed to be acquainted with dancing, boxing, playing the fiddle, and small sword, and cards." There is no evidence that Lewis learned to fiddle, but he knew the rest of the list. By no means were all Virginia planters or their sons paragons of virtue. If there was high-minded and learned political talk around the table, and much idealism and protestation of devotion to the common good, there also were temptations often too strong for healthy, wealthy young men to resist. Jefferson's father died when he was a boy. Decades later, in a letter to his grandson, Jefferson wrote in a famous passage, "When I recollect that at 14 years of age the whole care and direction of myself was thrown on myself entirely, without a relative or friend qualified to advise or guide me, and recollect the various sorts of bad company with which I associated from time to time, I am astonished I did not turn off with some of them, and become as worthless to society as they were. From the circumstances of my position, I was often thrown into the society of horse racers, card players, fox hunters, scientific and professional men, and of dignified men. And many a time I asked myself, in the enthusiastic moment of the death of a fox, the victory of a favorite horse, the issue of a question eloquently argued at the bar, or in the great council of the nation, well, which of these kinds of reputation should I prefer? That of a horse jockey, a fox hunter, an orator, or the honest advocate of my country's rights?" Quite possibly, Jefferson talked to Lewis in the same Polonius-like style in which he wrote his grandson. Certainly, Lewis had thoughts similar to those expressed by Jefferson. On his 31st birthday, Lewis wrote in a famous passage, "This day I completed my 31st year. I reflected that I had as yet done but little, very little indeed, to further the happiness of the human race, or to advance the information of the succeeding generation. I viewed with regret the many hours I have spent in indolence, and now sorely feel the want of that information which those hours would have given me had they been judiciously expended." He resolved, "In future to live for mankind, as I have heretofore lived for myself." Such high-blown, idealized language, and the sentiments it reflected, along with that heartfelt resolve to do better, was characteristic of the Virginia gentry. It was almost a convention, a part of the social standard, like good manners. A Virginia gentleman was expected to be hospitable and generous, courteous in his relations with his peers, chivalrous toward women, and kind to his inferiors. There was a high standard of politeness. Jefferson once remarked that politeness was artificial good humor, a valuable preservative of peace and tranquility. Wenching and other debauchery, heavy drinking, and similar personal vices were common enough, but as long as they did not interfere with relations between members of the gentry, they were condoned. The unpardonable sins were lying and meanness of spirit. Along with his perseverance, all his life Lewis prided himself on his honesty. These qualities were important for his self-esteem. His word, written and spoken, was his bond. A less admirable part of the code of the Virginia gentleman was the drinking, which could be excessive. One English traveler just after the Revolution described his perception of the typical Albemarle planter. He rises about 8 o'clock, drinks what he calls a julep, which is a large glass of rum sweetened with sugar, then walks, or more generally rides, round his plantation, views his stock, inspects his crops, and returns about 10 o'clock to breakfast on cold meat or ham, fried hominy, toast, and cider. About 12 or 1 he drinks a toddy to create him an appetite for dinner, which he sits down to at 2 o'clock. He commonly drinks toddy till bedtime. During all this time he is neither drunk nor sober, but in a state of stupefaction. When he attends the courthouse or some horse race or cockfight, he gets so egregiously drunk that his wife sends a couple of Negroes to conduct him safe home. One may doubt that this planter was as typical as the Englishman asserted, but still regret that such men were among the contemporaries of the teen-aged master of Locust Hill. Plantation management required attention to detail and sharp observation. In these areas, Lewis excelled. Jefferson described him as an assiduous and attentive farmer, observing with minute attention all plants and insects he met with. Lewis did not plant or harvest with his own hands. No member of the Virginia gentry did. When Jefferson or Lewis or any other slave owner said he had planted such and so, or that he had built this fence or that building, he did not mean to imply that he had done it with his own hands. His slaves did the work. "It is the poor Negroes who alone work hard," one traveler commented, "and I am sorry to say, fare hard. Incredible is the fatigue which the poor wretches undergo, and it is wonderful that nature should be able to support it." Lewis was successful at adding land to his holdings, something also critical to a Virginia planter. He ran Locust Hill and, in addition, acquired an 800-acre tract on the Red River in Montgomery County, took title to 180 acres of land that had belonged to Captain Marks, and secured another parcel in Clark County. Such constant expansion was critical because the Virginia plantation of the day was incredibly wasteful. The low ground or inferior bottomland was planted to corn to provide food for slaves and animals. Fertile land, identified by hardwood growth, was saved for tobacco. The planters had their slaves gird large trees and leave the trees to die while plowing lightly around them. Slaves created hills for tobacco with a hoe without bothering to remove the trees. After 3 annual crops of tobacco, these fields grew wheat for a year or so before being abandoned and allowed to revert to pine forest. The planters let their stock roam wild, made no use of animal manure, and practiced only the most rudimentary crop rotation. Meanwhile, the planters moved their slaves to virgin lands and repeated the process. The system allowed the planters to use to the maximum the 2 things in which they were really rich: land and slaves. Tobacco, their only cash crop, was dependent on an all but unlimited quantity of each. The Virginians' lust for land and their resulting rage for speculation can only be marveled at. Before the Revolution, George Washington owned tens of thousands of acres in the Tidewater and Piedmont and over 63,000 acres of Trans-Appalachia. He wanted more. Jefferson inherited more than 5,000 acres in the Piedmont from his father. He wanted more. From his wife, he got another 11,000 acres. And though he was a substantial landowner, he was not a great one by Virginia standards. Tobacco wore out land so fast there could never be enough, but tobacco never brought in enough money to allow planters to get ahead. Their speculation in land was done on credit and promises and warrants, not cash, so they were always land rich and cash poor. Small wonder Jefferson was obsessed with securing an empire for the United States. Tobacco culture represented an all-out assault on the environment for the sake of a crop that did no good and much harm to people's health as well as to the land, not to mention the political and moral effects of relying on slavery for a labor force. But to Virginia's planters, even to so inventive a man as Jefferson, there appeared to be no alternative. In fact, an alternative existed right under their noses. German immigrants, farming in the Shenandoah Valley, had a much different relationship with the land from that of the planters of English stock. The Germans had not received huge grants of land from the English king or the royal governor. They had bought their land in relatively small holdings. Coming from a country with a tradition of keeping the farm in the same family for generations, even centuries, they were in it for the long haul, not for quick profit. They cleared their fields of all trees and stumps, plowed deep to arrest erosion, housed their cattle in great barns, used manure as fertilizer, and practiced a precise scheme of crop rotation. They worked with their own hands, and their help came from their sons and relatives. No overseer, indentured servant, or slave, men with little interest in the precious undertaking of making a family farm, was allowed near their fields. Although Jefferson did not comment on the German farmers in Virginia, he did compare the planters' practices to those of European farmers and explained that the Europeans were much superior in agriculture for a simple reason. It results from our having such quantities of land to waste as we please. In Europe, the object is to make the most of their land, labor being abundant. Here it is to make the most of our labor, land being abundant. In the years following the Revolution, life on the Virginia plantation had much to recommend it. There was the reality of political independence. There were the balls and dinners, the entertainment. There was freedom of religion. The political talk about the nature of man and the role of government has not been surpassed at any time or any place since, and at its best the talk could stand to be compared to the level in ancient Athens. Life at Monticello in the years after the Revolution was delightful to the eye, ear, taste, and intellect. Just imagine an evening as Thomas Jefferson's guest, following a day of riding magnificent horses over hedges, fields, and rivers, chasing fox or deer or bear. The entertainment would begin with toast to the successful hunters. The table would be groaning under the weight of sweet potatoes, peas, corn, various breads, nuts, quail, ham, venison, bear, ducks, milk, and beer, all produced locally. The wines would come from France and be the best available in America, personally selected by Jefferson. If it was a large party, there would be conversations in French, Italian, and German, as well as English. Jefferson would play the violin for the Virginia reel and other dances when he wasn't talking. Most guests found Jefferson to be the most delightful companion they ever met. He charmed and delighted his political enemies as well as his friends. "Spent the evening with Mr. Jefferson," John Quincy Adams wrote in his diary in Paris in 1785, "whom I loved to be with." He later added, "You can never be an hour in this man's company without something of the marvelous." Before the election of 1800, Abigail Adams wrote of Jefferson, "He is one of the choice ones of the earth." Jefferson's guests were also choice. Whether from Europe or America, they were men of the Enlightenment, well-educated, intensely curious, avid readers, and pursuers of new knowledge of all kinds, but especially about natural history and geography. They were politically active, thoughtful about matters of government, full of insight into the human condition, and also witty conversationalists, quick with a quip, full of hearty laughter even when the joke was on them. Life on the Albemarle plantations after the Revolution had something of a Garden of Eden quality to it, but there was a snake in the garden. The glittering social, intellectual, economic, and political life of Virginia rested on the backs of slaves. Those backs were crisscrossed with scars because slavery relied on the lash. Not every master whipped his slaves. Jefferson almost surely never did. There is no evidence one way or another with Lewis. But every master had to allow his overseers to use the lash whenever the overseer saw fit or felt like it. Slavery worked through terror and violence. There was no other way to force men to work without compensation. This was the other side of the coin of one of the proudest boasts of the Virginia gentry. They claimed that they knew how to lead, that command came naturally to them. Edmund Burke spoke to this point. Although he disapproved of slavery, he observed that slave owners were among the foremost in asserting the rights of man precisely because they were slave owners. "Where there is a vast multitude of slaves as in Virginia," he observed, "those who are free are by far the most proud and jealous of their freedom. To the masters of slaves, the haughtiness of domination combines with the spirit of freedom, fortifies it, and renders it invincible." Thus the sting in Dr. Samuel Johnson's embarrassing question, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty from the drivers of Negroes?" No man did more for human liberty than Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence and of Virginia's Statute for Religious Freedom, among other gifts to mankind. Few men profited more from human slavery than Jefferson. No man knew better than Jefferson the price Virginia paid for slavery, most of all in what the system did to young men. In Notes on the State of Virginia, he wrote, "The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this and learn to imitate it. If a parent could find no motive either in his philanthropy or his self-love for restraining the intemperance of passion towards his slave, it should always be a sufficient one that his children is present. But generally it is not sufficient. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same airs in the circle of smaller slaves, gives a loose to his worst of passions, and thus nursed, educated, and daily exercised in tyranny, cannot but be stamped by it with odious peculiarities. The man must be a prodigy who can retain his manners and morals undepraved by such circumstances." Jefferson knew whereof he wrote, and he knew no prodigies in this matter. Slavery was critical to tobacco planters because their agricultural practices were so wasteful and labor-intensive. Slavery prospered in the American South in the decades after the Revolution because of technological progress. By the time Jefferson became president, the steam engines of James Watt had been applied in England to spinning, weaving, and printing cotton, which led to an immense demand for that staple. Simultaneously, Eli Whitney's cotton gin had made it practical to separate short upland cotton from its seeds. Slaves and land were necessary to grow cotton. The land was available in Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi. The slaves were available from the excess on the Virginia plantations. These were the central economic facts in the life of the Virginia gentry, whose principal export soon became slaves. Profitable as it was to him, Jefferson hated slavery. He regarded it as a curse to Virginia and wished to see it abolished throughout the United States. Not, however, in his lifetime. He said that his generation was not ready for such a step. He would leave that reform to the next generation of Virginians and was sure they would make Virginia the first Southern state to abolish slavery. He thought the young men coming of age in post-war Virginia were superbly qualified to bring the American Revolution to this triumphant conclusion because, as he said, these young men had sucked in the principles of liberty as if it were their mother's milk. Of all the contradictions in Jefferson's contradictory life, none exceeded this one. He hoped and expected that the Virginians from the generation of Lewis and Clark would abolish slavery, even while recognizing that anyone brought up as a master of slaves would have to be a prodigy to be undepraved by the experience. And it should be noted that, as far as can be told, he said not a word about his dream that young Virginians would lead the way to emancipation to precisely those young Virginians he knew best, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Jefferson did not marry until 1 year short of his 30th birthday. Lewis never married. In this they were unusual. As Jefferson noted, very few of the gentry pursued their studies to their 20th year, for they commonly married very young and were soon encumbered with families. They had to give constant attention to the management of their plantations. Attitudes toward and relations with women are central to every man's personality and character, but seldom discussed, especially among 18th century Virginia gentry. Jefferson, who wrote about almost everything, wrote little about women in general and almost nothing about his mother or his wife. Lewis never wrote about his mother. An exception in Jefferson's case was his remarks about the contrast between American and Parisian women. In America, Jefferson rejoiced, women knew their place, which was in the home and, more specifically, in the nursery. Instead of gadding frivolously about town as French women did, chasing fashion or meddling in politics, American women were content with the tender and tranquil amusements of domestic life, and never troubled their pretty heads about politics. Foreign travelers tended to agree, at least to the extent that they found Virginia women dull and insipid. Denied any role in politics or the management of the plantation, surrounded by a small circle of household slaves, the women of the Virginia plantation tended to become indolent, self-indulgent, frustrated, and unhappy. The great ornithologist Alexander Wilson, in an 1809 letter describing a southern trip, commented, "Nothing has surprised me more than the cold, melancholy reserve of the females, of the best families. Old and young, single and married, all have that dull, frigid insipidity and reserve which is attributed to solitary old maids. Even in their own houses they scarce utter anything to a stranger but yes or no." There were obvious exceptions, Jefferson's daughters, for example, and Lewis's mother. In general, however, it seems the men who ran Virginia plantations in the years after the Revolution missed an essential part of the human experience by denying themselves, or by having denied to them, a full, open, mutually respecting relationship with women. By contrast with the white women on the plantations, Wilson observed, "The Negro wenches are all sprightliness and gaiety." Winthrop Jordan, in his masterful study White over Black, American Attitudes Toward the Negro, speculates that the dull frigidness of the white plantation women was hardened by the utter necessity of avoiding any resemblance to women of the other race. Jordan further points out that on the plantation, the traditional European double standard for the sexes was subject to caricatural polarization. More sexual freedom for white men meant less for white women. Whether Lewis indulged himself sexually with his female slaves or not is a subject on which no evidence of any kind exists. That many masters did so indulge themselves is a commonplace, with evidence aplenty in the form of mulattoes. Whether Jefferson so indulged himself is the subject of much speculation, argument, and controversy, all of it based on very little evidence. The most the scholar can say with confidence 2 centuries later is that the nature of Jefferson's and Lewis's relationships with women is almost unknown and unknowable. Jefferson wrote that, had Lewis stayed with it, his talent for observation, which had led him to an accurate knowledge of the plants and animals of his own country, would have distinguished him as a farmer. But although he was good at it, Lewis ran Locust Hill only out of necessity, not desire. What he wanted to do was roam and explore. On May 11, 1792, the American sea captain Robert Gray sailed into the estuary of a river he named for his ship Columbia and fixed its latitude and longitude. Jefferson, who had twice since the winning of independence tried to sponsor an American exploration across the continent, proposed to the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia that a subscription be taken to engage a daring traveler to undertake an expedition to the Pacific. George Washington subscribed, as did Robert Morris and Alexander Hamilton. On hearing of the project, Lewis approached Jefferson and, in Jefferson's words, "warmly solicited me to obtain for him the execution of that object. I told him it was proposed that the person engaged should be attended by a single companion only, to avoid exciting alarm among the Indians. This did not deter him." Jefferson's high opinion of Lewis apparently did not extend that high. In any event, he passed over the teenage Lewis and chose instead a French botanist, André Michaux, who got started in June 1793. But he had scarcely reached Kentucky when Jefferson discovered that Michaux was a secret agent of the French Republic, whose chief aim was not to explore or collect natural history specimens, but to raise an army of American militia to attack the Spanish possessions beyond the Mississippi. At Jefferson's insistence, the French government recalled Michaux. Lewis, meanwhile, continued to toil on Locust Hill, but he was increasingly unhappy with the sedentary life of a planter. His mother was now well re-established in the family home, and she was fully capable of running the plantation. His desire to see new lands, to explore, to experience, to roam, was insatiable. So, as Jefferson wrote, "At the age of 20, yielding to the ardor of youth and a passion for more dazzling pursuits, he engaged as a volunteer in the body of militia which were called out by General Washington to quell the Whiskey Rebellion." Chapter 3. Soldier, 1794 to 1800. The Whiskey Rebellion of 1794 was the greatest threat to national unity between the winning of independence and the outbreak of the Civil War. The North-South split over slavery had nothing to do with it. The struggle pitted West against East. The precipitate cause was simple enough: a new tax. Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton wanted to increase the power and extend the reach of the federal government. In addition, the government needed money. Hamilton therefore laid an excise tax on whiskey, the principal product of the Trans-Appalachian region. Those at the frontier felt neglected, misunderstood, mistreated. There was little or no hard cash around, yet Hamilton demanded a tax paid in currency. A tax on whiskey was a tax on what the frontier made and sold, not on what it purchased. Exactly the objection the Founding Fathers had raised against internal taxes imposed by England before the Revolution. More generally, the frontiersmen complained that the government attempting to collect the tax neglected to provide Western settlers with protection from the Indians, failed to build Western roads or canals, and favored the rich absentee land speculators, the biggest and most important of whom was President Washington himself, over the simple, hard-working frontiersman who was trying to acquire land and build a home. The frontier farmers revolted. They refused to pay the tax, they shot at revenue officers, they tarred and feathered revenue officers, they burned down the houses of revenue officers. President Washington, alarmed at these symptoms of riot and violence, called out 13,000 militiamen from Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Maryland in August 1794 to quell the rebellion. Washington needed volunteers because the regular army, with an authorized strength of 5,424 officers and men, was in the Ohio country on an Indian campaign led by Major General Anthony Wayne, launched in response to two successive, humiliating, and costly defeats suffered by the army in Ohio. In 1790 under General Josiah Harmar, and in 1791 under General Arthur St. Clair. Those Indian victories had inspired widespread Indian attacks on frontier settlements, which in turn were among the causes of the Whiskey Rebellion. On the East Coast, men might fear a standing army. In the West, they clamored for one that could protect them. On August 20th, 1794, at the Battle of Fallen Timbers, at the rapids of the Maumee River in northwestern Ohio, Wayne won a decisive victory, thus meeting one of the chief complaints of the Western rebels, which was that the army would not or could not provide protection. Word of that victory had not reached Pennsylvania, however, when Washington called out the militia. Nor did Westerners know that Chief Justice John Jay was negotiating for a British withdrawal from the posts in the Northwest. Another source of unhappiness, for the frontiersmen believed the British encouraged Indian massacres of American pioneers. Jay's treaty would be signed in London in November 1794, but news did not reach the United States until March 1795. There was a certain irony in the Whiskey Rebellion. Washington, Hamilton, and the other heroes of the American Revolution who were determined to put down this rebellion were espousing a policy that they had once risked their lives to oppose: taxation without representation. For there was no question about the truth of the complaints from the frontier that this excise tax on whiskey was specific to the Westerners and that they were not properly represented in the general government that imposed the tax. Implicit in the rebellion was the idea of secession, a second American Revolution. The rhetoric of the whiskey rebels was all but identical to the rhetoric of Sam and John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Patrick Henry. The logic of the rebellion was the logic of the Revolution. Just as the ocean that separated England from America dictated that they should be two nations, so did the mountains separate the East from the West and dictate two nations. But what the West saw as simple political logic, the East saw as riot and rebellion. President Washington had not suffered the rigors of Valley Forge or come out of retirement to serve as the first president in order to preside over the dissolution of the nation or lose ownership of the tens of thousands of acres he owned in the West. Rumors of negotiations between rebels and representatives of England and Spain inspired Washington and Eastern nationalists with military fervor. So determined was the president to put down the rebels that he took the field to review the troops who answered his call. Among those troops was Meriwether Lewis. He was one of the first to enlist as a private in the Virginia Volunteer Corps. Surely a part of his motivation was his lust for adventure and his penchant for roving, but he told himself and his mother that he signed on for the campaign in order to support the glorious cause of liberty and my country. He considered the rebels to be traitors and was delighted that, our leading men are determined entirely to consume every atom of that turbulent and refractory spirit that exists among the insurgents." He was hardly alone. Thousands of young men from the Middle States volunteered. They had been children during the Revolutionary War. Throughout their teenage years, they had heard war stories from their fathers and uncles. They envied the older generation its adventures and leaped at this chance to experience the camaraderie of the campfire and the possibility of becoming a hero. They were also well aware that the government had rewarded the Revolutionary War veterans with land warrants in the West. The volunteers, 13,000 of them, marched into Pennsylvania in 2 columns. The New Jersey and Pennsylvania troops gathered at Carlisle. The Virginians and Marylanders bivouacked at Cumberland. Washington, magnificently mounted and in his full-dress uniform, reviewed the troops in each camp and marched with them as far as Bedford. The roll of the drums, the cadence of the march, the glittering new uniforms, the eager young patriots, the thrilling sight of General President Washington at the head of the column was the way artists of the campaign saw it. The reality was different. As Washington bade farewell and Godspeed, the invasion of western Pennsylvania began. Crossing the mountains through rain and mud proved far more difficult than anyone had imagined. Disease, lack of discipline, insufficient rations, and squabbles about rank and command threatened to dissolve the force. Negotiations over rank, command, uniforms, color, design, and accoutrements occupied far too much of the young officers' time and energy. Where egos and sartorial tastes went unsatisfied, anger welled up. In historian Thomas Slaughter's words, "Honor and ambition often supplanted patriotism as the highest priorities of both the resplendent dragoons riding west and those who petulantly stayed behind." Discipline and desertion were major problems, brought on by the vast gap between officers and privates, of which the most important was that officers could resign their commissions and take a walk, whereas the men were in for the duration. The officers got more and better rations and usually managed to billet themselves in log homes. The men spent the nights in tents or on the open ground. Drunkenness was widespread in the whiskey country, as well as rampant gambling. Both punished among the men, ignored among the officers. Each morning, senior officers sent out patrols to round up deserters, then had those who were caught brutally punished with 100 lashes well laid on. The men were inadequately clothed and fed. 1 month into the campaign, many were barefoot. On October 7th, Hamilton lamented that "the troops are everywhere ahead of their supplies. Not a shoe, blanket, or ounce of ammunition is yet arrived." Food shortages led to plundering, which harmed relations with civilians along the Army's path and was met with severe punishment. One of Lewis's fellow Virginia volunteers was caught taking a beehive. It cost him 100 lashes. Nevertheless, the desperate men tore down fences for firewood, stole chickens, and, when they could find them, cattle and sheep. Slaughter records, "The journals of officers often read like tourist guides to taverns and scenery along the route, while enlisted men's diaries recounted weeks of hunger and cold." Meriwether Lewis was an exception. Although only a private, he was a planter, a member of the gentry, welcomed into the company of the junior officers of the Virginia militia, who knew that his rank reflected his age, not his station in life. His letters to his mother read like those tourist guides Slaughter described. On October 4, 1794, from the initial camp in Winchester, Virginia, Lewis wrote his mother. He had only recently arrived, whereas 2 regiments had been for 10 days "at this school, if I may term it so, where they have been well equipped, tutored, and now cut a most martial figure." Lewis's company, he reported, "shall this day draw all our accoutrements and receive our first lesson." His first experience in camp was all he had hoped for and more. "We have mountains of beef and oceans of whiskey," he told his mother, "and I feel myself able to share it with the heartiest fellow in camp. I had last night the pleasure of supping with all my acquaintances in Captain Randolph's company. They are all well except himself." His spirits were soaring. He signed off, "Remember me to all the girls and tell them that they must give me joy today, as I am to be married to the heaviest musket in the magazine tomorrow." A week later, on the march to Cumberland, he wrote, "I have retired from the hurry and confusion of a camp with my constant companion, Ensign Walker, to write I know not what. I am still blessed with a sufficiency of bodily strength and activity to support the glorious cause of liberty and my country. The lads from our neighborhood are all hearty. Remind Reuben of the charge entrusted to him. Ever believe me with sincerity, your dutiful son. As the columns crossed the mountains and began to converge on Pittsburgh, the leaders of the rebellion fled down the Ohio River, headed for Spanish Louisiana. 2 rebels were captured, marched east for trial, and found guilty of treason, but they were subsequently pardoned by President Washington. The show of force had worked. Although the whiskey tax never was collected, land taxes, poll taxes, and tariffs on imported products were collected. Thanks to these, the victory at Fallen Timbers, and Jay's Treaty, the threat of a Western secession receded. It did not, however, disappear. In late October or early November, Lewis received a commission as an ensign in the Virginia militia. When that militia marched home, he volunteered to stay on with a small occupying force charged with patrolling and policing western Pennsylvania under the command of General Daniel Morgan. The enlistment was for 6 months. "I am situated on the Monongahela," he told his mother, "about 15 miles above Pittsburgh, where we shall be forted in this winter. I am in perfect health. I am quite delighted with a soldier's life." He was also feeling the responsibility of being older brother and head of the family. "I would wish Reuben to amuse himself with useful books. If he will pay attention, he may be adequate to the task of running Locust Hill the ensuing year." There was to be more to his decision to stay in the Army than his delight at the soldier's life. He informed his mother that, come spring and the end of his enlistment, he would direct my course down to Kentucky, where he intended to speculate in lands. He also planned to pay the taxes on warrant land his mother had inherited from Captain Marks, part of Marks's bonus for his service in the Revolutionary War, so as to prevent its forfeiture to the state as vacant or abandoned land. 2 weeks later, he wrote to ask his mother to send money to pay the taxes on the warrant land and papers proving ownership. He concluded, "I am in perfect health and constantly employed in building huts to secure us from the clemency of the approaching season. Remember me to all the girls of the neighborhood. Your affectionate son." On Christmas Eve 1794, he made his first complaint as an Army officer. "I am a more confined overseer here than when at Locust Hill," he wrote, "having been ever since my last letter constantly confined to the hunting department. There is no probability of a cessation of axes until the middle of next month." He was learning one of the chief responsibilities of being an officer, concern for his men. The situation of the soldiery is truly deplorable, exposed to the inclemency of the winter, which is about this time completely set in, without any shelter more than what 8 men can derive from a small tent. Many are sick, but fortunately few have died as yet. For himself, the best he could do for his Christmas feast was a little stewed beef, but to my great comfort I have this day been so fortunate as for the price of $1 to procure a quart of rum for a Christmas dram. Sometime that winter, Reuben wrote Meriwether to inform him that their mother was uneasy about his long absence. On April 6, 1795, Meriwether wrote his mother to press you by all the ties of parental affection not to give yourself any uneasiness about me, as I can assure you I shall not undertake any enterprise more dangerous than being at Locust Hill. He admitted that, "I have had a pretty severe touch of the disorder which has been so prevalent among the troops, almost certainly diarrhea, but have fortunately been restored to my usual state of health." He was due to be discharged in mid-May, at which time he would go to Kentucky to see to your land and to take advantage of a great opening for acquiring lands. Again he had advice and orders for Reuben. "Encourage Reuben to be industrious and be attentive to business. Remember me to Aunt and Uncle Thompson and all the girls, and tell them that I shall bring an insurgent girl to see them next fall bearing the title of Mrs. Lewis." That last cryptic line had no follow-up to it, but it may have caused Mrs. Marks considerable concern, or perhaps raised her hopes that her boy would soon settle down. If so, she was about to be disappointed. Instead of taking his discharge in mid-May and going to Kentucky, then home, on May 1, 1795, Lewis joined the regular army with the rank of ensign. That same month, he was vaccinated for smallpox. He received a letter from Reuben, who again told him their mother wished his return to Locust Hill. He replied on May 22nd in some wonderfully convoluted sentences. "So violently opposed is my governing passion for rambling to the wishes of all my friends that I am led intentionally to err and then have vanity enough to hope for forgiveness. I do not know how to account for this quixotic disposition of mine in any other manner, or its being afflicted by any other cause than that of having inherited it from the Meriwether family, and it therefore more immediately calls on your charity to forgive those errors into which it may at any time lead me, though all I shall ask at present is that you will not finally condemn me until next fall, at which time it will be my task personally to plead an excuse for my conduct. In other words, it was all her fault. He signed off, Your ever sincere though wandering son. Seldom would he spend more than a winter at one place for the rest of his life. With the end of the Whiskey Rebellion, the ratification of Jay's Treaty and resulting better relations with the British, and the victory at Fallen Timbers, the army of 5,424 officers and men of 1794 was cut back to 3,359. Thus Lewis received his commission in the regular army at a time when that army was undergoing a sharp reduction, strong evidence that he had made a good impression on his seniors. Of course, they would have known his stepfather and probably his father, and his lineage generally, which didn't hurt. The army he entered had many officers who were tied by blood or marriage to distinguished families. More than a third were sons of officers in the Continental Army or in the militia during the Revolution. The Army's role was primarily to serve as a frontier constabulary, which caused it to be dispersed into small, isolated garrisons, most with fewer than 100 officers and men. Historian William Skelton, in his authoritative An American Profession of Arms, the Army Officer Corps, 1784 to 1861, calls these tiny garrisons west of the Appalachian Mountains an archipelago of tiny islets strung along thousands of miles of remote frontier. Discipline was imposed with shocking severity on the enlisted men. Flogging was commonplace, branding somewhat less so, but still used as a disciplinary measure. A court-martial at Fort Defiance in northwestern Ohio found 2 soldiers guilty of laying their muskets aside and sitting down while on guard duty. They were sentenced to 100 lashes well laid on. Theft of a blanket brought 50 lashes. Striking a non-commissioned officer was a 100-lash offense. Desertion was a major problem, both because so many men gave in to the temptation to run off and lose themselves on the frontier, where they could establish squatters' rights and escape the harsh punishments common to 18th century soldiers, and because the loss of just 2 or 3 men in the small garrisons would badly reduce fighting efficiency in the event of an Indian attack. So desertion was severely punished. When a private ran off from Fort Defiance in the fall of 1795, the officers offered 2 Shawnee Indians a reward of $10 for bringing him back alive and $20 for his scalp. One of the warriors returned the following day with the soldier's scalp and collected the reward along with many compliments from the officers. On paper, the officer corps was also tightly disciplined. It was governed by Baron von Steuben's Regulations for the Order and Discipline of the Troops of the United States, usually called the Baron and the Rules and Articles of War. Among other things, officers were forbidden to use profanity, express disrespect for their commanding officer or federal or state officials, be drunk on duty or absent without leave, or in any way participate in duels. They were subject to dismissal if convicted of behaving in a scandalous and infamous manner, such as is unbecoming an officer and a gentleman. They were further forbidden to keep mistresses, a habit repugnant to the rules of society, burdensome to the service, ever pregnant with discord, always disgraceful and frequently destructive to men of merit. Most officers cultivated a flamboyant style of life, featuring heavy drinking and wenching. They were allowed at least 1 soldier from the line as a personal servant, or a slave maintained at the expense of the army. Second lieutenants were paid $402 in annual salary, with additional compensation for special assignments, but they had to purchase their uniforms, which were terrifically expensive on the frontier. Skelton comments, lower-ranking officers had only a precarious grip on middle-class respectability. Many officers supplemented their pay by speculating in land, taking advantage of their location in the West. They speculated primarily in the bounty land warrants issued to Revolutionary veterans. Skelton found that one of the dominant characteristics of the officer corps was internal dissension. Indeed, seldom has an army been led by a more refractory and contentious group of men. That officer was a rarity whose career was not punctuated by acts of indiscipline and acrimonious controversies with his comrades in arms, many of which led to court-martial or duels. One cause was the isolation and boredom of frontier posts. This was exacerbated because the officer corps was one of the few places in the early republic in which Americans from a variety of regional, religious, ethnic, educational, and social backgrounds mingled in close quarters. Probably more important was the overblown sense of honor of the officers, especially those from the South. Any officer who issued or accepted a challenge to a duel, or served as a second, or even upbraided a fellow officer for refusing a challenge was subject to immediate dismissal. In practice, neither the War Department nor senior officers made the slightest effort to enforce these regulations. General Anthony Wayne, in fact, urged his officers to duel, telling them to find some other mode of settling their private disputes than by troubling the Army with courts-martial. There was a logic at work. Duels avoided the expense and inconvenience of frequent courts-martial, and in contrast to duels, courts-martial tended to perpetuate rather than resolve the frequent personal disputes. In the Army of 1795, one officer declared, to be publicly insulted, denounced as not a gentleman in the presence of other officers, and not to seek redress in a duel would subject the insulted party to the scoff and ridicule, and what is worse, the contempt of his brothers in arms. Ensign Meriwether Lewis's first posting as an officer of the regular army was to the 2nd Sub-Legion under General Wayne. Thus, Lewis was present at Wayne's headquarters on August 3, 1795, when the 100 chiefs of the tribes of the Ohio region gave their assent to the Treaty of Greenville. In November, a fever swept through the camp. At one point, some 300 of the 375 men at Greenville were sick. Lewis was one of the fortunate. He assured his mother, "I enjoy perfect health." Although there were as yet no formal political parties in the United States, most officers in the 2nd Sub-Legion, like the officer corps as a whole, were Federalists. One of the most contentious political issues of the day was attitudes toward the French Revolution. Federalists, led by Alexander Hamilton, despised it. Jeffersonians, soon to be known as Republicans, embraced it. Embraced it so thoroughly, in fact, that many of them copied the French and used the simple title citizen in addressing one another. Lewis was one of these. He addressed his May 22, 1795 letter to his mother, Citizen Lucy Marks, Albemarle, Virginia. Lewis's views and his drinking soon got him into trouble. On November 6, 1795, he was brought before a general courts-martial at Wayne's headquarters. Charges were brought against him by a Lieutenant Elliott. The first charge, a direct, open, and contemptuous violation of the 1st and 2nd Articles of the 7th section of the Rules and Articles of War. Article 1 read, "No officer or soldier shall use any reproachful or provoking speeches or gestures to another." Article 2 forbade challenging to a duel. The specification in the proceeding charged Lewis with abruptly and in an ungentlemanlike manner, when intoxicated, entering his, Lieutenant Elliott's, house on the 24th of September last, and without provocation insulting him and disturbing the peace and harmony of a company of officers whom he had invited there. They had argued politics. Lewis had apparently been thrown out. He then presumed on the same day to send Lieutenant Elliott a challenge to fight a duel. When the charges were read to Lewis, he entered a plea of not guilty. Testimony was taken over a period of nearly a week. The officers of the court then rendered their judgment. "We are of the opinion that Ensign Meriwether Lewis is not guilty of the charges exhibited against him, and sentence that he may be acquitted with honor." General Wayne, the court-martial report concluded, confirms the foregoing sentence and fondly hopes, as this is the first, that it also may be the last instance in this command of convening a court for a trial of this nature. Ensign Meriwether Lewis is liberated from his arrest. Quite obviously, Ensign Lewis could not continue to serve in the same outfit as Lieutenant Elliott. General Wayne transferred the 21-year-old Lewis to the chosen rifle company of elite riflemen sharpshooters. The captain of that company had Albemarle ties. His family came from Charlottesville, although he had been born in Caroline County, Virginia, 4 years earlier than Lewis. His name was William Clark. His older brother was General George Rogers Clark, the conqueror of the Old Northwest during the Revolution and a close friend of Jefferson. In the fall of 1795, William Clark had been in the Army 4 years and taken part in the Battle of Fallen Timbers. In 6 months, he would resign his commission because of ill health and the press of family business, but during that half year, he and Lewis became great friends and admirers one of the other. So the partnership of Lewis and Clark, destined to become the most famous in American history, began because General Wayne preferred to have his officers fight out their differences in a duel rather than in a court-martial, and therefore found for the man who had issued the challenge rather than the one who had followed the law and brought charges. 2 weeks after his release from arrest, Lewis wrote his mother. He said his promised trip home for a visit had proved impracticable. He issued instructions for his stepbrother. I desire that Jack may be sent to Mr. Maury as soon as he shall have learnt to read tolerably well, being determined that he shall receive a liberal education if at my own expense. Certainly a generous gesture and another indication of how much he valued education. As to his difficulties with the code of conduct of an officer, Lewis took them in his stride. The general idea is that the Army is the school of debauchery, he wrote, but believe me, it has ever proven the school of experience and prudence to your affectionate son. He was apparently learning to be less provocative in his politics, however. He addressed the letter to Mrs. Lucy Marks, M-A-R-K-S, not Citizen Lucy Marks, M-A-R-K-E-S. He never could decide how to spell Marks. His Army life over the next 4 years gave him enough travel to satisfy even his rambling nature. He covered vast chunks of the West, north and south of the Ohio River, beginning with a reconnaissance through Ohio in the spring of 1796. In October, he marched from Detroit to Pittsburgh with a small escort, delivering dispatches. He got lost twice and ran out of rations. He found some abandoned and rotting bear meat in an old Indian camp and pronounced it very acceptable. In November 1796, he transferred to the 1st U.S. Infantry Regiment. That month, he made another march from Detroit to Pittsburgh, again carrying dispatches for General Wayne. This time, he did not get lost, perhaps because he was accompanied by a Wyandot Indian who probably served as a guide. The Indian's name was Enos Coon, and Lewis paid his bill at a Pittsburgh inn. Following that journey, he took a furlough and rode home to Locust Hill, his first time there since he left in August 1794, promising his mother to return in 6 months. No anecdotes survive from the visit, but apparently he made the rounds of his old friends after satisfying his mother's desire to know about his adventures and arranging his business affairs at the plantation. Invited to join the Virtue Lodge No. 44 of the Masonic Order in Albemarle, he did so on January 28, 1797. He advanced through Masonic degrees with dizzying speed. By April 3rd, he was the recipient of the degree of Past Master Mason. Because his military duties kept him out of Albemarle most of the time over the following years, he attended few lodge meetings, although he was present in June and July 1798 while on furlough. He was an officer in the lodge and that summer made a motion to earmark a portion of lodge funds for charity. By October 1799, he was a Royal Archmason. He apparently took the ritual and idealism of the Masons quite seriously. He later gave names taken from Masonic ritual to Western rivers: philosophy, wisdom, and philanthropy. William Clark joined the Masons in St. Louis in 1809. Lewis's furlough extended through the summer of 1797, during which time he settled my domestic concerns. He made arrangements to bring some of his mother's slaves, still in Georgia, back to Virginia, made a trip to Kentucky to do some additional speculating in land. He bought 2,600 acres for himself at 20 cents per acre, telling his mother, "I am much more pleased with this country than I supposed I should." Sold some of his Virginia land to his brother Reuben, bought some of Captain Marks's land from his mother, and generally acted as Virginia planters did in those years, making himself land-rich and cash-poor. In an age of powdered wigs, lace, and ruffles, he was something of a fop. In a January 15, 1798 letter to a friend, Lieutenant Ferdinand Claiborne, he complained about his tailor. "Of all the damned pieces of work," he wrote, "my coat exceeds. It would take up 3 sheets of paper written in shorthand to point out its deficiencies, or I may even say deformities. The lace is deficient. Could I have done without it, I should have returned it." In a postscript, he made a complaint about a military matter, a complaint that virtually every officer in every army in every age has made. No doubt you have had forwarded to you the late regulation of our generous Congress relative to the delivery and distribution of fuel and straw to the garrisons. The allowance falling so far short of what is really necessary, I am at a loss to determine what steps to pursue. Do let me know what plan you adopt, as I am confident the proportion of fuel is so small that the soldiers cannot subsist on it. In 1798, John Adams was president. Thanks to Jay's treaty, relations with England were good, which meant that relations with France were bad. There was an undeclared war on the high seas. French Foreign Minister Talleyrand demanded a bribe from an American mission. Public opinion was outraged. Political parties were formed around these events, which ushered in one of the most bitterly partisan periods in American history. At the center of the disputes was the size of the army. The High Federalists, led by Alexander Hamilton, hoped to use the crisis of a threatened war with France to build a classic European-style standing army, meaning one designed more to suppress internal dissent than to repel foreign invasion. Hamilton, and to a lesser extent Washington and Adams, who were not High Federalists, regarded the Republican opposition to government policy, led by Jefferson, as illegitimate, even treasonous, an attitude that led to the Alien and Sedition Acts. In July 1798, the Federalist-controlled Congress voted for a huge increase in the Army, authorizing as many as 10,000 regulars and 30,000 militia. To President Adams and other Federalist leaders, the appointment of men of sound politics to the officer corps of the new Army was crucial, if that Army was to provide a reliable check on internal disorder. As active politicians, Adams and his friends were also aware of the vast patronage possibilities in the expansion of the Army. But the Federalist Party was divided internally between Hamilton's High Federalist faction and Adams's supporters, so a struggle for power lay ahead. Adams appointed Washington to command the new army, with the rank of lieutenant general. Washington, reluctant to end his retirement, did so only partially, for he insisted on remaining at Mount Vernon until war actually began. That decision meant that the second-in-command would have effective control of the new army. A series of cabinet intrigues followed that soon embroiled Adams and Washington in a controversy over Hamilton. Eventually, Washington forced Adams to make a humiliating concession, threatening to resign unless Adams agreed to make Hamilton the second-in-command. The humiliation caused Adams to have second thoughts about the expansion of the Army. As a consequence, it did not grow to anything remotely approaching the authorized strength. In practice, there was a rapid increase in the officer corps, but almost none in the enlisted ranks. That meant that Adams still had many commissions to hand out, and they were eagerly sought. Federalists naturally got the lion's share. Washington established the criteria. He proposed giving first priority to active Revolutionary veterans, and the second to young gentlemen of good families, liberal education, and high sense of honor. In no case, Washington told Adams, should he appoint any who are known enemies to their own government, for they will certainly attempt to create disturbances in the military. Adams went so far in excluding applicants suspected of republicanism that even Hamilton thought he had gone too far. Hamilton said that some at least of the junior officers should come from the opposition ranks. It does not seem advisable to exclude all hope and give to appointments too absolute a party feature. Military situations, on young minds particularly, are of all others best calculated to inspire a zeal for the service and the cause in which the incumbents are employed. In other words, young Republicans of promise and talent could be won over if given a commission. Adams tended to ignore Hamilton. The vast majority of appointments went to Federalists. Even though they were officers without an army, their political orientation struck fear in the hearts of the Republicans, who talked, somewhat wildly, about the coming Federalist terror. The involvement of the Army in politics and the use of the officer corps as a major patronage source was destined to have a decisive impact on Meriwether Lewis. It began with a promotion. On March 3, 1799, he became a lieutenant and was posted to recruiting duty in Charlottesville, which must have pleased his mother. After Adams made his decision to ignore the authorization to increase the enlisted ranks of the Army by several thousand, Lewis's recruiting duties ran out. In 1800, he was posted to Detroit, where he joined a company commanded by his friend Captain Claiborne. It was a presidential election year, with Jefferson challenging Adams. Lewis indulged in vigorous political argument, on at least one occasion exchanging hot words with a Federalist officer and overwhelming, at least to his own satisfaction, the Fed with his own Jeffersonian Republican arguments. He shortly became regimental paymaster. This was a new post provided for by Congress in March 1799 as part of the expansion. He got the appointment, Jefferson later wrote, because he always attracted the first attention where punctuality and fidelity were requisite. It was an ideal posting for Lewis for two reasons. The first was personal. His duties gave him a veritable carte blanche for rambling. The second was political. The rambling gave him an opportunity to get to know the officers scattered throughout the West and to assess their political views, thereby acquiring knowledge that soon became a great asset. He roamed the West, up and down the Ohio River, Cincinnati, Fort Wayne, Limestone, Maysville, Chillicothe, Wheeling, on a 21-foot bateau or keelboat and a pirogue. He learned the craft of a waterman on western rivers. He traveled by horseback to forts south of the Ohio, riding through the wilderness carrying large sums in banknotes, not hard currency, which was too bulky. He kept extensive records: transfers, AWOLs, deserters, recruits. He established a reputation for thoroughness, accuracy, and honesty. On December 5, 1800, Lewis was promoted to captain. That month, the states selected their delegates to the Electoral College. In February 1801, those delegates created a political crisis when the count came out 73 votes each for Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr of New York, with 65 votes for Adams. The tie threw the election into the House of Representatives, where another deadlock followed, as the Federalist caucus decided to back Burr. In other words, the Federalists would not accept the outcome of the election, in which the people's choice of Jefferson was clear. So intense was the partisanship of the day, so much did the Federalists hate and fear Jefferson, that they were ready to turn the country over to Aaron Burr. Had they succeeded and made Burr the president, there would almost certainly be no republic today. Fortunately for all, Hamilton was smart enough and honest enough to realize that Jefferson was the lesser evil. He used his influence to break the deadlock. On the 36th ballot, February 17, 1801, Jefferson was chosen president and Burr was elected vice president. It was an age marked by a certain extravagance of language. What the alarmists among the Federalists feared, they said, was the general ascendancy of the worthless, the dishonest, the rapacious, the vile, the merciless, and the ungodly. Such sentiments emboldened Adams to radical measures. On March 3rd, hours before Jefferson's inaugural, Adams made his famous midnight appointments, stuffing the federal courts with Federalist judges. Not so well known, but equally outrageous, at least to the Republicans, was his commissioning of 87 men to fill vacancies in the 6 regiments of the permanent military establishment. Virtually all were Federalists, thus guaranteeing that the Army, like the courts, would remain predominantly Federalist for years to come. Or so, at least, Adams hoped. President Jefferson had other ideas. To implement them, he turned to his neighbor, Captain Meriwether Lewis of the 1st Infantry. Chapter 4. Thomas Jefferson's America, 1801. When Thomas Jefferson took the oath of office as the 3rd President of the United States on March 4, 1801, the nation contained 5,308,483 persons. Nearly 1 out of 5 was a Negro slave. Although the boundaries stretched from the Atlantic to the Mississippi River, from the Great Lakes nearly to the Gulf of Mexico, roughly 1,000 miles by 1,000 miles, only a relatively small area was occupied. 2/3 of the people lived within 50 miles of tidewater. Only 4 roads crossed the Appalachian Mountains, one from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, another from the Potomac to the Monongahela River, a third through Virginia southwestward to Knoxville, Tennessee, and the 4th through the Cumberland Gap into Kentucky. The potential of the United States was, if not limitless, certainly vast, and vastly greater if the nation could add the trans-Mississippi portion of the continent to its territory. In 1801, however, it was not clear the country could hold on to its existing territory between the Appalachians and the Mississippi, much less add more western land. Fewer than 1 out of 10 Americans, about 500,000 people, lived west of the Appalachian Mountains, but as the Whiskey Rebellion had shown, they were already disposed to think of themselves as the germ of an independent nation that would find its outlet to the world marketplace not across the mountains to the Atlantic seaboard, but by the Ohio and Mississippi River system to the Gulf of Mexico. This threat of secession was quite real. The United States was only 18 years old, had itself come into existence by an act of rebellion and secession, had changed its form of government just 12 years earlier, and thus was in a fluid political situation. In addition, it seemed unlikely that one nation could govern an entire continent. The distances were just too great. A critical fact in the world of 1801 was that nothing moved faster than the speed of a horse. No human being, no manufactured item, no bushel of wheat, no side of beef, or any beef on the hoof for that matter, no letter, no information, no idea, order, or instruction of any kind moved faster. Nothing ever had moved any faster, and as far as Jefferson's contemporaries were able to tell, nothing ever would. And except on a racetrack, no horse moved very fast. Road conditions in the United States ranged from bad to abominable, and there weren't very many of them. The best highway in the country ran from Boston to New York. It took a light stagecoach, carrying only passengers, their baggage, and the mail, changing horses at every way station, 3 full days to make the 175-mile journey. The 100 miles from New York to Philadelphia took 2 days. South of the new capital city of Washington, D.C., there were no roads suitable for a stagecoach. Everything moved on horseback. Of 8 rivers between here, Monticello, and Washington, Jefferson wrote in 1801, 5 have neither bridges nor boats. It took Jefferson 10 days to go the 225 miles from Monticello to Philadelphia. To the west, beyond the mountains, there were no roads at all, only trails. To move men or mail from the Mississippi River to the Atlantic seaboard took 6 weeks or more. Anything heavier than a letter took 2 months at least. Bulky items, such as bushels of grain, bales of fur, barrels of whiskey, or kegs of gunpowder, could be moved only by horse, ox, or mule-drawn wagons, whose carrying capacity was severely limited, even where roads existed. People took it for granted that things would always be this way. The idea of progress based on technological improvements or mechanics, the notion of a power source other than muscle, falling water, or wind, was utterly alien to virtually every American. Writing in the last decade of the 19th century about conditions in the year of Jefferson's inaugural, Henry Adams observed that, great as were the material obstacles in the path of the United States, the greatest obstacle of all was in the human mind. Down to the close of the 18th century, no change had occurred in the world which warranted practical men in assuming that great changes were to come. Jefferson was an exception. He had a marvelous imagination. Monticello was stuffed with gadgets he had invented. He also had developed practical devices for the general good of mankind. Farmers in Europe and America up to the end of the 18th century had used wooden plows with straight moldboards that showed no improvement over those of the ancient Romans. It was Jefferson who developed the curved moldboard plow. In 1793, he saw a hot air balloon ascent. Though it was presented as an entertainment, he at once saw a potential practical application. The security of the thing appeared so great, he wrote to his daughter Martha, that I wish for one sincerely to travel in, as instead of 10 days, I should be within 5 hours of home. With regard to travel by air, Jefferson was a full century ahead of the curve. With regard to travel by land, he imagined the possibility of locomotion by something other than horsepower. He was attracted by the idea of using steam power to move carriages. In 1802, he predicted, "The introduction of so powerful an agent as steam to a carriage on wheels will make a great change in the situation of man." Jefferson was 100 years ahead of the automobile, however powered. He never saw a train. With regard to travel by water, Jefferson in 1801 could not imagine any way to overcome the difficulties or to improve the advantages of this most essential means of transportation for commerce. At the beginning of the 19th century, all heavy items or items in any quantity moved over water, either in canoes powered by human muscle, or on rafts floating down rivers, or on barges on canals drawn by mules, or on sailing ships propelled by the wind. Because the movement of commerce was by water, Americans of 1801 were constantly thinking about water. Their heads were full of schemes to build canals, using locks to advance upriver or to go around rapids. Jefferson wrote of "a people occupied as we are in opening rivers, digging navigable canals, making roads." Since the birth of civilization, there had been almost no changes in commerce or transportation. Americans lived in a free and democratic society, the first in the world since ancient Greece, a society that read Shakespeare and had produced George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, but a society whose technology was barely advanced over that of the Greeks. The Americans of 1801 had more gadgets, better weapons, a superior knowledge of geography, and other advantages over the ancients, but they could not move goods or themselves or information by land or water any faster than had the Greeks and Romans. In Henry Adams's words, Rip Van Winkle, who woke from his long slumber about the year 1800, saw little that was new to him except the head of President Washington where that of King George had once hung. Describing the mindset of the time, Adams wrote, "Experience forced on men's minds the conviction that what had ever been must ever be." But only 60 years later, when Abraham Lincoln took the oath of office as the 16th President of the United States, Americans could move bulky items in great quantity farther in an hour than Americans of 1801 could do in a day, whether by land, 25 miles per hour on railroads, or water, 10 miles an hour upstream on a steamboat. This great leap forward in transportation, a factor of 20 or more, in so short a space of time must be reckoned as the greatest and most unexpected revolution of all, except for another technological revolution, the transmitting of information. In Jefferson's day, it took 6 weeks to move information from the Mississippi River to Washington, D.C. In Lincoln's, information moved over the same route by telegraph, all but instantaneously. Time and distance, mountains and rivers meant something entirely different to Thomas Jefferson from what they meant to Abraham Lincoln. Rivers dominated Jefferson's thinking about North America. For the immediate future, he was determined to get control of New Orleans for the United States so as to prevent the West from breaking away from the United States. Beyond that, he sought an all-water route through the unexplored western two-thirds of the continent. When Robert Gray sailed Columbia into the estuary of the river he named for his ship and fixed its latitude and longitude, mankind knew for the first time how far the continent extended. Knowing the exact location of the mouth of the Columbia represented a great triumph of 18th century science and exploration. Most closely associated with England's Captain James Cook, the second great age of discovery had used the sextant and other navigational devices to delineate the continents and the seacoasts of the world, the great harbors and the mouths of the great rivers, with precision on the map, and with descriptions of the landforms and native people. What remained to be discovered on Earth was the interior of Africa, Australia, the Arctic and Antarctic, and the western two-thirds of North America. The latter was most important to Europeans and Americans. It was known to be vast, some 2,000 miles from the Mississippi River to the mouth of the Columbia. It was known to contain a wealth of furs. It was presumed to contain immense quantities of coal, salt, iron, gold, and silver. It was assumed that the soil and rainfall conditions were similar to those in Kentucky, Ohio, and Tennessee, which is to say, ideal for agriculture. But what was not known, or what was assumed but was badly wrong, was more important than what was known. Donald Jackson, the great Lewis and Clark scholar, points out that although Jefferson had the most extensive library in the world on the geography, cartography, natural history, and ethnology of that awesome terra incognita west of the Mississippi, when he took the oath of office in 1801, he believed these things: that the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia might be the highest on the continent, that the mammoth, the giant ground sloth, and other prehistoric creatures would be found along the upper Missouri, that a mountain of pure salt a mile long lay somewhere on the Great Plains, that volcanoes might still be erupting in the badlands of the upper Missouri, that all the great rivers of the West, the Missouri, Columbia, Colorado, and Rio Grande, rose from a single height of land and flowed off in their several directions to the seas of the hemisphere. Most important, he believed there might be a water connection, linked by a low portage across the mountains, that would lead to the Pacific. Louisiana in 1801, that part of North America lying between the Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains, was up for grabs. The contestants were the British coming out of Canada, the Spanish coming up from Texas and California, the French coming up the Mississippi, Missouri from New Orleans, the Russians coming down from the northwest, and the Americans coming from the east. And, of course, there were already inhabitants who possessed the land and were determined to hold on to it. There were scores of Indian tribes living across Louisiana, but given their lack of effective political organization, their inability to combine forces into an alliance, their utter dependence on whites for rifles, and the experience of Americans east of the Appalachians in the 17th and 18th centuries, and in Kentucky and Ohio in the 1790s, it could be taken for granted that the conquest of the Indian tribes would be bloody, costly, time-consuming, but certain. Jefferson's attitude toward Indians was the exact opposite of his attitude toward Negroes. He thought of Indians as noble savages who could be civilized and brought into the body politic as full citizens. In 1785, he wrote, "I believe the Indian then to be in body and mind equal to the white man." He thought the only difference between Indians and white men was religion and the savage behavior of the Indians, which was caused by the environment in which the Indian lived. Never did he say that the perceived shortcomings of the Negro, such as laziness or thievery, were caused by their condition as slaves. keenly interested in Indian ethnology, an avid collector of Indian vocabularies, he had not the slightest interest in African ethnology or African vocabularies. When Jefferson or young Virginians like Lewis and Clark looked at an Indian, they saw a noble savage ready to be transformed into a civilized citizen. When they looked at a Negro, they saw something less than a human, something more than an animal. Never in their lives did they imagine the possibility of a black man's becoming a full citizen. William Clark tried to adopt a part Indian boy as his own son. He would not have dreamed of adopting a black boy as his own son. Spain claimed to own Louisiana, which was roughly defined as that part of the interior of the continent drained by the Missouri River and the southwestern tributaries of the Mississippi River. But, except for a handful of weak garrisons scattered along the Mississippi and anchored by New Orleans in the south and St. Louis in the north, Spain had no effective force in the empire. The British had fur trading interests in upper Louisiana and a claim of sorts to the Oregon country west of the Rockies. The Russians had interests in the area around and north of the mouth of the Columbia. The Spanish had some vague claims to the entire Pacific coast. The French, who had once owned Louisiana and whose people, French Canadians, were the only white men to have much experience in Louisiana, were considering reasserting their position. But European ambitions for the inland empire were more theoretical than real, partly because the chief concerns of the contestants were their wars with one another within Europe, even more because of time and distance, mountains and rivers. In 1801, the European nations were no more capable of exploring, conquering, settling, and exploiting the western two-thirds of North America than they had been in the preceding 3 centuries. Nor was the United States, not immediately anyway, but Mr. Jefferson's America had 2 great advantages over its European rivals. First, citizens of the United States were crossing the Appalachians and settling in the Ohio country, right up to the eastern bank of the Mississippi. Indeed, a handful of Americans had already crossed the Mississippi to settle, most of them illegally, in upper Louisiana. Americans, in short, were beginning to take physical possession of lands to which the Europeans had only claims or hopes. The second great advantage was that the United States had Thomas Jefferson for its leader. But on the day of Jefferson's inaugural, frontiersmen west of the mountains could move their bulky agricultural products to market only by river, which meant via the Ohio-Mississippi route. That economic fact dictated politics. The Americans of the West would join Spain, France, or Britain, or whoever controlled New Orleans, or create their own nation and take New Orleans for themselves. Vice President Aaron Burr was full of plots and schemes and conspiracies to break the West loose from the United States and form a new nation. Jefferson would have none of it. He believed in what he called an empire of liberty. Our Confederacy must be viewed as the nest from which all America, North or South, is to be peopled, he wrote even before the Constitution was adopted, and as president he said that he awaited with impatience the day when the continent would be settled by a people speaking the same language, governed in similar forms, and by similar laws. In an age of imperialism, he was the greatest empire builder of all. His mind encompassed the continent. From the beginning of the Revolution, he thought of the United States as a nation stretching from sea to sea. More than any other man, he made that happen. His motives were many. He sought greatness for himself and for his nation. He rejected the thought of North America's being divided up into nation-states on the European model. He wanted the principles of the American Revolution spread over the continent, shared equally by all. He was one of the principal authors of the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, as revolutionary a document as his Declaration of Independence. The ordinance provided for the admission into the Union of from 3 to 5 states from the territory east of the Mississippi and north of the Ohio, when the territories had a large enough population. These states would be fully equal to the original 13. Thanks to Thomas Jefferson, the United States would be an empire without colonies, an empire of equals. The ordinance helped bind the Trans-Appalachian region to the United States. What mountains and rivers threatened to drive asunder, Jefferson helped to overcome through a political act. But it was not just the largeness of his mind that made Jefferson an imperialist. One of his basic motives was land hunger. Jefferson and his fellow Virginia planters made their living through tobacco and slavery demanded the unending acquisition of new land. Jefferson's actions as wartime governor of Virginia showed more clearly than anything else the centrality of Western lands to his politics. He was elected governor in 1779. The next year, the British invaded the Carolinas. Virginia was in no position to aid its beleaguered neighbor states to the south because Jefferson had invested Virginia's military resources in George Rogers Clark's campaign to conquer British outposts in the region north of the Ohio River. Jefferson's passion to take full possession of Western lands almost cost the United States their independence. As a politician, Jefferson was keenly sensitive to the needs and dreams of his constituents. In Virginia, his supporters were small farmers, men who, after the Revolution, were apprehensive about the obvious trend to ever larger plantations tilled by slave labor. They looked to the west for new and cheaper lands, especially in the rich virgin soil beyond the mountains. There, they could raise bumper crops that could be sent quickly to the world market via the fabulous river system of the Ohio-Mississippi. While the Northwest Territories were being settled, in Jefferson's view, the trans-Mississippi Western Empire could serve as a vast reservation for Indians displaced from east of the river. There, they could learn to farm and become civilized so that they could be incorporated into the body politic. Eventually, Louisiana would be available for farmers emigrating from the east or immigrating from Europe. There was land enough for all in a United States stretching from sea to sea, land enough to sustain the American dream for centuries to come. Henry Adams wrote, "Jefferson aspired beyond the ambition of a nationality and embraced in his view the whole future of man. He wished to bring a new era. In 1801 he set himself to the task of governing with a golden age in view." The Spanish might have title to Louisiana, the French might have interests in Louisiana, the British might have designs on Louisiana, the Spanish and French and Russians and British might be contemplating exercising vague titles to or otherwise meddling in Oregon, but in Jefferson's mind it would all be part of the United States in due course. Most of his countrymen agreed with him. Like him, they thought big. Henry Adams described the American of 1801 in these words: "Stripped for the hardest work, every muscle firm and elastic, every ounce of brain ready for use, and not a trace of superfluous flesh on his nervous and supple body, the American stood in the world a new order of man." Adams was generalizing, but he could have been describing Meriwether Lewis. Chapter 5. The President's Secretary, 1801 to 1802. On February 23, 1801, 11 days before his inauguration, President-elect Jefferson wrote Captain Lewis. He said he needed a secretary, not only to aid in the private concerns of the household, but also to contribute to the mass of information which it is interesting for the administration to acquire. Your knowledge of the Western country, of the Army, and of all its interests and relations has rendered it desirable that you should be engaged in that office. The salary would be only $500 per year, scarcely more than the pay and rations that Lewis would have to relinquish, although Jefferson assured him that he would retain his rank and his right to promotion. Further, service as the President's secretary would make you know and be known to characters of influence in the affairs of our country and give you the advantage of their wisdom. He would live in the President's house as you would be one of my family. Jefferson wrote a job description. The office is more in the nature of that of an aide-de-camp than a mere secretary. The writing is not considerable because I write my own letters and copy them in a press. The care of our company, execution of some commissions in the town occasionally, messages to Congress, occasional conferences and explanations with particular members, with the offices and inhabitants of the place where it cannot so well be done in writing, constitute the chief business. The President's secretary would be paid from the President's private funds and provided with a servant and a horse, also at the President's expense. The post has been solicited by several who will have no answer till I hear from you. He requested an immediate reply. It took almost 2 weeks for Jefferson's letter to reach Lewis in Pittsburgh. On March 7th, Lewis expressed his joy in a letter to his company commander, tent mate and fellow Virginian, Captain Ferdinand Claiborne. I cannot withhold from you, my friend, the agreeable intelligence I received on my arrival at this place, Pittsburgh, by way of a very polite note from Thomas Jefferson, the newly elected President of the United States, signifying his wish that I should accept the office of his private secretary. This unbounded as well as unexpected confidence, conferred on me by a man whose virtue and talents I have ever adored, and always conceived second to none, I must confess did not fail to raise me somewhat in my own estimation, insomuch that I have almost prevailed on myself to believe that my abilities are equal to the task. However, be that as it may, I am resolved to accept it, and shall therefore set forward to the city of Washington in a few days. I deem the prospect too flattering to be neglected by a man of my standing and prospects in life." He closed the euphoric letter with a hint of his instinct for politics, along with the air of self-importance that went with being the President's secretary. "I shall take the liberty of informing you of the most important political occurrences of our government, or such of them as I may feel myself at liberty to give." The maddening delays and infrequency of the mails forced the eager young man to wait 3 days before he could post his reply to Jefferson. In a letter dated March 10th, Lewis explained, "Not until too late on Friday last to answer by that day's mail did I receive yours of the 23rd ult, asking that I accept the place of your private secretary." He immediately got to the point. "I most cordially acquiesce, and with pleasure accept the office." After profuse thanks for the honor, Lewis promised to get forward to the city of Washington with all possible dispatch. "Rest assured I shall not relax in my exertions. Receive, I pray you, sir, the most undissembled assurance of the attachment and friendship of your most obedient and very humble servant, Meriwether Lewis." He set off at once, but spring rains, a lame horse, and miserable roads conspired to slow his progress. It took him 3 weeks to get from Pittsburgh to Washington, where he arrived on the afternoon of April 1st. Shortly thereafter, he wrote his friend Thornton Gilmer of Albemarle, "I feel my situation in the President's family an extremely pleasant one. I very little expected that I possessed the confidence of Mr. J. in so far as to have produced on his part a voluntary offer of the office of his private secretary. However, nothing is extraordinary in these days of revolution and reform." He was active in reform. Jefferson had a specific mission in mind when he offered the post to Lewis, who became a key participant in one of the President's most important projects, one of the planks in his election campaign, reducing the size of the Army. In a letter of February 23, 1801, to General James Wilkinson, commanding general of the Army, asking Wilkinson to release Captain Lewis from active service while allowing him to retain his rank and right to promotion, Jefferson had explained that he had chosen Lewis on the basis of a personal acquaintance with him, owing from his being of my neighborhood. But the President had something more specific in mind. He knew Lewis not only as a neighbor, but as a solid Republican and as an Army officer who, because of his responsibilities as paymaster, had traveled extensively throughout the Trans-Appalachian region, visiting the various Army posts, and thus a man who knew the officer corps well. Jefferson's somewhat cryptic reference to Lewis's knowledge of the Western country, of the Army, and of all its interests and relations was a reference not to an upcoming exploration of the Missouri River country, but to politics. What Jefferson wanted first of all from Lewis was help in reducing the grip of the Federalists on the Army officer corps. Jefferson intended to reduce the size of the Army by 1/2. This was good Republican principle and sound policy. The undeclared war with France was over, and relations with the British were quiet. Money could be saved by the government, also solid Republican principle, if the number of officers was cut back, something that made sense in any event because of the way John Adams and the Federalists had swelled the ranks of the officer corps during the war scare of 1798, and again through Adams's midnight appointments in March 1801. If officers were going to be cut, Jefferson figured it should be done, at least to some extent, on the same basis according to which they had been given their commissions, partisan politics. But Jefferson had never worn a uniform. He did not know even the senior, much less the junior officers in the Army. He did not know which officers were competent, which were extreme Federalists, which were inferior, which superior. But his young friend Meriwether Lewis knew, and Jefferson could count on him to evaluate the officer corps with complete candor. Thus, Lewis's first task as Jefferson's secretary was to go through a roster from the War Department listing all commissioned officers. Using a simple code of symbols, +$, +$, or 00, or £, etc., Lewis passed a judgment on every officer in the Army. There were 11 symbols in all. The first, denote such officers as are of the first class, so esteemed from a superiority of genius and military proficiency. The second showed officers of the second class, respectable. The third listed the same, Republican. The fourth covered officers whose politics Lewis could not positively ascertain. Fifth, officers without politics. Sixth, those opposed to the administration, otherwise respectable. Seventh, more decisively opposed to the administration. Eighth, most violently opposed to the administration and still active in its vilification. Ninth, professional soldiers without a political creed. 10th, unworthy of the commissions they bear. Finally, unknown to us. Jefferson did not take a meat axe to the Federalists on Lewis's list. If one puts the list beside the names of the officers dismissed from the service, it is clear that in the winnowing process, military qualifications were given much greater consideration than party preference. Federalist officers rated superior by Lewis retained their commissions. Of those rated acceptable, 7 of 18 were retained. This was good politics as well as good military policy. Jefferson wanted to bring the country together, not make it more divided than it already was, and of course he hoped to win over at least some Federalists to his cause, so he had to keep some Federalists in the Army. But all except one of those noted as most violently opposed to the administration were dropped. Despite the purge, Federalist officers continued to outnumber Republicans by a majority of 140 to 38. The only senior officer thought to be sympathetic to the Republicans was Wilkinson, and he was notorious for swimming with the tide. Jefferson had not gone as far as his more extreme supporters wished. Secretary of War Henry Dearborn complained, "We have been much more liberal towards them, the Federalists, than they would be towards us, and in future I think we ought to give them measure for measure." Jefferson put it well when he commented, "The Army is undergoing a chaste reformation." Lewis had been invaluable in bringing it about on a fair rather than an excessively partisan basis. Beyond his active role in the reduction of the Army, Lewis's duties were varied and not particularly exciting. He spent long hours at the writing desk performing menial tasks such as drawing up a list of all U.S. postmasters with their locations and compensation, a total of 20 pages. He copied many other routine documents, including a list of prisoners in the Washington jail as of March 29, 1802, an extract of a letter of March 6, 1802, 4 pages of a report on the cost of a naval arsenal on December 4, 1802, and so on. He delivered messages from Jefferson to Congress. It was tedious work, but instructive. Abigail Adams, the first resident of the President's house, called it the Great Castle and hated the place. It was too large, 23 rooms, and basically unfurnished and unfinished. Mrs. Adams complained that it took 30 servants to run the place. The roof leaked. The walls were unplastered. In the nearest stable at 14th and G Streets, John Adams told his successor, were 7 horses and 2 carriages in the stables that were the property of the United States and available for the President's use. Jefferson ran the place with only 11 servants, brought up from Monticello. There were no more powdered wigs, much less ceremony. Washington and Adams, according to Republican critics, had kept up almost a royal court. Jefferson substituted Republican simplicity, to a point. He had a French chef and French wines he personally selected. His salary was $25,000 per year, a princely sum, but the expenses were also great. In 1801, Jefferson spent $6,500 for provisions and groceries, $2,700 for servants, some of whom were liveried, $500 for Lewis's salary, $3,000 for wine. And it turned out he had to buy his own horses. Congress, thinking it an outrage that the government should pay for the President's horses, ordered that the ones Adams had turned over to Jefferson be sold. Adams was so mortified over this action that he left town before the inauguration. Jefferson was a widower. His 2 daughters were married and had their husbands, children, and own affairs to look after. Secretary of State James Madison and his wife, Dolly, stayed with Jefferson in the President's house for several weeks in May 1801, and Dolly Madison often acted as hostess for dinner parties, but essentially the President's house was a bachelor house in the years Lewis lived there. Other than the servants, Jefferson and Lewis were the only residents. On May 28, 1801, shortly after the Madisons took their own residence, Jefferson wrote his daughter Martha, "Captain Lewis and myself are like 2 mice in a church." They ate together, spent the evenings together, usually with guests, and worked closely together, especially on matters concerning the Army. Jefferson came to know Lewis as well as he knew any man. He later praised Lewis for, among other attributes, sound understanding and a fidelity to truth. But he also noted, "While he lived with me in Washington, I observed at times sensible depressions of mind." He had seen the same melancholy in Lewis's father and felt it was a malady that ran in the family. Knowing their constitutional source, I estimated their course by what I had seen in the family. Lewis's depressions, in other words, did not unduly alarm the president or last long, but Jefferson could not help noticing them. Lewis's quarters were in what became the East Room. It contained almost no furniture and was damp, cold, drafty, and depressing. Abigail Adams had hung her wash in it. Life in the president's house, however, was as exciting and rewarding to Lewis as life in the White House has been to most of the young people lucky enough to live or work there in the following 2 centuries. First of all, there was that daily association with Jefferson. No American has ever surpassed Jefferson, and fewer than a handful have ever equaled him, as friend, teacher, guide, model, leader, companion. Dumas Malone, author of the definitive multi-volume biography, called Jefferson this extraordinarily versatile and seemingly inexhaustible man. For Lewis, left fatherless as a child, 31 years younger than Jefferson, the president was all that and a father figure as well. Lewis took his meals with the president and was almost always present when he entertained, which was 4 or 5 nights a week. The dinner parties were small affairs, usually 2 or 3 guests, sometimes 6 to 8, never more than a dozen. One of the guests, Mahlon Dickerson, 4 years older than Lewis, was a lawyer from Philadelphia and a politician who later became governor of New Jersey and then a cabinet officer. He noted in a letter that Jefferson is accused of being very slovenly in his dress, and to be sure he is not very particular in that respect, but however he may neglect his person, he takes good care of his table. No man in America keeps a better. "You drink as you please and converse at your ease," another guest reported. The table was an oval one, encouraging a general conversation. The talk flowed freely on any subject that interested Jefferson, which meant practically all subjects. But the concentration was on natural science, geography, natural philosophy, Indian affairs, and, of course, politics. Jefferson had promised Lewis that if he accepted the appointment, he would know and be known to characters of influence in the affairs of our country, and give you the advantage of their wisdom. And that was exactly what happened. Lewis sat with the Republican High Command, including such regulars as Madison, Dearborn, Secretary of the Treasury Albert Gallatin, and Attorney General Levi Lincoln. Non-political guests included the poet and journalist Joel Barlow, the artist Charles Wilson Peale, the author Thomas Paine, the poet Philip Freneau, and other writers, scientists, and travelers. Lewis and Dickerson, who met at Jefferson's table, became good friends. Lewis visited him in Philadelphia, where young bachelor Dickerson moved in the highest social circles. Dickerson kept a diary with such entries as Friday 14th, May 1802. A fine day. Captain Lewis and others dined with me. Went to see Rennie's Deceptions. Much pleased. Rennie was a magician and ventriloquist. Wednesday 19th, May. Cloudy and rainy part of the day. Cold at evening. Spent the evening at Mademoiselle Free's with Captain L. Friday 21st. Clear in morning, rained very hard p.m. Rode out with Captain L. to Dr. Logan's, dinner there, retired at evening. George Logan was a physician and U.S. Senator and a founder of the American Philosophical Society, in which Dickerson was active and Jefferson was a member. It was a feature of Jefferson's personality that he reached out to men older and younger than he, men with different life experiences who could bring to his table perspectives and information foreign to him. Henry Adams wrote, 3 more agreeable men than Jefferson, James Madison, and Albert Gallatin were never collected round the dinner table of the White House, and their difference in age was enough to add zest to their friendship. Jefferson was 58 years of age in 1801, Madison 50, Gallatin 40, and Lewis 27. Lewis's activities with Dickerson added to the list of famous men with whom he visited. Monday 24th. A charming day. Rode with Captain L. to Wilmington on a visit to John Dickinson. He was from home. We put up at Craig's. John Dickinson was the revolutionary pamphleteer who wrote The Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania in 1768. That same week, Lewis and Dickerson dined with Pennsylvania Governor Thomas McKean, former member of the Continental Congress and signer of the Declaration of Independence. On a visit to Philadelphia a year later, Lewis joined Dickerson for dinner with Henry Sheaf, a merchant who had been the provider of wine and sundries for President Washington when the capital was in Philadelphia. Clearly, Captain Lewis was moving in elite circles. In August 1802, Jefferson retired to Monticello for a 2-month vacation. Lewis accompanied him and stayed at the Clabbered House 3 miles east of Monticello on the estate called Franklin, home of Ben Franklin's grandson, William Bache. Being there allowed Lewis to visit his mother, brothers, and sister at Locust Hill and to attend dinners at Monticello. One Albemarle planter, Lewis's schoolboy friend Peachy Gilmer, called the company that gathered at Jefferson's table the most accomplished and elegant society that has been anywhere at any time within my knowledge in Virginia. Meriwether Lewis was too sometimes with us, sometimes absent. In Washington, Lewis was on the move much of every day, carrying messages and invitations, gathering information for his boss. He had the honor of copying and then delivering Jefferson's first State of the Union address to Congress. This broke the precedent set by Washington and Adams, who had delivered their speeches in person. Jefferson thought that practice a bit monarchical. Besides, he disliked making public speeches. The summer of 1802 was marked by a juicy scandal full of invective and slander, leaks from men in high places, hush money, blackmail, and charges of immoral sexual conduct and miscegenation by Jefferson. Meriwether Lewis was involved in his capacity as aide and messenger for the president. The scandal had its origins in 1798, when Jefferson leaked some information on foreign affairs to a Richmond journalist named James Thompson Callender. It was not new or secret information, but it had received little publicity, and Jefferson wanted it known, although he did not want his having supplied it to Callender to be known. He asked Callender to attribute what he had supplied to an unnamed source, which was done. Jefferson then read some of the page proof of a book Callender was writing, The Prospect Before Us, for the 1800 presidential campaign, and approved of what he saw. He wrote Callender, "Such papers cannot fail to produce the best effect. They inform the thinking part of the nation." But the work as a whole turned out to be full of such spleen and scurrility that Jefferson disapproved of it and feared its extreme language would help the Federalists and hurt the Republicans. For example, Callender called Washington the Grand Lama of federal adoration, the immaculate divinity of Mount Vernon, and described Adams as a hideous hermaphroditical character which has neither the force and firmness of a man nor the gentleness and sensibility of a woman. Callender was arrested for his words, tried before Supreme Court Justice and Arch-Federalist Samuel Chase on charges of violating the Sedition Act of 1798, found guilty, fined $200, and thrown into prison. By the time Jefferson became president, Callender had paid his fine and served his 9-month sentence. Jefferson gave him a pardon. He could do no other, not so much because Callender had been his supporter in the election, as because he and his party had denounced the Sedition Act, along with the Alien Act, as unconstitutional in the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions. When he granted the pardon, Jefferson also ordered the fine returned to Callender, who was pleading poverty and simultaneously demanding the postmaster position in Richmond. But a series of red tape delays held up the repayment. Callender came to Washington in May 1801 to demand his money. He accused Jefferson of going back on his word and said, among other things, that it would have been advantageous to Jefferson's reputation if his head had been cut off 5 minutes before he began his inaugural address. In a letter of May 29th to James Monroe, the governor of Virginia, who had suggested raising the $200 by private contributions in order to get Callender to shut up, Jefferson related what happened next. Understanding he, Callender, was in distress, I sent Captain Lewis to him with $50 to inform him we were making some inquiries as to his fine, which would take a little time, and lest he should suffer in the meantime I had sent him, etc. But Callender wanted that postmastership, not a paltry $50. Jefferson's report to Monroe continued, His language to Captain Lewis was very high-toned. He intimated that he was in possession of things which he could and would make use of in a certain case, that he received the $50 not as a charity but a due, in fact as hush money, that I knew what he expected, namely a certain office, and more to this effect. Such a misconstruction of my charities puts an end to them forever. He knows nothing of me which I am not willing to declare to the world myself. Jefferson absolutely refused to make the appointment or have anything further to do with Callender. Monroe regretted that Lewis had handed the money over to the man, although it is not clear whether Lewis did so before or after Callender made his threats. Callender went back to Richmond, where he switched political sides and began publishing scurrilous attacks on Jefferson in the Richmond Recorder. These were picked up by Federalist papers around the country, including Hamilton's organ, the New York Evening Post. In the summer of 1802, the vengeful campaign of the embittered Callender reached its crescendo. Jefferson was deeply hurt, not so much by what Callender charged as by the readiness of men he respected, including Hamilton, to believe the slanders. "With the aid of a lying renegade from republicanism," he wrote, "the Federalists have opened all their sluices of calumny." The charges were: Jefferson had a slave mistress, Black Sally, who had borne him several children. Jefferson had approached another man's wife when the man was away. Jefferson had cheated on a debt. The first charge lives on. The second charge was true and was later admitted to by Jefferson. The third was false. Within a year, Callender had fallen into a 3-foot pool of water, dead drunk, and drowned. The Federalists tried to pound Jefferson with the charges in the election of 1804, without effect. By that time, Lewis had left Washington. Beyond vicious partisanship and vile political journalism, what had Meriwether Lewis learned in the first 2 years of his life in Washington? A great deal about practical politics, including the politics of the U.S. Army. He was an insider's insider in Washington, privy to the president's hopes, plans, ambitions, and secrets. He got to know and be known to the elite of Washington and Philadelphia. His biographer Richard Dillon wrote that the president's house served as an ideal finishing school for Lewis. Further, he advanced his scientific education. He was introduced to new instruments of navigation. He listened to discussions of the geography of North America and the world, and of the Indians of the United States. He heard experts on the birds and animals and plant life of the eastern United States, and speculation on what lay beyond the Mississippi River. In addition to the school of the practical and scientific, he greatly expanded his understanding of philosophy, literature, and history. He read extensively in Jefferson's library, and somehow, from someone, who else could it have been but Jefferson, he learned how to write. A distinct difference is evident between Lewis's writing before 1800 and after 1802. His sense of pace, his timing, his word choice, his rhythm, his similes and analogies all improved. He sharpened his descriptive powers. He learned how to catch a reader up in his own response to events and places, to express his emotions naturally and effectively. Though his sentences remained convoluted and cried out for punctuation, he managed to carry them off by retaining a flow of narrative interspersed with personal observations and reactions, all held together by using the right phrase at the precise moment in an arrangement of words that stands the ultimate test of being read aloud and making perfect sense, while catching the sights and sounds and drama and emotion of the moment in a way that can be compared to the stream of consciousness of James Joyce or William Faulkner, or the run-on style of Gertrude Stein. Only better, because he was not making anything up, but describing what he saw, heard, said, and did. Lewis was able, through his writing, to take us 2 centuries later to the unexplored Missouri River, Rocky Mountain, and Oregon wilderness country of 1804-6, to meet Indian tribes untouched by European influence, to paint their portraits in words that capture the economic, political, and social conditions of their lives, along with their vibrancy, savagery, beliefs, habits, manners, and customs in a way never since surpassed and seldom matched. The journals he wrote are among his greatest achievements and constitute a priceless gift to the American people. All thanks, apparently, to lessons learned from Mr. Jefferson during his 2 years of intimate contact with the president in his house. Chapter 6. The Origins of the Expedition, 1750 to 1802. Jefferson's interest in exploring the country between the Mississippi River and the Pacific Ocean ran back a full half-century. His father had been a member of the Loyal Land Company, which had been awarded by the Crown some 800,000 acres west of the Appalachian Mountains. In 1750, one member of the company, Thomas Walker, founder of the town of Charlottesville, led a small party over the mountains to locate lands. In his travels, he crossed the Cumberland Gap. 3 years later, 10-year-old Thomas Jefferson's teacher, the Reverend James Maury, made plans to explore farther west for the Loyal Company. In January 1756, Maury wrote, "Some persons were to be sent in search of that river Missouri in order to discover whether it had any communication with the Pacific Ocean. They were to follow the river if they found it, and exact reports of the country they passed through, the distances they traveled, what worth of navigation those rivers and lakes afforded, etc. Thomas Walker was once again chosen to lead the expedition, but the French and Indian War intervened before he could get started. Nothing came of the plan after the war. In the decade following the winning of independence, there were 4 American plans to explore the West. Jefferson was the instigator of 3 of them. Within weeks of the conclusion of the Revolutionary War, Jefferson wrote General George Rogers Clark, the man who had won the Old Northwest for the United States, to report that some British capitalists had subscribed a very large sum of money for exploring the country from the Mississippi to California. They pretend it is only to promote knowledge. I am afraid they have thoughts of colonizing into that quarter. Some of us have been talking here in a feeble way of making the attempt to search that country. How would you like to lead such a party? General Clark replied, "It is what I think we ought to do." Not, however, the way Jefferson proposed to do it. Clark warned that sending a large party, as Jefferson intended, would be a mistake. Large parties will never answer the purpose. They will alarm the Indian nations they pass through. 3 or 4 young men well qualified for the task might perhaps complete your wishes at a very trifling expense. He thought it would take 4 or 5 years, and regretted that his own business affairs precluded his going. Again, nothing happened. 2 years later, in 1785, Jefferson was in Paris as minister to France. There he learned that Louis XVI was sending out an expedition to the Pacific Northwest under the command of Jean-François de Galaup, Comte de la Pérouse. The French government said the objective was strictly scientific, but Jefferson knew at once that La Pérouse was looking for something more than the Northwest Passage. He wrote on August 14th, "They, the French, give out that the object is merely for the improvement of our knowledge. Their loading and some other circumstances appear to me to indicate some other design, perhaps that of colonizing on the west coast of America, or perhaps to establish 1 or more factories there for the fur trade." He added that the real question was whether the French were yet weaned from their desire to have colonies in North America. Admiral John Paul Jones reported to him that they had not, that the La Pérouse expedition was preparing the way for French fur trade and colonization on the northwestern coast. The following summer, 1786, Jefferson met John Ledyard, who had sailed with Captain Cook and, as a consequence, was the first American to set foot in the Pacific Northwest. A born wanderer, a great talker, intense, dynamic, he convinced Jefferson that he could travel by land from Moscow to easternmost Siberia, cross the Bering Sea on a Russian fur trade vessel, then walk across the North American continent and eventually march into the capital to announce that he had arrived to report on the West. Ledyard proposed to do this with 2 dogs. Jefferson was supportive. Ledyard set forth. He made it to Siberia, where the absurd idea died when Ledyard was arrested by Empress Catherine the Great and sent back to Poland. La Pérouse, meanwhile, had sailed around South America, come up to the northwestern coast, taken observations and scouted for trading posts, and set sail for home. In January 1788, he made port in Botany Bay, Australia. When he left Botany, he vanished. The wreckage of his vessels was found 40 years later on an island north of the New Hebrides. In 1790, United States Secretary of War Henry Knox tried to mount a secret Missouri River reconnaissance. In Knox's view, an enterprising officer with a non-commissioned officer well acquainted with living in the woods and perfectly capable of describing rivers and countries, accompanied by 4 or 5 hardy Indians, would, in my opinion, be the best mode of obtaining the information requested. General Hosea Harmar nominated Lieutenant John Armstrong for the command of the expedition, but warned Knox that it seems very much too adventurous. The governor of the Northwest Territory, Arthur St. Clair, was equally blunt. He told Knox, "It is, sir, I believe, at present, altogether impracticable." Lieutenant Armstrong gave it a try, but by the time he reached the Mississippi, he was ready to admit, "This is a business much easier planned than executed." Knox had said that the pocket compasses and pencils and papers would do for making maps and recording discoveries, a mark of how little he understood the problem. Armstrong, after reaching the Mississippi, made a list of items any exploring party would have to have, starting with oilcloth to secure the papers from the elements, and including proper writing instruments and scientific tools for measurements. A tent would also help. He sent in his expense account. For himself and servant, totaling $110.39 of a dollar. He never got to the west bank of the Mississippi. In 1792, Jefferson had another idea on how to explore the West. On May 11th of that year, the American sea captain Robert Gray had sailed his Columbia into the estuary of the Columbia River. Later that month, he met and traded information with Captain George Vancouver, who was making an official voyage of discovery of the Pacific coast for the British government. The discovery of the Great River of the West established the mouth of the Columbia at 124 degrees of longitude and the latitude at 46 degrees. From the results of James Cook's third voyage in 1780, Jefferson had a rough idea of the extent of the continent. With the Gray and Vancouver information, the knowledge was exact. The continent was about 3,000 miles wide. Jefferson was spurred, not depressed, by the information. He proposed to the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia that a subscription be undertaken to engage an explorer to lead an overland expedition to the Pacific. Big donors, led by George Washington, Robert Morris, and Alexander Hamilton, came in on the subscription, ensuring its success. Washington's pledge came with a matching challenge. I readily add my mite to the project and do authorize you to place me among and upon a footing with the respectable sums which may be subscribed. With such help, by January 23, 1793, the American Philosophical Society was in a position to offer £1,000 to the explorer who could make it to the Pacific and back and report on what he saw. As noted, 18-year-old Meriwether Lewis volunteered to lead the expedition, but Jefferson passed him off as obviously too young and insufficiently trained. He chose instead the French botanist André Michaux. Jefferson wrote the instructions for Michaux and went over them with Washington. Since Hamilton and other officials were also involved, the instructions can be said to represent the motives, expectations, and hopes of the Founding Fathers toward the North American West, 10 years after independence was recognized in the Treaty of Paris and at the beginning of the second term of the Washington administration. The instructions were dated April 30, 1793. The first purpose, Jefferson wrote, was to find the shortest and most convenient route of communication between the U.S. and the Pacific Ocean within the temperate latitudes. Since that was almost certain to be the Missouri River, it has therefore been declared as a fundamental object of the subscription, not to be dispensed with, that this river should be considered and explored. Because the country belonged to Spain, not the United States, Michaux should cross the Mississippi somewhere far enough north of the Spanish garrison in St. Louis to avoid the risk of being stopped. He should then march west until he struck the Missouri, follow it to the mountains, get over them, and ascend the Columbia River to the Pacific. Beyond the search for the all-water route across the continent, Jefferson told Michaux that as he proceeded he should take notice of the country you pass through, its general face, soil, river, mountains, its productions, animal, vegetable, and mineral, so far as they may be new to us and may also be useful, the latitude of places, the names, numbers, and dwellings of the inhabitants, and such particularities as you can learn of them. Jefferson had selected Michaux because he was a trained scientist. Botany, astronomy, mineralogy, and ethnology were among the subjects he had studied. Throughout, the instructions emphasized practical, useful knowledge. There was no hint of encouraging exploration for its own sake, or merely to satisfy curiosity about what was out there. This was a true Enlightenment venture. Geography was what most interested the subscribers. Ignorance of the country through which you are to pass and confidence in your judgment, zeal, and discretion, Jefferson wrote, prevent the Society from attempting more minute instructions, and even from exacting rigorous observance of those already given, except, indeed, what is the first of all objects, that you seek for and pursue that route which shall form the shortest and most convenient communication between the higher parts of the Missouri and the Pacific Ocean. Beyond the fur trade and other commerce, beyond the acquisition of knowledge, Jefferson and the subscribers wanted to tie the two coasts together, using the Missouri-Columbia waterway to form the knot, in order to create a continent-wide empire for the United States. It was a breathtaking vision. It had, however, an anticlimactic ending. Michaux got started in June 1793, but he had scarcely reached Kentucky when Jefferson discovered that he was a secret agent of the French Republic, whose chief aim was to raise a Western force to attack Spanish possessions beyond the Mississippi. At Jefferson's insistence, the French government recalled Michaux. Over the following decade, Jefferson neither spoke nor wrote about the West. Partly this was because he was so busy with politics and his other duties, but it had also become obvious that the West could not be explored by private subscription and that the federal government could not afford to sponsor an expedition. Further, conditions in the country to be explored were so totally unknown that there could be no agreement on how many men it would take, what they would need, how long it would last. But there was no hurry, for as long as Louisiana was in Spanish hands and Ohio River Valley pioneers had access to the wharves of New Orleans, the United States could afford to wait. Spain was old and decrepit, growing weaker each year. America was young and dynamic, growing stronger every day. The people who were going to transform the Mississippi Valley, from its source to New Orleans, into farms and villages would come from the United States, not from Spain. Time would come soon enough to take Louisiana from the hapless Spanish. In the spring of 1801, however, Jefferson learned of the secret treaties between France, read Napoleon, and Spain, read Napoleon's brother, that had transferred Louisiana from Spain back to France. It was called a retrocession. Jefferson was greatly alarmed. As he put it in one of his more famous passages, "There is on the globe one single spot, the possessor of which is our natural and habitual enemy. It is New Orleans, through which the produce of 3/8 of our territory must pass to market." As long as the Spanish were in possession, the United States was willing to wait before asserting sovereignty. But revolutionary France? Napoleonic France? Expansionist France? Never. Often derided as a hopelessly romantic Francophile, Jefferson was a hard-headed practitioner of realpolitik on this one. "The day that France takes possession of New Orleans fixes the sentence which is to restrain her forever within her low water mark," he warned, "because from that moment we must marry ourselves to the British fleet and nation." He let the French know of his resolve. He suggested that Napoleon cede Louisiana to the United States to eliminate the possibility of war between the former allies, a war which Jefferson warned would annihilate France on the ocean. And he flatly declared that his government would consider any attempt to land French troops in Louisiana a cause for war. That was the kind of blunt talk Americans liked to have their president use when it came to America's national interests in a clash with any foreign nation. Also persuasive was that it was based on facts. Napoleon's expeditionary force was being devastated in Santo Domingo. It was obvious France could not reconquer that colony, much less send an army to New Orleans. The British and Americans in combination would have sunk the French navy and merchant fleet. Napoleon could not defend what he owned. He could only lose in Louisiana. Why not give it to the United States and be done with the problem, and in the process reestablish the alliance between the two countries? But Napoleon had not become Emperor of France by giving things away. Though he agreed with the logic, he would rather sell than give. The Spanish, still in command in New Orleans, waiting for the French to arrive and take possession, had meanwhile withdrawn the right of deposit, the right to offload goods at the piers in New Orleans, sell them, and then reload onto sailing vessels. The immediate effect was minor. Americans could still offload directly from raft or keelboat to ships in the port or pay fees, and the Spanish gave a solid reason: smuggling had gotten completely out of hand. But decisions about Louisiana could only be made by Napoleon. Jefferson instructed the American minister in Paris, Robert Livingston, to negotiate for a tract of land on the lower Mississippi for use as a port, or, failing this, to obtain an irrevocable guarantee of the right of deposit. To reinforce Livingston, Jefferson began working on a plan to send James Monroe over to Paris as a minister plenipotentiary with specific instructions for the purchase of New Orleans for $2 million. As he talked this up among Republican leaders, Jefferson indicated he would be willing to ask Congress for up to $10 million for New Orleans. And why not? It would be cheaper than a war, and quicker. It would keep America out of an alliance with the British, the very thought of which to these Revolutionary War veterans was mortifying. It would certainly be constitutional. There was no other single thing the federal government could do that would more exactly meet its charge to improve commerce. The thought that Napoleon might be willing to sell all of Louisiana had not occurred to anyone. It was not the French who got Jefferson to start another project for an exploring expedition across the West. The retrocession had nothing to do with it, but the British. Alexander Mackenzie was a young Scotsman in the fur trade out of Montreal, working for the Northwest Company. In 1787, he was posted to a wild trading post on the west end of Lake Athabasca, in what is now northern Alberta, at 60 degrees of latitude. Though he imported enough of the comforts of civilization to Fort Chipewyan so that it was called the Athens of the North, another part of him yearned not for what had been left behind, but rather what lay ahead. In 1789, he led a small party to Great Slave Lake. On the river that now bears his name, he set out for the sea. But the river swung to the north, and Mackenzie made tidal water on the shores of the Arctic Ocean, not the Pacific. Undeterred, the next year Mackenzie tried again. He wintered at the Northwest Company's westernmost post, Fort Fork on the Peace River. From there, on May 9, 1793, he set out. Accompanying him was his fellow Scot Alexander Mackay, 6 French-Canadian voyageurs, and 2 Indians, plus a ton and a half of provisions. Within the month, he had crossed the Continental Divide at a place where it was just 3,000 feet high and easily portaged. Mackenzie reported to the Governor-General of Canada, "We carried over the height of land, which is only 700 yards broad, that separates those waters. The one empties into the northern Atlantic Ocean, and the other into the western." Mackenzie got onto the Fraser River, which he mistakenly thought was the northern tributary of the Columbia, but abandoned it when it became impassable and struck out overland for the coast. 13 days later, he made it to saltwater in the northern reaches of the Strait of Georgia. He camped that night atop a steep, overhanging rock. Using a makeshift paint of vermilion and hot grease, he inscribed on the rock, "Alexander Mackenzie, from Canada, by land, the 22nd of July, 1793. The British had their claim on the Northwestern Empire. Mackenzie got the latitude and longitude of the place. He worked out the latitude using his sextant, which measured the height of the sun above the horizon. Knowing the moment the sun crossed the local meridian made it possible for him to compute how far north of the equator he was. Longitude was much more difficult, although easy in theory. The Earth turns 360 degrees every 24 hours without variation, meaning that the passage of time is also a measure of distance from some arbitrary starting point. By 1793, Greenwich, England, down the Thames River from London, was becoming firmly established as a conventional marker for zero longitude. In 4 minutes, the turning Earth moves 1 degree in longitude. It is relatively easy to calculate longitude if the explorer knows precisely when it is noon in Greenwich and what time it is where he is standing. But it is almost impossibly difficult to calculate longitude if you can't tell the time, in either Greenwich or the wilderness. Englishman John Harrison had invented a clock that was reliable and portable, making it possible to know both times. Captain James Cook had used the Harrison chronometer in the Pacific Ocean in 1775, proving its superiority. But the rigors of overland journeys were too much for such delicate instruments. They got banged around, they got dust in them, so land explorers relied on the telescope and astronomy. Mackenzie picked out Jupiter with his telescope and noted the time when the moons Io and Ganymede disappeared behind the planet. From tables showing the times of the same events from Greenwich, Mackenzie computed a longitude of 128.2 degrees west, which was almost a degree, or 40 miles, off. He realized he had been most fortunate. A few cloudy days would have prevented me from ascertaining the final longitude of it. Clouds were always the bane of the navigator. Back at Fort Chipewyan, Mackenzie tried to prepare his journal for publication, but he fell into a depression. His biographer writes that this was his second attempt to find a practical commercial route to the Pacific, and it was at least in part a failure. He had reached the Pacific, but he knew his route could not be used for trade. He left Canada that year and never came back. Mackenzie's account was not published until 1801 in London. It was probably ghost-written, for Mackenzie was not learned enough to have written the book in its published form. The title was Voyages from Montreal on the River St. Lawrence through the continent of North America to the frozen and Pacific Ocean. Jefferson ordered a copy as soon as he heard of the book's existence, but did not have one in his hands until the summer of 1802. He was at Monticello, Lewis was with him, and when the book finally arrived, they devoured it. If the news that the British were exploring overland to the Pacific was a bit of a shock and most unwelcome, it was more than balanced by Mackenzie's evidence that, although there was only a one-day portage over a low mountain pass to a westward flowing river, that river was not navigable. But then Mackenzie had been 5 full degrees north of the Columbia when he struck the coast. If the mountains 400 miles south were similar to those he crossed, the portage would also be similar. In their minds, Jefferson and Lewis saw the Rockies as resembling the Appalachians in height and breadth. That image was greatly reinforced by Mackenzie. Geographer-historian John Logan Allen, in his seminal work, Passage Through the Garden, Lewis and Clark and the Image of the American Northwest, notes that Mackenzie said in effect that the way to the Pacific lay open and easy. According to Professor Allen, it was this simple fact of imaginary geography that gave birth to the Lewis and Clark expedition. Through those hot August days of 1802 at Monticello, Jefferson and Lewis read and talked about little else than Mackenzie. Although Mackenzie stressed that his had been a long, painful, and perilous journey, and although things had turned out badly for Mackenzie, Lewis saw a competitive challenge and an opportunity to act out his life's dream. Anything the British could do, he could do better. It was easy to point to mistakes or shortcomings in the Mackenzie expedition. He had been on a strictly commercial venture with a single purpose only, to find a practicable route for the fur trade. He had collected few specimens, made few descriptions, in general did not advance knowledge of the plant, animal, mineral, or Indian life of the country. Although nearly every sentence in the book was a magnet to Lewis, what struck hardest was the line, "Alexander Mackenzie, from Canada, by land." This raised the matter of national honor. The name painted on that rock on the Pacific coast was a direct, open, irresistible challenge. It was also a warning that if the United States did not get going, it would lose the Western Empire to the British before the game was well underway. The sentences that most struck Jefferson were in Mackenzie's final Geographical Review, in which he urged Great Britain to develop a land passage to the Pacific for trade with Asia. He knew it could not be the Fraser or any other river north of the Columbia, which was the most northern situation fit for colonization and suitable to the residence of a civilized people. By opening this intercourse between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and forming regular establishments through the interior and at both extremes, as well as along the coasts and islands, the entire command of the fur trade of North America might be obtained from latitude 48. North to the pole, except that portion of it which the Russians have in the Pacific and Alaska. To this may be added the fishing in both seas and the markets of the 4 quarters of the globe. No wonder the Northwest Company liked Mackenzie. He thought big, and he thought like a businessman. The fire he lit, however, was not under the company or the British government, but under Jefferson. The news that the British were threatening to set up shop in the Northwest galvanized Jefferson into manic activity and changed Meriwether Lewis's life overnight. Sometime late that summer or in the fall of 1802, it is impossible to tell even what week, much less the moment, President Jefferson informed Captain Lewis that he would command an expedition to the Pacific. Or Captain Lewis talked President Jefferson into giving him the command. We don't know when or how Jefferson made his decision that there would be an American answer to Mackenzie and that Lewis would lead it. Evidently, he consulted no one, asked no one for advice, entertained no nominees or volunteers other than Lewis. This was the most important and the most coveted command in the history of exploration of North America. Jefferson was confident that he had the right man under his roof. Later, Jefferson explained why he chose Lewis rather than a qualified scientist. It was impossible to find a character who, to a complete science in botany, natural history, mineralogy, and astronomy, joined the firmness of constitution and character, prudence, habits adapted to the woods, and a familiarity with the Indian manners and character requisite for this undertaking. All the latter qualities Captain Lewis has. That was not to say Lewis was ignorant of science. Further, Lewis had demonstrated a remarkable ability to learn, especially with Jefferson as his teacher. Jefferson's library at Monticello was the most extensive in the world on the subject of the geography of the North American continent. Lewis had the run of the library. He consulted maps and conferred with Jefferson over them. In Professor Allen's words, it must be assumed that he and the President talked at great length about the nature of the country west of the Mississippi and the possible character of the speculative passage to Pacific waters. From his later journals, we know that Lewis read Captain James Cook's A Voyage to the Pacific Ocean, London, 1784, the account of Cook's third voyage to the Pacific Northwest. It almost certainly was at this time that he read it. He also read Antoine Seymour Lepage Dupratz's The History of Louisiana, or of the Western Parts of Virginia and Carolina, London, 1763, and took it with him on his expedition. He read other books and consulted more maps. He took botany lessons from Jefferson, who taught as they walked through the gardens at Monticello, or later in the season, along the banks of the Potomac. Jefferson once said no country gentleman should be without what amuses every step he takes into his fields. and he ranked botany with the most valuable of sciences. Whether we consider its subjects as furnishing the principal subsistence of life to man and beast, delicious varieties for our tables, the adornments of our flower borders, or medicaments for our bodies. Jefferson introduced Lewis to the Linnean system of affixing binomial Latin names, and taught him enough to use the system in the field. He taught Lewis how to use a sextant and tried to teach him the use of the equatorial theodolite. Lewis rightly believed that he had Jefferson's complete confidence. They had a cipher so that they could communicate secretly, which might be necessary, since Jefferson had told Lewis privately that he would be sending the expedition into foreign territory. The Spanish might protest. They talked about the Indians along the Missouri, of their attachment to the British trading posts north of the Missouri, and of the possibility of bringing the tribes into the American orbit. They talked of finding the Welsh Indians on the Missouri. They talked flora and fauna, mountains and rivers. They talked about the size of the party, whether too many would alarm the Indians to the point of active war, whether too few would invite an Indian attack to seize the rifles and supplies. They agreed on the basic need to bring back accurate records, descriptions, and maps. In short, between the time Mackenzie's book arrived at Monticello and December 1802, Jefferson gave Lewis a college undergraduate's introduction to the liberal arts, North American geography, botany, mineralogy, astronomy, and ethnology. In the fall of 1802, back in the President's house, Jefferson and Lewis continued their preparations for the expedition. While Lewis drew up an estimate of expenses to present to Congress as part of a request for an appropriation, Jefferson began to widen the circle of those who knew about the proposal. The first outsider brought into the plan was Carlos Martinez de Irujo, the Spanish minister to the United States. Martinez was married to the daughter of Governor Thomas McKean of Pennsylvania and was on friendly terms with Jefferson. In fact, had found a cook for the president. On December 2nd, Martinez reported to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Madrid that Jefferson had asked him, in a frank and confident tone, if our court would take it badly that the Congress decree the formation of a group of travelers who would form a small caravan and go and explore the course of the Missouri River with no other view than the advancement of the geography. Jefferson, Martinez reported, had explained that, as a strict constructionist of the Constitution, he could not ask Congress for an appropriation for a mere literary expenditure, so he intended to lie to Congress and pass the expedition off as one designed to promote commerce, which was a power given Congress by the Constitution. At this point, Jefferson was into a third or fourth degree of indirection. Martinez cut him off. I replied to him that, making use of the same frankness with which he honored me, I would take the liberty of telling him that an expedition of this nature could not fail to give umbrage to our government. Jefferson could not see why. The only subject would be to fill in the map, which would benefit everyone. Martinez did not believe him, any more than Jefferson had believed the British in 1783 about the purposes of their proposed exploration, or Louis XVI about the purposes of the La Perouse expedition of 1785. Martinez told his government, "The President has been all his life a man of letters, very speculative and a lover of glory, and it would be possible he might attempt to perpetuate the fame of his administration by discovering the way by which the Americans may someday extend their population and their influence up to the coast of the South Sea, Pacific Ocean." Martinez knew his man. Undeterred by Martinez's negative reaction and his refusal to give Captain Lewis a passport, Jefferson plunged ahead. In the late winter of 1802-3, he got a passport for Lewis from the British minister and another from the French. Simultaneously, he moved forward with the Monroe Project to purchase New Orleans from Napoleon. Lewis, meanwhile, completed his estimate. He based it on the cost for a party of 1 officer and 10 to 12 soldiers, surely reflecting a decision he and Jefferson had made together about the ideal size, and kept it as low as possible to avoid congressional criticism. With $696 for Indian presents as the largest expenditure, and other large sums for provisions, mathematical instruments, arms, medicines, and a boat, it came to $2,500 on the nose. Jefferson put a request for that amount into his first draft of his annual message to Congress in December 1802. When Treasury Secretary Gallatin saw the draft, he suggested that the request be confined to a separate, later, confidential message, as it contemplates an expedition out of our own territory. Jefferson agreed and sent up a special secret message to Congress on January 18, 1803. Even then, he buried the request in a discourse on the Indian problem, couching it in terms of commerce. "The river Missouri and the Indians inhabiting it," he said, "are not as well known as is rendered desirable by their connection with the Mississippi, and consequently with us. It is, however, understood that the country on that river is inhabited by numerous tribes who furnish great supplies of furs and peltry to the trade of another nation carried on in a high latitude through an infinite number of portages and lakes shut up by ice through a long season. The Missouri, traversing an area with a moderate climate, might offer a better source of transportation, possibly with a single portage from the Western Ocean." Those congressmen who were listening hard got the clear message. We can steal the fur trade from the British. It would not cost much. One officer and a dozen soldiers, who would have to be paid regardless, could explore the whole line, even to the Western Ocean. They could talk with the Indians, persuade them to accept American traders, agree on the sites for trading posts. They could do all of this in 2 summers and for a pittance. Jefferson concluded, "The interests of commerce place the principal object within the constitutional powers and care of Congress, and that it should incidentally advance the geographical knowledge of our own continent cannot but be an additional gratification." He then asked for an appropriation of $2,500 for the purpose of extending the external commerce of the U.S. There was some muttering from the Federalists, who always resented and resisted spending money on the West, but they were too badly outnumbered to be effective. Congress approved the whole package. The $2,500 went down easy compared with Jefferson's request the previous week, which had been for an open-ended, up to $9,375,000, appropriation for the purchase of New Orleans. The Federalists had protested over the amount of money and because some of the high Federalists were clamoring for war against France. But the Republicans held firm, and the Congress made the appropriation. The President selected Monroe to go to Paris to join Livingston in the negotiations. If Jefferson saw the link between the January 12th and the January 18th appropriation bills, he never mentioned it to anyone, except perhaps Lewis. As soon as the appropriation for Western exploration passed, as Jefferson recalled it, Captain Lewis immediately renewed his solicitations to have the direction of the party. Perhaps command really was still an open question. More likely, Jefferson was pretending that until Congress had authorized the expedition, he had made no choice of a leader. Whatever his reason for the remark, Jefferson never hesitated to confirm Lewis's appointment. Jefferson, by this time, had spent 2 full years with Lewis on a daily basis and had taught Lewis on an intense schedule for about 4 months. He later wrote that, by the beginning of 1803, "I had now had opportunities of knowing him intimately." Jefferson gave his reasons for picking Lewis to Dr. Benjamin Rush of Philadelphia. "Captain Lewis is brave, prudent, habituated to the woods, and familiar with Indian manners and character. He is not regularly educated, but he possesses a great mass of accurate observation on all the subjects of nature which present themselves here, and will therefore readily select those only in his new route which shall be new. He has qualified himself for those observations of longitude and latitude necessary to fix the points of the line he will go over." Lewis still had much to learn. To that end, Jefferson had plans for him to do graduate work in Philadelphia with America's leading scientists. That Lewis would benefit, Jefferson had no doubt. That Lewis could simultaneously plan the expedition and begin putting it together, Jefferson had no doubts. Some of his advisers did. They considered Lewis not well educated and perhaps too strong-headed and too much of a risk-taker. But Jefferson was sure he had the right man. Chapter 7. Preparing for the Expedition. January to June 1803. A week after Congress appropriated the funds for the expedition, Jefferson began writing his scientific friends. The message was the same in each case. The expedition has been authorized but is still confidential. I have chosen Captain Lewis to lead it. Lewis needs advice and instruction. The letters made it clear that Jefferson intended the recipients to provide advice and instruction without cost to the government. Lewis's schooling began during the period from New Year's Day to the Ides of March. Lewis was still living in the President's house, conferring with Jefferson as often and for as long as Jefferson's schedule would allow. Beyond the conferences and the practical lessons in the use of the sextant and other measuring instruments, which took place on the lawn, Lewis studied maps in Jefferson's collection. He also conferred with Albert Gallatin, a serious map collector. Gallatin had a special map made up for Lewis showing North America from the Pacific coast to the Mississippi, with details on what was known of the Missouri River up to the Mandan villages in the Great Bend of the river, today's Bismarck, North Dakota, and a few wild guesses as to what the Rockies might look like and the course of the Columbia. There were but 3 certain points on the map: the latitude and longitude of the mouth of the Columbia, of St. Louis, and of the Mandan villages, thanks to British fur traders. By the time he finished studying with Jefferson and Gallatin, Lewis knew all that there was to know about the Missouri and what lay to the west of it. The problem was that west of the Mandans, nearly to the coast, was terra incognita, and the best scientists in the world could not begin to fill in that map until someone had walked across the land, taking measurements, providing descriptions of the flora, fauna, rivers, mountains, and people, not failing to note the commercial and agricultural possibilities. To make that journey required a frontiersman's expert knowledge combined with an understanding of technology and what it could do to make the passage easier and more fruitful. That was the positive side of Jefferson's choice of Lewis, who was, in fact, the perfect choice. Indeed, Lewis's career might almost have been dedicated to preparing him for this adventure. He knew the old Northwest about as well as any man in the country. He knew lonely forest trails through Indian country. He knew hunting and fishing and canoes. He knew how to keep records, had adequate mathematical skills, and for 2 years had been privy to Mr. Jefferson's hopes and dreams, his curiosity and knowledge. Jefferson told Patterson that Lewis had the required frontier skills, to which he joins a great stock of accurate observation on the subjects of the 3 kingdoms. He has been for some time qualifying himself for taking observations of longitude and latitude to fix the geographical points of the line he will pass over. But he needed help, and it was Patterson's and the other scientists in Philadelphia's privilege and, not stated but clearly implied, duty to supply that help. Of course, they were all delighted to do so anyway. It was a favorite saying of one of President Jefferson's 20th century successors, Dwight Eisenhower, that in war, before the battle is joined, plans are everything, but once the shooting begins, plans are worthless. The same aphorism can be said about exploration. In battle, what cannot be predicted is the enemy's reaction. In exploration, what cannot be predicted is what is around the next bend in the river or on the other side of the hill. The planning process, therefore, is as much guesswork as it is intelligent forecasting of the physical needs of the expedition. It tends to be frustrating because the planner carries with him a nagging sense that he is making some simple mistakes that could be easily corrected in the planning stage, but may cause a dead loss when the mistake is discovered midway through the voyage. For this expedition, planning was going on at 2 levels. The President was working on the first draft of his instructions to Lewis. It was becoming a long, complex document, for Jefferson was making a list of the things he wanted to know about the West. Since there was so much he wanted to know, far more than a single expedition could answer, he had to make choices. There was no mention of looking for gold or silver in the draft Jefferson was circulating, for example, whereas soil conditions and climate were included. Trade possibilities were prominent. Taken all together, the instructions represented a culmination and a triumph of the American Enlightenment. The expedition authorized by the popularly elected Congress would combine scientific, commercial, and agricultural concerns with geographical discovery and nation-building. All the pillars of Enlightenment thought, summed up with the phrase useful knowledge, were gathering in the instructions. While Jefferson worked on the instructions, Lewis had his own planning to do. Jefferson would set the objectives, but it was Captain Lewis who would get the expedition there and back. The responsibility was his for deciding the size of the expedition, how it would proceed up the Missouri River, what it would need to cross the Rocky Mountains and descend the Columbia to the Pacific Ocean and return. The team would have to do this as a self-contained unit. Once the expedition left St. Louis, Lewis would be stuck with the decisions he had made during the planning process. How many men? With what skills? How big a boat? What design? What type of rifle? How much powder and lead? How many cooking pots? What tools? How much dry or salted rations could be carried? What medicines, in what quantity? What scientific instruments? What books? How many fishing hooks? How much salt, tobacco, whiskey? Lewis and Jefferson talked into the late evening about such questions. Jefferson thought it would be a good idea to carry some cast-iron corn mills to give the Indians as presents. Lewis agreed. They discussed the trade beads that were the currency of the western Indian tribes and agreed that plenty would be needed. They made up lists of other items. Together, they concocted the idea of a collapsible iron frame boat, one that could be carried past the falls of the Missouri, wherever that might be, and put together at the far end with animal skins to cover it, so that the expedition would be back in business on the water. They talked about timing. Now that the appropriation was in hand, both men wanted to get started as soon as possible. With the coming of spring and the drying of the roads, Lewis wanted to be ready to go. He told Jefferson he hoped to be across the Appalachians by early summer. He intended to go to the post at Southwest Post, near present Kingston in eastern Tennessee, and there enlist his core group of soldier explorers from the garrison. He planned to march them overland to Nashville, where he would pick up a previously ordered keel boat to float down the Cumberland River to its junction with the Ohio, not far above the Ohio's junction with the Mississippi. He planned to be in St. Louis by August 1st and thought he might be able to proceed a good bit of the way up the Missouri before being forced into winter camp. In 1804, he expected to cross the mountains, reach the Pacific, make the return journey, and report back before winter set in. Lewis and Jefferson talked through January and February and on into March, trying to imagine what the trip was going to be like so that they could be certain of what would be needed. But that was only the half of it. The other half involved preparing Lewis for the scientific observations he would be responsible for making. That meant study. Hard, intensive study in a variety of disciplines under a severe time pressure. On the Ides of March, Lewis left Washington for Harper's Ferry, site of the U.S. Army's arsenal. Lewis's purpose was to obtain arms and ammunition for his party. He could select from existing stock or order items made special for the expedition by the arsenal's craftsmen. He carried a letter to the superintendent of the arsenal from Secretary of War Dearborn. "You will be pleased to make such arms and ironwork as requested by the bearer, Captain Meriwether Lewis, and to have them completed with the least possible delay." When he had what was needed, he would arrange for it to be shipped to Pittsburgh, then hurry on to Philadelphia for more schooling and shopping. At Harper's Ferry, he got 15 muzzle-loading, flintlock, long-barreled rifles, sometimes called Kentucky, but more properly Pennsylvania rifles. They were the sine qua non of the expedition. On them depended the food supply and self-defense. They were absolutely dependable. The U.S. Model 1803, the first rifle specifically designed for the U.S. Army, 54 caliber with a 33-inch barrel. Lewis referred to these weapons as short rifles, for they were considerably shorter than the civilian Pennsylvania rifle. The Model 1803 delivered a lead slug on target with sufficient velocity to kill a deer at a range of about 100 yards. An expert could get off 2 aimed shots in 1 minute. Lewis also selected pipe tomahawks and ordered the artisans at Harper's Ferry to make 3 dozen. He picked up fish gigs, knives, and so on. Mainly, however, he supervised the construction of the iron boat frame. It was so important to him that he stayed on at Harper's Ferry for a month instead of the week he had planned. This was cutting into the time Jefferson had wanted him to spend in Philadelphia. On April 22nd, having heard nothing from Lewis since March 7th, Jefferson learned in reports from others about Lewis's delay at Harper's Ferry. With Lewis gone, the president needed a secretary. He had selected a young man, Lewis Harvey of Virginia, but had put off announcing the appointment for reasons he explained in a letter to Harvey. Jefferson had been living in the daily expectation that the stage of the day would bring back Captain Lewis, and that then within a few days he would set out on his Mississippi expedition. Jefferson also said that he had put off writing because my great regard for Captain Lewis made me unwilling to show a haste to fill his place before he was gone, and to counteract also a malignant and unfounded report that I was parting with him from dissatisfaction, a thing impossible either from his conduct or my dispositions toward him. Washington will have its gossip. Jefferson was extremely sensitive to it, but far more important to him was Lewis's delay. He was almost desperate because of it, but he subdued his feelings and wrote Lewis with some care in his word choices. I have no doubt you have used every possible exertion to get off, and therefore we have only to lament what cannot be helped, as the delay of a month now may lose a year in the end. Lewis might have read that as an expression of confidence, but on second reading wondered if it was a complaint. Most likely the former. In any case, he knew Jefferson would understand and would agree with his judgment on priorities. Jefferson's letter of complaint crossed Lewis's explanation for the delay, a frequent occurrence given the maddeningly slow mails. Lewis described his activities. Besides arranging for the rifles, knives, and other equipment, he had written to the commander at Southwest Post to request help in getting suitable volunteers. The soldier volunteers could be promised their regular pay and a reward of land grants. Lewis anticipated gathering his party as he made his way to St. Louis that summer and strengthening it through personnel selection as the expedition proceeded, rejecting the weak, ignorant, and unmanageable for the strong, skilled, and eager volunteers. He told Jefferson he intended to be ruthless about it. He had written to a congressman from Tennessee requesting that he find a boat builder in Nashville who could make a boat and a canoe for the expedition. These and other matters took longer than he had expected. But by far the biggest cause of delay was Lewis's experimenting with the boat he and Jefferson had dreamed up. Every day he was at the work site because he was convinced that without his personal attention, the workmen would never understand the design. He carried out some sophisticated experiments with two different designs, one curved, the other semi-cylindrical, the former for the stem and stern, the latter for the body of the boat. He triumphantly reported to Jefferson that the frame would weigh only 44 pounds, whereas the boat, when covered with hide, would carry 1,770 pounds. Lewis told Jefferson, "I was induced from the result of this experiment to direct the iron frame of the canoe to be completed." He had made his first important independent decisions, where to spend his fast-disappearing time, and what boat to build. This was the beginning of a new relationship with Jefferson. Though Lewis was not yet quite out of the reach of the president's communiques, he was not far short of it. Witness his decision to stay 3 extra weeks at Harper's Ferry, despite his knowledge that Jefferson desperately wanted him to get to Philadelphia to study, and then get on the road. In mid-April, Lewis set off to the east. He stopped first in Frederickstown, where on April 15th he wrote General William Irvin, Superintendent of Military Stores, with headquarters in Philadelphia. Lewis said he wanted Irvin to purchase for him some necessary articles. First on the list was portable soup, a dried soup of various beans and vegetables that Lewis may have used during his travels as an Army paymaster. In any case, he was enthusiastic about it. He told Irvin, "Portable soup, in my opinion, forms one of the most essential articles in the preparation for the expedition, and fearing that it cannot be procured readily in such quantity as is requisite, I take the liberty to request that you will procure 200 pounds of it for me," or however much was available on the market. "I have supposed that the soup would cost about $1 per pound. Should it, however, come much higher, then quantity must be limited by the sum of 250 pounds, as more cannot be expended." In the end, Lewis spent $289.50 on 193 pounds of portable soup, by far the highest sum for any area of provisions. He spent as much for dried soup as he had originally estimated for his instruments, arms, and ammunition. On April 19th, Lewis arrived in Lancaster. He went immediately to the home of Andrew Ellicott, America's leading astronomer and mathematician. Jefferson had earlier written Ellicott to ask him to teach Lewis to make celestial observations, and Ellicott had replied, "Mr. Lewis's first object must be to acquire a facility and dexterity in making the observations, which can only be obtained by practice." Lewis and Ellicott wasted no time. On April 20th, Lewis reported to Jefferson, "I have commenced under his direction my observations, etc., to perfect myself in the use and application of the instruments." He found Ellicott to be extremely friendly and attentive, and I am confident is disposed to render me every aid in his power. He thinks it will be necessary I should remain here 10 or 12 days. While at Lancaster, Lewis picked up additional rifles. How many is not known, nor why he couldn't get all he wanted at Harper's Ferry. They may have been improved models, since Lancaster was the manufacturing center for long rifles. But his lists of necessary items and of quantities required continued to grow, indicating that at Harper's Ferry he had decided the expedition had to be a party considerably larger than a dozen men. Another thought had come into his head, that another officer would be required. No evidence exists as to when or even if he discussed either of these critical matters with Jefferson, but how could he have failed to do so? Lewis's schooling in Lancaster in the use of sextant, chronometer, and other instruments took longer than Ellicott had anticipated. Not until May 7th was he ready to go to Philadelphia. The ride from Lancaster to Philadelphia took him over the most modern highway in America, completed in 1795, made of broken stone, the country's first gravel road. Stage wagons were able to average 5 to 7 miles per hour on it. Going that fast in a stage was a new experience for Lewis. In Philadelphia, he went to Patterson, who continued his instruction. With Patterson's help, he selected a chronometer. He bought it from Thomas Parker, a clock and watchmaker on South 3rd Street, for $250, by far the largest sum expended for any single item carried on the expedition. Lewis sent it to Ellicott to be regulated with this note: "I have at length been enabled to procure a chronometer which you will receive, and you will also receive with her a screwdriver and key. The inner cases of the chronometer are confined by a screw. She is wound up and the works are stopped by inserting a hog's bristle, which you will discover by examination. She has been cleaned by Mr. Voigt and her rate of going ascertained by observation to be 14 minutes too slow in 24 hours. Jefferson sent Lewis a current draft of his instructions, asking Lewis to comment and to circulate the draft among the various savants in Philadelphia for their comments and suggestions. Lewis worried about a phrase in the draft that indicated that the scientific instruments had already been provided. By whom, he wondered. What were they? He asked Jefferson for a list so that he could consult with Patterson and Ellicott to make certain nothing had been omitted. He further informed Jefferson that his teachers both disapprove of the theodolite, which Jefferson had told Lewis would be his best instrument for accurate measurements. It was a delicate instrument, difficult of transportation, and one that would be very liable to get out of order, and anyway it was much more inaccurate than the sextant. His teachers agreed on what instruments would be indispensably necessary. They were 2 sextants, an artificial horizon or 2, a good Arnold's watch or chronometer, a surveyor's compass with a ball and socket and 2-pole chain, and a set of plotting instruments. There was just a hint of a reminder in the letter that the decision-making power for the expedition was coming into Lewis's hands. Jefferson acknowledged as much in his reply, regretting the impression which has been misunderstood. The draft Lewis had of the instructions would not be dated until the day he departed. Jefferson had assumed that by then Lewis would have made his selections and purchases. As to the theodolite, Jefferson told Lewis to do whatever Patterson and Ellicott recommended. Lewis was in Philadelphia through much of May and the first week in June. He made the rounds of the city, the list he and Jefferson had drawn up in hand, making purchases: fishing tackle, lead canisters, medicines, dry goods, tobacco, shirts. He spent $2,324. Herewith a sampling of the items he purchased: 6 papers of ink powder, sets of pencils, crayons, 200 pounds of best rifle powder, and 400 pounds of lead, 4 gross fishing hooks assorted, 25 axes, woolen overalls and other clothing items, including 30 yards common flannel, 100 flints, 30 steels for striking or making fire, 6 large needles and 6 dozen large awls, 3 bushels of salt. He bought oilskin bags to protect the instruments and journals. He got mosquito netting and field tables and large multi-purpose sheets of oiled linen, each 8 by 12 feet, for tents, and candles so that he could ride at night. The sheets of oiled linen could double up as sails by day. For Indian presents, 5 pounds of white glass beads, mostly small, and 20 pounds of red assorted beads, 144 small cheap scissors, 288 common brass thimbles, 10 pounds of assorted sewing thread, silk, paint and vermilion, 288 knives, combs, armbands, and ear trinkets. Lewis insisted on taking a preponderance of blue beads because they were far more valued than the white beads of the same manufacture and answer all the purposes of money. The emphasis was on the gay and gaudy rather than the useful. Although Lewis called them presents, they were trade goods. He did not intend to give them away. Rather, he would use them to purchase goods and services from the Indians. Lewis and Clark scholar Paul Russell Cutright writes, "It was no small task to anticipate all that he would need in the way of arms, food, clothing, camping paraphernalia, scientific instruments, and Indian presents for a party of still undetermined size that, for an indefinite period of time, would be out of touch with normal supply sources." How well he had done, only the event could tell. One small peek ahead is appropriate here, however, because it reveals so much about Lewis and the point of view he held. During the expedition, the party ran out of many useful or pleasure-giving items, including tobacco, whiskey, salt, and blue beads. A frontiersman could live without those things. The expedition ran short of, but never out of, many critical items. But when it got home, the expedition had sufficient powder and lead to repeat the journey, and plenty of rifles. Lewis had arranged at Harper's Ferry for lead canisters that, when melted down, made exactly the right number of balls for the amount of powder in the canister. Lewis had the frontiersman's faith in his rifle. As long as a man had his rifle, ammunition, and powder, he would take on anything the wilderness could throw at him. Lewis also had plenty of ink left when he got home, enough for another voyage. That ink wasn't critical to making the trip, but it was critical to making the expedition a success by recording its findings. Lewis had his priorities right. The purchase of the soup was a serious cost overrun. Along with the extra rifles he purchased in Lancaster, the amount indicates that the more he thought about what he might encounter, the larger the size of the party was becoming in his imagination. The amounts of medicine he purchased also indicate he now planned to take many more than a dozen men. His medical advisor was Dr. Benjamin Rush, a member of the American Philosophical Society, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, and the most eminent American physician of the day. On May 17th, Lewis called on him at his home on the corner of Walnut and 4th Streets, bringing along Jefferson's draft instructions for Rush's comments. They talked. Rush gave advice, beginning with, "When you feel the least indisposition, do not attempt to overcome it by labor or marching. Rest in a horizontal posture. Also, fasting and diluting drinks for a day or two will generally prevent an attack of fever. To these preventatives of disease may be added a gentle sweat obtained by warm drinks, or gently opening the bowels by means of 1, 2, or more of the purging pills." Those pills were under Dr. Rush's patent, known as Rush's pills, but generally referred to as thunderclappers. As far as Rush was concerned, they were sovereign for nearly all mankind's ills. They were composed of calomel, a mixture of 6 parts mercury to 1 part chlorine, and jalap. Each drug was a purgative of explosive power. The combination was awesome. Mercury had an even more important role in Lewis's pharmacy. It was the treatment of choice for syphilis, and remained so until the advent of penicillin during World War II. Another piece of advice from Dr. Rush: after long marches or much fatigue from any cause, you will be more refreshed by lying down in a horizontal posture for 2 hours than by resting a much longer time in any other position of the body. There is no evidence of Lewis's asking the good doctor what he thought they would be encountering out there. Lewis reported to Jefferson, "Dr. Rush has favored me with some abstract queries under the several heads of physical history, medicine, morals, and religion of the Indians, which I have no doubt will be serviceable in directing my inquiries among that people." Rush's questionnaire asked about the diseases of the Indians and their remedies, at what age menstruation began and ended, the age of marriage, how long they suckled their children, the state of the pulse in the morning, at noon, and at night, before and after eating. At what time did they rise? What about baths, murder, suicide? Do they employ any substitute for ardent spirits to promote intoxication? Any animal sacrifices in their religion? What affinity between their religious ceremonies and those of the Jews? Here Rush was looking for the fabled lost tribe of Israel. More realistically, how do they dispose of their dead, and with what ceremonies do they inter them? It was an eclectic list of questions, some silly, some stunningly on the mark. They illustrated how little could even be guessed about the nature of the Indian tribes of the West, or their numbers. In addition to the questionnaire, Rush prepared a medical list for Lewis, amounting to $90.69 for drugs, lancets, forceps, syringes, and other supplies. It included 50 dozen Rush's pills, along with 30 other kinds of drugs. Those most used were Peruvian bark, jalap, opium, glauber salts, niter, i.e. potassium nitrate or saltpeter, tartar emetic, laudanum, calomel, and mercurial ointment. The drugs Lewis bought contained 1,300 doses of physic, 1,100 of emetic, 3,500 of diaphoretic, sweat inducer, and more, including drugs for blistering, salivation, and increased kidney output, along with tourniquets and clister syringes. While at Harper's Ferry, Lewis had thought of bringing a doctor along, but by May he evidently had decided he himself would be the doctor. He had learned from his mother a great deal about herbs and simples and herb therapy, and wasn't afraid to experiment. Like all frontiersmen, he knew how to set a broken bone or remove an embedded bullet or arrow, how to cope with croup or dysentery. Rush was impressed by Lewis. He wrote Jefferson, "His mission is truly interesting. I shall wait with great solicitude for its issue. Mr. Lewis appears admirably qualified for it. May its advantages prove no less honorable to your administration than to the interests of science. It wasn't all work. Lewis did a considerable amount of socializing in Philadelphia with his friend Mahlon Dickerson. They moved in the highest social circles. Dinner one evening with Jefferson's great friend Dr. George Logan, another evening with Governor Thomas McKean at his mansion on the northeast corner of 3rd and Pine Streets. By day, Lewis expanded his studies. He went to Dr. Benjamin Smith Barton, professor at the University of Pennsylvania and author of the first textbook on botany in the United States, just published when Lewis came to him. Barton lived a few steps from Independence Hall at 44 North 5th Street. He had studied in England and Germany, and he had made fairly extensive field trips in Pennsylvania. He was mesmerized by the expedition. The thought of all that was waiting to be discovered tempted him so much that he talked with Lewis about the possibility of going along. Lewis was enthusiastic about the idea. Barton would certainly be an asset in collecting and describing, but he was 37 years old, a scholar, not a soldier. "I fear the doctor will not carry this design into effect," Lewis told Jefferson, rightly, as it turned out. Still, Barton made important contributions. He taught Lewis how to preserve specimens, either plant or bird or animal skin. He taught Lewis the importance of specimen labels, including place and date of collection. Barton expanded Lewis's vocabulary and range of knowledge. In a painstaking study on the scientific writing of Lewis, Elijah Criswell compiled a list of almost 200 different technical terms the captain employed in describing new plants and animals, a quantity showing, in Criswell's words, a remarkable knowledge for an amateur of scientific, especially botanical, descriptive terminology. Dr. Caspar Wister was the last of the Philadelphia savants Lewis turned to for education. Wister held the chair of anatomy at the University of Pennsylvania and had published the first American textbook on anatomy. He was also a member of the American Philosophical Society and the foremost authority on fossils in America. He talked with Lewis about that anomalous beast, the megalonyx, which he and Jefferson had discovered, and about the mastodons he and Jefferson believed might still inhabit the prairies. One last thing Lewis got in Philadelphia, his traveling library. It included Barton's Elements of Botany, which was not a gift. Lewis paid $6 for it. Lewis borrowed a book from Barton, Antoine Seymour Lepage Dupratz's History of Louisiana. He had Richard Kirwan's Elements of Mineralogy, London, 1784, a 2-volume edition of Linnaeus, the founder of the system of Latin classification of plants, and a 4-volume dictionary, along with a practical introduction to spherics and nautical astronomy, and the Nautical Almanac and Astronomical Ephemeris, together with tables necessary to finding latitude and longitude. On May 29th, Lewis sent a long overdue report to Jefferson. He announced that on June 6th or 7th he would be able to depart for Washington for a final conference, then would be off. He would have all his preparations completed in a day or two, but wanted to stay on an extra few days for additional study with Patterson. He enclosed some tracings he had made of Vancouver's map of the northwestern coast. He explained why a tracing rather than the original. The maps attached to Vancouver's voyage cannot be procured separately from that work, which is both too costly and too weighty for me either to purchase or carry. Geographer John Logan Allen points out that it took considerable cartographic technique to copy the charts from Vancouver's work. Lewis, Allen writes, was not simply a passive receptor of the geographical materials being assembled by Jefferson and Gallatin. It seems, rather, that he was active in gathering data for the purpose of taking it along on the expedition. Dr. Allen further speculates, on the basis of internal evidence, that Lewis made a copy of the David Thompson map of the Great Bend of the Missouri River, done late in the last century and in the possession of the British Chargé d'Affaires in Washington. During the second week in June, Lewis abandoned his original plan to go by Southwest Post. He had heard there were too few good men in the garrison and that no boat would be waiting in Nashville. So he arranged transportation by the Army, at the Army's expense, for 3,500 pounds of goods to be moved from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. Because the road which from necessity they must travel is by no means good, Lewis ordered a 5-horse team to pull the wagon. Apparently it was also at this time that he entered into a contract with a boat builder in Pittsburgh. Then he set off for Washington. Probably foremost in Lewis's mind was the size of the party, along with an inevitable need for a second officer. None had been mentioned, but Lewis wanted one. If Jefferson approved, Lewis had a candidate in mind, as well as a highly unusual command arrangement. The president and the captain also needed to go over the final instructions in detail. Jefferson needed to bring Lewis up to date on the status of the proposed purchase of New Orleans. The two men had a lot to talk about before Lewis headed west. Chapter 8. Washington to Pittsburgh, June to August 1803. When Lewis arrived in Washington, he and Jefferson went to work immediately on the instructions. Jefferson had circulated them among his cabinet and had their replies to consider. Secretary of State James Madison had wondered, if the laws give any authority at present beyond the limits of the U.S.? That was a shorthand way of raising the point that this expedition was going into territory belonging to France and administered by Spain, whose governments might regard it as a military reconnaissance or even an invasion. Attorney General Levi Lincoln warned Jefferson that, because of the perverse, hostile, and malignant state of the opposition, with their facility of imposing on the public mind and producing excitements, every measure originating with the executive will be attacked with a virulence, including the expedition. For his part, Lincoln declared, "I consider the enterprise of national consequence." But as a politician, Lincoln knew that more justification was needed to keep the Federalists from howling at the cost. He came up with a rationale that would appeal to the New England clergy, advertised the thing as a mission to elevate the religious beliefs of the heathen Indians. If the enterprise appears to be an attempt to advance them, it will by many people on that account be justified, however calamitous the issue. Jefferson bought the idea. In his final instructions, he ordered Lewis to learn what he could about Indian religion, because it would help those who may endeavor to civilize and instruct them. Lincoln had another important suggestion. Jefferson had written that if Lewis were faced with certain destruction, he should retreat rather than offer opposition. Lincoln commented, "From my ideas of Captain Lewis, he will be much more likely, in case of difficulty, to push too far rather than to recede too soon. Would it not be well to change the term certain destruction into probable destruction, and to add that these dangers are never to be encountered, which vigilance, precaution, and attention can secure against at a reasonable expense?" There is more than a hint here that Lincoln was one of the president's advisers who feared Lewis was a reckless risk-taker, one of those Virginia gentlemen who would overreact to any challenge to his honor or bravery. Jefferson may have agreed. In any event, he adopted the wording Lincoln suggested. Treasury Secretary Albert Gallatin saw nothing in Jefferson's draft that needed changing, but he did want some things added. He wanted to know more about the Spanish posts in Louisiana and the British activities along the Missouri River. "The future destinies of the Missouri country are of vast importance to the U.S., Gallatin wrote, "it being perhaps the only large tract of country, and certainly the first which, lying out of the boundaries of the Union, will be settled by the people of the United States." Therefore, he wanted as much information as possible on the Missouri drainage. As the instructions indicated, Jefferson had a multitude of motives for sending off the expedition, but number one for him was the all-water route to the Pacific. Not for Gallatin. He flatly stated, "The great object is to ascertain whether from its extent and fertility the Missouri country is susceptible of a large population, in the same manner as the corresponding tract on the Ohio." He wanted Lewis enjoined to describe the soil and make judgments on its fertility by noticing the prevailing species of timber, to assess annual rainfall, temperature extremes, and other factors important to farmers. Jefferson adopted most of Gallatin's suggestions, but in its final form, the instructions issued by Commander-in-Chief Jefferson to Captain Meriwether Lewis put exploration and commerce ahead of agriculture. "The object of your mission," Jefferson wrote, "is to explore the Missouri River and such principal stream of it as by its course and communication with the waters of the Pacific Ocean, whether the Columbia, Oregon, Colorado, or any other river, may offer the most direct and practicable water communication across this continent for the purposes of commerce." Commerce being the principal object, Jefferson naturally wanted Lewis to learn what he could about the routes used by the British traders coming down from Canada to trade with the Missouri River tribes, and about their trading methods and practice. He wanted Lewis to make suggestions as to how the fur trade, currently dominated by the British, could be taken over by Americans using the Missouri route. Good maps were essential to commerce, so Jefferson's orders read, "Beginning at the mouth of the Missouri, you will take careful observations of latitude and longitude at all remarkable points on the river, and especially at the mouths of rivers, at rapids, at islands, and other places and objects distinguished by such natural marks and characters of a durable kind." Jefferson admonished Lewis to write his figures and observations distinctly and intelligibly, and to make multiple copies, One of these to be on the paper of the birch, as less liable to injury from damp than common paper. The fur trade would require knowledge of the Indian tribes. Jefferson instructed Lewis to learn the names of the nations and their numbers, the extent of their possessions, their relations with other tribes, their languages, traditions, monuments, their occupations, whether agriculture or fishing or hunting or war, and the implements they used for those activities, their food, clothing, and housing, the diseases prevalent among them, and the remedies they used, their laws and customs, and last on the list, but first in importance, articles of commerce they may need or furnish, and to what extent. This was an ethnographer's dream-come-true set of marching orders. In all your intercourse with the natives, Jefferson went on, treat them in the most friendly and conciliatory manner which their own conduct will admit. Lewis should satisfy them of your journey's innocence, but simultaneously tell them of the size and strength of the United States. He should temper that implied threat by assuring the tribes of our wish to be neighborly and of our peaceful intentions. Americans only wish to trade with them. Lewis should invite a few chiefs to come to Washington for a visit and arrange for some Indian children to come to the United States and be brought up with us and taught such arts as may be useful to them. On the distinct possibility of an Indian attack, Jefferson was specific. If faced by a superior force determined to stop the expedition, you must decline its further pursuit and return. In the loss of yourselves, we should lose also the information you will have acquired. To your own discretion, therefore, must be left the degree of danger you may risk, and the point at which you should decline, only saying we wish you to err on the side of your safety, and to bring back your party safe, even if it be with less information. Jefferson told Lewis that, on the accident of your death, you are hereby authorized to name the person who shall succeed to the command. When Lewis reached the Pacific coast, he should seek out a European trading vessel and possibly sail back to the United States on it. Or he could send back a copy of the journals with 2 men, if he wished, and return by the route he had come. Taken altogether, the military section of Jefferson's orders was all that a company commander setting off on an expedition could hope for. He had the authority he needed, including the specific permission from the commander-in-chief to make his judgments in the field. Jefferson realized that when Lewis reached the Pacific, you will be without money, clothes, or provisions. To deal with that situation, Jefferson provided a letter of credit for Lewis, authorizing him to draw on any agency of the U.S. government anywhere in the world anything he wanted. I also ask of the consuls, agents, merchants, and citizens of any nation to furnish you with those supplies which your necessities may call for, and to give more entire satisfaction and confidence to those who may be disposed to aid you. I, Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States of America, have written this letter of general credit for you with my own hand and signed it with my name. In its final version, dated July 4, 1803, this must be the most unlimited letter of credit ever issued by an American president. Beyond commerce, the purpose of the expedition was to discover flora and fauna. The instructions ordered Lewis to notice and comment on the soil, the plant and animal life, especially plants not known in the United States, dinosaur bones, and volcanoes. Jefferson wanted to know about mineral productions of every kind, but the ones he listed were limestone, pit coal, and salt. There is no direct order to keep a daily journal. Jefferson did write about the possibility of sending Indians down the Missouri to St. Louis, carrying letters and a copy of your journal, notes, and observations, the only use of the word journal in the instructions, and he did tell Lewis to send a copy of your notes by sea if he could, but there is no order about journal keeping. Perhaps it was a taken-for-granted matter. Perhaps, in their many long discussions about the instructions, Jefferson made the order orally. Donald Jackson's description of Jefferson's instructions cannot be bettered. They embrace years of study and wonder, the collected wisdom of his government colleagues and his Philadelphia friends. They barely conceal his excitement at realizing that at last he would have facts, not vague guesses, about the Stony Mountains, the river courses, the wild Indian tribes, the flora and fauna of untrodden places. As they talked about the instructions, Lewis and Jefferson also discussed such matters as when Lewis could get going, what additional instruments and maps he would need, the size of the party and additional supplies, what the War Department could contribute to the expedition, and the negotiations over Louisiana. All these subjects were intermingled. They came together in the need for another officer. Recognition of that need evidently came simultaneously. It certainly came naturally. The arguments for such an appointment were overwhelming. The instructions called for information in so many areas that one man could hardly provide it all and certainly could not do it all well. It was plain common sense to have 2 officers, so that if something happened to one, the other could bring back the maps, scientific discoveries, descriptions of the Indians encountered, and all the rest. A second officer would be a help in enforcing discipline and in fighting Indians if it came to that. There was no good reason not to take a second officer, except cost. And since Jefferson had just authorized spending millions of dollars for New Orleans, and he had his whole heart and mind invested in the Lewis expedition, he wasn't going to let cost be a factor. Jefferson opened the coffers of the War Department for Lewis, acting in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief in support of an expedition sanctioned by Congress. In the process, he stretched the Constitution considerably, but penny-pinching the expedition was worse than bending his strict constructionist principles. He told the War Department to pay Lewis an 18-month advance in his salary, possibly for land speculation or to pay off debts. Lewis also borrowed $108 from Jefferson. Secretary of War Henry Dearborn had sent an order to Harper's Ferry to supply anything Lewis requested in the way of arms and ironwork, with the least possible delay. Jefferson saw to it that Lewis had unlimited purchasing power. The chief clerk of the War Department received orders to purchase when requested by Lewis such articles as he may have occasion for, which he has not been able to obtain from the public stores, and the Treasury Department was ordered to turn over $1,000 for Lewis's goods. Even with some smoke and mirrors bookkeeping, the cost overrun was now at 100% and growing daily. Making the selections took time. Jefferson had hoped that Lewis would be off by June 28th or even earlier, but the day came and went and Lewis still had much to do. Nevertheless, Lewis expected to be on the Missouri by September 1st, which would give him 2 traveling months, during which he hoped to go 700 or even 800 miles up the Missouri before going into winter quarters. On June 29th, Dearborn ordered the Army paymaster to give Lewis $554, being 6 months' pay for 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 10 privates. That amounted to Lewis's official authorization to add an officer. Lewis had already acted on it because Jefferson had agreed within a day or so of Lewis's arrival in Washington that it had to be done. On June 19th, Lewis had written to William Clark. The letter contained what Donald Jackson described as one of the most famous invitations to greatness the nation's archives can provide. It is a critical document. It launched one of the great friendships of all time and started the friends on one of the great adventures and one of the great explorations of all time. It is also revealing. Lewis and Clark have become so entwined by history that for many Americans the name is Lewis and Clark, but in 1803 they were not intimate friends. Although Clark was born in Virginia 4 years earlier than Lewis, he had moved to Kentucky as a small boy. They knew each other only in the Army for 6 months when Lewis had served under Clark. No anecdotes survive, or any correspondence between them in the next decade except for a business letter from Lewis to Clark, asking him to make inquiries about land in Ohio. But in that 6 months together, they had taken each other's measure. That they liked what they saw is obvious from Lewis's letter to Clark and Clark's response. They complimented each other. Clark was a tough woodsman accustomed to command. He had been a company commander and had led a party down the Mississippi as far as Natchez. He had a way with enlisted men without ever getting familiar. He was a better terrestrial surveyor than Lewis and a better waterman. Lewis apparently knew of his map-making ability. In general, in areas in which Lewis was shaky, Clark was strong, and vice versa. Most of all, Lewis knew that Clark was competent to the task, that his word was his bond, that his back was steel. Clark knew the same about Lewis. Their trust in each other was complete, even before they took the first step west together. How this closeness came about cannot be known in any detail, but that it clearly was there long before the expedition cannot be doubted. Clark had retired from the Army in 1796, partly for reasons of health, partly to try his hand in business, mainly to do something to help straighten out the terribly tangled financial affairs of his older brother, General George Rogers Clark. He was living in Clarksville, Indiana Territory, when Lewis's letter arrived. Lewis opened his invitation thus: "From the long and uninterrupted friendship and confidence which has subsisted between us, I feel no hesitation in making to you the following communication." He described the origins of the expedition, the congressional action, what he had done in Harper's Ferry and Philadelphia to get ready, and his intention to set out for Pittsburgh at the end of June. He thought he would be in Clarksville to meet Clark about August 10th. On the way, he intended to Find and engage some good hunters, stout, healthy, unmarried men, accustomed to the woods and capable of bearing bodily fatigue in a pretty considerable degree. Should any young men answering this description be found in your neighborhood, I would think you to give information of them on my arrival at the Falls of the Ohio. Lewis described the expedition in matter-of-fact language that may well have left Clark breathless. My plan is to descend the Ohio in a keeled boat, thence up the Mississippi to the mouth of the Missouri, and up that river as far as its navigation is practicable with a keeled boat, there to prepare canoes of bark or rawhides, and proceed to its, the Missouri's, source, and, if practicable, pass over to the waters of the Columbia or Oregon River, and by descending it reach the Western Ocean. Lewis wrote that he would return to the United States on a trading vessel, if possible. He gave Clark a summary of his instructions from Jefferson and described the instruments he had collected for making observations. To carry out the mission, Lewis said he had authorization from Jefferson to pick non-commissioned officers and men, not to exceed 12, from the Western Army posts. He added that he was also authorized to engage any other man, not soldiers, that I may think useful in promoting the objects of success of this expedition. He had in mind hunters, guides, and interpreters. Thus, my friend, Lewis concluded, you have a summary view of the plan, the means, and the objects of this expedition. If, therefore, there is anything under those circumstances in this enterprise which would induce you to participate with me in its fatigues, its dangers, and its honors, believe me, there is no man on earth with whom I should feel equal pleasure in sharing them as with yourself. Lewis wrote that he had talked with Jefferson about the offer and that the President expresses an anxious wish that you would consent to join me in this enterprise. There followed the most extraordinary offer. He, Jefferson, has authorized me to say that in the event of your accepting this proposition, he will grant you a captain's commission, which of course will entitle you to the pay and emoluments attached to that office, and will equally with myself entitle you to such portion of land as was granted to officers of similar rank for their revolutionary services. Your situation, if joined with me in this mission, will in all respects be precisely such as my own. It was remarkable for Lewis to propose a co-command. He did not even have to add a lieutenant to the party, and most certainly did not have to share the command. Divided command almost never works and is the bane of all military men, to whom the sanctity of the chain of command is basic, and the idea of two disagreeing commanders in a critical situation is anathema. But Lewis did it anyway. It must have felt right to him. It had to have been based on what he knew about Clark and what he felt for him. Lewis wanted Clark along, even if not as an official member of the party. He closed his letter by saying that, if personal or business or any other affairs prevented Clark from accepting, Lewis hoped that he could accompany me as a friend part of the way up the Missouri. I should be extremely happy in your company. It would take a month for Lewis's letter to reach Clark, another 10 days for his reply to arrive. Meanwhile, a mystery. 10 days after Lewis made his offer of a shared command to Clark, he received from Secretary Dearborn the advance pay for the party to be recruited. It authorized 1 lieutenant only. Lewis made no known protest. Jefferson should have been alert enough to notice that Dearborn was thinking lieutenant while Lewis was offering captain, and he should have corrected the situation by telling Dearborn that Lewis's offer would prevail, and Clark, if he accepted, would be a captain. But the commander-in-chief did nothing. It was uncharacteristic of Lewis and Jefferson to miss a detail of any kind, much less one fraught with such potential danger for embarrassment, misunderstanding, and bad feeling, but they missed this one. Lewis spent the last week of June buying supplies and instruments, gathering more books, and going over maps. He made arrangements for a stand-in as his fellow officer should Clark decline. He chose a man he had met in 1799 and served with, Lieutenant Moses Hook, and assured Jefferson that Hook was the best officer in the Army. Endowed with a good constitution, possessing a sensible, well-informed mind, is industrious, prudent, and persevering, and withal intrepid and enterprising. Lewis didn't hand out praise easily, and since it was clear that he was ready to cross the continent with Hook, he obviously meant what he said about Hook's superior abilities. But there was no hint of a promotion to captain and a co-command. Good as Hook was, he wasn't William Clark. By July 2nd, Lewis was nearing completion of the preparations and about to set off for Pittsburgh. That day, he wrote his mother. He opened with an apology for not having the time to come home for a visit before departing for the Western country, a trip he expected to take about a year and a half. As boys setting off on an adventure are wont to do, he reassured his mother. The nature of this expedition is by no means dangerous. My route will be altogether through tribes of Indians who are perfectly friendly to the United States. Therefore, consider the chances of life just as much in my favor on this trip as I should conceive them were I to remain at home. After telling his mother not to worry, he wrote of what being Mr. Jefferson's choice meant to him. The charge of this expedition is honorable to myself as it is important to my country. Then it was back to reassurance. I feel myself perfectly prepared, nor do I doubt my health and strength of constitution to bear me through it. I go with the most perfect preconviction in my own mind of returning safe, and hope therefore that you will not suffer yourself to indulge any anxiety for my safety. There followed a series of instructions on the education of Lewis's half-brother, John Marks. Lewis insisted that John go to the College of William and Mary at Williamsburg, even if land certificates had to be sold to pay the tuition. Given how deeply Virginia planters hated to sell land, Lewis's priorities showed the high value he set on education. After the crash courses he had been put through in Philadelphia, he had reason to wish he had gone to college. He closed with a wish to be remembered to various members of the family, especially the two youngsters, Mary and Jack. Tell them I hope the progress they will make in their studies will be equal to my wishes. Also on July 2nd, Dearborn handed Lewis the authorization to select up to 12 non-commissioned officers and privates. He could pick them from the garrisons at the posts at Massac and Kaskaskia, the former on the lower Ohio and the latter on the Mississippi, above the mouth of the Ohio. In separate orders, Dearborn told the commanding officers at the posts to furnish Lewis with every assistance in selecting and engaging suitable men to accompany him on an expedition to the westward. That was a license to raid, sure to be resented by captains about to lose their best men, but Dearborn made it stick. If any man in your company should be disposed to join Captain Lewis, and if Captain Lewis wanted the volunteer, you will detach them accordingly. In addition, Captain Russell Bissell at Kaskaskia was ordered to provide Lewis with the best boat on the post, and with a sergeant and 8 good men who understand rowing a boat. They would carry baggage for Lewis to his winter quarters on the Missouri, then descend before the ice closed in. Bissell refused Sergeant Patrick Gass's request to join the expedition, presumably on the grounds that he couldn't afford to lose his best non-commissioned officer. Lewis used the authority given him by Dearborn to enlist Gass anyway. For the descent of the Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Cushing provided Lewis with 8 recruits from the post at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. In a pouch accompanying the order, Cushing included a couple of dozen letters for Lewis to deliver to officers at the western posts. He asked Lewis, after he reached St. Louis, to send the 8 recruits down the Mississippi to Fort Adams. Cushing closed with a nice note. That your expedition may be pleasant to yourself and advantageous to our country, and when its toils and dangers are over, that you may enjoy many years of happiness, prosperity, and honor, is the sincere wish of, Sir, your most obedient servant. July 4, 1803, the nation's 27th birthday, was a great day for Meriwether Lewis. He completed his preparations and was ready to depart in the morning. He got his letter of credit in its final form from President Jefferson, and the National Intelligencer of Washington reported in that day's issue that Napoleon had sold Louisiana to the United States. It was stunning news of the most fundamental importance. Henry Adams put it best. The annexation of Louisiana was an event so portentous as to defy measurement. It gave a new face to politics and ranked in historical importance next to the Declaration of Independence and the adoption of the Constitution, events of which it was the logical outcome. But as a matter of diplomacy, it was unparalleled because it costs almost nothing. Napoleon's decision to sell not just New Orleans but all of Louisiana, and the negotiations that followed, and Jefferson's decision to waive his strict constructionist views in order to make the purchase, is a dramatic and well-known story. It is best described by Henry Adams in his History of the United States in the Administrations of Thomas Jefferson, one of the great classics of American history writing. Napoleon was delighted, and rightly so. He had title to Louisiana, but no power to enforce it. The Americans were sure to overrun it long before he could get an army there, if he ever could. 60 million francs for an occupation that will not perhaps last a day, he exulted. He knew what he was giving up and what the United States was getting, and the benefit to France beyond the money. The sale assures forever the power of the United States, and I have given England a rival who sooner or later will humble her pride. For Lewis, what mattered was not how Louisiana was acquired, a process in which he played no role, but that the territory he would be crossing from the Mississippi to the Continental Divide now belonged to the United States. As Jefferson nicely put it, the Louisiana Purchase lessened the apprehensions of interruption from other powers. The Purchase did more for the expedition than relieve it of threats from the Spanish, French, or British. As Jefferson noted, it increased infinitely the interest we felt in the expedition. When Adams wrote that the Purchase gave a new face to politics, he meant that it signified the end of the Federalist Party, which was so short-sighted and partisan that many of its representatives criticized the act. Alexander Hamilton was wise to content himself with remarking that Jefferson had just been lucky. The Purchase, he said, resulted from the kind interpositions of an overruling Providence. But a Boston Federalist newspaper did not like the deal at all. It called Louisiana a great waste, a wilderness unpeopled with any beings except wolves and wandering Indians. We are to give money of which we have too little for land of which we already have too much. Jefferson was risking national bankruptcy to buy a desert. Angry partisanship was the order of the day. Senator John Quincy Adams complained in his diary, "The country is so totally given up to the spirit of party that not to follow blindfold the one or the other is an inexpiable offense." But the New England Federalists were putting themselves on the wrong side of history to oppose the Purchase. One denounced it as a great curse, and another feared that the Purchase threatens, at no very distant day, the subversion of our Union. Caspar Wister of Philadelphia, Lewis's sometime tutor, got it right. He wrote to congratulate Jefferson on the very happy acquisitions you have made for our country. Although no one here appears to know the extent or price of the cession, it is generally considered as the most important and beneficial transaction which has occurred since the Declaration of Independence, and next to it most like to influence or regulate the destinies of our country. One immediate effect of the Purchase was to change Lewis's relationship with the Indian tribes he would encounter east of the Divide. The Indians were now on American territory. Lewis would be responsible for informing them that their great father was Jefferson rather than the Spanish and French rulers. Jefferson wanted Lewis to bring them into the trading net of the United States, which meant bringing peace among them and telling the British around the Mandan villages that they were on foreign soil. By far the most important effect of the Purchase on the expedition was a negative that stemmed from the fact that no one knew what the boundaries of Louisiana were. Napoleon sold Louisiana with the same extent that it now has in the hands of Spain, and that it had when France possessed it. The general belief was that Louisiana consisted of the western half of the Mississippi drainage. That meant from the Gulf of Mexico northward to the northernmost tributaries of the Missouri, and from the Mississippi westward to the Continental Divide. But no American, Spaniard, Frenchman, or Briton knew how far north that was. Jefferson, greatly excited by the prospect of adding more northern territory to the Purchase, at once began urging Lewis to explore those northern tributaries, where earlier, in the formal instructions, he had emphasized exploration of the southern tributaries. Jefferson wanted land. He wanted empire. He reached out to seize what he wanted, first of all by continually expanding the boundaries of Louisiana. Diplomatic historian Thomas Maitland Marshall describes it well. Starting with the idea that the Purchase was confined to the western waters of the Mississippi Valley, Jefferson's conception had gradually expanded until by 1808 it included West Florida, Texas, and the Oregon country, a view which was to be the basis of a large part of American diplomacy for nearly half a century. Lewis started out for Pittsburgh on July 5, 1803, the day after the news of the Purchase arrived. Although he was in a good mood, he had a great deal to be worried about. Would Clark accept, or would his health or business commitments prevent him from joining? Had the wagon load of supplies gotten from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh? Had the weapons and other items selected at Harper's Ferry been sent to Pittsburgh? Had he selected the right items in sufficient quantity? What kind of soldiers would be meeting him in Pittsburgh for the trip down the Ohio? Was the keel boat he had ordered made in Pittsburgh completed? He had a sense of urgency. Having used up more than a month of good traveling weather, he knew the Ohio River would be falling as summer wore on, knew that he had to get going if he were to have any hope of making any significant distance up the Missouri before the weather closed in. But he still had a great deal to do in Harper's Ferry and Pittsburgh. So he could not have been altogether easy in his mind as he turned his horse's head west and started out. But he must have had a joy in his heart. He certainly had a determination. With that first step west, he intended never to look back until he had reached the Pacific. Lewis got to Fredericktown, present Frederick, Maryland, the evening of July 5th. There was good news. The wagon carrying supplies from Philadelphia had passed through Fredericktown 10 days earlier. There was bad news. On arrival at Harper's Ferry, the driver had decided the arms and other weapons Lewis had ordered were too heavy for his team, so he had gone on to Pittsburgh without them. Lewis hired a teamster in Fredericktown, who promised he would be in Harper's Ferry by July 8th. Lewis pushed on to Harper's Ferry, where I shot my guns and examined the several articles which had been manufactured for me at this place. They appeared to be well executed. What pleased him most was the completed iron frame boat. But good feelings gave way to worries. The teamster disappointed me. Lewis hired another locally. The man promised to load up the guns and the iron frame and the rest and be on his way to Pittsburgh early the next morning. Lewis then set off for Pittsburgh, where he arrived at 2:00 p.m. on July 15th. He immediately wrote a report to Jefferson so as to catch the 5:00 p.m. post. It had been hot and dry, the roads extremely dusty, yet I feel myself much benefited by the exercise the journey has given me, and can with pleasure announce so far, and all is well. Though the Ohio was low, it could be navigated if he could get a quick start. He had not yet had time to see the boat he had ordered. The boat contract called for completion on July 20th, but to Lewis's intense disappointment, the builder wasn't even close to done. The contractor claimed he had found it difficult to get the proper timber, but now it had arrived, and he promised to have the work completed by July 30th. Lewis reported to Jefferson that he was by no means sanguine that he could meet that date. August 5th was more like it. I visit him every day, Lewis wrote, and endeavor by every means in my power to hasten the completion of the work. I have prevailed on him to engage more hands. I shall embark immediately the boat is in readiness. Some good news. The wagon from Harper's Ferry arrived on July 22nd. So had the party of 7 recruits. The 8th recruit had pocketed his bounty for enlisting and promptly deserted, from Carlisle, who would make the descent of the Ohio with the keelboat. But what nagged was the falling river. The current of the Ohio is extremely low and continues to decline, Lewis told Jefferson. This may impede my progress, but shall not prevent my proceeding, being determined to get forward, though I should not be able to make a greater distance than a mile per day. The next week was agony for Lewis. The boat builder was a drinking man, so he seldom worked mornings, and sometimes not in the afternoons either. He had none of Lewis's sense of urgency, but there was no one else in Pittsburgh capable of doing the work. So Lewis fretted and fumed, but did not fire the contractor. On July 29th, the mail brought in the best possible news. It was a letter from Clark. He had accepted. The enterprise, etc., is such as I have long anticipated and am much pleased with, Clark wrote, and as my situation in life will admit of my absence the length of time necessary to accomplish such an undertaking, I will cheerfully join you in an official character, as mentioned in your letter, and partake of the dangers, difficulties, and fatigues, and I anticipate the honors and rewards of the result of such an enterprise. This is an undertaking freighted with many difficulties, but, my friend, I do assure you that no man lives with whom I would prefer to undertake such a trip, etc., as yourself. He asked Lewis to tell Jefferson to send his commission on to Louisville, across the river from Clarksville. He said he would try to find a few good men for the expedition, which he reported was the chief subject of conversation in Louisville. In a follow-up letter of July 24th, Clark related that several young men, gentlemen's sons, have applied to accompany us, as they are not accustomed to labor and as that is a very essential part of the services required of the party. I am cautious in giving them any encouragement. He told Lewis he would be ready to go as soon as the keelboat reached Louisville, for he too was eager to get as far up the Missouri as possible that season. My friend, he concluded, I join you with hand and heart. I feel myself much gratified with your decision, Lewis told Clark by the next post, August 3rd, for I could neither hope, wish, or expect from a union with any man on earth more perfect support or further aid in the discharge of the several duties of my mission than that which I am confident I shall derive from being associated with yourself. Lewis said he was pleased that Clark had engaged some men and reminded him that this was their most critical job. The enterprise must depend on a judicious selection of our men. Their qualifications should be such as perfectly fit them for the service. Otherwise, they will rather clog than further the objects in view. On this principle, I am well pleased that you have not admitted or encouraged the young gentleman you mention. We must set our faces against all such applications and get rid of them on the best terms we can. They will not answer our purposes." Clark absolutely agreed. On August 21st, he informed Lewis that, "I have had many applications from stout, likely fellows, but have refused to retain some and put others off with the promise of giving an answer after I see or hear from you." Lewis was simultaneously being pestered by young men in Pittsburgh who wanted to join up. Clearly, the word was out in the western country, and what young unmarried frontiersmen, whether gentlemen's sons or the sons of whiskey-making corn farmers, could resist such an opportunity? It was the ultimate adventure. The reward for success would be a land grant, similar to those given the Revolutionary War veterans, a princely reward to frontiersmen. So Lewis and Clark could be highly selective. Clark was an excellent judge of men. He had gathered 7 of the best young woodsmen and hunters in this part of the country. These were the men awaiting Lewis's approval before being accepted. They included Charles Floyd, Nathaniel Pryor, William Bratton, Reuben Field, Joseph Field, George Gibson, and John Shields. Lewis was equally good as a judge. In Pittsburgh, he selected John Coulter and George Shannon, at 18 the youngest of the group, subject to Clark's approval. The boat builder was guilty of unpardonable negligence, Lewis charged. August 5th came and went, and only one side of the boat was partially planked. In desperation, Lewis thought of purchasing 2 or 3 pirogues. It is impossible to tell what he meant by this, as he used the words pirogue and canoe interchangeably. A pirogue is a flat-bottomed dugout designed for marshes and shallow waters, most popular today among Louisiana duck hunters. The pirogues Lewis had in mind, however, were much larger, and possibly not dugouts at all, but big flat-bottomed masted rowboats built from planks. A canoe is a round or curved-bottom craft, either dug out of the trunk of a large tree or built to a frame and covered with bark or skins, most popular today for recreation on large, fast rivers. When Lewis said canoe, however, what he meant was a round-bottomed dugout much larger than today's sporting canoes. In his anxiety to get going, and with his doubts that the boat builder would ever complete the keelboat, Lewis was proposing to descend the Ohio River in pirogues until he could find a keelboat somewhere downriver to purchase. But when the local merchants told him there was no place to procure a boat below, and the boat builder promised to be done by August 13th, Lewis abandoned the fantasy and waited and fumed. 4 days later, the builder got drunk and quarreled with his workmen, several of whom quit on the spot. Lewis threatened him with a canceled contract, but there wasn't much reality to the threat. The boat builder had no competition within hundreds of miles. The builder did give a promise of greater sobriety, but this lasted less than a week. Lewis charged that he was continuing to be constantly either drunk or sick. Lewis spent most of his time at the worksite, alternately persuading and threatening. He soothed himself some by buying a dog and naming it Seaman. He paid $20 for the Newfoundland, a large black dog. Each day the river sank a bit lower. It got so bad that Lewis was told, "The river is lower than it has ever been known by the oldest settler in this country." The delays all but drove him mad, but they had to be endured because the job had to be done right. After all, Lewis was proposing to descend the Ohio, then ascend the Mississippi to the mouth of the Missouri, then ascend the Missouri to the Mandan villages in that boat. A lot of thought had gone into it, requiring skilled woodworking. The complexity of the thing must have been some part of the cause of the delay. Lewis had designed it, and he oversaw its construction and probably made modifications in the plans as the work progressed. It was basically a galley, little resembling the classic keelboat of the West. It seems to have been the standard type of vessel for use on inland waters at the outset of the 19th century, especially for military purposes. Lewis probably had been on a similar keelboat on the Ohio when he was a paymaster. It was 55 feet long, 8 feet wide at midships, with a shallow draft. It had a 32-foot-high mast that was joined near the base so it could be lowered. The mast could support a large square sail and a foresail. A 10-foot-long deck at the bow provided a forecastle. An elevated deck of 10 feet at the stern accommodated a cabin. The hold was 31 feet in length and could carry a cargo of about 12 tons. Crossing the deck were 11 benches, each 3 feet long, for use by 2 oarsmen. The boat could be propelled by 4 methods: rowing, sailing, pushing, and pulling. In pushing, the crew set long poles in the river bottom and pushed on them as they walked front to rear on the boat. Men or horses or ox used ropes for pulling, sometimes from the water, sometimes from the shore. To hurry the builder along, Lewis tried getting on his knees. He tried shouting and cursing. But neither threats, persuasion, or any other means which I could devise were sufficient to procure the completion of the work sooner than the 31st of August. He had hoped to be on his way by July 20th, at the latest by August 1st. By the time the boat was ready, the river had fallen so low that those who pretend to be acquainted with the navigation of the river declare it impracticable to descend it. Lewis was going anyway. How anxious he was to get going, he demonstrated on the morning of August 31st. The last nail went into the planking at 7 o'clock a.m. By 10 o'clock a.m., Lewis had the boat loaded. To keep it as high in the water as possible, he shipped a considerable quantity of goods by wagon to Wheeling. In addition, he purchased a pirogue to carry as much as possible, to further lighten the load. He intended to purchase another at Wheeling to carry the goods coming by land. Then he was on his way. Chapter 9. Down the Ohio. September to November 1803. Lewis had proceeded only 3 miles when he pulled over at an island and at the request of the pioneers living on it gave a demonstration of his air gun, purchased from gunsmith Isaiah Lukens of Philadelphia. It was a pneumatic rifle. The stock was the reservoir, and it could be pumped full of air to a pressure of 500 to 600 psi, at which point it was not much inferior in hitting power to the Kentucky rifle. That it produced no smoke or noise astonished the frontiersmen. Lewis fired 7 times at 55 yards with pretty good success. He passed the Curiosity around for examination. It went off accidentally. The ball passed through the hat of a woman about 40 yards off, cutting her temple. She fell instantly, and the blood gushing from her temple. We were all in the greatest consternation, supposed she was dead, but in a minute she revived to our inexpressible satisfaction, and by examination we found the wound by no means mortal or even dangerous. Never again did he pass the air gun around when it was pumped up and loaded. The expedition returned to the river. After a mile or so, we were obliged to get out all hands and lift the boat over about 30 yards. Then another ripple, and another. The captain got out too and pulled or lifted. Twice. A third time. Fortunately, the water was temperate, but when Lewis had the boat put ashore for the night, having gone only 10 miles downstream, he was much fatigued after laboring with my men all day, gave my men some whiskey, and retired to rest at 8 o'clock. That was the first entry in what became the Journals of Lewis and Clark. The journals are one of America's literary treasures. Throughout, they tell their story in fascinating detail. They have a driving narrative that is compelling, yet they pause for little asides and anecdotes that make them a delight to read. Their images are so sharp they all but force the reader to put down the book, close the eyes, and see what the captain saw, hear what they heard. The journals never flash back or forward. From start to finish, they stick to the present. The more closely they are read, the greater the reward. Theodore Roosevelt, no stranger to adventure, said this about the journals: "Few explorers who saw and did so much that was absolutely new have written of their deeds with such quiet absence of boastfulness, and have drawn their descriptions with such complete freedom from exaggeration." It is not known when Lewis made entries in the journals, not even the first entry. Did Lewis write it that night before blowing out his candle, or the next morning on the boat, or a week or so later at a weather-enforced halt? There is an extensive literature on the subject, capped by an essay by Gary Moulton in the introduction to Volume 2 of the modern edition of the journals. Moulton concludes, "Most of the material we now have was written by the captains in the course of the expedition." Not all, just most. Moulton adds that it cannot be said when during the expedition the entries were written, whether on the day of the event or a few days or even a few months later. Never mind. As Moulton remarks in reading the journals, we are in a sense traveling with the captains and sharing their day-by-day experiences and uncertainties. There is another more important and tantalizing mystery. Lewis began his journal the day he began the expedition, August 31st, 1803. He was a faithful recorder of flora and fauna, weather, the difficulties of getting down the river, unusual occurrences, people encountered. The journal, a combination travelogue and record, a description of matters new to science and of geography, and much more, obviously meant a great deal to him, and he was well aware of its importance to the success of the expedition. And he clearly enjoyed writing, thinking through the events of the day and sorting them out and making sense out of them in very long, very complex sentences that often threatened to get completely out of control but were always rescued by the last verb. Geographer Paul Russell Cutright speaks of Lewis's recurrent artistry in stringing apt words together colorfully, and notes that among his virtues as a writer were his sizable working vocabulary, his quietly authoritative statements, his active, unrestrained interest in all natural phenomena, his consistent adherence to truth, and above all, his wide command of adjectives, verbs, and nouns, which repeatedly give color to his sentences. Yet there are long periods, months at a time, nearly a year in one case, for which few and only sporadic journal entries by Lewis are known to exist. These gaps include September 19th to November 11th, 1803, May 14th, 1804 to April 7th, 1805, August 26th, 1805 to January 1st, 1806, and from August 12th to the end of September, 1806. There is no explanation for the gaps. Possibly he was depressed, or maybe it was just a severe case of writer's block. Neither explanation seems likely, however. In any event, as Moulton warns, no one is ready to say that no Lewis journal exists for those gaps, because scholars are always discovering new documentation about the expedition. So maybe the entries Lewis made for those dates are just lost, but that too seems unlikely because of internal evidence and because there exists no known letter lamenting the loss of daily journals kept by Lewis, either at the time or after his death. Meanwhile, we are grateful for what we do have. On the morning of September 1st, fog over the river kept Lewis and his party ashore until 8 a.m. Lewis took care to load as much as possible in the pirogue, to lighten the load in the boat, but nevertheless ripples and shoals forced him again and again to unload and then lift the empty boat over the obstacle. At the last ripple of the day, Lewis was forced to seek out a local pioneer and hire a team of oxen to pull the boat off. The expedition made but 10 miles. September 2nd was a repeat performance. The water was the lowest ever seen on the Ohio, sometimes but 6 inches deep, so low and clear Lewis could see catfish, pike, bass, and sturgeon swimming. Struck again, Lewis went ashore to hire a horse and an ox. Paid the man his charge, which was $1, Lewis noted in his journal. Then he passed his judgment on the Ohio River pioneers circa 1803. The inhabitants who live near these riffles live much by the distressed situation of the traveler. They are generally lazy, charge extravagantly when they are called on for assistance, and have no philanthropy or conscience. On the 3rd, at dawn, the air temperature was 63, that of the river 75. Lewis noted that the fog thus produced is impenetrably thick at this moment, one of the few times Lewis makes a reference to his precise time of writing. The party made 6 miles that day. Lewis discharged one of the men for reasons unstated. The following day, Lewis purchased another pirogue for $11. He was cheated. It leaked badly. Goods got wet, guns began to rust. The party pulled over and spent the afternoon airing the articles, oiling the rifles, putting perishables into oilcloth bags, and otherwise repairing the damage. Lewis hired another hand to replace the man dismissed. On September 6th, the wind came up strong from the north in a stretch of river free of ripples. Lewis hoisted the foresail on the mast and experienced the inexpressible joy of running downstream with a wind dead astern and a good sail to catch the power of that wind. "We run 2 miles in a few minutes," Lewis wrote, almost unbelieving. Unfortunately, the wind strengthened to the point where Lewis was obliged to haul in the sail lest it carry away the mast. At the next ripple, the exhilaration gave way to consternation. Lewis hoisted the mainsail on the mast to run the stuck boat over the ripple, only to break the crosspiece. "My men worn down by perpetual lifting," Lewis wrote, "I was obliged again to have recourse to horses or oxen." He went to Steubenville on the Ohio bank of the river and found it a small, well-built, thriving place, has several respectable families residing in it, 5 years since it was a wilderness. He got the oxen and soon was afloat again. He concluded his entry with the sad news that on the day during which he had covered 2 miles in but a few minutes, his total mileage for that day was but 10. On September 7th, he reached Wheeling, Virginia, which he found to be a pretty considerable village of 50 houses. He dined that evening with Dr. William Patterson, son of the Robert Patterson of Philadelphia, who had been one of Lewis's teachers. Young Patterson was enthusiastic about Lewis's expedition. "He expressed a great desire to go with me," Lewis recorded, and Lewis was receptive, at least in part because Patterson had the largest collection of medicines west of the mountains, a pharmacy worth £100. Lewis told Patterson that a doctor was not authorized, but if he went on to St. Louis, where Lewis expected to spend the winter, there would be an opportunity to get Jefferson's authorization for Patterson to join the party. This was Lewis's first admission that he would not have time to ascend the Missouri River for any distance at all before winter set in. Progress down the Ohio was so excruciatingly slow he had to adjust, but he was eager to get going. Lewis told Patterson to be ready by 3:00 p.m. on September 9th, and they'd be off together. Wouldn't miss it for the world, the doctor replied. In Wheeling, Lewis picked up the shipment of rifles and ammunition he had sent overland from Pittsburgh and found it in good order. To carry it, he purchased another pirogue. That took up the better part of the day on September 9th. By mid-afternoon, everything was finally packed and ready to go, but no sign of Dr. Patterson. Lewis shoved off. That night, he opened his journal entry on a laconic note. "The doctor could not get ready. I waited until 3 this evening and then set out." Thus did Dr. Patterson miss the Lewis and Clark expedition. It was undoubtedly just as well. His reputation was one of constant drunkenness, which may well have been the cause of his being late. That night, the rain came down in torrents. Lewis covered the pirogues with oilcloth to no avail. He was up past midnight in cold rain, wet to the skin. Finally, I wrung out my saturated clothes, put on a dry shirt, and turned into my berth. In the morning, he stopped at an Indian earth mound on the Virginia bank and described it in considerable detail. Even with the stop, he made his best distance to date, 24 miles, because the river below Wheeling was relatively free of riffles and other obstructions. The next day, September 11th, it was 26 miles. The highlight of the day was a performance by Seaman, Lewis's Newfoundland, described by Lewis as very active, strong, and docile. Squirrels were migrating across the Ohio River north to south for reasons obscure to Lewis, since their principal food, hickory nuts, was in abundance on both banks. Seaman started barking at them. Lewis let him go. Seaman swam out, grabbed a squirrel, killed him, and fetched him back to Lewis, who sent the dog out for repeated performances. Lewis had the squirrels fried and declared they were fat and, I thought, a pleasant food. On the morning of September 13th, Lewis saw another natural history phenomenon: passenger pigeons flying over the river north to south on their migration. They flew in such great flocks they obscured the sun. The river he was descending continued to broaden and deepen. It still sparkled in the sunlight, especially as the angle of the sun on the water became more acute with the shorter days. The water was dark, almost black, after the recent heavy rains. The banks were lined with hardwoods, deep green, enclosing. All the sounds on the river, other than the splash of the oars, were from nature's chorus: frogs and birds mainly, and the wind through the trees. Although clearings were rare and villages even rarer, this was not wilderness. Lewis and at least some of the men in the boat party had been down the river before, as had thousands of other Americans. It had been mapped, so Lewis had no reason to use his instruments to determine longitude and latitude. Still, it was wild enough to suit. When Lewis pulled into Marietta at 2 p.m., he was in high spirits. He wrote a report to Jefferson outlining his progress since Wheeling, describing his several methods for getting over obstructions, and indulging himself in a little joke. "Horses or oxen are the last resort. I find them the most efficient sailors in the riffles, although they may be considered somewhat clumsy." Marietta, founded in 1788, was the oldest settlement in Ohio. Only a handful of children had been born there. Indeed, only a few adult residents had been born in Ohio. Lewis spent a night there. He dismissed 2 of the men, for unstated reasons, reducing his party to a dozen. He had a visit with Colonel Griffin Greene, one of the founders of Marietta, and an excellent Republican. That last qualification had gotten Greene the appointment as postmaster. 2 men got drunk in the village and failed to report back to the boat. In the morning, Lewis went looking for them, found them so drunk that they were unable to help themselves, had them picked up and thrown into the boat, and set off. As the expedition got lower on the river, it entered country in which, Lewis wrote on September 14th, "The fever and ague and bilious fevers commence their baneful oppression and continue through the whole course of the river with increasing violence as you approach its mouth." Lewis was referring to malaria, which was endemic in the Ohio, Mississippi, and lower Missouri valleys. He knew it well from his experiences on the Ohio during his travelers as paymaster, and anticipated it. Malaria was the most common disease in the country, especially on the frontier, where it was so inescapable that many refused to regard it as a disease. Like hard work, it was just a part of life. Jefferson had it. It may have been the illness that forced Clark to resign his commission in 1796. No one knew what caused malaria. Dr. Rush's opinion was bad air rising from swamps. He was on the edge of seeing the mosquito as the culprit, but never quite got there. The good doctor was helping one of his University of Pennsylvania graduate students in his research. S. Firth was doing his thesis on causation of malaria. The general view was that epidemics resulted from contagion, meaning the fevers were transmitted by direct contact between people. Firth wanted to see whether this was true. Firth's research methods were crude, heroic, and reckless. They demonstrated the almost total ignorance that the best trained specialists of the era wallowed in with regard to disease. As in means of transportation, mankind had made virtually no progress in the previous 2,000 years. Firth inhaled vapors from black vomit taken from malaria or yellow fever patients. He injected the vomit into the stomachs and veins of cats and dogs and into his own body. Neither the cats and dogs nor Firth got malaria. He completed his research in June 1804 and reported his conclusion. The autumnal disease, yet another name for malaria, was not contagious. Whether Lewis met Firth is unknown. That Lewis talked about malaria with Dr. Rush is apparent because he spent 1/3 of his medical budget on the purchase of Peruvian bark for his armamentarium. For the $30, Lewis got 15 pounds of the Peruvian bark. It came from a South American tree and contained many alkaloids, the most important being quinine and quinidine. Lewis had it in a powder form. It was considered sovereign for malaria, and rightly so. Later in the 19th century, quinine became the drug of choice for the disease. One medical historian calls it the drug that changed the destinies of nations, because it alone made possible the invasion and exploitation of tropical countries. Quinine copes with, rather than completely cures the disease. Recurrences are common to sufferers. The best preventive was to avoid getting bitten by infected mosquitoes. Easier said than done, of course. Even had he known that it was the mosquitoes transmitting the malaria, Lewis could have done little about it. He had armed himself for the war against mosquitoes. In Philadelphia, he had purchased mosquito curtains and 8 pounds catgut for mosquito curtains and 200 pounds of tallow mixed with 50 pounds of hog's lard. The lard served a double purpose, insect repellent and a base for pemmican. Lewis took mosquitoes seriously, but his preparations were entirely defensive. Neither he nor anyone else alive in 1803 had the slightest idea how to take the offensive against them. Nor did anyone understand how serious was the battle against them. Lewis thought of the mosquitoes as a pest, not a threat. Nor did he ever learn how to spell his enemy's name. His usual spelling, repeated at least 25 times, was Musquetoe. Clark was more inventive. He had at least 20 variations, ranging from Mesquetors through Misqutr to Musquetors. In many ways, the trip down the Ohio was a shakedown voyage for the boat and pirogues. Getting the packing right, for example, was a constant learning process. On September 15th, it rained hard for 6 hours. Lewis kept paddling and made 18 miles. The following day, it was 19 miles, but by dusk, my men were very much fatigued. The next morning, the expedition came to a long sandbar. It was a handsome, clean place, so Lewis decided to spend the day opening and drying his goods, which I had found were wet by the rain on the 15th, even though he had wrapped them securely in oilcloths and had the canoes constantly baled during the course of the day. The guns, tomahawks, and knives were rusting. Lewis had them oiled and exposed to the sun. Clothing of every description also was opened and aired. All hands, including the captains, were kept busy in this enterprise from 10 o'clock a.m. to sunset, when Lewis had the canoes reloaded, this time paying more attention to getting vulnerable items up off the canoe bottom. From Marietta, it was about 100 miles southeast to the point where Ohio, Virginia, and Kentucky joined, then another 100 or so to Cincinnati. The river was deep, the weather fine. Lewis covered the 200 miles in 2 weeks without incident. He stayed in the Cincinnati area for a week to rest his men, take on provisions, do some research for Jefferson, and write 2 letters. The first was to Clark in Louisville in reply to a letter of August 21st which Lewis had just picked up. Clark reported that he had many applicants for the expedition from stout, likely fellows, but he was putting them on hold until Lewis got to Louisville and could look them over. Clark pointed out what he knew Lewis already knew, that a judicious choice of our party is of the greatest importance to the success of this vast enterprise. On a more general note, Clark concluded, I am happy to hear of the cession of Louisiana to the United States. This is an inestimable treasure to the Western people, who appear to feel its value. Lewis responded by reporting his progress and discussing the selection of men for the voyage up the Missouri. He said he liked Clark's ideas on the need for a judicious selection, and that he had 2 young men with him, taken on trial conditionally only, though I think they will answer tolerably well. Apparently he meant John Coulter and George Shannon. Obviously he meant that Clark would have a veto over his choices, just as he would over Clark's. Lewis and Clark had not been together in 7 years, but even before they met, their partnership was flourishing, their trust in each other's judgment complete. There were no perils in divided command for this pair. The second letter was to Jefferson. Lewis reported on his visit to Big Bone Lick, Kentucky, some 20 miles southwest of Cincinnati. Earlier in the year, Dr. William Goforth had discovered there the bones of a mammoth. Evidently, Jefferson had urged Lewis to visit the site. Lewis did, and sent in a mammoth report on the mammoth, including 2,064 words to describe a tusk of an immense size, along with some specimens of bones. Lewis asked the president to send him some of the vaccine matter, as I have reason to believe from several experiments made with what I have that it has lost its virtue. He intended to use it to vaccinate against the smallpox. This, too, was a favorite subject of Jefferson's, who had sponsored the use of the cowpox and had inoculated himself and his family. The wording of the letter indicates that it was Jefferson who had provided Lewis with cowpox to bring to the frontier and to the Indians, and instructed him in its use. The big problem, as Lewis's request reflects, was keeping the vaccine alive. When no scab formed where Lewis scratched the cowpox vaccine into a patient's arm, Lewis knew it was no longer virile. Lewis concluded his letter to Jefferson with a statement of intentions. As this session of Congress has commenced, he began, and as for a variety of reasons his progress had been delayed, and feeling as I do in the most anxious manner a wish to keep them, the politicians, in a good humor on the subject of the expedition in which I am engaged, I have concluded to make a tour this winter on horseback of some 100 miles through the most interesting portion of the country adjoining my winter establishment. He said he would go up the Kansas River toward Santa Fe, and he proposed to have Clark make his own excursion through some other portion of the country. That way, by the end of February, he would be able to send Jefferson such information relative to that country which, if it does not produce a conviction of the utility of the project, will at least procure the further toleration of the expedition. Here was the President's aide at work, a zealot protecting his boss from the Federalist jackals in Congress. Here was the partisan politician trying to give his party a winning issue in the upcoming 1804 presidential campaign. Here, too, was the young adventurer, resigned to having to build a winter camp near St. Louis rather than getting on up the Missouri a few hundred miles, his mind alive with possibilities during the brilliant fall afternoons on the Ohio, refusing to submit to the anticipated dullness of an army camp life for 5 months. But alive though his mind was, here was a young man who had not thought things through. This was the first Jefferson knew that Lewis had abandoned hope of getting up the Missouri before winter. He accepted the decision, indeed endorsed it heartily, because he wanted Lewis to spend the winter gathering information in St. Louis, not out on the Kansas prairie, and because the expedition could draw its rations from the U.S. Army posts on the Mississippi, thus not depleting the stores for the voyage. So, as Commander-in-Chief, Jefferson had said directly to Lewis, "I leave it to your own judgment as to where to spend the winter." Not that the President had a lot of choice. The mails moved so slowly there was not the slightest possibility of Jefferson's giving Lewis orders that could arrive in time to be acted on. Jefferson did not receive Lewis's letter until mid-November. His reply did not reach Lewis until January. Still, Jefferson tried to take control because he was so alarmed by Lewis's proposal to set off on a midwinter exploration toward Santa Fe, into the part of the continent clearly Spanish and, because of its gold and silver mines, a part about which the Spanish were extremely sensitive. The great danger involved led Jefferson to issue a direct order, hoping it would arrive in time. "You must not undertake the winter excursion which you propose in yours of October 3rd. Lewis's proposal caused Jefferson great worry. not just about the dangers, but about Lewis's judgment. Thus there is a note of suppressed alarm in his response. He could hardly remove Lewis from the command, but he could try to get Lewis to think of first things first. Jefferson wrote, "The object of your mission is single, the direct water communication from sea to sea formed by the bed of the Missouri and perhaps the Oregon." That was the most succinct statement about the purpose of the expedition Jefferson ever wrote. He explained that the dangers of a Santa Fe trip would be greater than those Lewis would face on the Missouri, because the Spanish armed forces would be almost certain to arrest and detain him if he went southwest, but leave him alone on the Missouri, since that was now American territory. As to Clark's proposed excursion, Jefferson wrote, "By leaving Mr. Clark with you, we consider the expedition double-manned, and therefore the less liable to failure, for which reason neither of you should be exposed to risks by going off of your line." The Louisiana Purchase had another impact on the goals of the expedition. Jefferson described the boundaries of Louisiana as the high lands enclosing all the waters which run into the Mississippi or Missouri directly or indirectly. That was stretching the boundaries a bit, perhaps. No one really knew, but as Jefferson explained, it therefore becomes interesting to fix with precision by celestial observations the longitude and latitude of the sources of those rivers. What he meant, or hoped for, was that northern tributaries of the Missouri would extend well north of the 49th parallel, deep into the fur-rich country of western Canada. If so, that territory wasn't western Canada. It was the property of the United States. Jefferson didn't want to risk not finding out because his young captain had indulged himself in a joyride. He concluded his letter by repeating his order that Lewis stick to his assigned missions, which were not to be delayed or hazarded by any episodes whatever. On October 4th or 5th, Lewis pushed his boat and pirogues back into the river and headed west for the falls of the Ohio, some 100 miles downstream. On October 14th, he was at the head of the falls, which were actually long rapids created by a 24-foot drop of the river over a 2-mile-long series of limestone ledges. At the foot of the rapids, on the north bank, was Clarksville, Indiana Territory. Louisville, Kentucky, was on the south bank. On October 15th, Lewis hired local pilots who took the boat and pirogues into the dangerous but passable passage on the north bank. Safely through, Lewis tied up at Clarksville and set off to meet his partner, who was living with his older brother, General George Rogers Clark. When they shook hands, the Lewis and Clark expedition began. Each man was about 6 feet tall and broad-shouldered. Each was rugged in the face, Clark somewhat more so than Lewis, who had a certain delicacy to his profile. Their bodies were raw-boned and muscled, with no fat. Their hands, sunburned like their faces, even this late in the season, were big, rough, strong, capable, confident. Each man was long-legged. Just a glimpse of their stride across a porch, or at how they seated themselves, showed the physical coordination of an athlete. Each, probably, was dressed in fringed buckskin. And who can doubt that as they stuck out their hands to each other, both men had smiles on their faces that were as broad as the Ohio River, as big as their ambitions and dreams. Oh, to have been able to hear the talk on the porch that afternoon, and on into the evening, and through the night. There would have been whiskey. General Clark was the host, and General Clark was a heavy drinker. There would have been tables groaning under the weight of pork, beef, venison, duck, goose, fish, fresh bread, apples, fresh milk, and more. There were the 2 would-be heroes with the authentic older hero, all 3 Virginians, all 3 soldiers, all 3 Republicans, all 3 great talkers, full of ideas and images and memories and practical matters and grand philosophy, of Indians and bears and mountains never before seen. Excitement and joy ran through their questions and answers, words coming out in a tumble. Unfortunately, we don't have a single word of description of the meeting of Lewis and Clark. Over the next 2 weeks, the captain selected the first enlisted members of the expedition. They did not lack for volunteers. Word had spread up and down the Ohio and inland, and young men longing for adventure and ambitious for a piece of land of their own set out for Clarksville to sign up. Lewis and Clark sized them up, making judgments on their general hardiness, their shooting and hunting ability, their physical strength and general character, their suitability for a long journey in the wilderness. How many applied is not known, but one of those eventually selected, Private Alexander Willard, boasted in his old age that his fine physique enabled him to pass the inspection for enlistment in the expedition that more than 100 others failed. 7 of the men the captains picked had previously been conditionally approved by Clark, 2 by Lewis. They made Charles Floyd and Nathaniel Pryor sergeants. Floyd was the son of Captain Charles Floyd, who had soldiered with George Rogers Clark. When these 9 men were sworn into the Army, in solemn ceremony, in the presence of General Clark, the Corps of Discovery was born. In addition to the enlisted men, the Corps consisted of the captains, and Clark's slave, York. York was big, very dark, strong, agile, a natural athlete. About Clark's age, or a bit younger, he had been Clark's lifelong companion, bequeathed to him by his father, whose companion had in turn been York's father. Certainly, the captains discussed the size of the expedition. Secretary of War Dearborn had authorized 12 enlisted men and an interpreter, but Jefferson had orally given Lewis authorization to engage any other men, not soldiers, that I may think useful. Back in 1783, General Clark had advised Jefferson that if the American Philosophical Society did send out an expedition to explore the Missouri country, they should keep it small, a dozen at most, because any larger party would arouse the Indians to hostile acts. In 1803, he may have repeated that advice to his younger brother and Captain Lewis, but if he did, they ignored it. They intended a much larger party. According to a locally written newspaper story, it was said around Louisville that about 60 men will compose the party. How many of them would be soldiers attached to the Corps of Discovery, how many soldiers who would go only as far as the first winter camp, how many civilians hired to power the keelboat, was to be determined. In any event, the Corps of Discovery had been formed, and the captains were pleased with the stout young fellows they had picked. The keelboat and pirogues set off from Clarksville on October 26th. There was plenty of water and no obstacles. On November 11th, the party arrived at Fort Massac, built 10 years earlier on the Illinois bank of the Ohio, about 35 miles upstream from the junction of the Ohio and the Mississippi. There, Lewis expected to find 8 soldiers who had volunteered from the Army camp at Southwest Post, Tennessee, but they hadn't been seen. Lewis immediately hired George Driar, a locally renowned woodsman, to go to Tennessee, pick up the missing soldiers, and bring them on to winter quarters, which he should look for on the east bank of the Mississippi near St. Louis. Although he never learned how to spell Driar's name, it usually came out Drouillard, Lewis was impressed by him from the start. Son of a French-Canadian father and a Shawnee mother, Driard was a skilled frontiersman, hunter-trapper, and scout. He was an expert in Indian ways, fluent in a couple of Indian languages and in French and English, and master of the sign language. He exuded a calm confidence, giving the strong impression that no matter what happened, he could handle it. Lewis signed him to a contract to serve as interpreter at $25 per month and arranged for the paymaster at Massac to advance him $30 in coin. Though Lewis was authorized to draw volunteers from the garrison at Fort Massac, he was disappointed in the quality of the men who stepped forward. Only 2 met his standards. On November 13th, the expedition set off from Massac. There was a heavy rain. "I was seized with a violent ague," Lewis wrote in his journal, which continued about 4 hours and, as is usual, was succeeded by a fever which, however, fortunately, abated in some measure by sunrise. He had malaria. When he woke, "I took a dose of Rush's pills which operated extremely well." The fever passed. That night, the party landed on the point at which the Ohio and Mississippi flowed together. For the following week, Lewis and Clark made measurements and conducted celestial observation. With his measuring chain and circumferenter, or surveying compass, Clark determined by triangulation that the width of the Ohio at the point just before junction was 1,274 yards, that of the Mississippi 1,435 yards, and of the combined rivers 2,002 yards. During the encampment at the mouth of the Ohio, Lewis began to apply the lessons he had learned in Philadelphia on celestial observation, and simultaneously to teach Clark what he knew. Establishing latitude was complicated but doable in the field. Using the octant in the summer, or the sextant, winter, Lewis would shoot the sun at noon and take its altitude. He would then consult a table to determine latitude. The angle of the sun at high noon, together with the date, would tell him for certain how far north of the equator he was. Determining longitude was almost impossibly complicated. If Lewis knew it was high noon in Greenwich, and he knew exactly what time it was where he was, he could figure out his longitude. But to know the time in Greenwich required an accurate chronometer. Though Lewis had bought the best available in Philadelphia, it was not reliable. The alternative was to note the regular movement of the moon, measured against the sun and stars. The method was to choose a bright star as a fixed point against which to measure the moon's easterly motion in its orbit around the Earth. The stars that could be used for the measurement were Antares, Altair, Regulus, Spica, Pollux, Aldebaran, Fomalhaut, Alphi, Arietis, and Alplopagus. Lewis could identify those stars and many others, a skill that he had absorbed in the course of his life. He had spent countless nights stretched out in the open, countless hours staring at the stars. He had enjoyed the privilege of walking the grounds after dark at the President's house and at Monticello with Thomas Jefferson for his guide to the skies. The skill also grew out of his character. His intense curiosity compelled him to study the world around him and the sky above him. His crash course in Philadelphia enabled him to make the observations. It was complicated. With the sextant, every few minutes he would measure the angular distance between the moon and the target star. The figures obtained could be compared with tables showing how those distances appeared at the same clock time in Greenwich. Those tables were too heavy to carry on the expedition, and the work was too time-consuming. Since Lewis's job was to make the observations and bring them home, he did not try to do the calculations. He and Clark just gathered the figures. It meant staying up till midnight, making observations every 5 minutes or so for an hour or more. It meant frustration on those nights, too frequent, when clouds came up to render observation impossible. The sky over the dark, murmuring river was black and transparent, free of any pollutants, far from any glowing village. Behind the captains, the men slept in their tents, the quiet sleep of healthy young men exhausted from the day's labors. The private on guard duty kept a small fire burning. Lewis's dog sat beside him as he called out the numbers for Clark. This was practice. The longitude and latitude of the mouth of the Ohio were known, but Lewis and Clark worked at it as if it were the real thing, because soon enough it would be. Seaman was always with Lewis. On the afternoon of November 16th, the captains crossed to the Spanish side of the Mississippi to make observations. They encountered a camp of Indians. One of them, a respectable-looking Indian, offered Lewis 3 beaver skins for Seaman. Lewis refused with considerable indignation. He pointed out that he had paid $20 in cash for the dog. Besides, Lewis wrote, I prized Seaman much for his docility and qualifications generally for my journey. On November 18th, Lewis complained that the men had discovered a nearby illegal trading post with whiskey as the main trade item. He issued orders to stay away, but a number of the men went anyway and got drunk. Whiskey and whiskey traders were the bane of frontier life. Lewis had to anticipate more trouble with drinking during the long winter nights coming up. On November 20th, the expedition set out for St. Louis. Now it was headed upstream, and would continue to labor upstream until it reached the Continental Divide, somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. Chapter 10. Up the Mississippi to Winter Camp, November 1803 to March 1804. The expedition headed out into the Mississippi, then turned upstream. Lewis and Clark scholar Arlen Large speculates that this may have been the instant when the captains decided they needed more men. The power of that river, with its boils and swirls and floating obstacles, awed them. Back east, Robert Fulton was doing his first experiments with a steamboat, but on the Mississippi, the expedition was proceeding at a pace closer to that of the 1st century than to the age of steamboats. Lewis now was face to face with what would be his major problem almost until he reached the Continental Divide, moving relatively large craft upstream on a major river. The pirogues were badly undermanned. The keelboat was woefully so. They had to cross the river, east to west, west to east, at every bend, because only in the relatively slack water downstream from a point of land could they make any significant progress north. In 8 hours of constant rowing or paddling, the expedition made 10.5 miles. Much more muscle power was needed. In addition, one man would have to stay constantly at the bow of the keelboat, watching for huge uprooted trees rushing downstream on the boiling current. More men would require more supplies. Lewis had a lot to think about while the men dug in for all they were worth as the tiny fleet slowly inched its way north. He and Clark were not men who made snap judgments, but in this case it is likely that Arlen Large got it right. They decided on the first day to expand the party by more than 100%. Over the next few days, the men worked the craft upstream, seldom making more than 1 mile per hour. Even more maddening, the river twisted and turned to such an extent that the 25 air miles to Cape Girardeau were 48 river miles. It took 4 days to reach the Cape. The village had been founded by Louis Lorimier some 20 years earlier. A French-Canadian, he had been a loyalist during the Revolution and had fought George Rogers Clark, who had burned down one of his establishments, worth $20,000. This broke him as a merchant, Lewis noted in his journal on November 25th, but Lorimier was a high-risk-taking, fast-talking, hard-bargaining, vigorous and ambitious frontier entrepreneur, a man who could recover from disaster. After General Clark burned him out, Lorimier talked the Spanish into giving him a land grant on the west bank of the river. He built a trading post at Cape Girardeau. He encouraged American immigration into the area, which consequently flourished. Lewis called on Lorimier and was told that the boss was at a horse race. Lewis went to the course. The scene reminded me very much of their small races in Kentucky among the uncivilized backwoodsmen, nor did the subsequent disorder which took place in consequences of the decision of the judges of the race at all lessen the resemblance. It is not extraordinary that these people should be disorderly. They are almost entirely immigrant from the frontiers of Kentucky and Tennessee, and are the most dissolute and abandoned even among these people. They are men of desperate fortunes, but little to lose either character or property. Lorimier, on the other hand, intrigued him. Nearly 60 years old, he could not read or write. He had a remarkable suit of hair. It touched the ground when he stood erect. When sewed, it is kept close to his back by means of a leather girdle. Lorimier's wife was a Shawnee woman. He had many children by her, including a daughter who caught Lewis's eye. She is remarkably handsome and dresses in a plain yet fashionable style, or such as is now common in the Atlantic states among the respectable people of the middle class. She is an agreeable, affable girl, and much the most decent-looking female I have seen since I left Louisville. On November 28th, the expedition reached the army post at Kaskaskia, on the Illinois side, some 60 miles below St. Louis. It was home to Captain Russell Bissell's infantry company and to Captain Amos Stoddard's artillery company. Lewis's first act was to show the captains his orders from Dearborn, authorizing him to raid their companies. Then he called for volunteers and made his selections. The exact number is not known. Arlen Large thinks it was something more than a dozen. Not all would go all the way to the Pacific. Lewis was thinking of sending a detachment back to St. Louis from the Mandan villages, where he anticipated spending the winter of 1804-5. Lewis also requisitioned Stoddard for 75 pounds of powder and a cask to hold it. On December 4th, Clark set out with the boat party, headed for the mouth of Wood River, upstream from St. Louis on the Illinois side, directly opposite the mouth of the Missouri. The word was that it was well timbered, with plenty of game and a nearby settlement of pioneers. Lewis traveled up the Illinois bank by horseback. He arrived at the village of Cahokia, almost directly across from St. Louis, on December 7th. The next morning, Lewis crossed the river to St. Louis, along with Nicholas Jarrett, a Cahokia fur trader, as interpreter to meet the Spanish lieutenant governor of Upper Louisiana, Colonel Carlos de Haut de Lassus. The meeting had some rough spots. De Lassus denied Lewis permission to go up the Missouri until the transfer of sovereignty had taken place in St. Louis. Lewis did not argue the point. It was too late in the season to press on anyway, and Lewis needed to be near St. Louis to purchase supplies for the extra men. Lewis told de Lassus that his objective was to explore the Missouri country, purely for scientific purposes. De Lassus, in a report to his superiors, said he had heard different. According to advices, I believe that his mission has no other object than to discover the Pacific Ocean, following the Missouri, and to make intelligent observations, because he has the reputation of being a very well-educated man and of many talents. Built on a bluff above the floodplain, St. Louis, when Lewis arrived, was 4 decades old, with a population of a little over 1,000, mainly French Canadians. For so young and so small a town, St. Louis had a critical role to play in a vast empire. It was the center of the fur trade for the huge region drained by the Missouri. Most of the trade goods came from across the ocean, then crossed the continent to reach St. Louis. From that central point, the goods fanned out via individual traders to the farthest reaches of the frontier. And the pirogues and keelboats that carried the trade goods to the Indians brought back stacks and stacks of beautiful furs that brought kings' ransoms in Europe. Business opportunities abounded, in short, and continued to expand because of the American pioneers slipping across to the Spanish side and making farms on the pieces of ground they had cleared. When the formal transfer of Louisiana from Spain to France and then to the United States took place, expected sometime in the coming spring, Americans would be rushing into the Missouri country. They would need outfitting. As if things weren't good enough for the St. Louis merchants, here came Meriwether Lewis with only enough supplies in hand for a party of 15 instead of the amounts needed for a party of 45, and armed with an authorization from the president to buy whatever he might need and charge it to the army. The merchants of the day had suddenly become the first military contractors in St. Louis. In addition to supplies, Lewis was going to need men, voyagers with strong backs who could paddle the pirogues up the Missouri to the Mandan villages. He would be spending a lot of time in the town, haggling with merchants, sizing up volunteers. Before Lewis left Washington, Jefferson had given him oral instructions to gather as much statistical information as possible on Upper Louisiana, which meant another job to do in St. Louis. At the time he arrived in St. Louis, Lewis had not yet received Jefferson's direct orders to abandon his risky plan to ride to Santa Fe during the winter months, but he had put the foolish thought out of his mind anyway. His problem was going to be finding enough time to do all that needed to be done, not how to pass time. First came winter camp. On December 9th, Lewis crossed to the Illinois side and met Clark and the party at Cahokia. He reported that the Spanish would not allow a movement up the Missouri, but Jarrett had a claim to a 400-acre tract at the mouth of Wood River and suggested Lewis would find it a good place to build huts for the winter, to get started on modifying the keelboat for the long haul up the Missouri, and to select and train the men for the permanent party. Clark went on to the site to look it over. Lewis returned to St. Louis to get going on his tasks. He began by doing his research on Upper Louisiana. It was the first survey done by an American of any part of the Purchase. Lewis worked up a questionnaire with such queries as the population, the number of immigrants from the United States into Louisiana, how much land had been granted to individuals, the value of the imports and exports to and from St. Louis, and so on. Then he set out to talk to the men in town who had some knowledge of the local and regional situation. He turned first to Antoine Soulard, Surveyor General of Upper Louisiana for the Spanish government. Soulard, a Frenchman, told Lewis that the 1800 census recorded a population of about 10,000 in Upper Louisiana, 2,000 of whom were slaves. About two-thirds of the whites were Americans. That was 3 years ago. In 1803 alone, it was estimated that another 100 American families had crossed over into Upper Louisiana. Scouts from North Carolina and elsewhere had come to look over the Missouri country, in search of some eligible positions to form settlements as soon as the American government is in operation. In reporting these and other matters to Jefferson, Lewis referred to an idea Jefferson had often expressed to him, that the American pioneers in Upper Louisiana could be persuaded to accept land in Illinois in exchange for their holdings. It was Jefferson's notion that the land west of the Mississippi could be turned into a vast Indian reservation, where the Indians could learn to farm and become good citizens. That way, there could be an orderly progression of the frontier, across Ohio and Indiana and on to Illinois, and a frontier free from Indian troubles, since all the Indians would be removed to the far shore. This absurd notion showed how little Jefferson knew about Americans living west of the Appalachians. With the Purchase, or even without the Purchase, there was no force on earth that could stop the flow of American pioneers westward. Good, cheap land was a magnet that reached all the way back to Europe. The pioneers were the cutting edge of an irresistible force. Rough and wild though they were the advance agents of millions of Europeans, mostly peasants or younger sons of small farmers, who constituted the greatest mass migration in history. When Lewis and Clark arrived on the Mississippi River, they were following the first American settlers in Missouri and were but a jump ahead of thousands of others who were thinking about or already on their way to Missouri. Napoleon had gotten it right. He might as well sell and get some money for the place because the Americans were going to overrun it anyway. Lewis must have known that the government couldn't get the pioneers to abandon the land they had cleared and cultivated, yet he wrote Jefferson, "I am fully persuaded that your wishes to withdraw the inhabitants of Louisiana may in every necessary degree be effected in the course of a few years." With a bit more realism, he added that the slaveholders might cause trouble. They would not want to cross into the free territory of Illinois. Lewis also did research for his tour. Soulard gave him a map that traced the Missouri to the mouth of the Osage River. Lewis got two other maps, one a general map of Upper Louisiana, and another the so-called Mackay map, made by Scottish trader and explorer James Mackay, which Lewis sent Jefferson. In 1795, Mackay had gone as far up the Missouri as the village of the Omahas, and the following year he had sent a young assistant, John Evans, on a mission to the Pacific. Evans got no farther than the Mandan villages, but at least that gave Mackay the information he needed to extend his map of the Missouri as far up as the Mandans. Mackay was living in St. Louis in 1803, and Lewis had profitable talks with him. As historian Roy Appleman puts it, from Mackay and the maps Lewis had available to him, Lewis knew virtually everything that was known to white men of the Missouri country as far as the Mandan villages, and some Indian information about the lands to their west. The most powerful and prominent St. Louis citizens were the French fur traders Auguste Chouteau, Sr., a founder of the city, his half-brother Pierre Chouteau, Sr., and their brother-in-law Charles Gratiot, who had established the first trading post at Cahokia in 1777. Gratiot had helped supply George Rogers Clark during the Revolution. William Clark had stayed at Gratiot's house during a September 1797 business trip to St. Louis, where he also hobnobbed with Auguste Chouteau and all the fine girls and buckish gentlemen. The Chouteaus had prospered in St. Louis, thanks to a license that gave them exclusive rights on trade, but much of their wealth was in land, taken in payment for goods. Their need was the need of those on the frontier everywhere: fluid capital, long-term credit, and cash. Money was so scarce in St. Louis that beaver skins were the coin of the land. The Chouteaus had a nice setup. A monopoly, in fact, of every imported item needed, and many of those desired, on the frontier, from nails to glass beads, from ironwork to ladies' dresses, from powder and lead to imported wine. But it was too good to last. In 1798, Manuel Lisa arrived in St. Louis and began to muscle his way into the fur trade. He was as quick and sharp as the Chouteaus, having grown up in New Orleans, where he had hustled a living on the teeming waterfront. He moved upstream to St. Louis, where as a Spaniard he got preferential treatment, including some generous land grants. But he had no intention of becoming a farmer. He could see that the real opportunity in St. Louis was in trade. He began agitating for economic liberty. His biographer, Richard Oglesby, says his attack on monopolies made him sound as if he was one of Adam Smith's most ardent disciples. To shut him up, the Spanish gave him a license to trade. From these merchants, Lewis began making his purchases: corn, flour, biscuits, barrels of salt, kegs of pork, boxes of candles, kegs of hog's lard, 600 pounds grease, 21 bales of Indian goods, tools of every description. He bought from the Chouteaus, he bought from Lisa. He asked questions and got more information for Jefferson. He studied his maps. On December 16th, Driard reported in. He had brought the 8 soldiers from Tennessee with him. Delighted, Lewis quickly examined them. Disappointed, he wrote Clark he found them not possessed of more of the requisite qualifications. There is not a hunter among them. Still, there were possibilities. One of the soldiers was a blacksmith and another was a house joiner. Lewis sent them on to Clark at Wood River. Eventually, 4 of the 8 passed muster. Through the winter, Lewis kept up an active correspondence with Jefferson. Many letters recorded by Jefferson as received from Lewis, and many letters Jefferson wrote and noted, are missing. Still, what is available is informative and suggestive. On January 13, 1804, Jefferson wrote Lewis saying he had been able to follow Lewis's progress by newspaper accounts. He reported that the transfer of Louisiana to the United States had been scheduled for December 20th, and he had no doubt it had occurred. The acquisition of the country through which you are to pass has inspired the public generally with a great deal of interest in your enterprise, Jefferson wrote. The inquiries are perpetual as to your progress. The feds alone still treat it as philosophism and would rejoice in its failure. Their bitterness increases with the diminution of their numbers and despair of a resurrection. I hope you will take care of yourself and be the living witness of their malice and folly. To put it another way, those misguided Federalists who had criticized the purchase and derided the expedition were committing political suicide, so the President's aide need not worry about pleasing them by making a ride to Santa Fe. Avoiding unnecessary risks was the way Lewis could confound the feds. On January 22nd, Jefferson wrote Lewis to confirm that the transfer had happened in New Orleans on December 20th and to give him instructions on how to deal with the Indians now that the United States was sovereign throughout Louisiana. The instructions came down to tell them they have a new father. Jefferson also wanted Lewis to offer the Osage chief a free trip to Washington to meet the new father and to be impressed by the power and numbers of the Americans. Jefferson closed with the welcome news that the American Philosophical Society had elected Lewis to membership. He had earned it. 2 years of study under Thomas Jefferson, followed by his crash course in Philadelphia, had made Lewis into exactly what Jefferson had hoped for in an explorer: a botanist with a good sense of what was known and what was unknown, a working vocabulary for description of flora and fauna, a map maker who could use celestial instruments properly, a scientist with keen powers of observation, all combined in a woodsman and an officer who could lead a party to the Pacific. Now the payoff for the American Philosophical Society savants began. In March, and again in May, Lewis sent boxes of specimens to Jefferson. They constituted the first shipment of natural history specimens by Lewis to Jefferson from west of the Mississippi, and thus the first ever. He included slips or cuttings from trees owned by Pierre Chouteau, who had gotten them from the Osage Indian village 300 miles to the west. Lewis wrote 3 long paragraphs of detailed description. As a man of the Enlightenment, now officially signified by his membership in the APS, Lewis was interested in practical uses of the tree, which he named the Osage apple, now the Osage orange. The fruit was never eaten, but the wood was perfect for making bows. So much do the savages esteem the wood of this tree for the purpose of making their bows that they travel many hundred miles in quest of it. That was Lewis's first description of a plant unknown to science. He could anticipate making many more. There are trees growing in Philadelphia at 4th and Spruce Streets, and the University of Virginia at Moria, a guest house, today that grew from the cuttings Lewis sent. And as historian Michael Broadhead notes, this was the beginning of a rich, almost uniquely American phenomenon, the military naturalist. Among Lewis's worries that winter was Clark's commission. Clark had been on active service since the previous summer, but by February 1804 his commission had still not arrived. On February 10th, Lewis wrote Dearborn and Jefferson about the matter. Through to the end of April he got no reply, nor did the commission arrive in the meantime. The matter continued to nag. The missing commission had no practical effect. Lewis called Clark captain, and their relationship was one of a genuine joint command. Indeed, through the second part of December and all of January, Clark was the officer with the troops in the field. He planned and oversaw the construction of the huts. He made a number of improvements to the keelboat, including some cleverly devised lockers running along the sides of the boat, with lids that could be raised to form a breastwork or shield. When the lids were down, they provided catwalks or pas avants for men with poles pushing the boat. Crosswise between the lockers, Clark had 11 benches built, each 3 feet long for use by 2 oarsmen. He added center poles to support an awning. Clark worried about the Indians. The word among the Americans living near the mouth of the Missouri was that upriver the Sioux were hostile, numerous, well armed, and certain to demand a ransom for passage. Clark added a bronze cannon, probably purchased by Lewis in St. Louis. Mounted on a swivel that allowed it to be turned and fired in any direction, it was the expedition's heaviest armament, and in 1804 would be the largest weapon to that date ever taken up the Missouri. It could fire a solid lead ball weighing about 1 pound, or 16 musket balls with sufficient velocity to go through a man. At close range, a highly effective anti-personnel weapon. In addition to the swivel cannon, Clark asked Lewis to get 4 smaller weapons called blunderbusses, heavy shotguns that used buckshot. Lewis found them in St. Louis. Clark mounted them on swivels, 2 for the stern of the keelboat and 1 on each pirogue. They could be loaded with musket balls, scrap iron, or buckshot. At close range, devastating. In early February, Lewis crossed over to the camp at Wood River. He looked over the men, there were nearly 40 of them, and listened as Clark explained what he had done to the keelboat. Clark then left to spend a few days in St. Louis to make purchases and to attend a ball at the Chouteaus. Lewis had intended to join him at the ball, but was obliged to stay in camp to meet with some visiting Kickapoo Indians. Having missed the ball, he wrote Clark, and finding more to do when I began to look about me than I had previously thought of, I determined it would be as well to go to work here at Wood River and postpone my return to St. Louis a few days. He wanted Clark to talk to Pierre Chouteau about the possibility of his leading an expedition of Osage chiefs to Washington. Clark's tasks in St. Louis included picking a crew of voyageurs to paddle the canoes, the captains by now having decided to keep the permanent detachment, the Corps of Discovery, together as a unit on the keelboat. Clark, who had once descended the Mississippi to Memphis and who had lived on the Ohio River for many years, was the better waterman of the two captains, and thus probably the better judge of the voyageurs. Clark talked to Manuel Lisa, who was ready to contract out a crew that he would select and organize. Lewis wrote Clark, "Engage them immediately if you think from their appearance and characters they will answer the purpose." Lisa was doing quite a lot of business with the expedition. He paid a visit to Wood River to see what the captains didn't have that he did. Lewis dined in his home, although he most often stayed with Auguste Chouteau in the finest house in town. On February 20th, Lewis prepared to shove off for St. Louis. He issued his first detachment orders, putting Sergeant John Ordway in command during his and Clark's absence, and directing the sawyers to continue their work, the blacksmiths to continue their work, with an extra gill or 4 ounces of whiskey and exemption from guard duty, the men making sugar to continue to do so, and so forth. To save powder and lead, he ordered only 1 round per man per day for target practice. Sergeant Ordway would give instructions in shooting offhand at a distance of 50 yards. There was a prize of an extra gill of whiskey for the winner each day. Except for hunters, no man was to absent himself from camp without Sergeant Ordway's knowledge and permission. Finally, no whiskey beyond the legal ration. Lewis went off to St. Louis, conducted business, and returned a week later. Sergeant Ordway reported to him that Privates Reuben Field and John Shields had refused to mount guard duty as ordered because they would be damned if they would take orders from anyone other than the captains. Privates John Coulter, John Bowley, Peter Weiser, and John Robinson had gone off hunting, or so they had told Ordway, who had tried to stop them. In fact, they went to a neighboring whiskey shop on the edge of the nearby American settlement and got drunk. To deal with these disciplinary matters, Lewis wrote another detachment order dated March 3rd in the Journal. The commanding officer feels himself mortified and disappointed at the disorderly conduct of Field and Shields, especially since he had thought of them as excellent soldiers and men of judgment. He went on, "A moment's reflection must convince every man of our party that the captains had to be in St. Louis to gather the necessary supplies and equipment for the voyage. When they were gone, Sergeant Ordway was in command. Period." Lewis confined Coulter, Bowley, Weiser, and Robinson to quarters for 10 days. On March 7th, Lewis returned to St. Louis to be present at the ceremonies marking the formal transfer of Upper Louisiana to the United States. Captain Stoddard, the official American representative, invited Lewis to serve as the chief official witness. There was a detachment from the 1st Infantry Regiment out of Fort Kaskaskia on hand. The ceremony took place on March 9th in front of Government House, Spanish headquarters in the city. First, a transfer was made from Spain to France. Colonel de Lassus presided for Spain, while Stoddard acted as agent for the French. When the Spanish flag was struck, de Lassus presented it to Stoddard, who then ran up the French tricolor. The crowd, composed of nearly all the residents of St. Louis, most of them French, cheered. With tears in their eyes, Frenchmen asked Stoddard to let the tricolor wave over St. Louis for 1 night. Stoddard agreed. The next day, to the salute of guns and cheers from the soldiers, the tricolor was lowered and the Stars and Stripes was raised, the documents were signed, and appropriate speeches were made. Stoddard assumed the post of military civil governor of Upper Louisiana, pending the establishment of territorial government. After the ceremonies, Lewis and Clark accompanied Stoddard on an inspection of Spanish defenses. A few days later, Clark returned to Wood River to continue preparations. The days were getting noticeably longer, the first hints of opening buds were on the tree limbs, the great duck and geese migrations were just starting, the ice no longer ran in the river, spring was coming. And with the first warm days came an ominously unwelcome visitor. On March 25th, Clark wrote in his journal, "The mosquitoes are very bad this evening." On March 28th, Lewis drew 3 drafts or checks of $500 each on the Secretary of War. He had already drawn $1,669 and drew an additional $159 a few days later. He was also drawing money to provide for the Osage chief and Pierre Chouteau on their trip to Washington, and he was signing chits for supplies. Altogether, signing his name to a draft on the government was becoming a commonplace experience for Lewis. Indeed, it was threatening to become habit-forming. On the afternoon of the 29th, Lewis crossed over to Wood River. Clark had alarming news. There had been fights between the men. John Shields had opposed an order and had threatened Sergeant Ordway's life and wished to return to Kentucky. John Coulter had disobeyed orders and had loaded his gun, threatening to shoot Ordway. The men had been at Wood River for the better part of 4 months. They never got to go to St. Louis. The only women they saw were the pioneers at the nearby settlements, and there weren't many of them, and mostly they were married. There was a whiskey cellar around, but he was expensive and hard to get to. Once the huts were completed and the keelboat's alterations were finished, the men had almost nothing to do. A little drilling on the parade ground, which they hated, a little target practice, which they loved but only got to do once a day, was about it. These young heroes were in great shape, strong as bulls, eager to get going, full of energy and testosterone, and bored. So they fought and drank and fought. Clark recorded various serious fistfights, sometimes with delightful comment. Our field was in a mistake and repents. Frazier has done bad. But fighting among themselves was one thing, threatening the sergeant quite another. On March 29th, the captains put Shields and Coulter on trial for mutiny. The privates asked the forgiveness, etc., and promised to do better in future. The captains relented. No punishment was noted. And 2 days later, Shields and Coulter were welcomed into the permanent party. On March 31st, after a full exchange of views between themselves, the captains held a ceremony in order to enlist the 25 men they had selected to be members of the detachment destined for the expedition through the interior of the continent of North America. Another group of 5 soldiers was designated to accompany the expedition to its winter quarters, then to return to St. Louis with communiques and specimens. Corporal Richard Worthington would be its leader. The main detachment was divided into 3 squads. Charles Floyd and Nathaniel Pryor joined Ordway as sergeants commanding the squads. Worthington, Floyd, and Pryor were not the only soldiers who had impressed the captains. Pryor was sick. In the detachment order recording the selections, Clark wrote, "During the indisposition of Sergeant Pryor, George Shannon is appointed, pro tempore, to discharge the said Pryor's duty in his squad." Since Shannon was not yet 20 years old, the youngest man in the party, that appointment was a genuine compliment. The permanent party was now in place. Besides the 22 men and 3 sergeants, it included Lewis and Clark, Clark's slave York, Driard, and Lewis's dog Seaman. It was straining to get going. Every morning the men looked across the Mississippi and saw the Missouri pouring into the main stream, so powerful its muddy waters drove clear across 3/4 of the width of the mighty Mississippi, the Missouri being the more powerful of the two. Clark also recorded, "I send to the Missouris water for drinking water, it being much cooler than the Mississippi." In the evening, the men could watch the sun go down over the Missouri. Surely, as they sipped their whiskey ration at the end of the day, they stared at that river and talked about it and thought about it. They were not daunted by it. Rather, they were drawn to it. What adventures awaited, what sights they would see, they knew they couldn't even guess, which only made them all the more eager to get going, so they could find out. Sergeant Gass wrote in his journal that the local inhabitants had warned that the party was to pass through a country possessed by numerous, powerful, and warlike nations of savages of gigantic stature, fierce, treacherous, and cruel, and particularly hostile to white men. But, he insisted, the determined and resolute character of the men, and the confidence pervading all ranks, dispelled every emotion of fear. A week after the ceremony of enlistment, Ordway wrote his parents. He expressed determination and confidence. "We are to ascend the Missouri River with a boat as far as it is navigable, and then to go by land to the Western Ocean if nothing prevents, etc. This party consists of 25 picked men of the Army and country, and I am so happy as to be one of them picked men. We are to start in 10 days, April 18th, up the Missouri River. We expect to be gone 18 months or 2 years. We are to receive a great reward for this expedition when we return." Ordway said he would be drawing $15 per month in pay and would receive a bonus of 400 acres of prime land. Then he reported what may have been just another soldier's rumor or an expectation encouraged by the captains. Whichever it was, it spoke to the spirit of the men and their captains. "If we make great discoveries as we expect, the United States has promised to make us great rewards more than we are promised, etc." Chapter 11. Ready to depart. April to May 21st, 1804. As the April sun grew warmer, the banks of the Mississippi exploded into color. Green gold, nature's first hue, predominated early in the month, but it had serious competition. The captains noted spicewood in full bloom on April 1st, along with the white dogtooth violet and the mayapple. On the 5th, the buds of the peach, apple, and cherry trees, imported by the pioneers, appeared. By the 17th, they were in full bloom. Osage apple and Chickasaw plum were in flower, along with the violet, the dove's foot, and the cowslip. It was gorgeous weather, with afternoon temperatures climbing into the 60s and, by the last week of the month, into the low 70s. But on the 26th, a frost killed fruit at Cahokia. St. Louis escaped without damage. That afternoon, the temperature was up to 66. "Let's go!" One can almost hear the men of the Corps of Discovery crying out to the captains. "Let's go, for God's sake!" Lewis decided no, not yet. Sometime between April 8th, when Sergeant Ordway wrote that the expedition would be off on April 18th, and mid-April, Lewis concluded that he needed far more in the way of provisions, and he needed more time to round them up. And Lewis needed time to arrange for the Osage chief's journey to Washington. He put departure day, D-Day, back a month. At 7 o'clock a.m. on Saturday, April 7th, Lewis and Clark set out in a canoe, with York and a private to paddle them, for St. Louis. They arrived at 10:30. Captain Stoddard greeted them and made them his guests. At his quarters, Lewis and Clark dressed, then went to a dinner and ball. Stoddard was the host. He had invited some 50 gentlemen of the city to thank them for their support and the courtesies shown to him. The ball lasted until 9 o'clock a.m. Sunday. "No business today," Clark wrote in his journal on Sunday evening. On Monday, Clark returned to Wood River while Lewis began buying. Flags, mosquito nets, shirts, food, liquor, Indian trade goods. Among other things, he bought and had shipped to Wood River, where it was repacked for the expedition, 4,175 complete rations at 14 cents each, 5,555 rations of flour at 4 cents each, 100 gallons of whiskey at $1.28 each, 20 gallons of whiskey at $1 each, 4,000 rations of salt port at 4 cents each, plus ground corn and much more. Clark sent Lewis his shopping list: nails for hinges, 200 cents, Lewis noted on the list, red oil paint for the lockers, not to be had, Lewis noted, red and blue ribbon, cent, and so forth. On May 2nd, Lewis wrote Clark to report that the Osage party would set out in about 10 days, and to ask Clark to send to him in St. Louis the specimens of salt which you will find in my writing desk, on the shelves where our books are, or in the drawer of the instrument case. The invitation to rummage through Lewis's writing desk spoke to the absolute trust between the two men, and the sentence also gives a tiny glimpse into what their quarters at Wood River were like. Sunday, May 6th, was a grand day for Captain Clark, a horrible one for Captain Lewis. At Wood River, several of the settlers came in to challenge the soldiers to a shooting match. Of the challengers, Clark wrote with some satisfaction, "All get beat and lose their money." In St. Louis, Lewis was frustrated because there were no more kegs to be had. He had bought out the entire stock. He was furious because Manuel Lisa had evidently not gotten enough of Lewis's business to satisfy him, and had therefore sent a petition to the authorities protesting Lewis's high-handedness and other shortcomings. On May 6th, Lewis wrote Clark about Lisa's actions and his reaction. He let it all out. "Damn Manuel," Lewis exploded. "And triply damn Mr. B., Francis Benoit, Lisa's partner. They give me more vexation and trouble than their lives are worth. I have dealt very plainly with these gentlemen. In short, I have come to an open rupture with them. I think them both great scoundrels, and they have given me abundant proofs of their unfriendly dispositions towards our government and its measures." His blood was up. "These gentlemen," he wrote, then stopped, crossed it out, and continued, "these puppies are not unacquainted with my opinions. Strange indeed that men to appearance in their senses will manifest such strong sumptions of insanity as to be whetting knives to cut their own throats." Lewis had reason to contemplate cutting his own throat. He had been forced to begin this letter with an awful piece of news. "I send you herewith enclosed your commission accompanied by the Secretary of War's letter. It is not such as I wished or had reason to expect, but so it is. A further explanation when I join you." It was a lieutenant's commission, not a captain's as Lewis had promised. Lewis was mortified and apparently helpless. His heart had sunk as he read Dearborn's reply to his letter of February 10th asking about Clark's commission. Dated March 26th, Dearborn's letter began, "The peculiar situation, circumstances, and organization of the Corps of Engineers is such as would render the appointment of Mr. Clark a captain in that corps improper." The best Dearborn could do for Clark was a commission as a lieutenant in the Corps of Artillerists, which he enclosed. Clark's military grade would have no effect on his compensation for the expedition, Dearborn said, meaning Clark would still be paid as a captain. On March 24th, Dearborn had sent a list of nominations to Jefferson, including Clark's as a lieutenant in the artillery. That afternoon, Jefferson had endorsed the list and sent it on to the Senate for confirmation, which was done on March 26th. In a shifty little bureaucratic maneuver, Dearborn managed to make a bad situation worse. He dated Clark's commission as of the day he signed it, March 26, 1804. That hurt Clark on the seniority list and denied his service from the day he enlisted, and even denied his service from mid-October 1803 to March 26, 1804. As far as is known, Jefferson made no protest, whether because he failed to notice or because he approved Dearborn's decision cannot be said. It had always been clear that if Clark turned down Lewis's invitation and Moses Hook took his place, it would be as a lieutenant and he would be clearly second in command, but that if Clark joined up, it would be as a captain and a co-commander. Jefferson knew that, and reports sent to him from St. Louis and Wood River also made it clear that Lewis and Clark had been functioning as co-commanders. It may be that Jefferson wanted Lewis in sole command. Perhaps he reasoned that in such a long voyage it was inevitable that the two leaders would disagree, perhaps sharply enough to paralyze the command, or even worse, to divide the Corps of Discovery into hostile factions. Whatever Jefferson's intentions, Dearborn's action gave Lewis an opportunity to take sole command, but he felt not the slightest temptation to take advantage of the situation. He immediately wrote Clark, "I think it will be best to let none of our party or any other persons know anything about the grade. You will observe that the grade has no effect upon your compensation, which by God shall be equal to my own." For the next 7 years, only Dearborn, Jefferson, a clerk or two in the War Department, and Meriwether Lewis and William Clark knew that, as far as the Army was concerned, Captain Lewis was in command of the Corps of Discovery, with Lieutenant Clark as his second in command. For the men of the expedition, it was Captains Clark and Lewis, co-commanders. That was all that counted. Whether Clark ever talked to Lewis about the matter is unknown. In 1811, when Nicholas Biddle was editing the journals for publication, he asked Clark to explain the exact relation between the two officers. "Equal in every point of view," Clark wrote in reply. He said his feeling on learning that the promised captain's commission would not be forthcoming was as might be expected. But Lewis's stratagem satisfied him, and since "I wished the expedition success," I proceeded. He told Biddle that in the published journals he wished to be placed on equal footing with Captain Lewis in every point of view without exposing anything or even mentioning the commission at all. Clark confessed to Biddle, "I did not think myself very well treated," but said he had never mentioned the case to anyone, not even Jefferson or Dearborn. He instructed Biddle to keep the whole thing to himself. On another appointment matter, Lewis was successful. Jefferson had just taken the lead in founding the United States Military Academy at West Point. Lewis suggested using the academy as part of the effort to win over to the American side the French businessmen in the Purchase territory. As historian Theodore Crackle puts it, Lewis's plan was simple. The sons of the area's leading citizens should be made cadets and sent to West Point. What better way to bind these families to the new nation, and to the Jefferson administration? Dearborn and Jefferson accepted without hesitation. In April, Lewis and Stoddard recommended some young men for appointment to West Point, including Charles Gratillot and two sons of Auguste Chouteau. One of these, Lorimier, was half Indian. Stoddard would not go along with the recommendation for Lorimier because he exhibited too much of the Indian in his color. This circumstance may make his situation among the cadets at the school rather disagreeable. Lewis stuck with the recommendation, and all three got their appointments. 3 others were added later. Of the 6, 5 graduated and got commissions, including young Lorimier, who served 3 years and won 2 promotions. In St. Louis, in the first week of May 1804, there were difficulties and postponements connected to the Osage chief's trip. In Wood River, Clark was having a hard time holding the young lions in. During the day, they were packing, unpacking, repacking, as Clark experimented with various possibilities. At night, too many of them got drunk and brought on Clark's displeasure, but not much more because he recognized the cause of the problem and felt it would solve itself once they were underway. On May 7th, Clark loaded the keelboat. The following day, he and 20 oarsmen took it for a ride in the Mississippi to check its balance. Back on shore, Clark shifted more gear to the stern. On May 11th, Triard brought to camp 7 voyageurs who had been recruited in the St. Louis area with help from the Chouteaus. On Sunday, May 13th, Clark sent a message to Lewis in St. Louis. All was ready. The boat and pirogues were loaded. The boat would have 22 privates to row her, along with the 3 sergeants. One canoe would be paddled by 6 soldiers with Corporal Worthington. The other canoe would be paddled by 8 French voyageurs who would be returning with Worthington's group. The craft were complete with sails, etc., etc., men complete with powder cartridges and 100 balls each, all in health and readiness to set out. They had everything needed, they hoped. Clark entered an ominous note, saying they had enough of the necessary stores, as we thought ourselves authorized to procure. Not what the captains thought was needed, only what was authorized. In fact, Clark bluntly declared in his journal that the expedition did not have as many stores as I think necessary for the multitude of Indians through which we must pass on our road across the continent, etc. Nevertheless, the next morning, May 14th, Clark wrote in his journal, "Fixing for a start." That afternoon he set off at 4 o'clock, under a gentle breeze, and made 4 miles up the Missouri. He camped on an island. He described the men as being in high spirits, and said they were robust young backwoodsmen of character, healthy, hardy young men, recommended. The next day he set out for St. Charles, on the north bank of the Missouri, where he would shift the load again, having found that in the Missouri the concealed timber, either embedded in the river bottom or floating downstream almost completely submerged, was difficult to avoid and must be bumped into by the bow, rather than letting the bow ride up on the obstacles. That meant getting more goods in the bow, fewer in the stern. On May 16th, the expedition pulled into St. Charles, there to reload and wait for Captain Lewis to come up. Lewis was busy with the Osage party and with making arrangements for Captain Stoddard to act as his agent in St. Louis until he returned. On May 16th, he signed an authorization that gave Stoddard power to act in his behalf to draw bills of exchange on the Secretary of War to any amount which the nature of the service may in your judgment and at your discretion be deemed necessary. More specifically, Lewis declared that Indians would soon be arriving in St. Louis from upriver. He intended to select the delegations and start them on their way to Washington, where they would meet their new father. Lewis told Stoddard to spare no reasonable expense in getting these trans-Mississippi Indians to Washington, and see to their comfort and protection, especially if they were Sioux, the most numerous and warlike tribe on the Missouri, and one Lewis especially wanted to impress. Further, Stoddard should pay the French voyageurs when they returned to St. Louis. And if anyone showed up in St. Louis with a chit from Lewis, Stoddard should pay in cash and notify the Secretary of War. Any letters arriving for Lewis, from whatever quarter they may come, should be sent to Jefferson, who would hold them. Over the following couple of days, Lewis made last-minute preparations for Chouteau's and the Osage chief's trip to Washington. He prepared a package for Chouteau to carry to Jefferson, including mineral specimens, a horned lizard, a chart of the Mississippi from St. Louis to New Orleans, and a map of Upper Louisiana done by Clark and Lewis, based on the Evans map and on what they had heard from French boatmen around St. Louis. This map has been identified by Donald Jackson as the first cartographic product of the expedition. On May 19th, Chouteau's party set off for Washington. At noon on May 20th, Lewis set off by horseback for St. Charles, accompanied by Stoddard, 2 of his lieutenants, Auguste Chouteau, Charles Gratiot, and a dozen or more of the substantial inhabitants of St. Louis. Lewis made a journal entry about the trip, almost the only one he wrote between November 1803 and April 1805. He noted, "The first 5 miles of our route laid through a beautiful high level and fertile prairie which encircles the town of St. Louis." At 1:30 p.m., a violent thunderstorm forced the party to take shelter in a little cabin. The men remained an hour and a half, and regaled ourselves with a cold collation which we had taken the precaution to bring with us from St. Louis. After the picnic, the rain continued. Impatient, Lewis said to hell with it and started off for St. Charles. Most of his companions accompanied him. They arrived at 6:30 and joined Captain Clark, found the party in good health and spirits. After a supper with the local officials, Lewis retired early to spend the night on the boat. In the morning, Clark said some of the men, 20 in all, wished to attend a final mass, and he had some rearrangements to make in the packing, so it would be mid-afternoon before the party could set off. Lewis took a look around St. Charles. Founded in 1769, it was a village of some 100 families living in homes Lewis described as small and but illy constructed. It had a chapel and a priest and about 450 inhabitants, overwhelmingly French Canadians. Not an inconsiderable proportion of them, Lewis noted, can boast a small dash of the pure blood of the aborigines of America. Lewis hired 2 half-breeds, Pierre Peter Cruzat and Francis Labiche. Cruzat, son of a French father and an Omaha mother, was skilled in the sign language and spoke Omaha. Labiche spoke several native tongues. Lewis attached them to the permanent party after swearing them in as privates in the U.S. Army, a sure sign of his high approval of the 2 men. Clark had characterized the people of St. Charles as poor, polite, and harmonious. Lewis had a harsher judgment. He found them miserably poor, illiterate, and when at home, excessively lazy. Still, he found qualities to admire. They are polite, hospitable, and by no means deficient in point of natural genius. They live in a perfect state of harmony among each other. He regretted the influence of the Roman Catholic priest among them, a typical Virginia planter's prejudice, and regretted, too, that the men regarded the cultivation of the soil as a degrading occupation. To support their families, the men either undertook hunting trips to collect furs or hired themselves out as voyagers to paddle traders up the Missouri, the Osage, and other rivers. They were gone from 6 to 18 months at a time. Perhaps looking ahead to what faced him, Lewis said that the voyagers were always subjected to severe and incessant labor, exposed to the ferocity of the lawless savages, the vicissitudes of weather and climate, and dependent on chance or accident alone for food, raiment, or relief in the event of malady. Lewis had brought to Clark a letter from Clark's brother-in-law, William Croghan, which carried the welcome news that George Rogers Clark had revived from an illness that his family had feared would prove fatal. Just before setting out, Clark replied, giving the letter to Stoddard to take to St. Louis and post. He thanked Croghan for the news, which relieved him much, expressed the hope that he would be back in Clarksville in 2 years, and said, "I think it more than probable that Captain Lewis or myself will return by sea, the other by the same route we proceed." He concluded with a description of the rain, thunder, and lightning of the previous 3 days, and admitted that it discommodes me a little in sitting out. Discommoded or not, at 3:30 p.m., to the cheers of a crowd on the bank, the expedition set out. Captain Stoddard was there. A couple of weeks later, he reported to Dearborn that, as Lewis and his party had begun the ascent of the Missouri, in the boat and 2 pirogues, all of them were deeply laden and well manned. His men possess great resolution, and they are in the best health and spirits. As the keelboat turned her bow into the stream, Lewis and his party cut themselves off from civilization. There would be no more incoming letters, no orders, no commissions, no fresh supplies, no reinforcements, nothing reaching them until they returned. The captains expected to be gone 2 years, perhaps more. In all that time, in whatever lay ahead of them, whatever decisions had to be made, they would receive no guidance from their superiors. This was an independent command, such as the U.S. Army had not previously seen and never would again. Lewis and Clark were as free as Columbus, Magellan, or Cook to make their mark on the sole basis of their own judgments and abilities. Their first afternoon together on the Missouri, they made 3¼ miles. They camped that night on the head of an island on the starboard side. Spring storms continued and a hard rain lasted through the night. At 6:00 a.m., May 22nd, they were on their way. Chapter 12. Up the Missouri, May to July 1804. The current ran at 5 miles per hour usually, but it sped up when it encountered encroaching bluffs, islands, sandbars, and narrow channels. The level was springtime high, almost flood stage. Incredible to behold were the obstacles: whole trees, huge trees, oaks and maples and cottonwoods that had been uprooted when a bank caved in, hundreds of large and thousands of smaller branches, Sawyers, trees whose roots were stuck on the bottom and whose limbs sawed back and forth in the current, often out of sight, great piles of driftwood clumped together, racing downriver, threatening to tear holes in the sides of the boat, innumerable sandbars, always shifting, swirls and whirlpools beyond counting. This was worse than the Mississippi. How in the world did they move that bulky boat, overladen in the bow, against the full force and power of the Missouri? Donald Jackson gives us a vivid description. A keelboat was a useful but ungainly craft, loaded with 10 or 20 tons of cargo, and it was a faithful, wallowing drudge. Arm it with a swivel gun, set a guard with firearms at the gunwales, and it became a little warship. Navigating it downstream was easy if you kept an eye out for submerged logs, but going upstream there was no ideal way to keep it moving. If the wind was fair, you ran up a sail. When the wind failed, you broke out the iron-pointed setting poles and started pushing. If the bottom was deep enough, you could row. If the current was too swift for rowing, you could bend a 40-fathom length of cordling cable to the mast and put the crew ashore to haul on the line. Failing all this, you could tie up to the bank and wait for the wind to rise and blow fair. Despite everything, they made good time generally, and if the wind was astern, they made excellent time, once or twice 20 miles in a day. But when the wind wasn't astern, it required absolute vigilance and complete concentration by the captains and the sergeants, and total physical commitment from the men to make every mile. The labor of the men was incredible, whether pulling at the oars or pushing against their setting poles as they walked on top of the lockers from bow to stern. For Worthington's party in the white pirogue, and for the voyagers in the red pirogue, it was somewhat easier. Their craft were lighter and rode higher in the water. They were more maneuverable, so it was easier to turn away from danger. On the keelboat, to help dodge obstacles, the crew had to rush to one side or the other again and again. In the pirogues, all they had to do was lean. The privates on the keelboat were tough, alert, quick. On June 16th, Clark reported a typical incident. Sand collecting, etc., forming bars and bars, washing away. The boat struck and turned. She was near oversetting. We saved her by some extraordinary exertions of our party, who are ever ready to encounter any fatigue for the promotion of the enterprise. On June 1st, the party reached the Osage River and made camp on the point on the left side. The captains ordered all the trees in the area cut down so that they could make observations, and stayed there through the next 2 days. They spent hours observing the time and distance from the sun to the nearest limb of the early morning sliver of a moon. Between 6:22 and 8:28 a.m., they recorded 2 sets of 3 figures each, a total of 36 times, or about 1 every 3 minutes. When the expedition was underway, Clark was more often on the keelboat, Lewis on shore, because Clark was the better waterman, Lewis the better scientist. More skilled in zoology than in botany, according to Jefferson, but good at both. Lewis took long, solitary walks, collecting specimens, animal and plant, noting the physical characteristics of the land, judging the fertility of the soil, the presence of springs of good water, likely sites for homesteads, trading posts, and fortifications. Alas, none of his notes for the spring and summer of 1804 are known to exist. It makes a terrible gap in the records. His notes would have expressed his first reactions to the biomass west of the Mississippi. This was hardly unknown territory. By 1804, the lower reaches of the Missouri had been much traveled. The creeks, islands, and prominent landforms all had names, mainly French. An accurate map existed through the mouth of the Kansas up to the entry of the Platte, and a pretty good map of the country from the Platte to the Mandan villages. But for Lewis it was all new, and he was seeing it with different eyes. Up to the mouth of the Kansas, most of the flora and fauna were known to science, but there was more than enough of the new to keep Lewis happily busy, collecting and describing and preserving. After the hours at his instrument, squinting at the sky, calling out numbers for Clark to record, the hours he got to spend tramping around the prairie on the high ground up from the valley, doing what botanists like to do best, discovering new species, were surely welcome. But we can't catch his joy and wonder through his own words because we don't have his notes, or any journal entry, even though in detachment orders that Lewis wrote and he and Clark signed and proclaimed on May 26th, Lewis ordered the sergeants, in addition to all other duties, to keep a separate journal from day to day of all passing occurrences and such other observations on the country, etc., as shall appear to them worthy of notice. It seems impossible that he could have issued such orders and not kept a daily journal himself, but if he did, we don't have it. Thus, as the keel boat makes its way west across the present state of Missouri, then turns north at the mouth of the Kansas toward the Platte and on into the Dakotas, we see Lewis only through the eyes of other men, principally William Clark. Clark was a great writer about events in which he participated, and described the country he was passing through with a lovely lyric quality, but he could be disappointingly terse when writing about an event he had not seen with his own eyes. Thus, on the second day of the journey, May 23rd, he wrote, "Captain Lewis ascended the hill which has peninsulas projecting in ragged points to the river, and was near falling from a peninsula of rocks 300 feet, he caught at 20 foot. Saved himself by the assistance of his knife." Surely Lewis told Clark more than Clark recorded about such a life-threatening incident. As soldiers who either learned lessons or died, they had a need to talk over incidents that threatened the expedition. They had to avoid unnecessary risks, so Lewis must have told Clark in some detail how he came to fall and how he saved himself, but this didn't make it into Clark's journal entry. There is another tantalizing item. The next day, the expedition passed Boone Settlement. The village consisted of a colony of Kentuckians led by Daniel Boone, who had settled there in 1799 on a grant of land from the Spanish government. The man who had blazed the way into Kentucky was creating a farmstead for his family on the river. Lewis and Clark went ashore. The settlers flocked around them. The men bought corn and butter. Then they were off. Did Lewis and Clark meet Daniel Boone? Did they shake his hand? Did he wish them luck, offer advice, or a drink? Did he pass the torch? Lewis and Clark meeting Daniel Boone sounds like a Charlie Russell painting, or a marvelous scene for a novel. But had he met Boone, surely Clark would have written about it. And there is no known Lewis entry for the day. The next day, May 25th, the expedition passed La Charrette, the last settlement of whites on the river. French and American settlers had lived there for 4 or 5 years. Daniel Boone would move there in 1805. The site is gone now, washed away by the river. Clark recorded, "The people at this village is poor, houses small. They sent us milk and eggs to eat." The main Lewis document available for this period is his May 26th detachment orders. It established the routine and serves as a reminder that this was much more than a bunch of the guys out on an exploring and collecting expedition. This was a military expedition into hostile territory. From Jefferson's point of view, the captains were on an expedition to explore newly acquired territory, to find the water route to the Pacific, to extend commerce, to collect specimens for science, and to establish an American claim on the Oregon country. From the point of view of the various Indian tribes, the keel boat carried uninvited strangers into their midst and their land. The United States had bought Louisiana from Napoleon, but not the loyalty or alliance or subservience of the people who lived in Louisiana. For Lewis and Clark, every strange Indian tribe encountered had to be considered belligerent until it proved otherwise. The Indians, they hoped, would be willing to talk and trade, but it would be the Indians' choice. They might decide to fight. Certainly they would be tempted. The expedition's arsenal was by far the biggest ever brought to the Missouri country, and any tribe able to take possession of it would dominate the region, no matter what the Louisiana Purchase said, for a long time to come. The last thing Lewis wanted was an Indian fight. He was prepared, and was under orders, to do everything possible to avoid one. The best way to avoid a fight was to make sure one never got started, which meant in the first instance making certain that the expedition was never caught by surprise. A camp of sleeping men with weapons carelessly scattered around could well tempt a roving band of Indians into an attack. A well-regulated camp, with guards posted and calling out challenges, would not. Instead of a fight, there would be a talk, which was what Lewis wanted most of all, because he believed the United States could bring more and better trade goods to the Missouri country from St. Louis than the British could bring down from Canada. Given a chance, Americans would win the fur trade. To prevent surprise, Lewis's detachment orders of May 26th stressed alertness. The sergeant of the guard had as part of his duty posting sentinels and ensuring the security of the camp. These were clear, direct orders with no words wasted but all possibilities covered, and they signified that the expedition was now in a war zone and might be attacked at any time. To add to nighttime security, the expedition camped on islands whenever feasible. There were daily inspections of the rifles, the blunderbusses, and the cannon to be certain they were ready for action. Lewis's May 26th order provides a series of images of life on the keelboat. He divided the permanent party into 3 squads or messes which, among other things, would cook and eat together. Each evening, upon landing, Sergeant Ordway would hand out to each mess a day's provisions. It would be cooked at once and a portion reserved for the following day. No cooking was allowed during the day. The regular ration was hominy and lard on one day, salt pork and flour the next, and cornmeal and pork the following day. Eating hominy and lard cold on the day after it was cooked must have made fresh meat welcome. To provide it, Driard and 2 or 3 companions and 2 horses acquired in St. Charles went out every day to hunt. When they brought in deer or bear, no lard or pork was to be issued. From the 3rd day of the expedition on, Lewis was conserving rations. Lewis's detachment order was exact about the responsibilities of the sergeants on the boat as it moved upstream. One sergeant was stationed at the helm, another midships, and the third in the bow. The sergeant at the helm steered, saw to the baggage on the quarterdeck, and attended the compass. The sergeant midships commanded the guard, managed the sails, saw that the men at the oars did their duty, and kept a good lookout for the mouths of all rivers, creeks, islands, and other remarkable places. He also measured out the whiskey ration and served as the sergeant of the guard at night. The sergeant at the bow was charged to keep a good lookout and to report all pirogues or other craft in the river and all hunting camps or parties of Indians. 2 of the privates had specified duty. They were Labiche and Cruzat, the mixed bloods who had joined up in St. Charles. They had been up the Missouri before and were the best rivermen in the enlisted ranks. Lewis ordered that they man the larboard bow oar alternately, and the one not engaged at the oar will attend as the bowsman, and when the attention of both these persons is necessary at the bow, their oar is to be manned by any idle hand on board. The bowman's tasks included warding off floating debris with his iron-tipped pole, calling out warnings of dangers ahead, looking for the best place to cross the river, and watching for sandbars, whirlpools, whatever. On June 8th, the bowman called out, "Pirogue ahead!" The boats tied up at a bank, and the 2 parties began to exchange information. The 3 downstream travelers explained that they had been hunting and trapping on the upper Missouri for the past year. Clark estimated that they had about $900 worth of pelts and furs. This was big money in the pre-industrial revolution age, about as profitable a venture as any young, ambitious entrepreneur could find, other than a gold or silver claim. Of course, as always, the men who did the hard part and took the greatest risks got the least reward. The $900 the voyagers got in St. Louis would grow by a factor of 10 by the time the furs reached New York. In China, they were worth 10 times the New York price. From the Indian point of view, the furs were their resources, taken without their permission and without payment. One had to doubt that they would continue to allow white men to trap their creeks and rivers. Even if they did, without trading posts scattered along the Missouri, small parties could hardly hope to be successful. The 3 men the expedition met on June 8th were out of provisions and powder. Even with the handout from the captains, they were just going to make it back to St. Louis. On June 12th, the bowman again cried out, "Pirogues ahead!" This time there were 2 pirogues. One contained furs, the other buffalo grease and tallow. Lewis bought 300 pounds of voyager's grease from the trappers. Whether for food or insect repellent, or both, is unclear. He paid with a chit that could be cashed with Stoddard in St. Louis. The leader of the party was Pierre Dorion, Sr., a 55-year-old Frenchman who had known George Rogers Clark back in Illinois during the Revolutionary War. In 1785, Dorion had settled down with the Yankton Sioux on the Missouri above the Platte. He had a Yankton wife and spoke the language fluently, as well as French and English. Such priceless skills could not be ignored. Lewis and Clark persuaded Dorion, old Dorion in Clark's journal, to return to the Sioux villages with them. They hoped that Dorion could persuade some Sioux chiefs to go to Washington to meet their new father. On June 17th, Clark complained, "The party is much afflicted with boils, and several have the dysentery, which I contribute to the water, which is muddy." The next day, several men had the dysentery, and 2/3 of them with ulcers or boils, some with 8 or 10 of those tumors. Lewis agreed with Clark's diagnosis that the water was to blame. The captains urged the men to dip their cups below the surface when they went for a drink of water. The surface water was full of scum, mud, and debris. If the men dipped deep, they could get cleaner water. The captains were undoubtedly right about the bad effects of the water, but an equal culprit in bringing on the boils and other skin problems was their diet. Only on the rarest of occasions did the party get fresh vegetables, such as watercress, and there was no ripe fruit as yet. Roman legions put vinegar in their drinking water, but Lewis and Clark had taken no such precaution. They and their men were living on meat and cornmeal. The meat was contaminated with bacteria, of whose existence they were unaware. Infected mosquito bites also contributed to their ailments. In camp, ticks and gnats were bad, mosquitoes a plague. They came up in droves, so thick that the men could not keep them out of their eyes, noses, ears, and throats. To escape, men stood in the smoke of the fire and coated their exposed limbs, neck, and face with voyager's grease. On June 26th, the expedition completed its westward trek of nearly 400 river miles across the present state of Missouri and arrived at the mouth of the Kansas River. There they spent nearly 4 days making observations and airing, sunning, and repacking their goods. "The country about the mouth of this river is very fine," Clark wrote about the site of present-day Kansas City. He measured the width of the rivers. The Kansas was 230 yards wide, the Missouri 500. Lewis weighed the water of the two rivers and found the Missouri's to be heavier, meaning it carried more mud. Still, Clark found, "The waters of the Kansas is very disagreeably tasted to me." On the evening of June 28th, the party made ready to push back into the river at dawn. But that night there was a raid on the whiskey supply, serious enough to cause a delay. Alcohol in any form has always been a curse and a necessity to military leaders. Drunkenness causes more discipline and personnel problems than any other cause, but soldiers must have their alcohol. Frederick the Great put it best. "If you contemplate some enterprise against the enemy, the commissary must scrape together all of the beer and brandy that can be found so that the army does not lack either, at least during the first few days." In other words, don't run out of booze until there is no turning back. Lewis had bought all the whiskey he felt could be carried without making an unacceptable sacrifice somewhere else, for example in trade goods. The total figure is disputed, but about 120 gallons is generally accepted. The daily ration was 1 gill. Used at that rate, the whiskey would be gone in 104 days. That could be stretched by watering down the whiskey, but it was still obvious that there was not enough to make it to the Pacific and back. No doubt every man in the party knew exactly how much whiskey was available and how much of it was his by rights. They knew they would run out. It had happened to them before. They could handle it as long as everyone ran out at the same time and no man got a half ounce more than his fair share. Just after midnight, June 28th to 29th, Private John Collins was on guard duty. He tapped a barrel. Just one little sip wouldn't hurt. Just one more. Another. Soon he was drunk. Private Hugh Hall came up. Collins offered him a drink. Hall accepted. Soon they were drunk together. At dawn, the sergeant of the guard put them under arrest, and shortly thereafter Clark began drawing up court-martial papers. While Clark prepared for the trial, Lewis took advantage of a clear sky and a morning moon. He measured the distance between the sun and the moon's nearest limb 48 times between 7:06 and 8:57 a.m. He faithfully recorded whatever he could whenever he could, leaving up to experts back east to work out the meaning of the figures. At 11 o'clock a.m., the court convened, agreeable to order. Sergeant Pryor presided, Private John Potts acted as judge advocate, and 4 privates were members. Sergeant Ordway charged Collins with getting drunk on his post this morning out of whiskey put under his charge as a sentinel, and for suffering Hugh Hall to draw whiskey out of the said barrel intended for the party. Collins pled, "Not guilty." The court deliberated, then concluded, "Guilty," and sentenced Collins to 100 lashes on his bare back. Hall was charged with taking whiskey out of a keg this morning, which was contrary to all order, rule, or regulation. Having seen what happened to Collins, Hall tried a bit of plea bargaining. "Guilty." He was sentenced to receive 50 lashes well laid on. Lewis and Clark approved the sentence and ordered it carried out at 3:30 p.m. It was, with vigor. Clark noted that, "We have always found the men very ready to punish such crimes." Flogging was cruel, but not unusual. Slaveholders had seen it all their lives. Officers in the Army saw it done on a regular basis to their own men. In this case, it fit the need perfectly. It allowed the men to let out their anger in a direct physical way. It caused Collins and Hall great pain. But the expedition didn't lose their services. Both men were at the oars, groaning but at the oars, that afternoon. After a couple of sleepless nights of tossing and turning, they would be all right. Besides, there was no guardhouse on the boat to lock them up in. Deer to be seen in every direction, and their tracks are as plenty as hogs about a farm, Clark wrote on June 30th. Now headed north, the expedition was entering a near paradise. Clark noted, raspberries purple, ripe, and abundant. On July 4th, the men ushered in the day with the firing of the cannon. Private Joseph Field got bitten by a snake. Captain Lewis treated him with a poultice, probably of Peruvian bark, that drew the poison. At noon, the party pulled ashore at the mouth of a creek of some 15 yards wide, coming out of an extensive prairie on the left, west side. As they ate, the captains questioned the voyagers. No, they knew no name for the creek. The captains thereupon named it, their second experience in bestowing a name. They called it Independence Creek. Most of the rivers had French names. The first named by Clark was Cupboard Creek on June 3, 1804. The expedition pulled over for the night at the site of an old Kansas Indian town. We camped in the plain, Clark wrote, one of the most beautiful plains I ever saw, open and beautifully diversified with hills and valleys, all presenting themselves to the river covered with grass and a few scattering trees, a handsome creek meandering through. The captains ordered an extra gill distributed. As they sipped their portions, they took in their surroundings and were quite overwhelmed. The country was covered with a sweet and nourishing grass, interspersed with copses of trees, spreading their lofty branches over pools, springs, or brooks of fine water. Groups of shrubs covered with the most delicious fruit is to be seen in every direction, and nature appears to have exerted herself to beautify the scenery by the variety of flowers delicately and highly flavored, raised above the grass, which strikes and perfumes the sensation and amuses the mind. At sunset, the men again fired the cannon. It was the first ever 4th of July celebration west of the Mississippi River. Perhaps the captains grew philosophical under the influence of the whiskey, as happens to earnest young men carrying heavy responsibilities who find themselves in the Garden of Eden, as full dark comes on and the campfire burns down, on their nation's birthday. Clark's last journal entry that day. So magnificent a scenery. Here follow several words that Clark later crossed out. In a country thus situated, far removed from the civilized world, to be enjoyed by nothing but the buffalo, elk, deer, and bear, in which it abounds, and savage Indians. Possibly the captains puzzled over why God had created such a place and failed to put Virginians in it, or put it in Virginia. On July 8th, there was an Indian scare, a fire on the east bank. All hands went on alert, but nothing came of it. On the night of July 11th to 12th, Private Alexander Willard went to sleep on his post. Ordway found him and turned him in. The offense was one of the most serious possible, punishable by death according to the regulations. The captains themselves constituted the court, rather than privates as in Collins's case. Ordway charged Willard with lying down and sleeping on his post whilst a sentinel. Willard pled, guilty of lie down, and not guilty of going to sleep. The captains conferred. After considering the evidence, they found Willard guilty on both counts. They sentenced him to 100 lashes each day for 4 days, beginning that evening at sunset. One shudders at the thought of Willard's back after the 4th day. One shudders at the thought of what might have happened had a roving band of Sioux come up while Willard was sleeping on guard duty. On July 21st, some 600 miles and 68 days upstream from Wood River, the expedition reached the mouth of the Platte River. This was a milestone. To go past the mouth of the Platte was the Missouri Rivermen's equivalent of crossing the equator. It also meant entering a new ecosystem and Sioux territory. The expedition stopped so the captains could make the usual measurements. Lewis wrote a 500-word description of the Platte, that fabulous river that makes its way from the Rockies across modern Nebraska to the Missouri, running a mile wide and an inch deep, just bursting with animal and plant life. What most impressed Lewis was the immense quantity of sand the Platte emptied into the Missouri, and the velocity of the current. He measured, as he always did. Whereas on the Mississippi below St. Louis a vessel would float at 4 miles an hour, and on the Missouri from 5.5 to 7, depending, on the Platte that vessel would make at least 8 miles an hour, assuming it never ran aground, which it would at every bend or sandbar. Lewis also made his celestial observations. The next morning, he wrote a 1,000-word description of the instruments he was using, how he was using them, what he was measuring, and so forth. It seems Lewis wanted to be as sure as he could that someone someday would take all his figures and make some sense out of them. On July 30th, Clark recorded, "Captain Lewis and myself walked in the prairie on the top of the bluff and observed the most beautiful prospects imaginable. This prairie is covered with grass about 10 or 12 inch high. There were swans in a nearby pond. Great quantities of catfish were caught that evening. Private Joseph Field killed and brought in to Lewis a badger. Lewis wrote that, 'This is a singular animal not common to any part of the United States,' and went on with a description of its weight, teeth, eyes, and so on. Then he skinned and stuffed the badger to send back to Jefferson. This was the first time he had put into practice the taxidermic skills Jefferson had taught him. The badger was not new to science. A specimen sent from Canada to Europe in 1778 had been technically described. The expedition had already discovered and Lewis had described two animals new to science, the eastern wood rat and the plains horned toad. So far, 640 miles up the river, the party had not seen an Indian. All the river tribes were out on the prairie hunting buffalo. Chapter 13. Entering Indian Country. August 1804. August 1st was Clark's 34th birthday. To mark the occasion, I ordered a saddle of fat venison, an elk fleece, and a beaver tail to be cooked and a dessert of cherries, plums, raspberries, currants, and grapes of a superior quality. Taking note of the flora and fauna in this wonderland the expedition was entering, Clark noted, "What a field for a botanist and a naturalist." No American, not even the professional naturalists such as John James Audubon and Alexander Wilson, had ever seen anything to surpass it. Lewis was fully aware of the magnitude of the discoveries and greatly excited by the opportunity to be the one to note and describe plants and animals new to science. He spent hours examining and describing his finds. On August 5th, for example, he killed a bull snake. He measured its length from nose to tail, 5 feet 2 inches, its circumference, 4½ inches, the number of scuta on its belly, 221, and tail, 53, its color, spots, and other distinctive markings. That afternoon, he killed 2 aquatic birds he had previously observed but been unable to obtain. They were least terns. He used 1,000 words to describe the specimens, including weight, 1 ounce and a half, length, 7½ inches, markings, and so on. He recorded, "The tail has 11 feathers, the outer of which are 1 inch longer than those in the center, gradually tapering inwards. The largest or outer feather is 2 3/4 inches, that of the shortest 1 3/4 inches. This bird is very noisy when flying, which it does extremely swift. It has 2 notes, one like the squawking of a small pig, only on rather a high key, the other kit-tee, as near as letters can express the sound." As the men laboriously moved the keelboat upriver, Lewis, in the cabin, weighed and measured and examined and recorded. He took his responsibilities seriously, but he had a lot of fun doing it, and he had a never-flagging sense of wonder and delight at seeing something new. On August 8th, one of the bowmen called back to Lewis, who was working in the cabin. The captain looked up to see a blanket of white coming down the river. He went to the bow to stare down into the water. The keelboat and the white whatever it was came together. On close examination, it turned out to be a sea of white feathers, over 3 miles long and 70 yards wide. The boat rounded a bend. Ahead was a large sandbar at the foot of a small island. It was entirely covered with white pelicans, preening themselves in their summer molt. To Lewis, the number of birds was incredible. They appeared to cover several acres of ground. The mosquitoes were so thick that he could not keep them out of his eyes to take an aimed shot, so he fired his rifle at random into the mass and collected a specimen, which he then weighed, measured, and described. He was astonished to find that the pouch could hold 5 gallons of water. The white pelican was not new to science. Lewis had not seen one before, but he knew enough about it to call it a bird of clime that wintered on the coasts of Florida and the borders of the Gulf of Mexico. That knowledge came from book learning. He had never been to Florida or the Gulf of Mexico. On August 12th at 5:00 p.m., what Clark called a prairie wolf appeared on the bank and barked at the passing keelboat. The captains had not previously seen this animal or read anything about it, so they went ashore to collect a specimen. But, Clark sadly noted, We could not get him. The animal was a coyote. Lewis and Clark were the first Americans to see one. The captain set a precedent. Millions of Americans who came after have also failed in their attempt to kill the coyote. On August 18th, while waiting for an Indian delegation to approach, Lewis took 12 soldiers to a fishing pond used by the Otos. The party caught 490 catfish and upward of 300 fish of 9 other species. Beyond flora and fauna, Lewis studied and described the soil and minerals of the area. He was not so good a mineralogist as a botanist. One mineral experiment almost cost him his life. On August 22nd, along with some copperas and alum, he found a substance that appeared to be arsenic or cobalt. Clark recorded, "Captain Lewis, in proving the quality of those minerals, was near poisoning himself by the fumes and taste of the unknown substance." Lewis took some of Rush's pills to work off the effects of the arsenic. By August 23rd, the expedition was almost at the 98th meridian, the generally agreed-upon eastern border of the Great Plains of North America. The sense of being in a Garden of Eden was strong. There were fat deer and elk and beaver and other species in numbers scarcely conceivable. That afternoon, Lewis sent Private Joseph Field on a hunt. A few hours later, Field came rushing down the bluff to the bank and hollered out to the boat to come ashore. When it did, he breathlessly announced that he had killed a buffalo. The buffalo was the quintessential animal of the North American continent, the symbol of the Great Plains. More than any other animal save the beaver, the magnet that drew men to the west. It was not new to science, but of the men of the expedition, only the French voyagers had previously seen one. Lewis immediately detailed 12 men to accompany him to the site of the kill to bring the carcass back to the river. That night, for the first time, the party dined on buffalo hump, buffalo tongue, buffalo steaks. Next to the tail of the beaver, buffalo hump and tongue at once became the meat of choice. In the Garden of Eden, man had but to reach out for his food. So too on the Great Plains, as Clark's birthday menu demonstrated. But this Garden of Eden was also a potential battlefield populated by numerous Indian tribes containing thousands of warriors. As a result, in addition to being a fabulous field for the botanist and naturalist, the plains were also a challenging field for the soldier, the peacemaker, the ethnologist, and the businessman. These tribes were virtually unknown except to a handful of British and French fur traders. There were many stories and rumors about them, most of all the Sioux, but little solid fact. Jefferson and Lewis had talked at length about these tribes on the basis of near-complete ignorance. They speculated that the lost tribe of Israel could be out there on the plains, but it was more likely, in their minds, that the Mandans were a wandering tribe of Welshmen. Because they subscribed to such odd ideas, Jefferson's instructions to Lewis on how to deal with the tribes were, in most particulars, hopelessly naive and impossible to carry out. For example, Jefferson assumed that, although the Sioux were said to be the fiercest and greatest of the tribes, they were very desirous of being on the most friendly terms with us. That bit of wishful thinking led to Jefferson's direct order to Lewis. "On that nation," he commanded, referring to the Sioux, "we wish most particularly to make a favorable impression." In general, Jefferson wanted Lewis to inform the tribes that the new father intended to embrace them into a commercial system that would benefit all involved, and that to make this happen, the new father wished them to make peace with one another. Lewis's objectives, as given to him by Jefferson, were to establish American sovereignty, peace, and a trading empire in which the warriors would put down their weapons and take up traps. Jefferson recognized that the possibility of resistance to this program existed, meaning there was a possibility that the Sioux, or some other unknown tribe, would attempt to stop the expedition. Jefferson knew, too, that Lewis was, like other Army officers of his day, extremely sensitive to perceived threats or slights, and he had reason to suspect that Lewis inclined more toward rashness than prudence. That was why Jefferson specifically ordered Lewis to avoid a fight if at all possible. This brought back some realism to the commander-in-chief's orders. Relations with the Indians were important, establishing commercial ties with them was desirable, but the sine qua non of the expedition was to get to the Pacific and return with as much information as possible. Put more bluntly, Lewis's first objective was to get through, and whatever he had to sacrifice to do it would be sacrificed. That was why the standard of discipline was so high, why there was a cannon on a swivel on the bow of the keelboat, and blunderbusses on the stern and on the canoes. Jefferson, Lewis, Clark, everyone involved hoped to God that they would not be needed, but all were prepared to use them if necessary. To avoid fighting and to promote commerce, Lewis had made a major effort to select gifts for the Indians. In Philadelphia in the spring of 1803, and in St. Louis in the winter of 1803-4, he had purchased beads, brass buttons, tomahawks, axes, moccasin awls, scissors, mirrors, and other wonders of the early Industrial Revolution, along with tobacco, vermilion face paint, and whiskey. On Jefferson's direct orders, he had lugged along 2 corn grinders, presumably to teach the tribes how to make grits. Lewis and Clark scholar James Rhonda puts perspective on the Indian policy of the expedition. These items, everything from ivory combs to calico shirts, represented what the United States offered to potential trading partners. As Jefferson repeated to every delegation of Western Indians, Americans sought commerce, not land. Lewis and Clark were on the road to show American wares. The expedition was the mercantile and hardware display case for a trade empire on the move. Moccasin awls and brass kettles were as much symbols of American power as the medals and flags destined for headmen and warriors. Lewis and Clark, surrounded by bright mirrors and yards of red flannel, offered more than goods. They proposed membership in a system with well-established posts and dependable delivery schedules. The most desired items of all were rifles, balls, and powder. Most of the Indian-held guns on the plains were cheap British shotguns. Lewis wanted to show the overall excellence of the American arms industry, but because of the bulk he could not carry along free samples. He could demonstrate what his men could do with the Kentucky long rifle, but he could only promise, not deliver, similar weapons for the Indians. The presents, trade goods, certificates, medals, and the rest were packed into 21 bags, each containing a variety of items and each marked for one of the various tribes Lewis expected to encounter before going into winter camp. They began with the Poncas and Omahas, tribes of the lower Missouri, and went on to the Mandans. 5 bales were stuffed with goods for the tribes beyond the Mandans. Thus armed with his orders, guns, and goods, Lewis set out to meet the Indians of the Great Plains. All the tribes of the lower Missouri had been out hunting buffalo as the expedition made its way west and north. It did not encounter a single Indian from St. Charles to pass the Platte River. Then, at sunset on August 2nd, a party of Otos and a few Missouris arrived at camp, accompanied by a French trader and translator. After an exchange of greetings, the captains gave the Indians some tobacco twisted together into what was called a carrot after its shape, and some pork, flour, and meal. In return, Clark noted, they sent us watermelons. The Indians said their band of combined Otos and Missouris numbered 250. They were a farming as well as a hunting people with semi-permanent towns. The captains invited them to a council the next day at their campsite, which they called Council Bluff, across and downriver from present Council Bluffs, Iowa. Clark recorded that he and Lewis also put every man on his guard and ready for anything. The night was a restless one, marked by tension and anticipation instead of sleep. In the morning, the expedition had its first meeting with Indians. Going into it, as James Rhonda points out, the captains had expectations and actions that were deeply rooted in the history of white-red relations in North America, directly linked to generations of forest diplomats. They were preparing for exactly the kind of ritual Clark had seen at the council negotiating the Treaty of Greenville with General Anthony Wayne in 1795. On Friday morning, August 3, 1804, fog hung over the river. As he waited for it to lift and the Indians to come to the council, Lewis wrote out a long speech he intended to make. Clark supervised the preparation of the gifts. The voyagers opened bale number 30 and took out red leggings, fancy dress coats, and blue blankets, along with flags and medals. The sergeants put their squads through a close-order drill, then had some of the men use the mainsail to erect an awning to shield the diplomats from the August sun, while others put in place a flagstaff and ran the stars and stripes up it. By 9:00 a.m., the sun had burned off the fog. An hour later, the Indian delegation arrived. The main chief of the Otos, Little Thief, was away hunting, but 6 or 7 lesser chiefs were present. They joined the captains under the awning. Clark and Lewis were in full-dress uniform, complete with cocked hats. The sergeants put the men through a dress parade and passed in review. This must have been the first time the Otos had seen men march in step, turn as if one, shoulder arms in unison, fire a volley on command, and all the rest that goes into a well-run drill. But how the review impressed the Indians, no member of the expedition thought to record. Lewis then stood to deliver his speech. It was some 2,500 words, so it took him at least half an hour to deliver it, and the translator at least as long to put it into the Oto language. How accurately it was being translated, Lewis, of course, had no way to judge, nor could he tell how much of what he was saying the Indians could understand, or how much of what they understood they accepted. Lewis opened by advising the warriors to be wise and look to the true interests of their people. "Children," he continued, as Clark recorded his speech, "we have been sent by the great chief of the 17 great nations of America to inform you that a great council was lately held between this great chief and your old fathers, the French and Spaniards. There it was decided that the Missouri River country now belonged to the United States, so that all those who lived in that country, whether white or red, are bound to obey the commands of their great chief, the President, who is now your only great father." In a long, convoluted paragraph, Lewis told the Otos that the French and Spanish were gone beyond the great lake towards the rising sun, from whence they never intend returning to visit their former red children. "Children," Lewis went on, "the President was now your only father. He is the only friend to whom you can now look for protection, or from whom you can ask favors or receive good counsels, and he will take care to serve you and not deceive you." After giving out the good news about this wonderful new father the Otos had suddenly acquired, Lewis tried to explain the purposes of the expedition. No easy task, since the only white men the Plains Indians had ever seen were traders, whose purpose was obviously to do business. The expedition had more goods than any trader any Indian of the Plains had ever seen, yet the captains did not wish to trade. What on earth were they going to do with all those goods? The Indians had to wonder. "Children," Lewis explained, "the great chief has sent us out to clear the road, remove every obstruction, and to make it the road of peace between himself and his red children residing there, to inquire into the nature of their wants." When the expedition returned home, Lewis would tell the President what the Otos wanted, and the President would see that those wants were satisfied. Lewis and Clark were advance men and traveling salesmen, in short, representing American business and the American people, whose numbers and skills were all but unlimited. In the 17 great nations of America, Lewis declared, cities are as numerous as the stars of the heavens. What the Americans were doing, Lewis went on, was untainted by any base or self-serving motive. "The great chief has commanded us, his war chiefs, to undertake this long journey, which we have so far accomplished with great labor and much expense, in order to counsel with yourselves and his other red children on the troubled waters, to give you his good advice, to point out to you the road in which you must walk to obtain happiness." As a good father, the President told his children how to behave. They should not block or obstruct in any way the passage of any boat carrying white men, ever. They should make peace with all their neighbors. Now came the threats. Lewis told the Otos that they must avoid the counsel of bad men, lest by one false step you should bring upon your nation the displeasure of your great father, who could consume you as the fire consumes the grass of the plains. The great father, if you displease him, would stop all traders from coming up the river. Do as we say, in other words, or no white man will come to you again, ever. That was an extreme threat, strange as it sounds to modern ears. Without contact with European trade goods, the Otos would suffer a severe setback in their living conditions and would be seriously vulnerable to their neighbors who had access to guns and powder. But if the Otos did as Lewis advised them, he would see that a trading post was set up at the mouth of the Platte, where they could bring their furs to trade for a store of goods in such quantities as will be equal to your necessities. Meanwhile, their old traders, whether French or British, could stay among them as long as they acknowledged the supremacy of the United States and gave good counsel. In short, after all that talk, Lewis told the Otos that nothing would be changing in the next year or two. Next came an even bigger embarrassment. Because the expedition had such a long journey ahead of it, and therefore had to carry so many provisions, there were very few presents for the Otos. That was a flat ending. How Lewis's first oratorical experience went over with his audience cannot be said, although Private Gass recorded in his journal that the announcement about a new father was well received. Clark claimed, "Those people expressed great satisfaction at the speech delivered," but he also noted that Lewis's speech consisted primarily of some advice to them and directions how they were to conduct themselves, words that would have served well as the title for the speech. When Lewis concluded, the captains distributed presents. They weren't much. Each chief received a breech clout, a bit of paint, and a small medal with the new father's likeness on it, or a comb. The Oto chiefs spoke next. According to Sergeant Ordway, they were very sensible, but Clark was unimpressed. In his opinion, they are no orators. Still, they managed to make their point. The Oto chiefs acknowledged that they had heard what Lewis said, promised to follow his good advice, said they were happy that their new father could be depended on, and concluded by requesting some powder and whiskey. Lewis was eager to please because he wanted Little Thief and some other chiefs to go to Washington in the spring to meet the new father, so he met the request, providing a canister of powder, 50 balls, and a bottle of whiskey. He also shot off his air gun, to the astonishment of the Indians. He ended the council by giving the copy of his speech to one of the chiefs to take back to Little Thief, along with a request that Little Thief come to the river to council. The Indians departed, the expedition proceeded on. At camp that night, on a sandy point on the larboard side, the mosquitoes were excessively troublesome. Private Moses B. Reed told the captains that he had left his knife back at the council site. They gave him permission to go retrieve it, a simple act that illustrated how valuable knives were on the frontier. 3 days later, Reed had not returned. The captains talked it over and concluded that he had deserted. They selected a 4-man detail, headed by Driar, to seek, find, and bring back the deserter Reed with order if he did not give up peaceably to put him to death, etc. The orders were clear and logical and met the situation perfectly. By making the orders a matter of record, the captains absolved Driard and the others in the event they had to kill Reed and took the responsibility for his death onto themselves. The orders also highlighted the fact that the expedition was in a potential war zone and every rifle and paddle was needed. The captains also instructed Driard to attempt to find Little Thief and bring him to camp on the river. Driard was gone 10 days. The captains moved upstream. By August 17th, they were near present-day Sioux City, Iowa. Toward dusk, Private Francis Labiche, one of Driard's party, came into the camp. He reported success. Driard was bringing in Reed and also a delegation of chiefs from the Otos, including Little Thief. They would arrive in the morning. When Driard came up at about 10 o'clock a.m. on August 18th, the captains gave the Otos something to eat, then turned to the business immediately at hand, the trial of Private Reed. The court-martial was formed. The charges were read. Reed confessed that he had deserted and stolen a public rifle, shot pouch, powder, and balls. He requested that the captains be as lenient with him as their oaths would allow. His manly behavior seemed to soften the captains. At least they didn't have him shot. Clark recorded that, "We only sentenced him to run the gantlet 4 times through the party and that each man with 9 switches should punish him." That amounted to about 500 lashes well laid on. In addition, Reed was discharged from the permanent party. He had to give up his rifle and the privilege of standing guard. He would work with and be treated as if he were one of the voyagers and would be sent back to St. Louis in the spring. When these results were explained to Little Thief, he and the others petitioned for pardon for this man. Clark and Lewis explained to the chiefs the necessity for the beating. They must have been persuasive, for Clark recorded that the chiefs were all satisfied with the propriety of the sentence and was witness to the punishment. That evening, after eating, the expedition managed to rid itself of the bad taste from the day's principal event. It was Captain Lewis's 30th birthday. To celebrate, an extra dram of whiskey per man went round, and the fiddle came out, and the men danced about the campfire till nearly midnight. In the morning, breakfast. Clark was astonished when one of the chiefs, Big Horse, showed up naked to emphasize his poverty. After they had eaten, the awning went up and a council was held. Apparently, Lewis read his speech from the copy already held by Little Thief. The chief then asked the captains to act as honest brokers and negotiate a peace between the Otos and the Omahas. Lewis explained that since the Omahas were out hunting and the expedition must press on, it would be impossible for him to arrange a peace. Then the chief spoke. Big Horse pointed out the obvious, that he had come to the camp naked, and expressed his fear that he would return home naked. Peace was all very well, he said, but if there were peace, where would the young men go to get their goods? If the captains wanted the Otos at peace, Big Horse pointed out, he could arrange it as long as he had something to give to his young men at home. Whiskey would be the most effective peacemaker. The captains were not going to give Big Horse or any other Indian a barrel of whiskey. They did hand out tobacco, paint, and beads. These gifts made little impression on the chiefs or their warriors. The captains then tried handing around printed certificates proclaiming the bearer to be a friend and ally of the United States. These trifles did not answer either. One disgusted warrior disdainfully handed back his certificate. The captains, angered by this disrespect toward an official document, rebuked the man very roughly. There were bad feelings all around. To dissipate them and to impress the Indians with their powers, the captains gave the chiefs and warriors a dram of whiskey each and brought out their magic show, including the air gun, a magnifying glass that could concentrate the sun's rays to start a fire in a bit of dry grass, the telescope, and other items. But the Otos had not come to be awed, they had come for goods. They had imagined wonderful giveaways of valuable items from the apparently endless supply on the keelboat, and what they got was some tobacco and a piece of paper. They went away unhappy. Still, Little Thief indicated that he would go to Washington in the spring, so Lewis's and Clark's first venture as frontier diplomats had some success. The Otos were a tribe that had once been mighty but were now greatly reduced by the smallpox. Woefully inferior to the Sioux, in morale as well as numbers, they were not the Indians to try to use force to make the captains hand out the goods. With the Sioux, just upriver, things might well be different. Sergeant Charles Floyd had been desperately ill the past few days. Lewis had diagnosed his disease as bilious colic, or bilious colic, and had nothing effective to treat it with. But then neither did Dr. Rush back in Philadelphia. On August 20th, Floyd died, most likely from peritonitis resulting from an infected appendix that had perforated or ruptured. Sergeant Floyd was the first U.S. soldier to die west of the Mississippi. The expedition carried his body to a high, round hill overlooking an unnamed river. The captains had him buried with all the honors of war and fixed a red cedar post over the grave with his name and title and the date. Captain Lewis read the funeral service over him. Clark provided a fitting epitaph in his journal. "This man at all times gave us proofs of his firmness and determined resolution to do service to his country and honor to himself." The captains concluded the proceedings by naming the river Floyd's River and the bluff Sergeant Floyd's Bluff. 2 days and 41 miles later, the captains ordered an election for Floyd's replacement. Private Patrick Gass got 19 votes, while Privates William Bratton and George Gibson split the remainder. This was the first election ever held west of the Mississippi. On August 26th, Lewis issued general orders appointing Patrick Gass to the rank of Sergeant in the Corps of Volunteer for Northwestern Discovery, the first time he used such a phrase. He praised Gass for his previous faithful service and concluded, "The commanding officers are still further confirmed in the high opinion they had previously formed of the capacity, diligence, and integrity of Sergeant Gass, from the wish expressed by a large majority of his comrades for his appointment as sergeant." That same day, Private George Shannon, youngest member of the party, failed to come up after a day of hunting. Nor did he report in the next day or the day after. The captains grew concerned, not about desertion, evidently Shannon gave them no uneasiness on that score, but about possible Indian trouble or a hunting accident. They sent Private John Coulter out looking for Shannon, but he had no luck. They sent Driard to look, but after searching through the night of August 26th to 27th, he too reported failure. Reed dismissed in disgrace. Sergeant Floyd dead. Shannon missing. The expedition was almost 10% reduced in fighting strength as it moved toward the heart of Sioux territory. But hope rather than fear was the main emotion felt by the captains as they entered Sioux country. This was the one tribe singled out for specific mention by Jefferson in his orders. It controlled the river and had turned back previous traders coming up from St. Louis, and it was the largest of the tribes. Lewis hoped to make the Sioux the centerpiece of the vast American trading empire he was trying to establish, and he thought this was such a good deal for the Sioux that they couldn't say no. On August 27th, as the keelboat approached today's Yankton, South Dakota, old Dorion informed the captains that they were now in the territory of the Yankton Sioux, with whom he had lived for many years. Lewis ordered the prairie set afire as a signal to the Yanktons, inviting them to a council. A few hours later, as the boat passed the mouth of the James River, a teenage Yankton boy swam out to one of the pirogues. He gestured that he wished to talk. The expedition put ashore. 2 more teenagers appeared. Through Mr. Dorion, they said a large band of Yanktons were camped nearby. The captains delegated Sergeant Pryor, a voyager, and Mr. Dorion to go to the camp and invite the chiefs to come to council at Calumet Bluffs, near present Gavin's Point Dam, on the Nebraska side. On August 29th, the expedition was in camp at Calumet Bluffs. As they waited for the Yanktons to come to council, they worked. Tracks along the riverbank had led Lewis to conclude that Shannon was ahead of them, but thinking himself behind, so Shannon was pressing on to catch up to the expedition that was behind him. Lewis detailed a soldier to go look for Shannon. Reflecting his worry, Lewis told the private to take along some extra rations for Shannon, who might well be starving. He was not considered to be one of the expedition's better hunters. Captain Clark put some men to work making a tow rope of elk skin, then sat at his field desk, dipped his quill into the inkstand, and began to write some remarks for the Yanktons. At 4:00 p.m., Mr. Dorian showed up on the opposite bank at the head of a party of some 70 Yankton warriors. The Indians went into camp, while Dorian and Sergeant Pryor crossed over on a canoe sent by the captains. Pryor reported that the Yanktons were extremely friendly, had even tried to carry him into their camp on a painted buffalo robe, thinking he was the leader of the expedition. He said the camp was handsome, made of buffalo skins painted different color, all compact and handsomely arranged. Their camps formed of a conic form containing about 12 or 15 persons each and 40 in number. Sergeant Pryor had just become the first American to describe the classic Plains teepee. The Yanktons had cooked a fat dog for a feast. Pryor thought it good and well-flavored. They had provided him with a snug apartment for to lodge. The plains through which he had marched, Pryor said, were covered with game. The captains had presents packed into one of the canoes to send over to the Yanktons. They put in tobacco, corn, and some iron kettles, and told Pryor and Dorian to ask the Indians to cross over in the morning for a council. At 10:00 a.m., the captain sent a canoe to bring over the Indians. They had signified the importance of this first meeting with one of the Sioux bands by putting on their dress uniforms and putting up a flagstaff near a large oak, running up the flag, and firing the bow swivel gun. The Yanktons had a sense of drama, too. They were in full regalia. As they came up from the riverbank, the chiefs were preceded by 4 musicians, singing and playing as they made their way to the flagstaff. The soldiers made ritual payments of tobacco to the musicians. The conferees shook hands and sat down. With Dorian interpreting, Lewis gave his basic Indian speech. When he finished, the chief said they would respond in the morning. Obviously, they would need time to confer on this business of accepting a new father and becoming part of a new trade system. Lewis recognized that patience was not just a virtue in dealing with Indians, it was a necessity, and handed out medals to 5 chiefs. He pronounced a chief named Wiyuchi the first chief, by what authority, on what basis, cannot be said, and gave him a red-laced military coat, a military cocked hat, and an American flag. Lewis did all this with the utmost seriousness. It never occurred to him that his actions might be characterized as patronizing, dictatorial, ridiculous, and highly dangerous. From what he knew from old Dorian, these Yanktons were peaceable, at least compared with their neighbors and relatives, the Teton Sioux, farther upriver. But his idea of how to make them into allies was to give them worthless medals and wardrobe trappings rather than the guns and powder they needed. And to make one chief the big chief was to meddle in intertribal politics about which he knew nothing. In general, it would be impossible to say which side was more ignorant of the other. The desire for friendship overrode ignorance. The men of the expedition had come to the northern plains as outsiders, but as James Ronda writes, that night the explorers became part of a prairie community. After the council, Indian boys showed off their skill with bows and arrows to the delight of the soldiers, who handed out prizes of beads. At dusk, 3 fires were built in the center of camp. Indians in gaudy paint came leaping into the firelight to sing of their great feats in battle and in the chase. They danced to music coming from deer hoof rattles and a drum. Sergeant Ordway recorded that the warriors began with a hoop and hollow and ended with the same. An individual would sing of what he had done in his day and what warlike actions he had done. This they call merit. They would confess how many horses they had stole. At Dorian's suggestion, the soldiers threw the dancers gifts of tobacco, knives, and bells. Captain Clark was impressed. The Sioux, he wrote, is a stout, bold-looking people, the young men handsome, and well-made. The warriors are very much decorated with pane, porcupine, quills, and feathers, large leggings and moccasins, all with buffalo robes of different colors. The squaws wore petticoats and white buffalo robes with the black hair turned back over their necks and shoulders. That was the first American description of the ceremonial dress of the Plains Indians. The captains were doing path-breaking ethnology. Clark wrote, "I will here remark a society which I had never before this day heard was in any nation of Indians." It was a group of Indian warriors who had taken a vow, never to give back, let the danger be what it may. That refusal to retreat had cost the society dreadfully. In the past year, 18 of the 22 members had been killed. Clark was impressed by the survivors. They stay by themselves, fond of mirth and assume a degree of superiority. Stout, likely fellows. Ethnology, however, was very much secondary to establishing the American system along the Missouri. What the Indians looked like was entertaining. What the chiefs said about Lewis's proposals was critical. In the morning, the chiefs gave their reply. Wiyuchi spoke first. His refrain was, "We are poor and have no powder and ball. Our women has got no clothes." But if Mr. Dorion were with him, he would go to Washington in the spring. Welcome news. The other chiefs then spoke. They suffered from stage fright. "I am young and can't speak," Struck by the Panna confessed. "I am a young man and inexperienced, cannot say much," White Crane Man explained. But they all managed to make it clear that what they wanted was powder and ball, and perhaps some whiskey. Clark and Lewis could not meet those needs. They could do one thing all the chiefs wanted: leave Mr. Dorion with them for the winter. He could arrange peace with other tribes and organize an expedition of chiefs to go to Washington in the spring. The captains gave each chief a carrot of tobacco and Mr. Dorion a bottle of whiskey, and had the Indians ferried across the river to their camp on the other side. Thus the first encounter with a band of Sioux ended on a hopeful note, despite Yankton disappointment with the presents received. The last chief to speak, Arkawichar, had also apologized. "I do not speak very well. I am a poor man." But if he did not speak well, he spoke with the voice of a prophet. It was all very well for the Yanktons to open their ears, he said, and I think our old friend Mr. Dorion can open the ears of the other bands of Sioux. But I fear those nations above will not open their ears, and you cannot, I fear, open them. Arkawichar spoke not only prophetically but bluntly. He said the captains had given the Indians 5 medals. "I wish you to give 5 kegs of powder with them." The captains could not comply. As Arkawichar had warned them, where they were going, they would need all their powder. Chapter 14. Encounter with the Sioux, September 1804. In the first 2 weeks of September, the expedition gradually entered the country where the short grass prairie of the drier high plains predominated. The wildlife became even more abundant than below. There were herds of elk in every copse of woods along the riverbank. Deer were as plentiful as birds. Buffalo became a common sight. The men pointed out a goat which no one could identify, but no one could catch either. Captain Clark pronounced the plums the most delicious he had ever tasted, the grapes plenty and finely flavored. On the 3rd, the captain sent Coulter to chase Shannon again. 2 days later, tracks along the riverbank indicated that Coulter was still trying to catch up and that Shannon had lost one of the 2 horses he had with him. Private John Shields came in from a hunt to report another wonder, a deer with a black tail. Lewis saw more wild goats on a hill, but they ran off before he could even describe their color. The hunters brought in 3 bucks and 2 elk. Moving the keelboat and pirogues upriver required a tremendous effort from each man. Consequently, they ate prodigiously. In comparison with beef, the venison and elk were lean, even at this season. Each soldier consumed up to 9 pounds of meat per day, along with whatever fruit the area afforded and some cornmeal, and still felt hungry. On September 7th, in present Boyd County, Nebraska, the captains took a stroll. To their astonishment, they found themselves in the middle of an extensive village of small mammals that lived in tunnels in the ground. Here, there, everywhere around them, the little mammals would pop up, sit up on their hind legs, and chatter. The captains brought some men to the site and tried to dig to the bottom of one of the tunnels, but after digging 6 feet and running a pole down the rest, they discovered they were not halfway to the animal's bed. They had 5 barrels of water fetched to the site and poured into a tunnel, which forced one animal out. He was killed and brought back to the keelboat so that a proper description could be written. The voyagers informed the captains that these animals were petit chiens, or prairie dogs. The animal was new to science. the captains gave the prairie dog his first formal description. On September 8th, Clark went ashore to look for goats, with no success. Lewis went hunting, and on that day killed his first buffalo. Altogether, the hunters brought in that evening 2 buffalo, 1 large elk, 1 elk fawn, 3 deer, 3 wild turkeys, and a squirrel. The following day, Lewis again went hunting, this time with Private Reuben Field along, and shot another buffalo. Field got one too, as did Clark. Driar killed 3 deer. York killed a buffalo at the invitation of his master. The captains were amazed to see 500 buffalo in one herd grazing near the river. On September 11th, as the keelboat moved past a bend in the river, the bowman spotted Shannon sitting by the bank. The keelboat came to, and Shannon came aboard. He was extremely weak, indeed, nearly starved to death. As his comrades gave him jerked meat, he related his story. He had been sure the boat was ahead, so he had been chasing it for 16 days. For the past 12 days, he had been without bullets. During that time, he had managed to kill 1 rabbit by shooting a long, hard, straight stick in place of a bullet. Otherwise, he had lived for nearly 2 weeks on grapes and plums. He had finally concluded that he was too weak ever to catch up with the keelboat and had decided to sit by the riverbank and hope for a trading boat coming down from the Mandan villages headed toward St. Louis. He had saved his horse as his last resort. Clark was astounded that a man had like to have starved to death in a land of plenty for the want of bullets or something to kill his meat. On the 14th, Clark killed a goat. Lewis weighed, measured, and described it, the first scientific description of the pronghorn, or antelope as it is usually but wrongly called. That afternoon, Private Shields brought in a hare of the prairie, giving Lewis a second opportunity in a single day to measure and describe a new species, in this case the white-tailed jackrabbit. Intrigued by the animal, Lewis went looking for the jackrabbit in its native habitat a couple of days later. He found one, chased it, and made notes. It resorts to the open plains, is extremely fleet, and never burrows or takes shelter in the ground when pursued. I measured the leaps of one which I surprised in the plains and found them 21 feet. They appear to run with more ease and to bound with greater agility than any animal I ever saw. That is one of 3 Lewis documents written between September 14th and 17th, 1804. They constitute almost all of his known writings for a full year. This adds to the mystery of the lost, or never written, journals of Meriwether Lewis. The passage quoted above comes from Lewis's field notes, which exist but in an obviously incomplete form. All his celestial measurements, hundreds and hundreds of them, are preserved. But there are only 2 journal entries, one on the 16th and the next on the 17th of September, 1804. The way they are written indicates that he almost had to have been writing regularly. There is no introduction, no "sorry I've been away, here is what has happened since last I wrote" quality whatsoever to the entries. He picks up, apparently, at where he left off the previous evening and gives every sense at the conclusion of his second entry that more will follow in the morning. But until new journal entries are discovered, their existence remains speculative. Writing as a biographer rather than an archivist or a historian, that is, on the basis of the internal evidence of the September entries, I am convinced that there once existed, and still may, an important body of Lewis journal entries. The pain of the loss is doubled by the quality of what Lewis wrote that September. He walks you through his day and lets you see through his eyes. What he saw, no American had ever seen before, and only a few would see in the future. This morning set out at an early hour. Lewis opened the entry for Sunday, September 16th. Come to at 1½ after 7 a.m. on the Lard. Shore 1 1/4 miles above the mouth of a small creek which we named Corvus, in consequence of having killed a beautiful bird of that genus near it. The captains decided to lie by for 2 days, to dry the baggage and to lighten the keelboat by transferring a part of her load to one of the pirogues. While some of the men were employed in this necessary labor, Lewis wrote, others were dressing skins, washing and mending their clothes, etc. Captain Clark and myself killed each a buck immediately on landing. The deer were very gentle and in great numbers. After a detailed description of the trees in the river bottom, he regretted that clouds during the day and night prevented my making any observations. He reported on what had been related to him by scouts who had gone up Corvus Creek to have a look around. Vast herds of buffalo, deer, elk, and antelopes were seen feeding in every direction as far as the eye of the observer could reach. Lewis went to see for himself. Having for many days past confined myself to the boat, he opened his September 17th entry, I determined to devote this day to amuse myself on shore with my gun and view the interior of the country. He set out before sunrise, accompanied by 6 hunters. They encountered a grove of plums. Lewis described the trees, then wrote, This forest of plum trees garnish a plain about 20 feet elevated. The whole of the plain, nearly 3 miles by 3 miles, was entirely occupied by the burrows of the barking squirrel, prairie dog. This animal appears here in infinite numbers. The shortness of the grass gave the plain the appearance throughout its whole extent of beautiful bowling grass in fine order. This scenery, already rich, pleasing, and beautiful, was still farther heightened by immense herds of buffalo, deer, elk, and antelopes, which we saw in every direction, feeding on the hills and plains. I do not think I exaggerate when I estimated the number of buffalo which could be comprehended at one view to amount to 3,000. At 8:00 a.m., Lewis and his companions rested ourselves about half an hour and regaled ourselves on half a biscuit each and some jerk of elk. Then they set off to kill a pronghorn. Lewis found the pronghorns to be extremely shy and watchful, insomuch that we had been unable to get a shot at them. I had this day an opportunity of witnessing the agility and superior fleetness of this animal, which was to me really astonishing. I pursued a small herd of 7. Bad as the chance to approach them was, I made the best of my way towards them, frequently peeping over the ridge with which I took care to conceal myself from their view. I got within about 200 paces of them when they smelt me and fled. I gained the top of the eminence as soon as possible, from whence I had an extensive view of the country. The antelopes had disappeared in a steep ravine, now appeared at the distance of about 3 miles. Lewis was struck by the rapidity of their flight. It appeared rather the rapid flight of birds than the motion of quadrupeds. I think I can safely venture the assertion that the speed of this animal is equal, if not superior, to that of the finest blooded courser. And with that, the entry suddenly breaks off. There is no ending describing the campfire that night, with the men talking of the strange and wonderful things they had seen. Either Lewis put down his quill, not to take it up again until April 1805, or what he wrote is lost. Over the next week, in the southerly winds of early fall, the expedition sped ahead, making 23, then 25, then 33 miles in one day. The captains finally shot a coyote and added a mule deer to their list. On Sunday, September 23rd, they made 20 miles and camped on the starboard side in a cottonwood grove. As some men set up tents, others gathered firewood, and the cooks got their kettles ready, 3 teenage Teton Sioux swam across. With Driard exchanging messages with them via the sign language, they said there was a band of 80 lodges camped at the mouth of the next river, and a second band of 60 lodges a short distance above the first. The captains gave the boys 2 carrots of tobacco and told them to inform their chiefs that the expedition would come up tomorrow for a council. The expedition proceeded in the morning past a 2-mile-long island where Coulter, with the last horse belonging to the expedition, had camped for the night and killed 4 elk. He had hung them on trees along the shore. Lewis sent a pirogue to pick up the meat. As it was being loaded, Coulter ran up the bank to shout that Indians had stolen his horse. Soon after, the captain saw 5 Indians on the bank. They anchored the keelboat and spoke to them, either through signs flashed by Driard or by using the old Frenchman, Pierre Cruzat, who could speak a bit of Sioux, as interpreter. The captains were stern. They said they came as friends but were ready to fight if need be, and warned that they were not afraid of any Indians. They told a little lie, saying that the stolen horse had been sent by the new father of the red children as a present for the chief of the Tetons. They said they would not speak to any Tetons until the horse was returned. The expedition arrived at the mouth of the next river, at the site of present Pierre, South Dakota, late in the afternoon. As a defensive precaution, the party anchored the keelboat off the mouth of the river. The captains put the party on full alert, with 1/3 ashore on guard, the other 2/3 camping on board the boat in pirogues. In the morning, the captains raised the flagstaff, set up the awning, and prepared for a council, taking the precaution to leave a majority of the party on board, with the keelboat anchored 70 yards offshore so that its swivel gun commanded the site. At 11 o'clock a.m., 3 chiefs and many warriors came in, bearing large quantities of buffalo meat as a gift. The captains offered some pork. Then it was time to talk. To their dismay, the captains quickly discovered that Cruzat could not speak the language beyond some simple words, nor could Driard convey via the sign language the relatively complex thoughts and proposals Lewis was making in his basic Indian speech. Recognizing the difficulty, Lewis cut the speech short and began putting on the traveling medicine show. It started with a close-order drill by uniformed troops marching under the colors of the Republic. Then came the air gun, magnifying glass, and the rest. Finally, Lewis handed out medals and gifts to the chiefs. He designated Black Buffalo as the leading chief present and gave him a medal, a red military coat, and a cocked hat. The other 2 chiefs, named the Partisan and Buffalo Medicine, got medals. As far as the captains were concerned, they had completed their part. "That's all?" the Tetons demanded, unbelieving. "Some worthless medals and a silly hat?" Sensing the discontent, especially from Black Buffalo's rivals, the Partisan and Buffalo Medicine, the captains invited the chiefs on board the keelboat, where they gave each a quarter glass of whiskey. The chiefs were exceedingly fond of it. They took up an empty bottle, smelt at it, and made many simple gestures, and soon began to be troublesome. Clark detailed a party of 7 men to help him put the chiefs ashore. The chiefs resisted and had to be forced into the canoe. When it landed, 3 warriors seized the tow line while another hugged the mast. The Partisan pretended drunkenness and staggered up against us, declaring I should not go on, stating he had not received presents sufficient from us. His insults became personal. He demanded a canoe load of presents before he would allow the expedition to go on. Clark would take no more. He drew his sword and ordered all hands under arms. On the keelboat, Lewis ordered the men to prepare for action. The swivel gun was loaded with 16 musket balls, the blunderbusses were loaded with buckshot, the men threw up the lockers as breastworks, loaded their rifles, and prepared to fire. Up the bank, 20 yards from Clark and the pirogue, some warriors saw Lewis preparing the swivel gun and began to back away, but others strung their bows and took out their arrows from their quivers or began to cock their shotguns. It was a dramatic moment. Had Lewis cried, "Fire!" and touched his lighted taper to the fuse of the swivel gun, the whole history of North America might have changed. Here is one possible scenario. The cannon roared, spitting out 16 musket balls. The blunderbusses roared, spitting out buckshot. The muskets roared, spitting out aimed lead bullets. Sioux warriors were mowed down in the dozens. But there were still hundreds of warriors on the bank, and even as the smoke lifted, they filled the air with arrows and kept them coming, for they could reload and fire at a much faster pace than the American soldiers. Lewis and Clark, prime targets, went down. With the captains incapacitated or dead, Sergeant Ordway rallied the survivors, got into the keelboat, pushed off, and retreated downriver. In short, had that cannon fired, there might have been no Lewis and Clark expedition. The exploration of the Missouri River country and Oregon would have had to be done by others at a later time. Meanwhile, the Sioux would have been implacable enemies of the Americans and in possession of the biggest arsenal on the Great Plains. For some time to come, they would have had the numbers and the weapons to turn back any expedition the United States could send up the Missouri. They would have increased their trade with the British Northwest Company coming out of Canada. In the War of 1812, they would have been British allies, perhaps strong enough to wrest Upper Louisiana away from the Americans and make it part of Canada. Improbable, certainly. Impossible, almost certainly. Still, aside from the possible long-range consequences, the confrontation on the riverbank was threatening to make it impossible for Lewis to carry out his orders with regard to the Sioux, to make a good impression on them and make them into friends of the United States. This was the moment Jefferson had had in mind when he told Lewis in his formal orders to exercise caution. If Lewis recalled that order, he ignored it. He refused to back down and continued to hold the lighted taper over the swivel gun. Nor would Clark decline combat. He kept his sword out of its scabbard. Their blood was up. They were Virginia gentlemen who had been challenged. They were ready to fight. So the white leaders pushed the moment to its crisis. Luckily for them, one of the red leaders stepped forward to avert hostilities. Black Buffalo seized the tow line from the 3 warriors and motioned to the warrior hugging the mast to go ashore. As they did so, the partisan, sulking, joined his warriors on the bank, 20 yards off. The Indians kept their bows strung. Lewis remained at full alert, ready to fire. Disaster had been avoided, but the crisis continued. Clark turned on the Indians. "I felt myself warm and spoke in very positive terms," he wrote in his journal. He made dire threats. He said he had more medicine on board his boat than would kill 20 such nations in one day. He told Black Buffalo that the expedition must and would go on. He said his men were not squaws but warriors. How much of the threat the Indians understood from Driard's sign language and Cruzat's simple words cannot be known, but surely Clark's body language spoke plainly enough. While he was haranguing the Indians, the crew took the pirogue back to the keelboat where a dozen soldiers jumped in. When the reinforcements got to the bank, some warriors backed off. Then the 3 chiefs went into conference. Clark awaited the outcome, justifying his actions to himself. "Their treatment to me was very rough," he wrote, "and I think justified roughness on my part." But then he managed to quiet his emotions sufficiently to walk over to the chiefs and offer his hand. The chiefs refused to take it. Clark turned on his heel, ordered his men to join him, and waded out to the pirogue. Before he could set off for the keelboat, Black Buffalo and 2 warriors waded after him. They indicated that they wanted to sleep aboard the boat. Clark nodded his consent. "We proceeded on about 1 mile," Clark recorded, "and anchored out off a willow island, placed a guard on shore to protect the cooks and a guard in the boat, fastened the pirogues to the boat. I call this island Bad-Humored Island, as we were in a bad humor." The first meeting between the Sioux and the Americans had gone badly. Certainly, Lewis and Clark had failed to make the favorable impression on the Sioux that Jefferson had ordered them to do. But short of giving away almost 1/5 of their total stock, the contents of 1 pirogue, there was nothing the captains could do to make that favorable impression. At least no shots had rung out, no arrows had been launched. In the morning, the captain set out early and proceeded some 4 miles. The banks were lined with hundreds of curious but anxious Indians. At Black Buffalo's request, the expedition came to and anchored near his village. The captains invited some men, women, and children to come aboard. Black Buffalo invited Lewis to visit his village. The chief appeared disposed to make up and be friendly, so Lewis consented. The village Lewis visited was a classic nomadic town based on a buffalo and horse economy, numbering about 100 teepees with a population of around 900. These were the Brule band of the Tetons, and they were in high spirits, having only 2 weeks previously won a great battle against the Omahas. The Sioux had killed 75 Omaha warriors and taken 48 women and children prisoners. Cruzat, who was with Lewis, could speak Omaha fluently. Lewis told him to find out what he could from the prisoners. Black Buffalo was insistent on showing Lewis the greatest courtesies, including repeated invitations to take a squaw. The Indians made frequent solicitations for Lewis to remain 1 night longer so that they could show their good disposition towards us. Lewis agreed. In the late afternoon, Clark and the entire party came to the village. Clark saw the Omaha prisoners and judged them a wretched and dejected-looking people. The squaws appear low and coarse, but this is an unfavorable time to judge of them. At dusk, Clark and Lewis were carried with much ceremony on a decorated buffalo robe to the great council lodge in the middle of the village. Fires glowed through translucent teepees as the women prepared a feast. Slabs of buffalo meat roasted over hot coals. Inside the council lodge, 70 elders and prominent warriors sat in a circle. The Americans sat beside Black Buffalo. In front of them, a 6-foot sacred circle had been cleared for holy pipes, pipe stands, and medicine bundles. After smoking, Black Buffalo spoke with great solemnity. The captains could not make out what he was saying, beyond that the Sioux were poor and the Americans should have pity on them and give them something. Clark answered that the Sioux should make peace with the Omahas, and as a gesture of their goodwill release the prisoners they held. If Black Buffalo understood the translation of that idea, he must have thought Clark mad. Why should he give up valuable prisoners just to please the white man? And anyway, his people were about to hold a scalp dance, displaying those so recently acquired from the Omahas. It was the first Sioux scalp dance ever seen by Americans. Clark described it. A large fire made in the center, about 10 musicians playing on tambourines made of hoops and skin stretched. long sticks with deer and goat's hoofs tied so as to make a jingling noise, and many others of a similar kind. Those men began to sing and beat on the tambourine. The women came forward highly decorated in their way, with the scalps and trophies of war of their father, husbands, brothers, or near connection, and proceeded to dance the war dance. Women only dance, jump up and down. Every now and then one of the men come out and repeat some exploit in a sort of song, this taken up by the young men, and the women dance to it. The Americans tossed presents of tobacco and beads to the dancers and singers. When one warrior thought he had not received his due, he flew into a rage and broke one drum, threw two others into the fire, then stormed out of the dance line. The drums were retrieved and the dancing went on. Sergeant Ordway found the music delightful and said it was done with great cheerfulness. The dance broke up at midnight. Black Buffalo offered the captains young women as bed partners. Clark, who understood the meaning of the offering, wrote later that a curious custom with the Sioux is to give handsome squaws to those whom they wish to show some acknowledgments to, but the captains said no. Black Buffalo and the partisan then accompanied the captains to the boat, where they slept for the night. During the night, Cruzat came to the captains to report that the Omahas had told him that the Tetons intended to stop the expedition and rob it. The captains agreed they would show no sign of a knowledge of their intentions, but they slept poorly. It apparently failed to occur to them that the Omaha prisoners had an obvious motive for stirring up the Americans, and might well be lying. In the morning, Clark and Lewis went back to the village. They trod cautiously, suspecting treachery, and therefore are at all times guarded and on our guard. They again offered me a young woman, Clark wrote, and wished me to take her and not despise them. I wavered the subject. That evening there was another scalp dance. It broke up about 11 o'clock p.m., with both captains scarcely able to stay awake. The partisan and one of his warriors accompanied them back to the bank. Clark got into a pirogue to be ferried out to the boat, while Lewis stayed on shore with a guard. Some clumsy steering brought Clark's pirogue slamming broadside into the keelboat's anchor cable. It broke. The boat began to swing dangerously. Clark called out in a loud voice, "All hands up! All hands up and at their oars!" The shouted orders and the hustle and bustle that immediately followed alarmed the partisan. He began hollering that the Omahas were attacking. In 10 minutes, the bank was lined with some 200 warriors, led by Black Buffalo, prepared for anything but believing that the Omahas really were attacking, since they had genuine cause to want to make a surprise raid, and half suspecting that the Americans were in an alliance with their enemies. Misunderstanding cut both ways. Lewis, on shore with a small guard, was convinced that the partisans' shouting was the signal for the intended treachery. He had his men on full alert, rifles primed. Fortunately, the potentially explosive situation quickly resolved itself. When the warriors realized it was a false alarm, they returned to their beds. Lewis returned to the boat, which because of the lost anchor had to tie up to a tree under a falling bank, much more exposed than the captains would have liked. Clark concluded his journal entry for the day. All prepared on board for anything which might happen, we kept a strong guard all night in the boat. No sleep. In the morning, after a long, fruitless search for the anchor, the expedition prepared to set out. At that moment, the Tetons appeared on the bank in great number, well armed. Black Buffalo came on board and asked the captains to stay one more day. Simultaneously, several warriors grabbed the bow line. Clark complained to Black Buffalo, who hurried forward to tell Lewis that the warriors only wanted some tobacco, and then the expedition might proceed. He wasn't asking for much. A carrot or two of tobacco was all, a trifle merely. But as a symbol, Black Buffalo was demanding what the captains thought of as a high price. It was an acknowledgment of the right of the Sioux to exact a toll from white men using their river. Lewis's patience broke. He said he would not be forced into anything, ordered all hands ready for departure, had the sail hoisted, and detailed a man to untie the bow cable. As the soldier began to untie it, several warriors again grabbed the rope. The partisan demanded a flag and some tobacco as the price of their letting go. Clark threw a carrot of tobacco onto the bank, saying to the chief, "You have told us you are a great man, have influence. Take this tobacco and show us your influence by taking the rope from your men and letting go without coming to hostilities." Clark backed his sarcasm with action. He lit the firing taper for the swivel gun and moved toward it. Black Buffalo stepped forward. He declared the expedition free to go if only the captains would give some tobacco. Again, the captains refused, Lewis saying they did not mean to be trifled with. It was Black Buffalo's turn for a bit of sarcasm. He said that he was mad, too, to see us stand so much for 1 carat of tobacco. Perhaps stung by the remark, but still trying to retain his own sense of dignity and control, Lewis contemptuously threw some carats of tobacco to the warriors holding the bowline. With that, Black Buffalo jerked the line from their hands, and the boat cast off. The Teton confrontation was over. The expedition left breathing hard and breathing fire. Clark hollered out to a young Indian ashore to pass the word, "If they were for war or were determined to stop us, we were ready to defend ourselves." But behind the bravado there was no sense of triumph. The captains had not made a favorable impression. They had just barely avoided a disastrous exchange of fire. They were exhausted and still nervous. They came to on a very small sandbar in the middle of the river and stayed all night. "I am very unwell for want of sleep," Clark concluded the day's entry. "Determined to sleep tonight, if possible." In the morning, September 29th, the expedition got an early start. The partisan and 2 warriors called out to the boat from the bank. They indicated they wanted to hitch a ride up to their village, not far distant. Captain Lewis absolutely refused, stating very sufficient reasons, and was plain with them on the subject. Lewis said the party had already wasted 2 days with the Sioux and had to be getting on. Given the hot tempers on both sides, it was just as well. No matter how long Lewis and Clark stayed with the Sioux, they were not going to make them into friends except by giving more than they could afford. Lewis and Clark had not initiated hostilities, but their insistence on standing their ground might well have led to bullets and arrows flying through the air. Clark was defensive in writing his account. Presumably Lewis also would have justified his actions. But to a superior officer looking over the report, he would have looked headstrong and rash. His orders to make every effort to establish good relations with the Sioux had been turned on their head. Lewis and Clark had managed to get past the Sioux, but the Sioux were still on the river, capable of blocking any later expeditions and in a rage at the Americans. And there was a good chance the expedition would have to pass the tribe again on the return trip. But for now, the Sioux were behind them. The wind was from the south. The men hoisted the sail and the boat made 20 miles that day. In the evening, once again on a sandbar island, the safest place to be, the captains refreshed the party with whiskey. It was a cold evening. Migrating geese flew downriver, honking through the night. Fall was here. It was time to get on, as far north and west as possible, before winter set in. Chapter 15. To the Mandans. Fall 1804. If there ever was a time in which the Lewis and Clark expedition bore some resemblance to a bunch of guys out on a long camping trip, it was in the first part of October 1804. Fall on the Missouri River in the Dakotas was a delight. On a cloudless day, and many were in the first 3 weeks that October, the Great Plains of North America stretched out beyond the horizon under an infinity of bright blue sky. The sun had gone past the equinox and was dropping lower in the sky each day, so the shadows were growing longer. On the plains, the hills, and bluffs, their grasses turned a golden brown, gleamed in the sunlight, or threw off long shadows up and down the valleys, creating a masterpiece of light and shade. Nights were coming on sooner and lasting longer. They brought frost, which meant no more mosquitoes. The men built the fires up a little higher than in September and gathered closer around as they talked about what they had done and seen that day and what they expected tomorrow. In the first 2 weeks of the month, the days started off cool, but by mid-morning the temperature was perfect and stayed so until an hour before sunset. The great mammals of the plains were gathering into herds. Many of them, including elk, pronghorn, and buffalo, began their mass migration to their wintering grounds. Sooner or later on their trek, most of the herds had to cross the river, thereby creating one of nature's greatest scenes. Overhead, Canadian geese, snow geese, brants, swans, mallards, and a variety of other ducks were on the move, honking and quacking as they descended the river. The fowl and mammals were in prime condition, which meant that the buffalo ribs, the venison haunches, the beaver tails, the mallard breasts, all dripped fat into the fire as they were turned on the spit, causing a sizzle and a smell that sharpened already keen appetites. For Meriwether Lewis, it was a magical time. He spent most of it exploring, walking on shore, venturing out into the interior, catching up with the boat at night. Sometimes he went alone, save for his dog, Seaman. At other times he took a small party with him. He was a great walker with long legs and a purposeful stride, capable of covering 30 miles in a day on the plains. As he walked, he was constantly at full alert, his eyes sweeping across the horizon, then coming down with complete concentration on a stone or a plant or an animal den at his feet. He carried his field journal so that he could note down new plants, animals, minerals, the general lay of the land, the apparent fertility of the soil, the types and numbers of game animals around him, and more. He wore moccasins of doubled-up buffalo hide, pants made of broadcloth, a fringed deerskin jacket, and a three-cornered leather hat. He carried a compass, a knife, a pistol, a powder horn and balls, some jerky, and his notebook in his knapsack. He had his rifle in one hand and his espontoon in the other. He was an excellent marksman, his skill even greater thanks to the espontoon, a sort of pike about 6 feet in length with a wooden shaft and a metal blade. It was a medieval weapon still in use as a symbol of authority for infantry officers in the U.S. Army, carried by Lewis because it was a most useful implement. Aside from being a walking stick and a weapon of last resort, the espontoon had a crosswise attachment at shoulder height that served as a rifle rest. Given the weight of his rifle, more than 8 pounds, and the length of the barrel, more than 4 feet, he needed a support. Lewis always had his rifle primed with the bullet, wadding, and powder charge set in place, so that when he saw a target he had only to set his espontoon vertically on the ground, measure out the powder for the pan, swing his rifle up to the rifle rest, slip in his flint, bring the hammer to full cock, aim, and fire. If the target was within 100 yards and bigger than a mouse, he usually got it. He didn't always have to shoot to collect a specimen. On October 16th, he glanced down and saw at his feet a sleeping bird. He didn't know the species, but recorded that it was of the goatsucker family. He picked it up. It was alive, but appeared to be in something approaching a dormant state. Lewis brought it back to the boat. 2 days later, when the morning temperature was 30 degrees, the bird could scarcely move. "I run my penknife into its body under the wing and completely destroyed its lungs and heart," Lewis reported. "Yet it lived upwards of 2 hours. This phenomenon I could not account for unless it proceeded from the want of circulation of the blood." A few days later, on October 20th, in the vicinity of present Fort Lincoln State Park, across the river from Bismarck, North Dakota, Private Cruzat was the first to encounter a grizzly bear, called a white bear by the Americans. They had heard about the grizzly and knew the Indians were afraid of the bear, which, according to rumor, was gigantic in size. Clark had recently seen a footprint and pronounced it by far the biggest he had ever seen, and ferocious in behavior. The men of the expedition, naturally, were eager to get a look and a shot at it. Cruzat was the lucky one, except, as Lewis dryly recorded in his field notes, he wounded him, but being alarmed at the formidable appearance of the bear, he left his tomahawk and gun. Cruzat returned to the scene an hour or so later to retrieve his tomahawk and rifle. Soon after, he shot a buffalo cow, Lewis wrote, and broke her thigh. The cow pursued him. He concealed himself in a small ravine. The little incident highlighted a major problem for the hunters. After they had fired their rifles, they were nearly helpless until they reloaded. Beginning in October, as the expedition made its way through present northern South Dakota, it passed numerous abandoned villages composed of earth lodge dwellings and cultivated fields. Some of the fields, although unattended, still had squash and corn growing in them. These had once been home to the mighty Arikara tribe. About 30,000 persons strong in the year the United States won its independence, the tribe had been reduced by smallpox epidemics in the 1780s to not much more than 1/5 that size. Another epidemic swept through in 1803-4, devastating the tribe. What had been 18 villages the previous year had been reduced to 3 by the time Lewis arrived. On October 8th, the keelboat passed a 3-mile-long island near the mouth of the Grand River, home to the 3 villages of living Arikaras, about 2,000 Indians altogether. The island was one large garden, growing beans, corn, and squash. Arikaras lined the banks, watching the boat progress to the head of the island, and then watching the men make camp on the starboard side. Lewis selected 2 voyagers who spoke the Arikara language and 2 soldiers, took a pirogue, and paddled across to meet the Indians on the island. Clark stayed in camp, posting guards on shore and sentinels on the boat and canoes, with all things arranged both for peace or war. Lewis obviously did not know what kind of reception he was going to get, but he did have expectations. From what he knew, or thought he knew, the Arikaras were farmers oppressed by the Sioux. The reality was that the Sioux brought trade goods to exchange for Arikara crops in a mutually beneficial relationship. He knew the Arikaras were at war with the Mandans. He believed that they were the key to American diplomatic endeavors on the Missouri because, in Lewis's view, if the Arikaras could be broken away from the Sioux and if they made peace with the Mandans, the whole balance of power on the river would shift. The Sioux would be isolated and then frozen out of the coming American trade empire. James Ronda comments that Lewis and Clark shared a naive optimism typical of so much Euro-American frontier diplomacy. They believed they could easily reshape Upper Missouri realities to fit their expectations, but to the surprise of the explorer diplomats, virtually all Indian parties proved resistant to change and suspicious of American motives. So Lewis had cause for high hope as well as for apprehension as he paddled across to the island, and finally cause for relief as he received a warm welcome from the Arikaras. Best of all was meeting Joseph Gravelines, a trader who had been living with the Arikaras for 13 years. He was an invaluable source of information on the Upper Missouri country, and his command of English, French, Sioux, and Arikara made it possible for Lewis to communicate swiftly and accurately with the Arikara. A large part of the problems with the Sioux had been the result of inadequate, incomplete, incompetent translation. With Gravelines' help, Lewis could expect to do much better with the Arikaras. Lewis pumped Gravelines for 2 or 3 hours, then asked him to bring a delegation to the expedition's camp in the morning for a council, and hired him as interpreter. In the morning, the wind was kicking up waves in the river higher than Clark had ever seen. He was astonished to see bull boats brought to the bank, boats made each of a single buffalo hide stretched over a bowl-shaped willow frame, and 5 or 6 men get in, with 3 squaws to paddle them. The Indian women pushed off, and despite the waves and wind, crossed the river quite uncomposed. They brought with them some chiefs, some warriors, and Pierre-Antoine Tabot, the trader with another of the island villages. Tabot had been born near Montreal and educated in Quebec. In 1776, he had gone west as an engagé in the fur trade. He had lived in Illinois, then Missouri, and finally with the Arikaras. He, too, was an outstanding translator, Arikara, English, French, Sioux, and source of information. But even the best translators could not overcome the difficulties of the wind, which was whipping up sand and making a roar. The council was put off till the next day. On October 10th, Tabot came over first. He warned the captains that there was some jealousy among the chiefs of the 3 villages. Then the chiefs themselves and some of their warriors came to the council. After smoking and an exchange of small presents, Lewis stood and began speaking, with Gravelines interpreting. It was his basic Indian speech, according to Clark, providing the Indians with good counsel, which was to accept American sovereignty, to make peace with the Mandans, to shun the Sioux, and to trade with American merchants. If they did as told, they would be protected by their new father, the chief of the 17 great nations of America. When Lewis finished, a detail fired 3 shots from the bow swivel gun. When the smoke cleared and the Indians recovered from their astonishment at the first cannon they had ever seen or heard, the captains brought out gift bale number 15, marked and prepared for the Arikara's use months before at Wood River. There was vermilion paint, pewter-looking glasses, 400 needles, broadcloth, beads, combs, razors, 9 pairs of scissors, knives, tomahawks, and more. It is something of a puzzle why they were not so generous with the Sioux. No whiskey. The captains offered it, but the Arikaras not only said no thanks, they shamed Lewis and Clark by remarking that they were surprised that their father should present to them a liquor which would make them act like fools. For the chiefs there were military coats, cocked hats, medals, and American flags. Despite Tabot's warning, the captains made Crow at Rest the first chief, on their unshakable assumption that every tribe had to have a single leader. They made Hawk's father and Chief Hay, leaders of the other 2 villages, as second chiefs. After the presents, Lewis shot off his air gun, to the by now customary astonishment of the Indians. The council broke up, the chiefs promising to consult with their warriors and respond to Lewis's words the following morning. That afternoon, the men visited the villages. York was a sensation. His size was impressive enough, but the Arikaras had never seen a black man and couldn't make out if he was man, beast, or spirit being. York played with the children, roaring at them, chasing them between lodges, bellowing that he was a wild beast caught and tamed by Captain Clark. The captains finally told him to stop because he carried on the joke and made himself more terrible than we wished him to do. The soldiers, meanwhile, enjoyed the favors of the Arikara women, often encouraged to do so by the husbands, who believed that they would catch some of the power of the white men from such intercourse, transmitted to them through their wives. One warrior invited York to his lodge, offered him his wife, and guarded the entrance during the act. York was said to be the big medicine. Whether the Indians got white or black power from the intercourse cannot be said, but what they had gotten for sure from their hospitality to previous white traders was venereal disease, which was rampant in the villages and passed on to the men of the expedition. Still, Sergeant Gass pronounced the Arikara squaws to be the most cleanly Indians I have ever seen. Handsome, the best-looking Indians I have ever seen. Sergeant Ordway agreed, noting that some of their women are very handsome and clean. Clark called the Arikara dirty, kind, poor, and extravagant, possessing national pride, not beggarly. They brought corn and squash and other welcome vegetables to the expedition, and quantities of a bean the Indians acquired by digging in the underground storage bins of the meadow mice. Clark called the bean large and well-flavored and very nourishing. It was said that the Indians always left some other food in the place of that they had robbed from the mice. The following day, October 11th, Crow at Rest arrived to make his answer to Lewis's proposals. He said his heart was glad to have a new father, that the road was open to the expedition and would always be open. "Can you think anyone dare put their hands on your rope of your boat?" "No, not one dare." He asked the captains to make a peace between his people and the Mandans. The other two chiefs had not come into council, apparently put off by not having been made first chief, so the next day the captains went looking for them. They found Chief Hay first, surrounded by his warriors. After Lewis reminded the chief of the magnitude and power of our country, Hay gave his own speech. He said his people had no hostility toward the whites, that he hoped the captains would help make a peace with the Mandans, that he might be willing to go to Washington to meet with President Jefferson in the spring, and other welcome words. But he concluded with a request that the captains were in no position to grant. "After you set out," Hay said, "many nations in the open plains may come to make war against us. We wish you to stop their guns and prevent it if possible." Finished. Then it was on foot to the third village, where Hawk's Feather was chief. He, too, was ready with his reply to the American proposals. He, too, was thinking about a trip to Washington. He promised not to make war, but said that he would believe a Mandan-Arikara peace only when he saw it with his own eyes. He gave two blunt warnings. "Maybe we Arikara chiefs will not tell the truth," and "the Indians above the Mandans will not believe your word" about peace with the Arikaras. One of the chiefs, unnamed, was willing to find out. He agreed to go on board and make the trip to the Mandans to talk in council sponsored by the American peacekeeping delegation. On October 13th, Clark and Lewis were confronted with a severe disciplinary problem. Former Private Moses Reed, the erstwhile deserter, was a grousing, malcontented soldier who wanted to poison the mind of at least one member of the expedition. Anyone who has ever been in the Army knows Reed's type. For some time past, he had been picking on Private John Newman, agitating him about those blankety-blank captains and how unfair they were and how arbitrary and worse. Newman succumbed to the poison. He lashed out at the captains, who had him and Reed arrested. Reed was beyond their power to punish, but Newman was subject to the Articles of War. The captains convened a court-martial with Clark as president, without giving his opinion, and Sergeant Ordway head of the court. Lewis read the charge that Newman had uttered repeated expressions of a highly criminal and mutinous nature, the same having a tendency not only to destroy every principle of military discipline, but also to alienate the affections of the individuals composing this detachment to their officers, and disaffect them to the service for which they have been so sacredly and solemnly engaged. Newman pled, "Not guilty." Evidence was presented. Newman made his defense. Whatever Newman said, his peers rejected. The 10 men on the court, are unanimously of opinion that the prisoner John Newman is guilty of every part of the charge exhibited against him." The sentence was 75 lashes on the bare back, and to be discarded from the permanent party engaged for northwestern discovery. Not dismissed, not discharged, but discarded. The captains approved the sentence and set noon the next day for the lashing. They further ordered that Newman join the Frenchmen in the canoes as a laboring hand. On October 14th, the keelboat set out early. At noon, it came to on the starboard side in order to carry out Newman's lashing. The Arikara chief with the boat watched the preparations. He was alarmed very much. When the whipping actually began, the chief cried aloud. Clark explained the cause of the punishment. The chief, he recorded, also thought examples were necessary and that he himself had made them by death, but his nation never whipped even their children. By October 24th, the expedition was well north of present Bismarck and approaching the Mandan villages. The captains knew from their research in St. Louis and from Mr. Graveline's that the Mandans and their neighbors and allies, the Hidatsas, were the center of the northern plains trade, attracting Indians from vast distances. At trading time in the late summer, the river villages were crowded with Crows, Assiniboines, Cheyennes, Kiowas, Arapahoes, along with whites from the Northwest Company, the Hudson's Bay Company, and St. Louis businessmen. Nowhere else could one see at a single glance the diversity and colorful lifestyle of the Indians of the plains. There were Spanish horses and mules to buy and sell, fancy Cheyenne leather clothing, English trade guns, baskets of produce, meat products, furs of all kinds, musical instruments, blankets, dressed buffalo hides, painted buffalo hides. During the fair, there was dancing until well into the night, and much visiting back and forth, and competition between the boys. It was a grand time in the 5 villages. There were 2 Mandan villages. The lower one, on the west bank, was led by Big White and his second chief, Little Raven. Farther upriver, on the east bank, was the second village, led by Black Cat, with Raven Man Chief as his second-in-command. On the Knife River, coming in from the west, there were 3 Hidatsa villages. One of these, 40 lodges strong, was led by Black Moccasin. Another, with over 130 earth lodges, had 450 warriors who were led by Liborgne, or One Eye, a military chieftain of great reputation. The Mandans hunted buffalo on horseback, but they did not ride out on war parties ranging to the Rocky Mountains, whereas the Hidatsas rode the whole way to the snow-covered peaks to make raids and capture horses and slaves. As it moved north, the expedition began seeing Mandan villages, but they were abandoned because the tribe had been decimated by smallpox. As the expedition passed the mouth of the Heart River, center of the old Mandan homeland, the men saw a Mandan Sundance post standing forlorn on the prairie, a silent witness to the past. In the earth lodges, the Americans found scattered bones of men and animals. On the 24th, the captains met their first live Mandans, Chief Big White and a 25-man hunting party. With Gravelines at his side, Lewis introduced Big White to the Arikara chief with great cordiality and ceremony. They smoked a pipe. Lewis, Gravelines, and the Arikara chief accompanied Big White to his village. Peace between the Arikaras and the Mandans seemed possible. The captains were off to a good start with the Indians who would be their neighbors for the winter. But even with all the good indications about relations with the Mandans, the captains were cautious. On October 26th, the expedition was in camp just below the first Mandan village. Indians were all about them. Clark wrote, "Many men, women, and children flocked down to see us." The captains discussed the situation and determined that both would not leave the boat at the same time until we knew the deposition of the natives. Lewis walked to the village with Big White and Gravelines, while Clark stayed on the boat and saw to security. There were over 4,000 Indians in the 5 villages, about 1,300 of them warriors. Should they so choose, they could quite obviously overwhelm the Corps of Discovery. They would not choose so long as the expedition could make it clear that the Indians would suffer grievously if they attacked, both in lives lost and future trade relations destroyed. Fortunately, the Mandans understood all this and were friendly. Lewis received a warm welcome in Big White's village and was able to extend an invitation to the chiefs of all 5 villages to come to the expedition's camp for a council. Meanwhile, a trader from the second Mandan village, named René Jessom, paid a visit to Clark. Jessom had been living with the Mandans for 15 years and participated fully in their ceremonial and social life. He had married a Mandan woman and was raising a family in the village. He claimed he had been a spy for General George Rogers Clark during the Revolution, but apparently William Clark did not believe him. In any case, he wrote of Jefferson, "Well, to give my ideas as to the impression this man makes on me is a cunning, artful, and insincere." But he was also useful as interpreter and source of information, so Clark hired him on. Relations with the Mandans continued to be excellent. The Indians were delighted that the expedition would spend the next 5 months as their neighbor. On October 28th, Black Cat, Lewis, Clark, and Jefferson walked up the river for some distance, looking for a place to build a fort for the winter. The Americans needed good trees and lots of them, and plenty of game. The country they examined that day would not answer. On October 29th, the first formal council was held. Lewis gave his basic Indian speech. To Clark's dismay, the old chief was restless before the speech was half ended. Another chief rebuked him for his uneasiness at such a time. When Lewis finished, Clark introduced the Arikara chief, who smoked with the Mandans. Various promises were made, but Clark complained that the talk was not much to the purpose, because those nations know nothing of regular councils, and know not how to proceed in them, they are restless, etc. Lewis was so busy with the Indians that he forgot to wind his chronometer, but he did find time to take a meridian altitude of the sun with his sextant for latitude. On the morning of the last day of October, Black Cat invited Clark to his lodge to hear what he had to say. Since the captains regarded Black Cat as the first chief of all the Mandans, Clark readily went. Black Cat told Clark that it would fill his heart with joy if there could be a peace between the Arikaras and the Mandans, because if there were, Mandan men could hunt without fear, and our women can work in the fields without looking every moment for the enemy. Then came a rebuke. When the Indians heard of your coming up, they all came in from hunting to see. They expected great presents. They were disappointed, and some dissatisfied. As for Black Cat, however, he was not so much so, but his village was. Still, he would go to meet his great father in Washington in the spring. Lewis, meanwhile, played host to Hugh McCracken, a British trader with the Northwest Company, who had just made a 9-day, 150-mile overland trip from the Assiniboine River post of the company. McCracken was a regular in the village, as were other traders from the Northwest Company and its rival, the Hudson's Bay Company. The British in Canada were the primary suppliers of manufactured goods to the Mandans. This was a situation Lewis intended to change. His policy, Jefferson's policy, was to isolate the Sioux, open the river from St. Louis to the Mandans, and establish an American trading monopoly at this great emporium of the northern Great Plains. But Lewis knew that he needed to be patient. Although he had the legal authority to throw the British traders out of Upper Louisiana, he didn't have the physical force to do so, not when the Indians outnumbered his party by 50 warriors to every soldier. He wouldn't have kicked the British traders out anyway, because they were providing a critically necessary service to the Indians that the Americans were not yet ready to replace. McCracken was setting off on his return journey the next day, November 1st, so Lewis seized the opportunity to establish contact with the British merchants in Canada and explain the new situation to them. While Clark talked to Black Cat, Lewis wrote a letter to McCracken's boss. He started off with a bit of a fib. "We have been sent by the government for the purpose of exploring the River Missouri and the western parts of the continent with a view to the promotion of general science." He added that his party had no intention of disrupting the trade relationship that existed as long as the British acknowledged American sovereignty. Then, as a man who was about to go into a 5-month winter camp surrounded by Indians and only Captain Clark to talk to as an equal, Lewis put in a heartfelt line. "As individuals, we feel every disposition to cultivate the friendship of all well-disposed persons." More specifically, he said he would be grateful in the extreme for any hints in relation to the geography of the country, its productions, etc., which you might conceive of utility to mankind. In short, he invited British traders to come on down for a visit. The British took him up on it. A number of them paid a call, including François Antoine Larocque and Charles Mackenzie. Each man left a journal record of his visit. Larocque was 20 years old. Born in Quebec, he was educated in the United States. He wrote that he was very politely received by Captains Lewis and Clark and passed the night with them. Just as I arrived, they were dispatching a man for me, having heard that I intended giving flags and medals which they forbid me from giving in the name of the United States. As I had neither flags nor medals, I ran no risk of disobeying those orders, of which I assured them. Lewis told Larocque that the object of our voyage is purely scientific and literary, and in no way concerns trade. Lewis liked the young Canadian and pressed me to remain a couple of days for company. Larocque did. His compass was not working. The glass was broken and the needle would not point due north. He reported, "Captain Lewis fixed my compass very well, which took him a whole day." Larocque was out for adventure and recognized opportunity when he saw it. From his first meeting with the captains, he begged to be allowed to accompany them to the Pacific and back. But the captains were not about to give a clerk in the Northwest Company a free look at the commercial possibilities in the region, and said no. Mackenzie's journal entries provide a sharp image of the American captains and the British traders lounging around a table in the captain's quarters, talking about a wide range of subjects. Mackenzie wrote, "Mr. Larocque and I have nothing very particular claiming attention. We lived contentedly and became intimate with the gentlemen of the American expedition, who on all occasions seemed happy to see us and always treated us with civility and kindness." But some subjects brought out Lewis's Anglophobia. Mackenzie wrote, "It is true Captain Lewis could not make himself agreeable to us. He could speak fluently and learnedly on all subjects, but his inveterate disposition against the British stained, at least in our eyes, all his eloquence." The captain's quarters were in Fort Mandan, which was located on the north bank of the Missouri, some 7 miles below the mouth of the Knife and directly opposite the lower Mandan village. Work on it had begun on November 3rd. Private Joseph Whitehouse recorded in his journal that all the men at camp occupied their time diligently in building their huts and got them made comfortable to live in. That same day, Lewis paid off in cash the Frenchmen who had paddled the pirogues upriver. Some of them built a pirogue and returned to St. Louis before the river froze. Others stayed to spend the winter with the Indians and return in the spring with Corporal Warfington and the keelboat. Jessom and his squaw moved into camp, providing instant translation capacity. The fort consisted of 2 rows of huts set at an angle with a palisade on the riverside, a gate and a sentry post, plus the swivel gun mounted. The outer walls were 18 feet high. In the event of an Indian attack, it would answer, at least for a while. Larocque observed, "The fort is made so strong as to be almost cannonball-proof." From the beginning of the work, Indians crossed the river to observe, mingle, and trade with the soldiers. Other visitors also came. On November 4th, Clark recorded that a Frenchman by name Chabona visited us. He wished to hire and informed us his 2 squaws were Snake Indians. His name was Toussaint Charbonneau. A French-Canadian, about 45 years old, he had once worked for the Northwest Company but was now living among the Hidatsas as an independent trader. His squaws, or wives, were Shoshones, or Snakes, from a band that lived in the Rocky Mountains at the headwaters of the Missouri. They were teenagers who had been captured by a Hidatsa raiding party 4 years earlier at the place where 3 rivers came together to form the Missouri, called the Three Forks. Charbonneau had won them in a bet with the warriors who had captured them. The captains eagerly accepted Charbonneau's offer to sign on as interpreter, not so much for his own sake as because his wives could speak the language of a mountain tribe. The wives could talk to Charbonneau in Hidatsa. He could then talk in French to Driard, who could pass it on to the captains in English. From their difficulties with the Sioux, the captains knew how hard it was to communicate with the Indians without a translator. So on the spot, they signed up Charbonneau and one of his wives to go on with us. He chose Sacagawea, who was about 15 years old and 6 months pregnant. Mackenzie got to know Charbonneau and was not much impressed. He noted that translation was more an art form than scientific at Fort Mandan. Sacagawea spoke a little Hidatsa, he wrote, in which she had to converse with her husband, who was a Canadian and did not understand English. A mulatto, Jessom, who spoke bad French and worse English, served as interpreter to the captains, so that a single word to be understood by the party required to pass from the natives to the woman, from the woman to the husband, from the husband to the mulatto, from the mulatto to the captains. That might not have been so bad, except that Charbonneau and Jessom argued about the meaning of every French word they used. Another visitor was Big White, the enormously fat, light-skinned Mandan chief. On November 12th, Clark recorded that Big White came down. He packed about 100 pounds of fine meat on his squaw for us, meaning his wife carried the 100-pound load. Clark gave her some trinkets and a small axe for her labor. On November 20th, warriors from Black Cat's village came to inform the captains that the American peace policy was in danger. 2 Arikara delegates who had gone to the Sioux with a peace offer had been roughed up, had their horses taken from them, and been generally made to realize how angry the Sioux were that the Arikaras had arranged through Clark and Lewis for a peace with the Mandans. There were other meddlers, including the Mandans, who had filled the ears of the Hidatsas with lies. The Mandans had an obvious interest in keeping the Hidatsas away from Fort Mandan, and thus having a monopoly on trade with the expedition. So they told the Hidatsas that the Americans had joined with the Sioux and intended to make war on the Hidatsas. They offered as proof such facts as Jessaume's moving into the fort, the strength of the fort, the constant presence of a sentry, and other military preparations. Lewis realized how dangerous it was for the Americans to have the Hidatsas believing such things, so he reacted immediately. He set out on horseback for the Hidatsa villages, accompanied by Jessaume and Charbonneau as translators, to make the rounds of the principal men and assure them of the falsity of the Mandan stories. But he was rebuffed. Later that day he saw Mackenzie. "He observed to me," Mackenzie wrote, "that he was not very graciously received. I sent ahead," said he, "to inform Horned Weasel, the Hidatsa chief, that I intended to take up my quarters at his lodge. He returned for an answer that he was not at home. This conduct surprised me, it being common only among your English lords not to be at home when they did not wish to see strangers, but as I had felt no inclination of entering any house after being told the landlord would not be at home, I looked out for another lodging, which I readily found." In the morning, Lewis and his men returned to Fort Mandan, accompanied by 2 lesser Hidatsa chiefs. From them, Lewis extracted a promise not to wage war on the Shoshones and Blackfeet, who resided north of the Shoshones, on the eastern edge of the Rocky Mountains. The promise was worthless. A day or 2 later, the leader of the Wolves, a society of young Hidatsa warriors, took a party of 50 on a raid into Blackfoot territory. So it had always been and apparently would be. The terms peace and war, as understood by the Americans, had no meaning to the Indians. Hostilities could break out at any time, for no apparent cause other than the restlessness of the young warriors, spurred by their desire for honor and glory, which could only be won on raids, which always brought on revenge raids, in a regular cycle. The captains were hopelessly naive on this point. Lewis was sure he had created a peace in the face of overwhelming evidence that his words were carried away by the wind. He told Larocque of his confidence in his very grand plan, but Larocque had doubts, and rightly so. The truth was right in front of Lewis. He later recorded that, during this meeting with the Hidatsas, "I was pointing out to them the advantages of a state of peace with their neighbors. The chiefs who had already gathered their harvest of laurels and having forcibly felt in many instances some of those inconveniences attending a state of war, readily agreed with me." That was easy enough. Old men seldom want war. But a young fellow asked me if they were in a state of peace with all their neighbors, what the nation would do for chiefs. The teenage warrior pointed out that the old chiefs must shortly die, and that the nation could not exist without chiefs, and the Hidatsas could not choose chiefs without witnessing the achievements of the contending warriors. Lewis had other difficulties with the Hidatsas. They may have believed his protestations that the Americans meant them no harm, but they resented the lack of presence, and resented even more what one of them called the high-sounding language the American captains bestowed upon themselves and their nation, wishing to impress the Indians with an idea that they were great warriors and a powerful people who, if exasperated, could crush all the nations of the earth. Such boasting did not sit well with the proud Hidatsas. On the morning of November 30th, a Mandan came to the fort with an alarming report. A raiding party of Sioux and Arikaras had attacked 5 Mandan hunters, killing 1, wounding 2 others, and stealing 9 horses. This was dismaying news to the peacemakers, for it indicated that the Arikaras had broken their promise and realigned themselves with the Sioux, and that those old allies were making war against the Mandans. This was welcome news too, however, because it provided the Americans with an opportunity to show their support of the Mandans and to display the kind of firepower they could bring to bear against tribes that displeased them. The captains acted at once. Lewis took charge at Fort Mandan, while Clark marched across the frozen river at the head of a 21-man detachment of soldiers to come to the aid of the Mandans. The Mandans were not interested. They told Clark the snow was too deep, and anyway, the Sioux had too much of a head start. Then they chastised the Americans for meddling in their affairs. The Mandans had believed Clark and Lewis and had gone out to hunt in small parties, thinking themselves safe. And now look what had happened. One chief said he had always known that the Arikaras were liars. They were liars. Clark was not ready to see the peace policy defeated by one small raid. He again proposed pursuit and was again turned down. Then he made a case for the Arikaras. He admitted that some bad men from the Arikaras may have been with the Sioux, but you know there is bad men in all nations. Do not get mad with the Arikaras until we know if those bad men are countenanced by their nation. Clark could talk all he wanted. The Mandans knew what had happened and drew their own conclusions. Clark and Lewis were meddling in affairs they did not understand, but the Mandans were patient with them. And protective, too, although the captains hated to admit it. The expedition ate an enormous amount every day, and more every day as winter came on and it got colder, dipping down below zero frequently. To get through the winter, the Americans were going to need large quantities of Indian corn, beans, and squash, and they were going to have to find a regular supply of meat. On December 7th, a Mandan chief came to the fort to report that there were great numbers of buffalo on the hills a couple of miles or so away from the river. The chief offered horses for the soldiers and asked if the Americans would like to join the Mandans on a hunt. Lewis gathered a party of 15 men and, on the borrowed Mandan horses, went out to join the hunt. The Indians as riders put the Americans in the shade, even Americans from Virginia. Riding bareback at breakneck speed, chasing the fleeing buffalo, they could guide their horses with their knees, leaving their hands free to shoot their arrows, which they did with such force that often an arrow would go right through the buffalo. Squaws came after to butcher the animal before the wolves could get to the carcass. Using rifles, Lewis and his men killed 11 buffalo that day. He enjoyed it so much he stayed out all night, apparently sleeping in a buffalo robe in below-zero weather. The next day, the Americans killed 9 more buffalo. They ate only the tongues. The wolves got the rest. "We lived on the fat of the land," Mackenzie wrote. "Hunting and eating were the order of the day." That day, the temperature went down to 45 below zero, the coldest it would get all winter. And winter was still 13 days away. Chapter 16. Winter at Fort Mandan. December 21st, 1804 to March 21st, 1805. It was always cold, often brutally cold. Sometimes so cold a man's penis would freeze if he wasn't quick about it. Lewis kept a weather diary in which he faithfully recorded the day's temperature at sunrise and at 4 o'clock p.m., as well as the conditions, fair, cloudy, snow, hail, and CARS to indicate cloudy after rain and snow, wind direction and force, and the rise and fall of the river. This was the first collection of weather data from west of the Mississippi River. It recorded a somewhat colder winter than the norm during the 30-year period 1951 to 80, when December, January, and February temperatures averaged 12.3 degrees above zero. In 1804 to 5, it averaged 4 degrees above zero for December, 3.4 degrees below for January, and 11.3 degrees above for February, or an average for the winter of 4 degrees above zero. The Indians could take it. On various occasions, the Americans would hear of or meet Indians who had spent the night out on the prairie without a fire and with only a buffalo robe to cover them, and only thin moccasins and antelope leggings and shirt to wear, and hardly suffer from it. On January 10, 1805, Clark reported 2 such incidents and commented, "Customs and the habits of those people has answered to bear more cold than I thought it possible for man to endure." The river was frozen solid enough so that great herds of buffalo could cross without breaking through. Lewis wanted to pull the keelboat on shore for repairs, but it was locked into the ice. Beginning on February 3rd, he tried various expedients to free it, chipping it out with axes, freeing it by means of boiling water and hot stones, or cutting it loose with a parcel of iron spikes. At each attempt, he had a windlass and a large rope of elk skin ready to haul her up on the bank when freed from the ice. But it took weeks to break her free. Not until February 26 did the party finally get the boat out of the water. Why they didn't pull the boat out before the river iced over, neither of the captains ever bothered to explain. Such extreme cold, one might have thought, would have induced the captains and the men to spend the winter in a state of semi-hibernation, seldom venturing away from their fires or out of their huts, which Ordway described as warm and comfortable. But the captains kept the men busy, both because there was lots of real work that had to be done, and because they were good officers who knew for a certainty that an idle soldier is a bored soldier heading for trouble. LaRocque, Mackenzie, and other British traders could have told the captains about the troubles at Hudson's Bay Company and Northwest Company posts during the winter, the trappers shut up in their huts, small smoky rooms illuminated only by candlelight. Such conditions led to bad temper, fistfights, ill will, and lack of discipline. But the Corps of Discovery was not a wandering band of trappers, it was an infantry company of the U.S. Army. Still, Clark and Lewis had seen plenty of trouble at Wood River the previous winter, and bad as the weather had been in Illinois, it was nothing compared with North Dakota. Yet at Fort Mandan there were no fights, no desertions. The worst infraction was relatively minor. On February 9th, Private Thomas Howard got back to the fort after dark. Rather than call out to the guard to have the gate opened, he scaled the wall. Unfortunately for Howard, an Indian was looking on, and shortly thereafter climbed the wall himself. The guard reported these doings to Captain Lewis. Lewis was much alarmed. Although relations with the Mandans were excellent, they were not so good with the Hidatsas, and in any case the Mandans might decide at any moment to take advantage of their overwhelming numbers, overpower the expedition, and help themselves to the treasure trove of rifles, kettles, trade goods, and the rest. Private Howard's thoughtless act had just revealed to the Indians how easy it was to scale the wall. Lewis's first thought was to leave Howard until later and deal with the threat immediately, by convincing the Indian who had followed him over the wall that what he had done was a bad idea. He had the man brought to him. "I convinced him of the impropriety of his conduct," Lewis recorded, "and explained to him the risk he had run of being severely treated. The fellow appeared much alarmed. I gave him a small piece of tobacco and sent him away." Then he turned to Private Howard. He had Howard put under arrest and ordered him tried by a court-martial. Lewis was not inclined to be lenient because "this man is an old soldier, which still heightens this offense." In the morning, Howard was charged with setting a pernicious example to the savages. He was found guilty and sentenced to 50 lashes, a heavy punishment for an offense that amounted simply to thoughtlessness. Perhaps for that reason the court recommended mercy, and Lewis forgave Howard the lashing. That was the only court-martial held at Fort Mandan, and the last on the entire expedition. The garrison at Fort Mandan maintained regular military security with drills, sentry posting, challenges, daily inspection of the weapons, and the rest. When the temperature went well below zero, sentries were replaced every half hour. Aside from the possibility of a hostile move by Mandans and Hidatsas, the Sioux were definitely hostile and not so far away that they couldn't stage a raid, and the Arikaras might join them. So the expedition stayed constantly on guard. The Sioux did make a raid in mid-February. Clark had gone out on a 9-day hunt with a large party of men. The hunters killed more meat than they could transport. When Clark got back to Fort Mandan, he dispatched Driard with 3 men and 3 horse-drawn sleighs to retrieve the carcasses. A band of Sioux warriors spied the small party. Clark's description of what happened next, based on Driard's testimony, tantalizes rather than satisfies our curiosity about how it went. About 105 Indians rushed on them and cut their horses from the sleighs, 2 of which they carried off in great haste. The 3rd horse was given up to the party by the Indians for fear of some of the Indians being killed by our men, who were not disposed to be robbed of all they had tamely. However determined the party, the Indians got away with the 2 sleighs and 2 knives. However bold the Indians, they were forced to give back a tomahawk and 1 horse and sleigh. So the Americans didn't do too badly, given that the encounter pitted 105 warriors against 4 men: Driard, Privates Robert Frazier and Silas Goodrich, and Newman, who was not allowed to carry a weapon. At the end of November, Clark had led a party to punish the Sioux and Arikaras for attacking the Mandans. This time it was Lewis's turn to go on the warpath. He set out at sunrise, February 15th, at the head of 24 volunteers, including a few Mandan warriors coming along as allies, to find and punish the Sioux. But the weather was bad, the snow was deep, and the men soon had their feet cut and bleeding on the sharp ice. The Mandans told Lewis the trail was cold and the cause hopeless, and they abandoned the search. Lewis, always persistent, doggedly kept on. covering 30 miles before he discovered 2 abandoned teepees. Thoroughly exhausted, the party slept in them. The next day, Lewis finally abandoned the search and instead went hunting. The party stayed out all week and brought back more than a ton of meat: 36 deer, 14 elk. Encounters with the Mandans were altogether different. The neighbors got along just fine. The chiefs and captains, warriors and men called on one another, went hunting together, traded extensively, enjoyed sexual relations with the same women on a regular basis, joked and talked, as best they could through the language barrier, about what they knew. They managed to describe wonders to one another, using their hands to illustrate their points, drawing maps, mountains, or wooden houses on the dirt floor of the lodge, educating one another. The Mandans and the Hidatsas knew something of the country to the west and were glad to share their knowledge with the captains. The Americans knew the country to the east of the Mississippi River and were eager to induce some Mandan and Hidatsa chiefs to make the journey to Washington. Holidays and special occasions brought the red and white men closer together. On New Year's Day, 1805, half the detachment went to the lower Mandan village, at the particular request of the chief, to dance to the music of a tambourine, a sounding horn, and Private Cruzat's fiddle. The Indians enjoyed the music and the dancing, especially the Frenchman, who danced on his hands. Toward noon, Clark and York arrived at the village, where festivities were in full swing. Clark called on York to dance, which amused the crowd very much and somewhat astonished them that so large a man should be so active. The following day it was Lewis's turn. He led the party of musicians and dancers to the second Mandan village for more of what Sergeant Ordway called frolicking. From January 3rd to 5th, the Mandans held a nightly dance of their own. They invited the garrison to join them. When the men arrived, they were ushered to the back of the communal earth lodge. The dance began. To the music of rattles and drums, the old men of the village, dressed in their finery, entered the lodge, gathered into a circle, sat down, and waited. Soon the young men and their wives filed in to take their places at the back of the circle. They fixed pipes for the old men, and a smoking ceremony ensued. As the drumbeat became more insistent and the chanting swelled, one of the youngsters would approach an old man and beg him to take his wife, who in her turn would appear naked before the elder. She would lead him by the hand but let Clark tell it, as only he can. The girl then takes the old man, who very often can scarcely walk, and leads him to a convenient place for the business, after which they return to the lodge. In the event that the old man failed to gratify the wife, the husband would offer her again and again, and throw a robe into the bargain, and beg the old man not to despise the couple. All this, Clark noted, is to cause the buffalo to come near so that they may kill them. In the winter, the herds migrated far and wide in search of wind-blown bare spots where they could get at the grass. The buffalo dance was thought to be a magnet to the wandering herds. There was a second purpose to the dance. The Mandans believed that power, in this case the hunting abilities of the old men, could be transferred from one man to another through sexual relations with the same woman. To the great good luck of the enlisted men, the Mandans attributed to the whites great powers and big medicine. So, throughout the 3-day buffalo dance, the Americans were said to be untiringly zealous in attracting the cow and in transferring power. One unnamed private made 4 contributions. Sure enough, there was a good buffalo hunt a few days later. Much about the Mandans was curious or inexplicable. Lewis was especially struck by their treatment of their horses. When some Mandan ponies on loan to the Americans arrived at the fort late on February 12th, they appeared so much fatigued that Lewis ordered them fed corn moistened with a little water, but to my astonishment found that they would not eat it, but preferred the bark of the cottonwood which forms the principal article of food usually given them by their Indian masters in the winter season. The Mandans, according to Lewis, are invariably severe riders, and frequently, for many days in pursuing the buffalo, they, the horses, are seldom suffered to taste food. After the hunt, the Indians brought their horses into their lodges for the night, where the animals were given what Lewis regarded as a scanty allowance of cottonwood ranging from the size of a man's finger to that of his arm. Lewis could hardly believe that a horse could exist long under such circumstances, but he had seen with his own eyes and knew it to be a fact that the Mandan horses are seldom seen meager or unfit for service. Lewis's long essay on Mandan horsemanship was the last in a series of 10 journal entries he made beginning on February 3rd. That was the day Clark set out with 16 men on a 9-day hunting expedition. In no way does Lewis indicate that because Clark was gone from Fort Mandan, it had become his responsibility to keep up the journal, but since the Lewis journal stopped when Clark returned, it seems likely that is what happened. If so, Lewis was not keeping a regular journal in the winter of 1804-5, although he was doing a great deal of writing in the form of reports to Jefferson. He was also doing a good deal of doctoring. On the first day of winter, a Mandan woman brought her child to Lewis, showed him an abscess on the child's back, and offered Lewis as much corn as she could carry for some medicine to cure the sore. Lewis complied. On January 10th, a 13-year-old Mandan boy came to the fort with frozen feet. The captains used a standard treatment, soaking the feet in cold water. It appeared to work. It did with the men, who had frequent cases of frozen toes and fingers but always recovered. In this case, however, the boy was too far gone. On January 26th, Clark recorded that Captain Lewis took off the toes of 1 foot of the boy who got frostbit some time ago. Dr. E.G. Chouinard, whose medical history of the expedition all Lewis and Clark scholars turn to when the subject is doctoring, comments, "Probably the necrotic tissue had demarcated in the 2 weeks since his toes were frozen, and probably the amputations done by Lewis consisted of plucking loose the dead tissue, possibly disarticulating the joints, and possibly having to sever tendons." 5 days later, the captains sawed off the boy's toes from the other foot. How it was done, they don't say. Dr. Chouinard notes that a surgical saw was not listed in the medical kit and speculates that one of the 2 hand saws was used. However it was done, more than 3 weeks later, on February 23rd, Clark reported, "The father of the boy whose feet were froze near this place and nearly cured by us took him home in a sleigh." Aside from frozen skin and extremities, the most common medical problem the captains faced was syphilis. Few details come down in the journals, but it is possible that nearly every man suffered from the disease. As for the captains, they never mention taking the standard treatment themselves. That treatment consisted of ingesting mercury in the form of a pill called calomel, mercurous chloride. The side effects of mercury could be dangerous. The phrase "mad as a hatter" referred to hat makers who used mercury in the process of their work and became a bit crazy from breathing in all those fumes. But it was sovereign for syphilis, and Lewis knew this and administered it routinely. The captains applied all their treatments on the principle that more is better. On January 26th, one of the men was taken violently bad with the pleurisy. How he survived the captain's treatment is a wonder. They bled him, purged him with Rush's pills, and greased his chest, which might actually have done some good. He was still suffering the next day, so Clark bled him again and then put him into a sweat lodge, where water was splashed onto hot rocks to produce a sauna. And that must have done some good, for the patient is not again mentioned. Lewis's most unusual experience as a doctor came on February 11th, when he was present at the labor of one of Charbonneau's wives, Sacagawea. Lewis noted that this was the first child which this woman had borne, and as is common in such cases, her labor was tedious and the pain violent. Lewis worried about her because he was counting on her as a translator with the Shoshone Indians, known by Lewis to be rich in horses, when he got to the mountains. He consulted with Jefferson, who said that in such cases it was his practice to administer a small portion of the rattle of the rattlesnake. According to Jefferson, it always worked. "Having the rattle of a snake by me," Lewis wrote in his journal, "he broke the rattles into small pieces and mixed them with some water, which Sacagawea then drank. Whether this medicine was truly the cause or not, I shall not undertake to determine," Lewis said, "but she had not taken it more than 10 minutes before she brought forth." In a sentence itself pregnant with hope, but tempered by a skepticism befitting a scientist of the Enlightenment, Lewis wrote, "This remedy may be worthy of future experiments, but I must confess that I want faith as to its efficacy." The baby, a boy named Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau, was healthy and active. The family had its own hut inside Fort Mandan, so the cries of a hungry infant rang through the parade ground and surely caused at least some pangs of homesickness among at least a few of the men, as they remembered their own families and their own little brothers or sisters. Siblings were very much on Lewis's mind. In a long letter to his mother about this time, he gave over a special section to his siblings. Charbonneau, the new father, was all set up by what he had done and was coming to have a wholly new view of his own importance. Quite probably this escalation in self-importance was fed by the conversations he translated through the winter between the captains and the Indians. From the captain's questions about what lay out west and the Indians' answers, Charbonneau knew that Sacagawea was critical to dealing with the Shoshones, and without Charbonneau, no Sacagawea. So, on March 11th, when the captain sat down with Charbonneau to make a contract, it was Charbonneau who took the high ground and tried to dictate the terms. The captain said he would have to pitch in and do all the work the enlisted men had to do, and would have to stand a regular guard. Charbonneau replied that, "Let our situation be what it may, he will not agree to work or stand a guard." There was more. "If miffed with any man, he wishes to return when he pleases, also have the disposal of as much provisions as he chooses to carry." "Inadmissible," Clark and Lewis flatly declared. They told Charbonneau to move out of the fort, taking his family with him, and they hired Mr. Gravelines as interpreter. After 4 days of living in the Mandan village, Charbonneau sent a message to the captains via one of the Frenchmen to excuse his simplicity and take him into the service. Did he come to his senses on his own, or did the Frenchman tell him what a fool he was, what a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he was passing up? Or was it Sacagawea who said she absolutely had to go see her people and participate in this great adventure? However it happened, Charbonneau was ready to crawl. The captain sent word for him to come to the fort for a discussion. He showed up on March 17th. "We called him in," Clark reported. "He agreed to our terms, and we agreed that he might go on with us, etc., etc." The roster for the expedition was complete. The permanent party that was getting ready to head west consisted of the 3 squads of enlisted men, each with its sergeant, plus the 2 captains, and 5 persons from outside the military establishment, namely Driar, York, Charbonneau, Sacagawea, and Jean-Baptiste, nicknamed Pomp or Pompey by Clark. By February 4th, Lewis noted in his journal, the expedition had run out of meat. That morning, Clark set out on his hunting expedition. The next day, Lewis reported that the immediate problem of scanty provisions had been overcome, although not with meat but with corn, and thanks to a bellows rather than a rifle. Private John Shields was a skilled blacksmith. He had set up for business at the expedition's forge and bellows inside the fort. There he mended iron hoes, sharpened axes, and repaired firearms for the Indians in exchange for corn. But by the end of January, business was turning sour. The market for mending hoes had been satisfied. Shields needed some new product to attract business. The arms trade was the obvious answer. Not in firearms, the captains turned away all requests for rifles or pistols, but in battle axes. There was a particular form of battle axe highly prized by the Indians and easily made by Shields. Lewis disapproved of the design, writing that it was formed in a very inconvenient manner, in my opinion. The blade was too thin and too long, the handle too short, the overall weight too little, all of which combined to make a weapon that made an uncertain and easily avoided stroke. But arms merchants give the customer what he wants. Shields went to work, getting his sheet iron from an all-but-burned-out stove. Some of the men were detailed to cutting timber to provide wood to make a charcoal kiln to expand production capacity. Still, the Americans couldn't turn out battle axes fast enough. The Indians were skilled traders who drove hard bargains. On February 6th, Lewis had Shields cut up what was left of the stove into pieces of 4 inches square, which could then be worked into arrow points or buffalo hide scrapers. After some haggling, a price was set, 7 to 8 gallons of corn for each piece of metal. Each side thought it had made a great bargain. In his February 6th journal entry, Lewis paid tribute to Shields and his helpers. "The blacksmiths take a considerable quantity of corn today in payment for their labor. The blacksmiths have proved a happy resource to us in our present situation, as I believe it would have been difficult to have devised any other method to have procured corn from the natives." Lewis gave the full credit to Shields when he might well have split it, giving at least some to the Indians for having the corn available in the first place. Working as hard as they did in such extreme cold weather, the men ate prodigiously, 6,000 calories or even more per day. A modern athlete seldom consumes more than 5,000, but the calories the men were getting in 1805 contained very little, if any, fat. Consequently, no matter how much they ate, the men were always hungry. It was Mandan corn that got the expedition through the winter. Had the Mandans not been there, or had they had no corn to spare, or had they been hostile, the Lewis and Clark expedition might not have survived its first winter. Lewis never put it that way, and in fact probably never thought of it that way. 2 days after writing the passage praising Shields for procuring corn, Lewis had a visit from the chief of the Upper Mandan village, Black Cat. Lewis had been with him in Black Cat's village on January 2nd and other occasions. This was Black Cat's 17th visit to Fort Mandan. He brought presents, including a fine bow. Lewis gave him some fishing hooks and some ribbon. Black Cat's squaw gave Lewis 2 pairs of handsome moccasins. He gave her a mirror and a couple of needles. Black Cat stayed to dine at the captain's quarters. That evening, Lewis wrote in his journal, "This man possesses more integrity, firmness, intelligence, and perspicuity of mind than any Indian I have met within this quarter, and I think with a little management he may be made a useful agent in furthering the views of our government." A remarkable sentence. In the first half, Lewis obviously was speaking from the heart. Clearly, he enjoyed being with and greatly respected Black Cat. Yet in the second half of the sentence, he blandly discusses his plans to manage and manipulate his friend for the benefit of the United States. A further problem is this. What were the views of the Americans? On the one hand, peace. Lewis and Clark always preached peace to the Indians, giving them what the Americans thought of as overwhelmingly powerful reasons to avoid war. On the other hand, the Americans were arms merchants. As James Ronda puts it, typical of this dilemma was the request from a war chief who came to purchase an axe and obtain permission to attack Sioux and Arikara warriors. For the proper price in corn, the axe was handed over, but the request to use it was denied. The Hidatsa chief must have wondered what sort of man would sell arms to a warrior and then tell him not to engage the enemy. The winter at Fort Mandan involved hunting, trading, keeping fit, dealing with the cold, doing extensive repairs to old equipment and building new canoes, visiting the Indians, and much more. But for Meriwether Lewis, it was primarily a winter of scholarship, of research and writing. For most of the day, most days, he was involved in gathering information or writing down what he had learned. He had endless discussions with the Indians about what lay out west, or what this or that faraway tribe was like. Or he bent over his writing desk in his smoky room, with a candle for illumination, dipped his quill into the inkstand, and wrote for hours on end. His subject was America west of the Mississippi River. He wrote about what he had seen and learned, and what he had heard. He tried to think like Jefferson, to anticipate what the president would want to know, or to guess how the president would present this or that subject. And what of Jefferson, meanwhile? What did he know about where the expedition was and how it was doing? Precious little. He had no direct word from Lewis after the expedition left St. Charles. The Osage chiefs whose visit Lewis had arranged arrived in Washington in July 1804. In greeting them, Jefferson spoke of his beloved man, Captain Lewis. On January 4th, 1805, Jefferson wrote Lewis's brother, Reuben, to report that he had just learned, apparently by word of mouth via a trapper who had returned to St. Louis that fall, that on August 19th the expedition was near the mouth of the Platte. According to the report, no accident had happened, and he, Lewis, had been well received by all the Indians on his way. It was expected that he would winter with the Mandans, 1,300 miles up the river. Jefferson predicted that the expedition would reach the Pacific during the coming summer, then return to the Mandan villages for the winter of 1805-6. If so, the president cheerfully concluded, we may expect to see him in the fall of 1806. Chapter 17. Report from Fort Mandan, March 22nd to April 6th, 1805. New life was stirring. On the first day of spring it rained, the first rain since fall. The river ice began to break up. Ducks, swans, and geese sometimes seemed to fill the sky. The Indians set fire to the dry grass to encourage new grass to come up, for the benefit of their horses and to attract the buffalo. By the end of March, the ice was coming down in great chunks, along with drowned buffalo who had been on the ice when it gave way. I observed extraordinary dexterity of the Indians in jumping from one cake of ice to another, Clark wrote on the 30th, for the purpose of catching the buffalo as they float down. The joy of spring was everywhere, and doubly welcome by the men of the expedition, who had just survived the coldest winter any of them had ever known. They worked with enthusiasm, eager to get going again. Teams of men were repairing the boat, while others were building canoes, packing, making moccasins, making jerky, pumping the bellows. They sang as they worked. In the 5 months between May and October 1804, the captains and their men had traveled more miles than many of their contemporaries would do in a lifetime. In the 5 months between November 1804 and April 1805, they had stayed in one place. The anticipation of getting going on the river again was so keen it was almost unbearable. On the last day of March, Clark wrote, "All the party in high spirits, but few nights pass without a dance. Possessing perfect harmony and good understanding towards each other, generally healthy except venereal's complaints, which is very common." On April 5th, the keeled boat and the 2 pirogues that had come down the Ohio and then up the Mississippi and Missouri to Fort Mandan, along with 6 new canoes, were put into the water. They would be packed the next day, then set off on April 7th. The keeled boat headed downstream for St. Louis, while the 2 pirogues and the lighter and more maneuverable canoes headed upstream, where the river would gradually become shallower and swifter. As the men went about their work, the captains wrote. So much writing did they do that Clark complained he had no time to write his family. Lewis managed to work in a letter to his mother, but most of it was unoriginal. He just copied passages from his report to Jefferson. The captains worked with passion and dedication. For several weeks, Lewis did nothing but write, eat, and sleep. There was so much to say. He felt he needed to justify the expedition. He wanted to please Jefferson, to be able to report that they had discovered what he had hoped they would, to answer his questions, to promote his program for the development of Louisiana. Even more, the captains wanted to be accurate in all their observations. They were men of the Enlightenment, dedicated to collecting facts and then putting the new knowledge to work for the good of mankind. So, in addition to describing the geography, the soils, the minerals, the climate, they had the responsibility of describing the tribes and of making recommendations on the economic future of Louisiana. They needed to make available in permanent form as much as they could of what they had learned. Lewis was determined to get these jobs done and done right. In his mind, everything that had happened since Jefferson put him in command was preliminary to the expedition, which was only now about to begin. On April 7th, the Corps of Discovery would set out into territory no white man had entered. Thus far, as Gary Moulton writes, all the men's efforts had been directed to reaching a point where other whites had ventured before them on a route already mapped. But although the expedition had yet to do any exploring, the captains had managed to pick up a tremendous amount of new information on Upper Louisiana, its flora and fauna, its climate and fertility, its peoples and their wars and their economies. Put together correctly and properly organized and labeled, all this information would constitute the first systematic survey of the trans-Mississippi West and would thus provide an invaluable contribution to the world's knowledge, and equally invaluable to the United States government and American businessmen, frontier farmers, fur traders, and adventurers. The captains collected information in 2 basic ways. First and foremost, from their own observations. Second, by making local inquiry. They asked questions about the surrounding country of every Indian and white trader they met. These information-gathering sessions sometimes lasted a full day, occasionally even longer. Jefferson had a passion for Indian language, believing he would be able to trace the Indians' origins by discovering the basis of their language. So the gathering of vocabularies was an important charge on the captains. They put a major effort into attempting to render words from various Indian languages into an English spelling. Mackenzie was present once to see the captains at work on their vocabularies. The language being recorded was Hidatsa. A native speaker would say a word to Sacagawea, who would pass it on in Hidatsa to Charbonneau, who would pass it on in French to Jessom, who would translate it into English for the captains. Mackenzie thought Jessom's English ranged somewhere between inadequate and non-existent, magnifying the chances for error. On another occasion, Mackenzie wrote, "I was present when vocabularies were being made of the Mandans. The 2 Frenchmen, Charbonneau and Jessom, had warm disputes upon the meaning of every word that was taken down by the captains. As the Indians could not well comprehend the intention of recording their words, they concluded that the Americans had a wicked design upon their country." Despite the difficulties, Lewis kept at it. He put in immense amounts of time on the task. Whether he found the work interesting or thought it important cannot be said. It sufficed that Mr. Jefferson wanted it done. Lewis was relatively uninterested in Indian mythology or spiritual life, but he was a skilled observer of some parts of Indian culture, especially how things were done. One of his contributions, for example, was a graphic and precise description of glass bead making among the Arikaras. As the expedition prepared to depart for the mountains, the captains purchased a buffalo skin teepee to provide shelter for themselves, Charbonneau, Sacagawea, and Pomp. Lewis described it in his journal entry of April 7, 1805, in what James Ronda characterized as one of the best descriptions yet drafted of that distinctive plains dwelling. In addition to their written descriptions, the captains gathered such objects as Arikara corn, tobacco seeds, mineral and botanical specimens, along with artifacts from Indian life, including bows, clothing, and painted robes, to be sent to Jefferson. Altogether, the amount of information they gathered, organized and presented in a systematic fashion to Jefferson, and beyond him to the scientific world, was enough to justify the expedition, even if it made not a single further contribution. The model for Lewis and Clark's report was Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia. Like that work, written a quarter-century earlier, Lewis's description of Upper Louisiana was part guidebook, part travelogue, part booster-like promotion, part text to accompany the master map. Adding in Clark's contributions, the final report from Fort Mandan totaled something close to 45,000 words, almost book length. Jefferson's notes ran to some 80,000 words. Like Jefferson, Lewis began with a detailed account of the waterways, or, as he put it, a summary view of the rivers and creeks which discharge themselves into the Missouri, from the junction of that river with the Mississippi to Fort Mandan. As Jefferson had done for Virginia, Lewis described not only the tributaries but the people living along the rivers, whether the French at St. Charles, or the Otos, or the Sioux. He included information on the local economy, the soil, mineral deposits, climate, and more. The report combined the captain's actual observations of the various rivers flowing into the Missouri with information received from traders and Indians about the upper reaches of those streams and their own principal tributaries. For example, Lewis saw only the mouth of the Platte River, but he describes it up to its head in the mountains. From what he had been told, he said, the Platte ran through immense level and fertile plains and meadows in which no timber is to be seen except on its own borders. He named 5 major tributaries of the Platte, discussed the mineral deposits in its drainage, the soil, the people, Otos and Missouris, and more. Naturally, the farther west Lewis's report ventured, the more speculative it became. His conjecture about the Platte's relationship to Santa Fe and to the Black Hills was purely imaginative and badly wrong. Lewis expected that Jefferson would have his work printed and distributed as a report to Congress, and he knew something about the audience for the work, so on occasion he sounded like a promoter writing a broadside. This river, the Muddy in eastern Missouri, waters a most delightful country. The land lies well for cultivation and is fertile in the extreme, covered with lofty and excellent timber, and supplied with an abundance of fine, bold springs of limestone water. The Grand River, farther west, was also prime farm country. The lands are extremely fertile, consisting of a happy mixture of prairies and groves, exhibiting one of the most beautiful and picturesque scenes that I ever beheld. Enthusiastic as he was in his report about the lower Missouri country, he made it sound almost like heaven. He actually was holding back his emotions. In his letter to his mother, dated March 21, 1804, he allowed himself to rhapsodize about the country, writing not so much as son to mother as Virginia planter to Virginia planter. This immense river, so far as we have yet ascended, he wrote, waters one of the fairest portions of the globe, nor do I believe that there is in the universe a similar extent of country, equally fertile, well watered, and intersected by such a number of navigable streams. He added, I had been led to believe that the open prairie country was barren, sterile, and sandy, but on the contrary I found it fertile in the extreme, the soil being from 1 to 20 feet in depth, consisting of a fine black loam that produces a luxuriant growth of grass and other vegetables. The plains were not quite Eden, however. The absence of timber was a serious drawback, for it was almost unimaginable for any American in 1805 to live in a country without plenty of lumber and fuel. Indeed, in the eastern third of the United States, too much timber was the problem. In his report to Jefferson, Lewis took note of all the things that would spring to the mind of a frontier farmer hankering to move into Upper Louisiana. He pointed out several rapids well situated for waterworks. He warned against areas that had tolerably fertile soil but no timber. Lewis was an advance man for the American fur trappers and traders as well as farmers. He noted the furs available and scouted likely spots for trading posts. One of Lewis's responsibilities was to make recommendations on how to drive the British away from the Missouri so that American companies could take over the fur trade. His analysis of the economic-political situation on the river led him directly to his conclusion and recommendation. I am perfectly convinced that until such measures are taken by our government as will effectually prohibit all intercourse or traffic with the Sioux and the British fur companies, he reported to Jefferson, the citizens of the United States can never enjoy but partially those important advantages which the navigation of the Missouri now presents. He recommended establishing garrisons in places where the soldiers could stop the British from coming into Dakota from Canada or across today's Minnesota. If trade between the British and the Sioux was prohibited for a few years, he wrote, the Sioux will be made to feel their dependence on the will of our government for their supplies of merchandise, and in the course of 2 or 3 years, they may most probably be reduced to order without the necessity of bloodshed. Given what happened in Sioux-American relations over the following 71 years, that was a hopelessly optimistic prediction. Much of the report was a business prospectus with the emphasis on the Indian as customer and supplier. In a separate section, written in Clark's hand but the product of both men's labor, entitled Estimate of the Eastern Indians, the captains described no fewer than 72 different tribes and bands, with at least some information on where they lived, how they lived, who they were at war with, their numbers, their dwellings, and more. Of course, the captains could only describe a few tribes from first-hand knowledge, but they made clear where their information was word of mouth. Those they knew they did not hesitate to characterize, often in a heartfelt fashion. They wrote of their friends the Mandans, "These are the most friendly, well-disposed Indians inhabiting the Missouri. They are brave, humane, and hospitable." Of the Teton Sioux, the opposite. "These are the vilest miscreants of the savage race, and must ever remain the pirates of the Missouri, until such measures are pursued by our government as will make them feel a dependence on its will for their supply of merchandise." Of the tribes living along the route they intended to follow, they wrote of the mountain-dwelling Flatheads, "They are a timid, inoffensive, and defenseless people. They are said to possess an abundance of horses." Of the Shoshones, the captain's information indicated that they traded with the Spanish, who refused to give them firearms. Consequently, although the Shoshones were a very numerous and well-disposed people, all the nations on the Missouris below make war on them and steal their horses. Of the Nez Perce, still less is known of these people or their country. The water courses on which they reside are supposed to be branches of the Columbia River. Along with the written report, the captain sent back to Jefferson 108 botanical specimens to add to the collections at the American Philosophical Society, all properly labeled as to where and when collected and described. The first was a species of cress taken at St. Louis, May 10, 1804. It is common in the open grounds on the Mississippi bottoms, appears in the uncultivated parts of the lots, gardens, and orchards. The seed come to maturity by the 10th of May in most instances. If medicinal properties were claimed for a plant, Lewis mentioned them. If the claim touched a common medical problem back in the States, Lewis emphasized it, none more so than a root known by the name of white wood of the prairie, which was said to be sovereign for the bite of a mad wolf or a mad dog, and for the bite of the rattlesnake. Rabies and snakebite were common dangers in the early 19th century, so a cure was such an exciting prospect that Lewis made the root of the white wood the subject of a separate letter to Jefferson, in which he detailed how to prepare it as a poultice, how to apply it, and so forth. He concluded, "I have sent herewith a few pounds of this root, in order that experiments may be made by some skillful person under the direction of the Philosophical Society of Philadelphia." It was probably the purple cone flower, which was widely used by the Indians as an antidote for snakebite. Jefferson sent the root along to a doctor to experiment with it. Lewis also sent to Jefferson 68 mineral specimens, all labeled as to where and when collected. He included such items as sand of the Missouri, 1 pint of Missouri water, pebbles common to the Missouri, lead ore, quartz, glauber salts, alum, pyrites, lime, lava and pumice stone, and fossils. The plants and minerals were part of a larger shipment to Jefferson that included skeletons of a male and female pronghorn, the horns of 2 mule deer, insects and mice, skins of various animals, including a marten and a white weasel that came from beyond the mountains via the trade route, and more. There were live animals, too, new to science: 4 magpies, a prairie dog, and a prairie grouse hen. Only one magpie and the prairie dog reached Jefferson alive. Included also in the shipment was Clark's map of the United States west of the Mississippi River. It was a masterpiece of the cartographer's art and an invaluable contribution to knowledge. From St. Louis to Fort Mandan, Clark got it exactly right along the Missouri. His map became a bit sketchier as it moved west, naturally, because his depictions of the various tributaries was based on hearsay, often from people who did not claim to be eyewitnesses but knew someone who had been there. Lewis explained Clark's method. He would compare one Indian's description with another's, questioning them separately and at different times, and questioning as many as possible. Only when there was agreement on placement, distance, mountain passes, and so forth was the information put on Clark's map and into Lewis's report. For all their concern with getting the specimens ready for shipment and with making their report and the map as complete as possible, in the first 2 weeks of spring what was uppermost in the captain's minds was what lay ahead. They pumped the Mandans, who never ventured very far west and thus could tell them little, and the Hidatzes, whose war parties ranged to the mountains and who thus could tell them a lot. From the Hidatzes, Lewis had learned the names of rivers coming into the Missouri and their connections with one another. He commented on his source, "I conceive the Hidatzes are entitled to some confidence." Lewis expected to find, at 117 miles upriver from Fort Mandan, the White Earth River coming in on the north side. The prospect excited him greatly, because if the White Earth came in from as far north as the Indians indicated, it would mean that the boundary between Canada and the United States might be moved north by as much as a full degree of latitude, something Jefferson very much hoped for. 3 miles above the mouth of the White Earth, the Indians told Lewis he would come to the greatest of all the tributaries of the Missouri, the Yellowstone. The Hidatzes said that the Yellowstone waters one of the fairest portions of Louisiana, a country not yet hunted, and abounding in animals of the fur kind. They thought the river navigable at all seasons of the year for boats and pirogues to the foot of the Rocky Mountains, near which place it is said to be not more than 20 miles distant from the 3 forks of the Missouri. The obvious importance of the Yellowstone led Lewis to recommend that the government build a trading post at the junction with the Missouri. It would afford to our citizens the benefit of a most lucrative fur trade and might be made to hold in check the views of the British Northwest Company, whose intention was to monopolize the Missouri River fur trade business. If this powerful and ambitious company are suffered uninterruptedly to prosecute their trade, Lewis warned, the British might someday use their influence with the natives to block all American navigation on the Missouri. Some 150 miles upstream from the mouth of the Yellowstone would come the river which scolds at all others, falling in on the north side. Then the Mussel Shell from the south. Another 120 miles and the expedition would be at the falls of the Missouri, described by the Indians as a most tremendous cataract. They state that the noise it makes can be heard at a great distance. They also state that there is a fine open plain on the north side of the falls, through which canoes and baggage may be readily transported. This portage, they assert, is not greater than a half a mile. Some 15 miles beyond the falls, the Medicine River would fall in on the north side. Another 60 miles, and the expedition would enter the first connected chain of the mountains. After another 75 miles, the Missouri would divide into 3 nearly equal branches at the place called 3 Forks, where Sacagawea had been captured some 5 years earlier. The most northern of the 3 rivers is navigable to the foot of a chain of high mountains, being the ridge which divides the waters of the Atlantic from those of the Pacific Ocean. The Indians assert that they can pass in half a day from the foot of this mountain on its east side to a large river which washes its western base. How Jefferson must have loved reading that line. The singular objective of the expedition was about to be realized. The divide was as far as the Hidatzes ever ventured. Lewis noted that we have therefore been unable to acquire any information further west than the view from the top of these mountains. But what the Hidatzes said they saw from the top of the mountains was exactly what Lewis and Jefferson hoped for and expected. The Indians inform us that the country on the western side of this river consists of open and level plains like those they themselves inhabit. The Flathead and Shoshone tribes lived on a river in that country. Their principal food was fish. This river we suppose to be the South Fork of the Columbia, Lewis wrote, and the fish the salmon, with which we are informed the Columbia River abounds. This river is said to be rapid, but as far as the Indian informants are acquainted with it, is not intercepted with shoals. What had been high expectations now soared, both at Fort Mandan and some months later in Washington, when the report arrived and Jefferson read it with what must have been the most intense satisfaction, feeling that, even as he was reading, the all-water route to the Pacific was being found and mapped. Along with the report, Lewis sent back to St. Louis various letters, dispatches, and copies of the drafts and chits he had signed, what he called my public accounts. In a covering letter to Jefferson dated April 7th, but almost certainly written the previous day, Lewis confessed to considerable embarrassment about those accounts. He had intended to put them in order and have them returned to St. Louis in the fall of 1804, but in the event it turned out that the Provision pirogue and her crew could not have been dismissed without evidently, in my opinion, hazarding the fate of the enterprise in which I am engaged, and I therefore did not hesitate to prefer the censure that I may have incurred by the detention of these papers to that of risking in any degree the success of the expedition. Jefferson had instructed Lewis to be diligent about his accounts and to get his drafts back to the War Department with all possible speed. Lewis said his failure to do so had become a serious source of disquiet and anxiety, and the recollection of your particular charge to me on this subject has made it still more poignant. Clearly, as an Army officer, Lewis had made the correct decision, but as the President's protege he felt terrible about it because he hated disappointing Jefferson. Yet, however bad he felt about it, Lewis's casualness with his accounts and the chits he had signed was becoming habitual. In the second half of his April 7th letter to Jefferson, Lewis told his commander-in-chief his plans. In the morning he intended to send the keelboat and pirogues on their way. Accompanying Corporal Worthington would be 4 privates plus Newman and Reed, Mr. Gravelines acting as interpreter, and 4 Frenchmen. They were well armed and adequately supplied. I have but little doubt but they will be fired on by the Sioux, Lewis wrote, but they have pledged themselves to us that they will not yield while there is a man of them living. The expedition's 6 canoes and 2 pirogues were loaded, ready to go. They would shove off the instant Worthington turned the keelboat downstream. Lewis said he intended to leave the 2 pirogues at the falls of the Missouri. On the far side of the falls he intended to put his iron-frame boat together and cover it with skins. Freed of the cumbersome keelboat, Lewis said he anticipated traveling at a rate of 20 to 25 miles per day until he reached the falls. After that, any calculation with respect to our daily progress can be little more than bare conjecture. But his hopes were high. The circumstance of the Snake Indians possessing large quantities of horses is much in our favor, as by means of horses the transportation of our baggage will be rendered easy and expeditious overland, from the Missouri to the Columbia River. Supplies were adequate, Lewis said, thanks to the skills of the hunters, whose efforts made it possible to live on a diet of meat, thus saving the parched corn, portable soup, flour, and salt pork for the mountains. He put in not a word about Mandan corn, a glaring omission that left Jefferson with the entirely wrong impression that it was possible for white men to winter on the plains without help from the Indians. Lewis did say that the Indians assured him the country ahead abounds with a vast quantity of game. Lewis predicted that the expedition would reach the Pacific Ocean that summer, then return as far as the head of the Missouri, or perhaps even as far as Fort Mandan for the winter of 1805-6. He told Jefferson, "You may therefore expect me to meet you at Monticello in September 1806. Lewis's concluding paragraph must be the most optimistic report from the field from an Army officer about to set off on a great venture that any commander-in-chief ever received. I can foresee no material or probable obstruction to our progress, and entertain, therefore, the most sanguine hopes of complete success. As to myself individually, I never enjoyed a more perfect state of good health than I have since we commenced our voyage. My inestimable friend and companion, Captain Clark, has also enjoyed good health generally. At this moment, every individual of the party are in good health and excellent spirits, zealously attached to the enterprise and anxious to proceed. Not a whisper of discontent or murmur is to be heard among them, but all in unison act with the most perfect harmony. With such men I have everything to hope and but little to fear." Chapter 18. From Fort Mandan to Marias River, April 7th to June 2nd, 1805. In the morning and early part of the afternoon of April 7, 1805, Lewis was busy overseeing the last-minute wrapping of packages and their placement into the canoes that would head upriver to the mountains, or into the keelboat that was going downstream to St. Louis. He checked weapons, powder, food and medical stocks, trade goods, and implements. He gave last-minute instructions to Corporal Richard Warfington in command of the keelboat, mainly to be on full alert in Sioux territory, to be prepared to shoot his way through the Sioux, and to make sure the plants, animals, and artifacts he had selected, and the letters, journals, and reports he and Clark had created, got through to President Jefferson. At 4:00 p.m., the boats, pirogues, canoes, and crews were ready to shove off. The men of the permanent expedition called out goodbye, good luck, and Godspeed to the crew of the keelboat, then pushed their 6 small canoes and 2 larger pirogues, all heavily laden, into the current. They climbed in, took up their paddles, and began pulling upstream. They quickly got into their stroke, all the blades on the 6-man pirogues dipping into the Missouri in unison on both sides of the vessels as the men at the helm turned the craft upstream. How many strokes and how much poling and pulling of the vessels remained before they reached the source of the Missouri, no man knew, but they all figured it would be a lot. Lewis watched them go. For the past several weeks he had been so busy writing he had taken no exercise. Feeling the want of it, and perhaps wanting to be alone on the occasion, he had decided to walk on shore that afternoon. He went up the north bank of the river some 6 miles to the upper Mandan village, where he called on Chief Black Cat. When he found the chief not at home, he returned 2 miles downstream, where he joined Clark and the party. Lewis took an early supper and went to bed. His bed was a buffalo skin and a blanket placed inside a buffalo skin teepee, apparently put up and taken down and packed the next morning by Sacagawea, perhaps with some help from York. The men slept in the open. Joining Lewis in his lodge were Clark, Charbonneau, Driar, Sacagawea, and her baby. Putting her in the tent, surrounded by the 2 captains, the hunter and interpreter, her husband and her son, removed temptation for the men. This sleeping arrangement persisted until Sacagawea and Charbonneau returned to the Mandan villages. It worked. There is not the slightest hint in the journals that having a young woman among those healthy, hardy soldiers ever caused a problem. That night, or shortly thereafter, Lewis wrote his first journal entry since February 13th. That entry is justly famous and deserves to be quoted at some length. Our vessels consisted of 6 small canoes and 2 large pirogues. This little fleet, although not quite so respectable as those of Columbus or Captain Cook, were still viewed by us with as much pleasure as those deservedly famed adventurers ever beheld theirs, and I dare say with quite as much anxiety for their safety and preservation. We were now about to penetrate a country at least 2,000 miles in width, on which the foot of civilized man had never trodden. The good or evil it had in store for us was for experiment yet to determine, and these little vessels contained every article by which we were to expect to subsist or defend ourselves. However, as this the state of mind in which we are generally gives the coloring to events, when the imagination is suffered to wander into futurity, the picture which now presented itself to me was a most pleasing one. Entertaining as I do the most confident hope of succeeding in a voyage which had formed a darling project of mine for the last 10 years, I could but esteem this moment of my departure as among the most happy of my life. In the morning, Lewis again walked on shore. He came to the Mandan village after 2 miles, and there paid a farewell visit to Black Cat. They smoked a pipe together. At noon, he descended to the river, where he had to wait for the party to come up since one of the canoes had filled with water. The men unloaded the craft and spread the contents to dry in the sun. That task completed, they made a few more miles in the late afternoon. In the evening, a Mandan man came up, bringing with him a woman who was extremely solicitous to accompany one of the men of our party. This, however, we positively refused to permit. Lewis refused for an obvious reason, not because a woman would be an extra mouth to feed, but rather because an unattached woman would be a source of jealousy and disruption. Sacagawea was already showing that she could make a contribution. Lewis noted on April 9th that, when we halted for dinner, the squaw busied herself in searching for the wild artichokes which the mice collect and deposit in large hordes. This operation she performed by penetrating the earth with a sharp stick. Her labor soon proved successful, and she procured a good quantity of these roots. They were Jerusalem artichokes. The roots were welcome because the hunters were unable to kill anything. Hidatsa braves had frightened the game out of the river valley within 2 or 3 days' ride of the villages, reducing the party to subsisting on parched corn and jerky. But the Indians had assured Lewis that game would be plentiful once the expedition got beyond the range of the hunting parties, and meanwhile the little fleet was making excellent progress. On April 9th, it covered 23.5 miles, which was what Lewis hoped to make as an average, and was about double the distance the expedition had averaged on the river below the Mandans, when it had been encumbered by the clumsy, slow-moving keelboat. The white pirogue was the flagship of the fleet. Slightly smaller than the red, the white pirogue was more stable, so it carried the astronomical instruments, the medicines, the best trade goods, the captain's writing desks, their journals and field notes, and several casks of gunpowder. It was propelled by 6 paddlers, including the 3 non-swimmers among the privates, who were on board for safety's sake. Sacagawea and her baby, riding all bundled up on her back in his cradleboard, joined Charbonneau, Driard, and the 2 captains. Most of the time, one or the other of the captains walked on shore. Their rule was that one of them should always be with the fleet. The flat-bottomed pirogues were clumsy craft, but with experienced helmsmen they could be more or less controlled. The 6 canoes were round-bottomed dugouts hewn from cottonwood trees, each with 3 paddlers. They were more difficult to maneuver and much more likely to ship water, especially when rounding a point into the wind. To overcome the wind, the men often got out and tugged the craft along, using elk-skin ropes and 1 hemp line per boat. Or they could use setting poles to propel the pirogues and canoes forward. Best of all were the times when the wind was behind them. Then the men could raise their square sails and scoot along at a breathtaking 3 miles an hour. Worst of all were the times when there was a strong headwind. This could force the party to stay in camp for an entire day. Of course, the captains didn't waste the enforced layover. Lewis and Clark supervised drying damp articles, repairing the fleet, making moccasins and clothing, adding to the meat supply, writing in their journals, making observations. During the first 4 days, the expedition covered 93 miles to the mouth of the Little Missouri. In the process, it traversed the many miles long curve of the river called the Great Bend. That meant that for the first time since Lewis left the mouth of the Kansas River in July 1804, he was headed nearly straight west instead of northwest or even straight north. His journal entries were lyrical. On April 15th, 8 days out of Fort Mandan, the expedition passed the farthest point upstream on the Missouri known by Lewis to have been reached by white men. The previous voyagers were 2 French trappers, one of them now a member of the expedition, Private Baptiste Lepage. Lewis was now stepping into the unknown. For all he had heard from the Hidatsas about what lay ahead, for all that he knew the distance to his destination, as the crow flies, he was as close to entering a completely unknown territory, nearly a half-continent wide, as any explorer ever was. His April 7th half-humorous comparison of his fleet to those of Columbus and Cook was on the mark. He was entering a heart of darkness. Deserts, mountains, great cataracts, warlike Indian tribes. He could not imagine them because no American had ever seen them. But far from causing apprehension or depression, the prospect brought out his fullest talents. He knew that from now on until he reached the Pacific and returned, he would be making history. He was exactly what Jefferson wanted him to be, optimistic, prudent, alert to all that was new about him, and able to describe the flora and fauna, the native inhabitants, and the skies above with scientific measurement. His health was excellent. His ambition was boundless. His determination was complete. He could not, would not, contemplate failure. Lewis had come to a point that he had longed for, worked for, dreamed of all of his life. He was ready, intensely alive. Every nerve ending was sensitive to the slightest change, whether what the eye saw or the skin felt, or the ears heard, or the tongue tasted, or the fingers touched. He had an endearing sense of wonder and awe at the marvels of nature that made him the nearly perfect man to be the first to describe the glories of the American West. He turned his face west. He would not turn it around until he reached the Pacific Ocean. He stepped forward into paradise. Not quite paradise, although one would hardly know it from Lewis's descriptions, which were accurate enough but always given a positive slant. Overall, Lewis was enchanted by the plains. May 5th. The country is as yesterday beautiful in the extreme. He did not mention the indications of average yearly rainfall, which was less than 10 inches. He did mention one apparent result in his entry of April 10th. The country on both sides of the Missouri from the tops of the river hills is one continued level, fertile plain as far as the eye can reach, in which there is not even a solitary tree or shrub to be seen. Most American pioneers believed that hardwood forests were a sign of good soil and would have regarded the treeless plains as unsuitable to agriculture, but Lewis had an easy, and so far as it went, accurate explanation for the lack of trees. No trees could get started because the Indians burned the prairie each spring. The soil was fertile, as evidenced by the grass. The plains grew luxuriant grass, enough to feed an uncountable number of animals. This really was paradise for such creatures as the deer, elk, buffalo, sheep, pronghorns, and other grass-eating animals, and for the beaver who lived off the bark of the cottonwood trees, and for the coyote, fox, wolves, and bears who lived off the hoofed animals, and for the human hunters who declared war on the predators and lived off their prey. Lewis exclaimed at the magnificence of it all. April 17th. We saw immense quantities of game in every direction around us as we passed up the river, consisting of herds of buffalo, elk, and antelopes with some deer and wolves. April 21st. We saw immense herds of buffalo, elk, deer, and antelopes. April 22nd. I ascended to the top of the Cut Bluff this morning, from whence I had a most delightful view of the country, the whole of which, except the valley formed by the Missouri, is void of timber or underbrush, exposing to the first glance of the spectator immense herds of buffalo, elk, deer, and antelopes feeding in one common and boundless pasture. Walking on shore this evening, I met with a buffalo calf which attached itself to me and continued to follow close at my heels until I embarked and left it. April 27th. Although game is very abundant and gentle, we only kill as much as is necessary for food. I believe that 2 good hunters could conveniently supply a regiment with provisions. The men's labor was again such that each private ate as much as 9 or 10 pounds of meat per day. This meant that when the captains went hunting, to free the hunters to help move the fleet forward, the 2 of them had to bring in 300 pounds or so of meat. May 6th. It is now only amusement for Captain C and myself to kill as much meat as the party can consume. I hope it may continue thus through our whole route, but this I do not much expect. On May 5th, Lewis discovered and described the gray wolf. He noted that, unlike its larger relative, the wolf of the Atlantic states, the gray wolf never burrowed, but like the eastern species, howled rather than barked. He marveled at the way the packs wore down buffalo, some wolves pursuing while others rested before taking up the chase in their turn. He noted, "We scarcely see a gang of buffalo without observing a parcel of those faithful shepherds on their skirts, in readiness to take care of the maimed and wounded." Of all the animals, the most prized was the beaver. In the immediate range, because the tail of the beaver was one of the most favored delicacies; in the longer term, because if properly prepared, stacked, pressed, and aired once a month or so for moths, the beaver pelt could be gotten back to St. Louis, where it fetched a fair price, then to New York and on to London, where it fetched a fabulous price. So some of the men became en route beaver trappers, in the richest beaver country any white man had ever seen. On the 3rd day out, the expedition caught up with 3 French trappers, who accompanied it to the Little Missouri. These were the first beaver hunters west of Mandan, according to Lewis, and the beaver these people have already taken is by far the best I have ever seen. He recorded on April 12th that, to his surprise, beaver were seen during the day, proof that they have been but little hunted. On the morning of April 18th, Lewis came upon 2 of his privates engaged in a furious argument. It seemed that one beaver had gotten himself caught in 2 traps, belonging to the 2 different men. They were on the verge of blows when Lewis intervened. Beaver was the greatest, most immediately exploitable wealth of the trans-Mississippi West. Beaver presence in such quality and quantity guaranteed an immediate penetration of Louisiana by American hunters. Lewis was their scout. He characteristically thought of practical uses for other products of the plains. On April 12th, he took some cuttings from a creeping juniper, he called it dwarf juniper, to send to Jefferson, and noted, "This plant would make very handsome edgings to the borders and walks of a garden, and it is easily propagated." Advice that innumerable people living in suburbs in the American West ever since have followed. Less successful was his suggestion that buffalo hair would produce a wonderful wool. He claimed it had every appearance of the wool of the sheep, though much finer and more silky and soft. New birds always brought out his passion for detail. On May 1st, Private George Shannon brought in a bird of the plover kind. Lewis took more than 500 words to describe it: length, weight, wingspan, number of feathers on the tail, and so on, and concluded with observations on its behavior. It sometimes rests on the water and swims, which I do not recollect having seen the plover do. He named it the Missouri plover. Actually, it was the American avocet, already known to science but not to Lewis. In April, he discovered and described for the first time the snow goose and the cackling goose. On April 13th, Clark shot a Canadian goose sitting on its nest in the top of a lofty cottonwood. Lewis climbed to inspect the nest and brought back an egg. He noted, "The wild geese frequently build their nests in this manner." That statement later was challenged by 19th century ornithologists because east of the Mississippi, geese always nested on the ground. But Lewis was right. On the plains, geese often nested in trees as a precaution against predators. So much so that on May 3rd, Lewis was surprised to find a nest among some driftwood, the first he had seen on the ground. He took 3 eggs from it. Another description, later challenged, indeed dismissed as an inexplicable error, was of the grizzly bear. On April 29th, Lewis and a party of hunters brought in their first grizzly. Lewis described it in some detail. Among other observations, he said the testicles were suspended in separate pouches from 2 to 4 inches asunder. He later described the same phenomenon on another bear. No one else has ever seen such a thing, but it is impossible to believe that Lewis made it up. Lewis had seen the first grizzly sign on April 13th. "The men as well as ourselves are anxious to meet with some of these bear," he then recorded. The Indians had given the white men a very formidable account of the strength and ferocity of this animal, but Lewis had discounted the information because the Indians had only bows and arrows, or the indifferent guns with which the traders furnished them. With these they shoot with such uncertainty and at so short a distance that they frequently miss their aim and fall a sacrifice to the bear. It gave him a bit of pause that the Indians, before attacking a grizzly, went through all the rituals they commonly used before going on a war party. Still, he, Clark, and the men had faith in their long rifles and were eager to challenge the grizzly. On April 29th, Lewis was walking on shore with one man when they spotted 2 grizzlies. Each man fired and hit a bear. One of the wounded beasts escaped, but the other charged Lewis, pursuing him some 80 yards. Fortunately, the bear was badly enough wounded so that Lewis and the private had time to reload. They shot again and killed it. Though not full-grown, it weighed 300 pounds. Lewis described it as a much more furious and formidable animal than the black bear of the eastern United States. "It is astonishing to see the wounds they will bear before they can be put to death," he admitted, but he remained cocky. The Indians may well fear this animal, but in the hands of skillful riflemen the bears are by no means as formidable or dangerous as the Indians indicated. On May 5th, his cockiness began to fade. Clark and Driar killed a grizzly. Lewis described it as a most tremendous-looking animal, and extremely hard to kill, notwithstanding he had 5 balls through his lungs and 5 others in various parts. He swam more than half the distance across the river to a sandbar, and it was at least 20 minutes before he died. He made the most tremendous roaring from the moment he was shot. The expedition had no equipment with which to weigh the bear. Clark thought he would go 500 pounds. Lewis thought 6. This was their first disagreement. They boiled the oil and put it in a cask. It was as hard as hog's lard. A week later, the party saw a grizzly swim the river. He disappeared before an attack could be made on him. Lewis wrote, "I find that the curiosity of our party is pretty well satisfied with respect to this animal. The size of the beast and the difficulty in killing the bear has staggered the resolution of several of them. Others, however, seem keen for action with the bear. I expect these gentlemen will give us some amusement shortly, as they soon begin now to copulate." The first month of travel into the unknown was splendid all around. Progress was steady, if slower on the average than Lewis had hoped for, and it was generally straight west, directly toward the setting sun. No Indians, hostile or friendly, had been discovered. A good thing, Lewis thought, for he wanted to move as far west and as fast as possible. It is difficult to think of men who sometimes made but a few miles in one day, and never more than 25, as being in a hurry, with no time to spend smoking pipes and explaining themselves to strange tribes, but this was so. Cool or cold nights, mornings when the water froze on the paddles, gave way to warm, pleasant days, except for the wind. There were enough adventures to satisfy everyone. On the 5th day out, Clark went walking while Lewis rode in the white pirogue. Lewis ordered the fleet to cross to the larboard, south side in order to avoid a bank that was falling into the river on the starboard side. But although all the canoes saw his signal and crossed, the red pirogue did not. It was being pulled by the tow line. By the time Lewis noticed the failure of communications, it was too late to do anything about it. "I expected to have seen her carried under every instant," he wrote that night, "but it was too late for the men to re-embark, and retreating is more dangerous than proceeding in such cases. They therefore continued their passage up this bank, and much to my satisfaction arrived safe above it." On April 13th there was another scare. The wind was from the east. Lewis ordered the square sail and the sprit sail hoisted on the white pirogue, which carried her at a pretty good gait. Charbonneau was at the helm. When a sudden squall of wind hit and rocked the boat, Charbonneau panicked. Instead of bringing the craft up into the wind, he laid her broadside to it, which came as close to oversetting the pirogue as it was possible to have missed. Lewis called out orders. "Driard, take the helm and turn her into the wind. You men there, take in the sails." It was done, and the pirogue righted. On April 25th, Lewis entered a wonderland. He decided to walk on ahead, knowing that the Yellowstone River could not be far distant, so that he could make his celestial observations and write a description of the country, while the main party struggled up the Missouri against the wind. He took with him Sergeant Ordway, Driard, Private Joseph Field, and one other man. The party set out at 11 o'clock a.m., accompanied by Lewis's dog, Seaman, who had been out all night but had returned in the morning, to Lewis's delight. They were on the south bank of the Missouri. Shortly after noon, Lewis killed a buffalo calf. One of the men built a fire, and they enjoyed a hearty meal of excellent veal. In the afternoon, Lewis ascended the hills, from whence I had a most pleasing view of the country, particularly of the wide and fertile valleys formed by the Missouri and the Yellowstone rivers, which occasionally, unmasked by the wood on their borders, disclosed their meanderings for many miles in their passage through these delightful tracts of country. The animal life added to the romantic quality of the place. The whole face of the country was covered with herds of buffalo, elk, and antelopes. Deer are also abundant, but keep themselves more concealed in the woodland. The buffalo, elk, and antelope are so gentle that we pass near them while feeding, without appearing to excite any alarm among them, and when we attract their attention, they frequently approach us more nearly to discover what we are. That evening, Lewis and his men camped on the Yellowstone, 2 miles south of its junction with the Missouri. In the morning, Lewis sent Private Field up the Yellowstone with instructions to follow it as far as he could and still get back to base camp in a day. Then Lewis set about examining the country. In the bottoms he found redberry, serviceberry, redwoods, gooseberry, choke cherry, purple currant, and honeysuckle, intermixed with willow, a favorite winter food of the hoofed animals. At 9:41, 9:42, and 9:43 a.m., he measured the altitude of the sun with his sextant and an artificial horizon. He was obtaining his local time, trying to establish the moment of high noon, against which to compare Greenwich time. He could figure out Greenwich time with a set of lunar distance measurements that he could obtain by taking the sextant angle between the moon and the star Altair. What he wanted to fix was the longitude of the junction of the rivers. Toward noon, he heard the discharge of several guns, indicating that Clark and the main party were at the mouth of the Yellowstone. He sent Driard to tell Clark to send a canoe up the Yellowstone to collect the meat his party had killed and prepared. At 6:49, 6:50, and 6:52 p.m., he again measured the sun's altitude. Unfortunately, clouds came up and he was not able to make his nighttime observations. Lewis walked down and joined the main party at the camp on the point of land formed by the junction of the rivers. He found the men, all in good health, and much pleased at having arrived at this long-wished-for spot, and in order to add in some measure to the general pleasure which seemed to pervade our little community, we ordered a dram to be issued to each person. This soon produced the fiddle, and they spent the evening with much hilarity, singing and dancing, and seemed as perfectly to forget their past toils as they appeared regardless of those to come. Private Field came in to report that the Yellowstone wandered, had a gentle current, many sandbars, and a sand and mud bottom. Clark took measurements. The Missouri at the point of junction was 330 yards wide with a deep channel, whereas the Yellowstone was 297 yards wide and 12 feet deep at its deepest channel. The Hidatzas had told Lewis that the Yellowstone was navigable for pirogues and canoes nearly to its source in the Rocky Mountains, at today's Yellowstone National Park, and that at one point it passed within less than a half-day's march of a navigable part of the Missouri. They also said that the sources of the Yellowstone were adjacent to those of the Missouri, Platte, and Columbia rivers. They were right about the Missouri and Columbia, which do have their ultimate sources in the Yellowstone Plateau, but wrong about the Platte, which rises in the Colorado and Wyoming Rockies. The captains apparently never gave it a thought, but had they listened more closely to the Indians, and had Jefferson's instructions not been so contradictory, he wanted the explorers to follow the Missouri to its source, but he also wanted them to follow the shortest route across the continent. The president's assumption that these were one and the same was badly wrong. They might have abandoned the Missouri and ascended the Yellowstone. At today's Livingston, Montana, where the Yellowstone makes a sharp bend from a northerly to an easterly flow, or from west to south going upstream, the party could have abandoned the river and continued west to cross the Continental Divide over a relatively low pass, today's Bozeman Pass, and gotten to Three Forks some weeks, maybe even 2 months sooner. But they continued upstream on the Missouri, as Jefferson had ordered. On May 3rd, Lewis, walking on the north bank among vast quantities of game, came to a beautiful, bold, running stream, 40 yards wide at its entrance, the water transparent. He called it Porcupine River, from the unusual number of porcupines he spotted. Clark named its first tributary 2,000 Mile Creek, today's Red Water, since the expedition was now 2,000 miles above the mouth of the Missouri. Lewis wrote of Porcupine River, "I have but little doubt that it takes its source not far from the main body of the Saskatchewan River, and that it is probably navigable 150 miles. It would afford a very favorable communication to the Athabasca country, from whence the British Northwest Company derive so large a portion of their valuable furs." Lewis wrote something similar about every river flowing into the Missouri from the north. There are not very many of them. Jefferson wanted it so because any stream coming in from the north that reached up into the Canadian prairie might extend the boundaries of Louisiana and would certainly give the Americans access to the most valuable portion of the British fur trading country. But as badly as Lewis wanted to please Jefferson, it was all wishful thinking. Even for the smallest canoe, at the height of the spring runoff, Porcupine River would not be navigable much more than a couple of dozen miles, and its sources are south of the 49th parallel. On May 8th, the expedition nooned it just above another river, coming in from the north. While the men ate, Lewis walked up it some 3 miles. "I have no doubt but it is navigable for boats, pirogues, and canoes, for the latter probably a great distance," he wrote. "From the quantity of water furnished by this river, it must water a large extent of country. Perhaps this river also might furnish a practicable and advantageous communication with the Saskatchewan River." The Hidatzas had told Lewis and Clark of this river, which they called the river which scolds at all others. Lewis named it Milk River, from the color of its water. It retains that name today. It rises in Glacier National Park, flows slightly north of west into southernmost Alberta, then bends back to a southwesterly flow to re-enter Montana. At no point does it come anywhere near the Saskatchewan. That afternoon, Driar, Charbonneau, and Sacagawea went walking. She found some wild licorice and dug up a quantity of roots called the white apple. Lewis gave the root a full 500-word description, concluding that, although it was a tasteless, insipid food of itself, our epicures would admire this root very much. It would serve them in their ragouts and gravies instead of the truffles morella. He never mentioned Sacagawea's contribution. Clark did. But he did write that it was a very healthy food. It certainly was a welcome addition to the virtually all-meat diet. "We can send out at any time and obtain whatever species of meat the country affords in as large quantity as we wish," Lewis wrote. But all that meat, if not complemented by vegetables or fruit, might well lead to scurvy, and there are some indications that the men of the expedition at various times did suffer from scurvy. It was an age in which almost nothing was known about a balanced diet, making Lewis's comment on a healthy food notable. According to Dr. Eldon Frenchy Chinard, the expert on medical aspects of the expedition, malnutrition was an almost constant condition of all soldiers. Almost all American soldiers of the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812 suffered from malaria, dysentery, diarrhea, rheumatism, ophthalmia, and other scourges. So did the men of the expedition. Venereal disease, including syphilis, was so common it was scarcely commented upon. Lewis noted on April 24th that sore eyes is a common complaint among the party. He attributed it to the fine sand driven by the wind. So penetrating is this sand that we cannot keep any article free from it. In short, we are compelled to eat, drink, and breathe it very freely. Chinard suggests that venereal disease may also have been a factor. Moulton posits the constant glare of the sun on the water as another. On May 4th, Lewis, who did most of the doctoring, reported that Joseph Field was sick with dysentery and a high fever. Lewis treated him with Glauber salts, a strong laxative, which operated very well, plus 30 drops of laudanum, a tincture of opium, which would have helped Field sleep. For sore eyes, he used a wash made of 2 parts white vitriol, zinc sulfate, and 1 part sugar of lead acetate. For the boils and imposthumes that were common among the party and were probably caused by scurvy, he used emollient poultices, without specifying how he made the poultices. May 9th was a good day. The party made 24.5 miles, and Lewis shot and described a willet, new to science. He was able to make astronomical observations after darkness fell. The buffalo had become so gentle that the men frequently throw sticks and stones at them in order to drive them out of the way. Lewis selected a fat buffalo and saved the necessary materials for making what our right-hand cook Charbonneau calls the boudin blanc. This white pudding we all esteem one of the greatest delicacies of the forest. Lewis wrote a long, detailed recipe on the subject of Charbonneau's method of making the sausage. The recipe ended, "It is then baptized in the Missouri with 2 dips and a flirt, and bobbed into the kettle, from whence after it be well boiled it is taken and fried with bear's oil until it becomes brown, when it is ready to assuage the pangs of a keen appetite or such as travelers in the wilderness are seldom at a loss for." Altogether a perfect day and evening, except that the river was as broad here as at its mouth. Were it not much shallower, Lewis wrote, I should begin to despair of ever reaching its source. And he confessed, if only to himself, I begin to feel extremely anxious to get in view of the Rocky Mountains. At about 5:00 p.m. on May 11th, Private William Bratton came running along the bank, shouting and making signs. Lewis ordered the pirogue to put to. Bratton was so out of breath when he came up that it was some minutes before he could explain that he had shot and wounded a grizzly, but the bear had turned on him and pursued him a considerable distance. Lewis was not about to allow a bear to defeat one of his men so ignominiously or so completely. He ordered the crew of the white pirogue to join him on an expedition in quest of this monster. Finding a trail of blood, they pursued the bear for a mile through thick brush before finding him concealed. They shot him through the head twice. Examination disclosed that Bratton's shot had gone through the bear's lungs, notwithstanding which he, the bear, had pursued him, Bratton, near half a mile and had returned more than double that distance. Lewis concluded, These bear being so hard to die rather intimidates us all. I must confess that I do not like the gentleman, and had rather fight 2 Indians than 1 bear. 3 days later there was another battle between bear and party. The 6 men in the 2 rear canoes saw a bear on the bank. They put to shore and planned their attack in some detail. They sneaked up to within 40 yards of the enemy without being spotted. 4 men fired simultaneously, while 2 soldiers held their rifles in reserve. All 4 balls hit the mark, 2 passing through the lungs. The bear rose with a roar and launched an immediate counterattack, charging with open mouth. The 2-man reserve force fired. 1 ball hit muscle only, but the other broke the bear's shoulder. This, however, only slowed him for an instant. The men took to flight. The bear pursued down to the river, where 2 men got away in the canoe while the remainder took to hiding places in the willows to reload and fire. They hit the bear several more times, but that only let him know where they were hidden. He routed 2 of the men, who threw away their rifles and pouches and dived into the river from a perpendicular bank of near 20 feet. The bear jumped in after them. He was about to reach one of the swimmers when a soldier on the bank finally shot him through the head and killed him. Examination revealed that 8 balls had passed through the bear. While that adventure was taking place, Lewis had one of his own, so dangerous to the enterprise that he later wrote, I cannot recollect it but with the utmost trepidation and horror. The incident took place while the two captains were on shore, contrary to their own orders and established routine, and for reasons neither ever explained. Charbonneau was at the helm of the White Pirogue, despite his near disaster on April 13th, and despite Lewis's judgment of him as perhaps the most timid waterman in the world. The pirogue was under sail when a sudden squall struck and turned her. Charbonneau, in a panic, instead of putting her bow into the wind, turned with it. The wind drew the brace of the sail out of the hands of the men attending it, and instantly upset the pirogue and would have turned her completely topsy-turvy had it not been from the resistance made by the awning against the water. Watching from shore, the captains were in a state of near panic themselves. They fired their rifles to attract the attention of the crew and hollered out to cut the halyards and haul in the sail, but the crew, on the far side of the river, could not hear either the shots or the shouts. Meanwhile, Cruzat, perhaps the best waterman on the expedition, was shouting at Charbonneau to take up the rudder and turn the boat into the wind, but Charbonneau was crying to God for mercy and could not hear. Before Charbonneau and the crew could recover their wits sufficiently to bring in the sail, the pirogue was filled to within an inch of the gunwales. Articles were floating away. Meriwether Lewis watched in the most awful agony and fearful anticipation. Reacting instinctively, he dropped his rifle, threw aside his shot pouch, and began tearing off his coat. His idea was to swim unencumbered out to the pirogue to save what he could. But before he dived into the river, I recollected the folly of the attempt I was about to make. The waves were high, the boat was 300 yards away, the water was excessively cold, and the current strong. There was 100 to 1 but what I should have paid the forfeit of my life for the madness of my project, he wrote that evening in his journal. But considering that the White Pirogue carried the journals, maps, instruments, and other invaluable items, had the pirogue been lost, I should have valued my life but little. It all took but an instant. Prudence and common sense won out over rashness. Fortunately, Cruzat was able to force Charbonneau to do his duty by threatening to shoot him instantly if he did not. Charbonneau took up the tiller and the boat righted. Cruzat put 2 men to work bailing with kettles, while with 2 others he paddled her toward shore, where she arrived scarcely floating. All this time, Sacagawea was calm, collected, and invaluable. As Lewis put it the following day, "The Indian woman to whom I ascribe equal fortitude and resolution with any person on board at the time of the accident caught and preserved most of the light articles which were washed overboard." Whether he praised her or upbraided her husband, he did not say. He did record that, after the Battle of the Bear and the near loss of the White Pirogue, "We thought it a proper occasion to console ourselves and cheer the spirits of our men, and accordingly took a drink of grog and gave each man a gill of spirits." During the last week of May, the expedition entered a section of the river dominated by high, rugged bluffs composed of all shades of brown set off by the pure blue sky and blazing sun. It remains one of the most isolated parts of the United States, a stretch of almost 160 miles from the western end of today's Fort Peck Lake to today's Fort Benton, Montana, that has been designated a wild and scenic river by Congress and is the least changed part of the Missouri. The first, eastern section is called the Missouri River Breaks. The second portion is designated the White Cliffs area. The river continues to run mostly west-east through the breaks, then flows almost straight south and then southeast through the cliffs. For Lewis, that meant traveling west, then northwest, then north, and finally southwest. Clark called the breaks the deserts of America, and declared, "I do not think it can ever be settled." Lewis spoke of a desert, barren country, and for once he found no redeeming virtue. "The air of the open country is astonishingly dry as well as pure," Lewis wrote. A lifelong resident of the humid eastern third of the continent, he could scarcely believe how quickly his inkstand ran dry. By experiment, he discovered that a tablespoon of water would evaporate in 36 hours. On May 25th, Lewis described at length the first specimen of the bighorn sheep the expedition had collected. Clark copied the entry, almost word for word. This was the first time Clark had done such a thing, but it quickly became habitual. As part of the small library Lewis had brought along, there was an edition of Linnaeus, and a 4-volume set, a new and complete dictionary of the arts and sciences. In his May 25th entry, Clark for the first time indicates that he had been thumbing through what he called, in a marvelous spelling even for Clark, the DECKINSERY of arts and sciences. Donald Jackson speculates that when the white pirogue all but sank, some important papers were lost. Private Joseph Whitehouse wrote in his journal, "Some of the papers and nearly all the books got wet, but not altogether spoiled." Jackson thinks it possible that the near disaster made the captains more careful than they had been to have 2 sets of all written scientific descriptions. On the afternoon of May 26th, at the eastern end of the breaks, Lewis climbed the surrounding bluffs, a fatiguing task, but he thought himself well repaid for any labor when he reached the highest point in the neighborhood, because, "From this point I beheld the Rocky Mountains for the first time." Clark thought he had seen distant mountains the previous day. Lewis's confirmation made them the first 2 Americans to see the Rockies. These points of the Rocky Mountains were covered with snow, and the sun shone on it in such a manner as to give me the most plain and satisfactory view. The sight brought joy to his heart. While I viewed these mountains, I felt a secret pleasure in finding myself so near the head of the heretofore conceived boundless Missouri. The sight also brought dismay. When I reflected on the difficulties which this snowy barrier would most probably throw in my way to the Pacific, and the sufferings and hardships of myself and party in them, it in some measure counterbalanced the joy I had felt in the first moments in which I gazed on them. The sight brought forth his characteristic resolution and optimism. As I have always held it a crime to anticipate evils, I will believe it a good, comfortable road until I am compelled to believe differently. With the mountains in view, the urge to get to them and over them became even greater. But alas, progress was slower than ever, because of the numerous bends in the river, the way the bluffs came right down to the water's edge, the usually head-on wind, and the abundance of protruding rocks in the shallow water. For the most part, the men pulled the pirogues and canoes, using worn-out elk-skin ropes that were constantly getting wet, then drying in the sun, growing progressively weaker and rotting. Often they would snap. If they snapped when the men were working a craft through a rock garden, there was a great danger of the vessels turning broadside and getting carried downstream out of control, to bump into a rock which would surely overset her. So progress was made, in Lewis's apt description, with much labor and infinite risk. The water was cold on the men's legs, the sun hot on their bare backs. The footing was either slippery mud or sharp rocks that cut and bruised their feet. They passed a point where rotten, stinking buffalo were piled up in incredible numbers. Lewis thought it was a piskun, or buffalo jump. In one of his best-known passages, he described the way Indian boys wearing buffalo robes would lure the buffalo to their death as the tribe pressed from behind. He had his information from the Hidatsas, and he had it right, except that this place was not a buffalo jump, but a bend in the river where buffalo who had drowned in the river when the ice broke had piled up. Wolves were there in such number, and were so stuffed with putrid meat, that Clark walked up to one and killed it with his espontoon. Lewis named the nearby stream Slaughter Creek, later changed to Arrow Creek. A couple of miles farther on, a stream came in on the south side. Clark walked up it and named it Judith's River, after his cousin Julia Hancock. By May 31st, the party was well into the White Cliffs area. The river was worse than ever. For the men, that meant, "Their labor is incredibly painful and great, yet those faithful fellows bear it without a murmur." There was a terrible scare in the forenoon when the tow rope of the white pirogue, the only rope made of hemp, broke at a bad place. The pirogue swung and just barely touched a rock, yet was near oversetting. So relieved were the captains at the narrow escape, and so much did they feel for the men because of their incredible labor, that at noon they came to for refreshment and gave the men a dram which they received with much cheerfulness, and well deserved. Lewis's heart was still thumping that night at the narrow escape of the white pirogue and her contents, which he valued as much as his own life. He wrote, "I fear her evil genie will play so many pranks with her that she will go to the bottom some of these days." As for the White Cliffs themselves, Lewis's description is one of the classics of American travel literature. "The hills and river cliffs which we passed today exhibit a most romantic appearance," he began. They were 200 to 300 feet high, nearly perpendicular, shining pure white in the sun. The water, in the course of time in descending from those hills, has trickled down the soft sand cliffs and worn it into 1,000 grotesque figures, which, with the help of a little imagination and an oblique view, are made to represent elegant ranges of lofty freestone buildings, statuary, long galleries, the remains or ruins of elegant buildings, some columns standing, others lying prostrate and broken, niches and alcoves of various forms and sizes. As we passed on, it seemed as if those scenes of visionary enchantment would never had an end. Vast ranges of walls of tolerable workmanship, so perfect indeed that I should have thought that nature had attempted here to rival the human art of masonry, had I not recollected that she had first began her work. There were swallows in uncountable numbers, nesting in the banks. After putting ashore, while the men made camp and cooked, Lewis went for a stroll. When he returned, he told Clark he had just seen the most beautiful fox in the world. Its colors were a fine orange, yellow, white, and black. Lewis shot at it, but missed. On June 1st, the river made a great bend, causing the expedition to change direction from a north-northwest course to southwest. Lewis spent most of the day walking on shore with hunters, looking for elk. He anticipated getting to the Great Falls of the Missouri any day now, based on the appearance of the mountains and on information gathered from the Hidatzes, and he was going to need elk skin to cover the iron-frame boat he had been hauling from Harper's Ferry the past 2 years. The party collected 6 elk, along with 2 buffalo, 2 mule deer, and a bear. The bear almost got Charbonneau, but Driard killed it with a shot to the head just in time. At dusk, the party put in on the south shore. Across the water, they could see a considerable river flowing into the Missouri. What was this? According to the Hidatzes, whose information had so far been more or less correct, they had passed already the last northern tributary of the Missouri. The Great Falls were supposed to be the next landmark after the river which scolds at all others, the one the captains had named the Milk River. It was nearly dark, too late to examine the unexpected river that night. They would look it over in the morning. Chapter 19. From Marias River to the Great Falls, June 3rd to June 20th, 1805. On the morning of June 3rd, the party crossed the Missouri and set up a camp on the point formed by the junction of the 2 large rivers. An interesting question was now to be determined, Lewis wrote in his journal. Which of these rivers was the Missouri? It was a difficult as well as a critical call. According to the Hidatzes, the Missouri ran deep into the Rocky Mountains to a place where it approached to within a half-day's portage of the waters of the Columbia River. So far, their description of the Missouri had been accurate, but they had said nothing about a river coming in from the north after passing Milk River. How could they have missed this one? But they had also said nothing about a great river coming into the Missouri from the south. That the Indians had not mentioned such a river astonishes us a little, Lewis wrote. Jefferson's orders were explicit. The object of your mission is to explore the Missouri River. The Hidatzes were explicit. The Missouri River had a great falls as it came out of the mountains, after which it penetrated those mountains almost to the Continental Divide, at which place lived the Shoshone Indians, who had horses, essential to getting over the divide, and whose language Sacagawea spoke as her native tongue. The right-hand or North Fork came in on an almost straight west-east line, meaning that going up that river was heading directly toward the mountains. The left-hand or South Fork came in from the southwest. The right fork was 200 yards wide, the left fork 372. The right fork was deeper, but the left fork's current was swifter. Lewis described the North Fork as running in the same boiling and rolling manner which has uniformly characterized the Missouri throughout its whole course so far. Its waters are of a whitish-brown color, very thick and turbid, also characteristic of the Missouri. The water of the South Fork is perfectly transparent and ran with a smooth, unriffled surface. As Lewis summed it up, the air and character of this river, the North Fork, is so precisely that of the Missouri below that the party, with very few exceptions, have already pronounced the North Fork to be the Missouri. Myself and Captain C, not quite so precipitate, have not yet decided, but if we were to give our opinions, I believe we should be in the minority. Lewis reasoned that the North Fork had to run an immense distance through the plains to pick up enough sediment to make it so cloudy and turbid, whereas the South Fork must come directly out of the mountains. The bed of the South Fork was composed of smooth stones, like most rivers issuing from a mountainous country, and the bed of the North Fork was mainly mud. He and Clark talked it over without reaching a precipitate conclusion. "Thus have our cogitating faculties been busily employed all day," Lewis wrote. The captain sent Sergeant Pryor up the North Fork to scout. He returned in the evening to report that at 10 miles the river's course turned from west to north. They sent Sergeant Gass up the South Fork. He reported that at 6.5 miles the river continued to bear southwest. "These accounts being by no means satisfactory as to the fundamental point," Lewis wrote, "Captain C and myself concluded to set out early the next morning with a small party each, and ascend these rivers until we could perfectly satisfy ourselves. It was agreed that I should ascend the right-hand fork and he the left. We agreed to go up those rivers one day and a half's march or further if it should appear necessary to satisfy us more fully of the point in question. We took a drink of grog this evening and gave the men a dram." Lewis packed his happerst, or knapsack, and had it ready to swing on his back at dawn. He commented that this was "the first time in my life that I had ever prepared a burden of this kind," meaning apparently that since his childhood a slave, later an enlisted man or a servant, had carried his backpack. "And I am fully convinced that it will not be the last." In the morning he set off, accompanied by Sergeant Pryor, Privates Shields, Windsor, Cruzat, and Lepage, and Driar. Lewis was a great admirer of Drouillard, calling him "this excellent man." Whenever Lewis led a small party on a scouting mission, Driar was almost always the first man chosen. The party ascended the river along its north bank. "The whole country, in fact, appears to be one continued plain to the foot of the mountains, or as far as the eye can reach," Lewis wrote. The walking was difficult, partly because of the prickly pears, whose thorns readily penetrated the thin moccasins the men were wearing. These low cactus plants were so numerous that it requires one half of the traveler's attention to avoid them. Further, the dry ravines were steep and numerous, so much so they caused Lewis to return to the river and travel through its bottoms. Despite the difficulties, he covered 32.5 miles that day, most of it nearly straight north. This was the most critical exploration Lewis had ever made. He was in country totally unknown except to the Blackfoot Indians, on a river he had never heard of that went he knew not where. Yet his eye for detail, for what was new and for what was pleasing, was as sharp as always. He described the grass, short, and the distant mountains, the Bear's Paw, the High Woods, and Square Butte. He saw and wrote descriptions of 2 birds unknown to science, the long-billed curlew and McCown's longspur. He camped in a shelter of riverbank willows and got thoroughly soaked from a hard, cold rain, but still concluded his June 4th journal entry, "The river bottoms form one immense garden of roses, now in full blow." The following day he made another 30-plus miles upstream, or nearly to present-day Tiber Dam, on a course slightly north of west. He came to the conclusion, as he put it the next day, that this branch of the Missouri had its direction too much to the north for our route to the Pacific. He made 2 discoveries, Richardson's ground squirrel and the sage grouse. He decided to make camp and at noon the next day make an observation of the sun in order to fix the latitude of the place, in the hope that he was north of 49 degrees of latitude. But at noon on June 6th the sky was overcast, and I, of course, disappointed in making the observation which I much wished. His sense that he was at the northernmost point yet in the journey was correct, but he was not as far north as he hoped. Tiber Dam is about 40 miles short of the 49th parallel. He had the men build 2 rafts to descend the river, but the craft proved too small for the task. One man almost lost his rifle, so we again swung our packs and set out over the plains. It was cold, rainy, miserable. The party made 25 miles that afternoon. Lewis closed his journal entry, "It continues to rain and we have no shelter. An uncomfortable night's rest is the natural consequence." It rained all night, and as I expected, we had a most disagreeable and restless night. At dawn we left our watery beds and proceeded downstream, but only with the greatest danger, because the wet clay was precisely like walking over frozen ground which is thawed to small depth and slips equally as bad. In passing along the face of a bluff, Lewis slipped at a narrow walkway of some 30 yards in length across a bluff, made by the buffalo. He nearly went straight down a craggy precipice of 90 feet, He saved himself with his espontoon and just barely managed to reach a place where he could stand with tolerable safety. Before he could catch his breath, he heard Private Windsor call out, "God, God, Captain, what shall I do?" Lewis turned and saw Windsor lying prostrate on his belly, with his right hand, arm, and leg over the precipice Lewis had just passed, holding on as best he could with his left arm and foot. Windsor's fear was all but overwhelming him. His dangerous situation frightened Lewis considerably, for I expected every instant to see him lose his strength and slip off. But although alarmed and still shaky from his own hairbreadth escape, Lewis managed to speak calmly. He assured Windsor he was in no danger, then told him to take the knife out of his belt with his right hand and dig a hole with it in the face of the bluff to receive his right foot. Windsor did as instructed, and with his foot in the hole was able to raise himself to his knees. Lewis told him to take off his moccasins, the wet leather was more slippery than bare feet, and crawl forward on his hands and knees, taking care to hold the knife in one hand and his rifle in the other. This he happily effected and escaped. Their adrenaline used up, Lewis and Windsor joined the party to proceed. The plains were too slippery and too much intersected with ravines, so we therefore continued our route down the river, sometimes in the mud and water of the bottomlands, at others in the river to our breasts, and when the water became so deep that we could not wade, we cut footsteps in the face of the steep bluffs with our knives and proceeded. They shot 6 deer, and after making camp at dark, ate their first food of the day. I now laid myself down on some willow boughs to a comfortable night's rest, and felt indeed as if I was fully repaid for the toil and pain of the day. So much will a good shelter, a dry bed, and comfortable supper revive the spirits of the wearied, wet, and hungry traveler. His spirits may have been revived, but his worries remained. The whole of my party, to a man, were fully persuaded that this river was the Missouri. Lewis, however, was so certain it was not the Missouri that he named it Maria's River, after his cousin Maria Wood. It is true that the hue of the waters of this turbulent and troubled stream but illy comport with the pure celestial virtues and amiable qualifications of that lovely fair one, he admitted, but on the other hand it is a noble river which passes through a rich, fertile, and one of the most beautifully picturesque countries that I ever beheld. When the sun broke out around 10 o'clock a.m., the innumerable little birds that inhabited the cottonwoods along the river banks sung most enchantingly. I observed among them the brown thrush, robin, turtle-dove, linnet goldfinch, the large and small blackbird, wren, and several other birds of less note. At 5 o'clock p.m., much fatigued, he arrived at camp at the junction of the Missouri and Maria's rivers. Clark was relieved to see him come in, for he was 2 days later than expected. The captains conferred, studied the maps they had with them, especially the Arrowsmith 1796 map, and agreed that the South Fork was the true Missouri. The next morning, June 9th, Lewis attempted to convince the men of the expedition that the South Fork was the Missouri, without success. To a man, they were firm in the belief that the North Fork was the Missouri, and that which we ought to take. Private Cruzat, who had been an old Missouri navigator and who from his integrity, knowledge, and skill as a waterman had acquired the confidence of every individual of the party, declared it as his opinion that the North Fork was the true, genuine Missouri, and could be no other. Despite Cruzat's certainty, the captains would not change their minds, and so informed the men. In a magnificent tribute to the captain's leadership qualities, they said very cheerfully that they were ready to follow us anywhere we thought proper to direct, but that they still thought that the other was the river. Lewis and Clark were not taking a vote, but, finding them so determined in this belief, and wishing that if we were in an error to be able to detect it and rectify it as soon as possible, it was agreed between Captain C and myself that one of us should set out with a small party by land up the South Fork, and continue our route up it until we found the falls or reached the Snowy Mountains, which should determine this question pretty accurately. Lewis rated Clark the better waterman and decided he should oversee the Armada's progress up the river, while Lewis undertook the land expedition. Besides, Lewis liked to hike, and it may be that he wanted to be the first white man to see the Great Falls. The captains determined to leave the red pirogue hidden and secured on an island at the mouth of Marias River. Lewis put his brand on several trees in the area. The captains also decided to leave much of the heavy baggage in a cache. Cruzat showed them how to make one. The purpose was to lighten the load, to have a supply depot available on the return journey, a strong indication that they intended to return overland and did not expect to meet a ship at the mouth of the Columbia River, and to provide 7 more paddlers for the remaining pirogue and the canoes. They buried the blacksmith's bellows and tools, beaver pelts, bear skins, some axes, an auger, some files, 2 kegs of parched corn, 2 kegs of pork, a keg of salt, some chisels, some tin cups, 2 rifles, and the beaver traps. They also buried 24 pounds of powder in lead kegs in 2 separate caches. To leave so much buried in the ground indicated either that the expedition had been grossly overloaded up to this point, or that it was setting off to conquer the Rocky Mountains and whatever lay beyond with inadequate supplies. In choosing the South Fork, the captains had made their most critical decision yet. It was not quite irrevocable, but considering the lateness of the season, it was almost so. Not one non-com, not one enlisted man, nor Driar, presumably not York or Charbonneau or Sacagawea, agreed with the decision. Yet such was the spirit of the Corps of Discovery that Lewis could conclude his June 9th journal entry. In the evening, Cruzat gave us some music on the violin, and the men passed the evening in dancing, singing, etc., and were extremely cheerful. The next day was spent in preparing the caches and making the deposits. Lewis saw and wrote the first description of the white-rumped shrike. He selected Driar and privates Silas Goodrich, George Gibson, and Joseph Field to accompany him on his overland search for the Great Falls. Clark would come on with the remainder of the party in the white pirogue and 6 canoes. During the night of June 10th to 11th, Lewis suffered an attack of dysentery. He took some salts, not otherwise described, for the malady. In the morning he felt a bit better but weak. Nevertheless, at 8:00 a.m., I swung my pack and set forward with my little party. He was certain that he would discover the Great Falls. Driar, Goodrich, Gibson, and Field were sure he would not. They had covered some 9 miles when they shot 4 elk, which they butchered and hung beside the river for Clark and the party to use. Lewis directed that a feast of the marrow bones be made, but before it was ready, I was taken with such violent pain in the intestines that I was unable to partake. The pain increased, accompanied by a high fever. It got so bad Lewis could not proceed. Having brought no medicines with him, he decided to experiment with some simples, exactly what his mother would have done and had taught him to do. He had the men gather some of the small twigs of the choke cherry, strip them of their leaves, cut them into pieces of 2 inches, boiled them in water until a strong black decoction of an astringent bitter taste was produced, and took a pint of it at sunset. An hour later he forced down another pint, and within a half hour I was entirely relieved from pain, and in fact every symptom of the disorder forsook me. My fever abated, a gentle perspiration was produced, and I had a comfortable and refreshing night's rest. At sunrise, 4:30 a.m., Lewis rose feeling much revived. He took another pint of the choke cherry decoction and set out. It was a glorious day. Despite his illness of the previous day, he made 27 miles. The small party killed 2 bear. Lewis climbed to a height of land from which we had a most beautiful and picturesque view of the Rocky Mountains, which were perfectly covered with snow. They appeared to be formed of several ranges, each succeeding range rising higher than the preceding one, until the most distant appeared to lose their snowy tops in the clouds. This was an august spectacle, and still rendered more formidable by the recollection that we had them to pass. This evening I ate very heartily, and after penning the transactions of the day, amused myself catching those white fish. The sauger, unknown to science. Another unknown species, caught by Goodrich on this stretch of the river, was the goldeye. I caught upwards of a dozen in a few minutes. June 13th was an even better day. Lewis climbed to another height in the plains, where I overlooked a most beautiful and level plain of great extent, or at least 50 or 60 miles. In this there were infinitely more buffalo than I had ever before witnessed at a view. He struck out for the river, with the men out to each side with orders to kill some meat and join him at the river for dinner. I had proceeded on this course about 2 miles when my ears were saluted with the agreeable sound of a fall of water, and advancing a little further I saw the spray arise above the plain like a column of smoke. It soon began to make a roaring too tremendous to be mistaken for any cause short of the Great Falls of the Missouri. He arrived at the river about noon and hurried down the 200-foot bluff to a point on top of some rocks on an island opposite the center of the falls, to gaze on this sublimely grand spectacle, the grandest sight I ever beheld. He all but tripped over himself in attempting to describe the falls. After 700 words, he was so much disgusted with his imperfect description that he almost tore up the pages, but then reflected that I could not perhaps succeed better than pinning the first impressions of the mind. He wanted to give to the enlightened world some just idea of this truly magnificent and sublimely grand object, which has from the commencement of time been concealed from the view of civilized man. A nice indication of just how seriously he took his role of being the first white man to see such sights and the resulting responsibility to describe them to the enlightened world. He regretted that he did not have the pencil of Salvator Rosa or the pen of Thomson. Rosa was a 17th century Italian landscape painter. James Thomson was an 18th century Scottish poet. He did not neglect to describe his own feelings. The sight filled him with pleasure and astonishment, but he did not indicate that the sight gave him the satisfaction of having been right about the true Missouri River. Still, he must have felt it, not only as vindication of his thought process, but even more because he now knew for certain that Clark and the expedition were coming the right way. Driar and the privates met him on his island camp with plenty of prime buffalo meat. Goodrich caught some trout, unknown to science, described by Lewis, delicious to eat. They were cutthroats. Sitting at his camp at the foot of the falls, Lewis concluded his entry for June 13th. My fare is really sumptuous this evening. Buffalo's humps, tongues, and marrow bones, fine trout, parched meal, pepper and salt, and a good appetite. The last is not considered the least of the luxuries. A fine ending to a memorable day. In the morning, Lewis sent Private Field with a letter to Clark, telling him of the discovery of the falls. He set the remainder of his party to work drying meat, then took his gun and espontoon and went for a walk. He thought he would go a few miles upstream to see where the rapids terminated. It couldn't be far. The Hidatsas had said the portage took half a day. For the first 5 miles, however, it was one continuous rapid. Lewis came around a bend and, to his surprise, saw a second falls, this one of some 19 feet, or about half as high as the first falls. He named this one Crooked Falls. He pushed on. Hearing a tremendous roaring above me, I continued my route and was again presented by one of the most beautiful objects in nature, a cascade of about 50 feet, perpendicular, stretching at right angles across the river a quarter mile. I now thought that if a skillful painter had been asked to make a beautiful cascade, that he would most probably have presented the precise image of this one. Inevitably, he compared this one with yesterday's discovery. At length, I determined between these two great rivals for glory that this was pleasingly beautiful while the other was sublimely grand. Then there was another fall of 14 feet, then another of 26 feet. Altogether, 5 separate falls made up the Great Falls of the Missouri. The Hidatsas had never mentioned more than one. It suddenly looked like a much longer and more difficult portage than Lewis had anticipated. Finally, there was an end to the 12-mile stretch of falls and rapids. Lewis arrived at a point where the Missouri lies a smooth, even, and unruffled sheet of water of nearly a mile in width, bearing on its watery bosom vast flocks of